In the realm of Harry Potter, Mia found herself in a state of bewilderment. Upon reflection, she realized she was the sister of the Savior, a character non-existent in the original narrative, yet intimately connected to the protagonist. She could either sacrifice herself or follow her brother, wreaking havoc alongside him. However, lacking familiarity with the original storyline, she resolved to diligently study in hopes of emulating her brother's formidable path. Observing Snape's evident favoritism, his venomous disdain towards Harry juxtaposed with his kindness towards Hermione, pondered, perhaps my appearance is simply more agreeable? Chapter 1. A new member in the Army of Transmigration. As Mia opened her eyes, she felt a lingering disorientation and gradually turned her head to survey her surroundings. Where am I? Is this still my homeland? Noticing the movements of the child in his arms, Severus Snape looked down, his actions tender, his gaze soft yet tinged with sorrow as he regarded Mia. Who is this? Mia attempted to speak, only to find herself producing incoherent babbling typical of an infant. Realization struck her like a thunderbolt. She had become a baby. What? After enduring 9 years of compulsory education, persevering through 3 years of high school, and finally gaining admission to university, was she now to restart her life? Anew, overwhelmed, Mia felt tears welling in her eyes, her mouth opening as if to wail. Snape watched helplessly as the infant awakened, momentarily stunned by the sight of her tear-filled green eyes, reminiscent of Lily's. Mia should have been peacefully asleep, even during Hagrid's motorcycle ride, yet in Snape's arms, she erupted into cries. Her distress seemed to resonate with little Harry, who joined in weeping. The adults present were thrown into a flurry of concern. Professor McGonagall hurriedly took Harry to soothe him, while Headmaster Dumbledore attempted to comfort Mia, only to be met with Snape's stern refusal to relinquish her. He resorted to amusing her with his wand, hoping to quell her cries. Little Harry, cradled in McGonagall's arms, remained inconsolable, reaching out for his sister. Reluctantly, she brought him closer, just as Mia managed to stabilize her emotions and noticed the small infant beside her. Perhaps it was the comfort of blood ties that soothed Mia. Seeing Harry brought her a measure of peace as he grasped her tiny hand. These two children share a remarkable bond, Hagrid observed, his heart softening at the sight of the two quiet little ones. Twins indeed, Dumbledore remarked, gently stroking the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his eyes filled with uncontainable concern. When they arrived, only the crying siblings remained, protected by the magic of their kinship. Yet, the destiny of this child was inextricably linked to a confrontation with Voldemort, and as a twin, Mia could not escape this fate. It is time to send them away, Dumbledore said, pulling his thoughts back to the present. This. Snape tightened his grip. Severus, here is the best place for them. The blood magic will safeguard them. Dumbledore was well aware of Snape's feelings for Lily, and thus, he cherished this child, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Albus, are you truly going to entrust the child to this family? I have observed them throughout the day and have never encountered more wretched muggles. They are simply. Professor McGonagall expressed her disapproval. There is only remaining kin, Dumbledore replied, taking the sleeping Harry and approaching the Dursleys' residence. This child will become famous. Every child in our world will know his name. Precisely, but during his upbringing, he must be shielded from such matters. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Harry, until he is ready. The two children were placed at the doorstep of the Dursleys, and Snape averted his gaze, fearing he might take Mia away. After Dumbledore placed the envelope atop the swaddled infant, they departed. Mia, having listened intently, finally grasped her situation. She had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, becoming the sister of a character that did not exist in the narrative. While every child had fantasized about an owl delivering a Hogwarts acceptance letter to their door, such dreams remained just that, fantasies. In typical literary fashion, the sister often meets a tragic fate. Help, she was merely a college student with a limited understanding, having only encountered a few film summaries. Had she known she would be transported here, Mia would have thoroughly devoured the book and worn out the DVD. Mia and Harry were taken in by Aunt Petunia's family, crammed into the narrow storage space beneath the stairs. They were forced to wear Dudley's cast-off clothing and perform household chores from a tender age. Due to inadequate nutrition, both children appeared rather frail. As Mia matured, her resemblance to Lily intensified. Aside from her raven-black curls, one could say she was a near replica of Lily. Each time Petunia beheld Mia, her eyes brimmed with sorrow and resentment. As girls grow, it is often less suitable for them to reside with boys. Thus, at the age of 7, Mia finally acquired a small room of her own. Due to her rebirth, Mia often exhibited an unintentional maturity and wisdom beyond her years. In her interactions with Harry, they resembled siblings more akin to an elder sister and younger brother. Furthermore, with Mia's presence, Harry's life was not as arduous as depicted in the original narrative. Wake up, cousins. We are off to the zoo. Dudley banged on Mia's door early in the morning, bouncing around the stairs. Mia would secretly bring little Harry into her room for rest, as the storage space beneath the stairs was far too cramped. Awakened by the ruckus, the siblings hastily got out of bed. Harry donned his glasses and threw off the covers, determined to prepare breakfast for the family, while Mia went to the washroom to freshen up. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered her uncle commanding Harry to cook and brew coffee. Aunt Petunia, who was irate at Dudley for the insufficient number of birthday gifts, and the envious gaze of Harry upon them. Mia walked over to Harry, offering a comforting squeeze of his hand before taking over his tasks, setting the plates and coffee on the table for breakfast as the family prepared to head to the zoo. I warn you, children, if anything peculiar occurs, even the slightest hint, you shall not be allowed to eat for an entire week. Before they boarded the vehicle, their uncle issued a stern warning to the siblings, hoping that nothing would mar his precious son's birthday. However, at the zoo, chaos ensued when Harry inadvertently unleashed a snake using magic. Mia unexpectedly discovered that Harry could communicate with the serpent, leaving her to ponder why, despite their shared parentage, she did not possess this ability. Was this skill inherited solely by males? Yet, Mia had little time to dwell on such thoughts, as Dudley found himself confined within the snake display cabinet due to Harry's actions. Their uncle, furious, locked Harry away, prohibiting him from leaving for the next week. "Harry, are you all right?" In the stillness of the night, Mia approached the door, offering food to Harry and engaging him in conversation. "I'm fine, Mia. What about you? Is Uncle causing you any trouble?" Harry peered through the small gap, gazing at his twin sister. Though they were twins, their appearances diverged significantly. Harry resembled their father, James, while Mia took after their mother, Lily. "No, just eat this quickly." Mia nudged the food towards Harry. "Thank you, Mia. What are you thanking me for? We are siblings." Chapter 2. The Letter Brought by the Owl. Despite the knowledge that their acceptance letters to Hogwarts would arrive at the age of 11, making their escape from the Dursleys inevitable, the days within that household were indeed arduous. Today, Dudley donned his new school uniform, receiving praise from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. As he was set to attend Smeltings in just a week, Mia pondered whether the letter from Hogwarts was forthcoming. "Go fetch the letter," Aunt Petunia commanded Harry. Eagerly, Mia seized Harry's hand, and they hurried to retrieve the correspondence, inspecting each envelope until they discovered 2 remarkable letters. "What is this?" Harry hesitated, gazing at the letter addressed to both of them. Mia shushed him with a finger to her lips, hiding the envelope in her pocket. After handing over the letters intended for their aunt and uncle, she pulled Harry back into her room. With anticipation, they opened the envelopes. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st, and we await your owl to bring your reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts?" Harry gazed at Mia in disbelief. Hogwarts truly existed. As children, he and Mia had drifted into slumber to the enchanting tales woven by her imagination. He could never fathom how she conjured such fantastical ideas, yet he always yearned for the world she described. It was Hogwarts. Mia squinted her beautiful green eyes, finally receiving the long-awaited letter after decades of delay. Just as the siblings reveled in their joy, the envelope was abruptly snatched from their hands by Dudley, who dashed outside, proclaiming, "Dad, Mom, Harry and Mia have a letter." Harry sprang up to pursue him, exclaiming, "Hey, that's mine. Who would write to you?" Uncle Vernon seized the letter from Dudley's grasp, scrutinizing its contents with disbelief before casting a bewildered glance at Aunt Petunia, whose expression mirrored his own. The couple regarded Harry and Mia with a mixture of disdain and incredulity. In the days that followed, they appeared to have lost their sanity, confining Harry and Mia to their respective rooms, locking doors and windows, and tearing apart any letter that arrived from Hogwarts. Harry observed Uncle Vernon locking the door from downstairs, while Mia peered through the window upstairs at the owls from Hogwarts congregating in the yard. "Cuckoo," she called out, waving to the flock. One owl tilted its head, flying toward her window, and Mia, enchanted by the adorable creature, expressed her delight. In the ensuing days, letters from Hogwarts appeared everywhere, within eggs, the mailbox, and even the hearth, until the Dursleys were compelled to relocate the siblings to a dilapidated wooden shack on a desolate rock in the sea. In the dim lighthouse, the Dursleys huddled together in a single bed, while Mia and Harry remained awake, for the morrow marked the celebration of their birthdays. They watched Dudley's watch tick away the seconds. "Happy birthday, Harry and Mia," they chorused, exchanging smiles filled with the warmth of shared joy. Just after uttering these words, the door was suddenly smashed open, and a flash of lightning illuminated the figure of a towering man with a bushy face. Aunt Petunia and the others were startled awake, gazing in horror at the intruder. "I apologize," Hagrid said, having not anticipated that knocking would result in the door being knocked down. He pondered how to prop it back up. "You are trespassing." Uncle Vernon glared at Hagrid while shielding Aunt Petunia behind him. "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel." Hagrid held no affection for the Dursleys and turned directly to Dudley. The last time I saw you, you were just a little tyke. Harry, Mia. You've grown sturdier than I imagined. Look at that little belly of yours. Mia raised her hand quietly, interjecting, we are Harry and Mia. Of course it's you. I brought you gifts, though I accidentally sat on them. They should still be quite delectable. Hagrid produced the presents he had brought, proclaiming, I baked this myself and even wrote a message. The two children unwrapped their gifts with curiosity, revealing a birthday cake adorned with the words Happy Birthday, Harry and Mia. This was the first gift they had received in 11 years, apart from one another. They exchanged glances, witnessing the joy on each other's faces, then turned to Hagrid in unison to express their gratitude. An 11th birthday is not an everyday occurrence, is it? Hagrid remarked as he settled onto the sofa, igniting the fireplace with the umbrella he carried. Harry and Mia's eyes sparkled with wonder and excitement. This was their first glimpse of true magic. Excuse me, who are you? Harry inquired, noticing the man's familiarity with both him and his sister. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Do you know Hogwarts? Yes. Harry nodded. Aunt Petunia looked at him in disbelief. They had never mentioned that place to Harry, even claiming to him that his parents had perished in a car accident. They can't go there. From the day we took them in, such things were forbidden. Uncle Vernon seized the Hogwarts letter. You knew? Why didn't you tell me? Harry realized their understanding, even if unspoken. Of course we knew. You and my sister are alike. My parents were so proud the day she received her letter. A witch in the family. But I knew she was a freak, and then she met that Potter, had you too, and then she was gone. We could only take you in. Aunt Petunia recalled her own pleas to Dumbledore to be allowed into the school, only to be denied, and remembered her sister's demise in the Wizarding World, feeling a complex mix of love and resentment towards the two children. Gone. You said my parents died in a car accident. Harry questioned incredulously. Mia knew the true cause of their parents' deaths. They had fallen victim to Voldemort's hand. What accident could kill Lily and James? You must fabricate a better excuse. This is slander. Hagrid could not abide such defamation of heroes. The dispute concluded when Dudley, having stolen a piece of cake, had his tail transformed by Hagrid, who then took Mia and Harry away. Chapter 3. The Elder Tree. Hagrid needed to escort the siblings to Diagon Alley for their school supplies, but entry required a visit to a special place, the Leaky Cauldron, an antiquated tavern frequented by wizards. Hagrid pushed the door open, leading Mia and Harry inside. Ah, you've arrived. Hagrid, same as ever? The barkeep inquired upon spotting him. Thanks, Tom. I'm here on Hogwarts business today, helping young Harry and Mia procure their school necessities. At this declaration, all eyes in the establishment turned toward them. Goodness gracious, it's Harry Potter, Tom exclaimed in astonishment. Though they were twins, it was evident that Harry, who had vanquished Voldemort, drew far more attention. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Miss Potter, an elderly gentleman grasped Harry's hand, ensuring Mia was not overlooked. I must say, I thought I was less renowned. I am Dorcas Croaker. It is an honor to meet you. The surrounding patrons buzzed with excitement as they addressed Harry and Mia. To them, Harry, the vanquisher of Voldemort, was a savior, reflecting the terror Voldemort had instilled. As they approached a man wrapped in a scarf, reeking of garlic, he exclaimed, Harry Potter, Mia Potter, it is a profound honor. It was Quirrell, and Mia wrinkled her nose in response. Although Mia was not well versed in Harry Potter lore, she distinctly remembered her elder brother from the first season. Greetings. Professor. Almost didn't see you there, Harry said. This is Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, Hagrid introduced, shaking Quirrell's hand. The position of defense against the dark arts is notoriously cursed. No one lasts a year, he added. As Harry reached out to shake Quirrell's hand, Mia quickly grasped him. Professor Quirrell, she interjected. Ah, you must be Mia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Quirrell said. Thank you. I'm pleased to meet you too. But Hagrid, aren't we supposed to be shopping? Sensing Mia's wariness towards Quirrell, Harry remained cautious, recalling that Mia was always right. He returned her grip and glanced at Hagrid. Right. We should get going. There's much to buy. Farewell. Hagrid led the siblings to the back door, where a wall stood before them. How do they know us? Harry pondered, still perplexed. You are quite well known here, but it's not my place to explain, Hagrid replied as he tapped a few bricks, which swiftly shifted to reveal a passageway. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The wonders of the Wizarding World were mesmerizing, especially for the two youngsters experiencing it for the first time. Harry and Mia clasped each other's hands tightly, gazing in awe at their surroundings. Naturally, shopping necessitated funds, so Hagrid guided them first to Gringotts. Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, was the safest place to store valuables, aside from Hogwarts itself. Inside, diminutive goblins busied themselves with calculations. What is that? Mia asked. They are goblins. Clever, but not particularly friendly, Hagrid explained as they approached the counter. Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Mia Potter are here to withdraw some funds. The fairy paused her work, impatiently rising to glance at the two. Oh, did you bring the key? What key? Harry and Mia exchanged bewildered looks, realizing neither of them had a clue. Wait a moment, let me see where I placed it, Hagrid said, rummaging through his belongings. Ah, here it is, this little trinket. Also, Dumbledore entrusted me with this. He handed the key and a letter to the fairy. It's the key to the vault. Very well then. The fairy led the trio to the vault, where their parents had left them a substantial fortune. Not to mention, the wealth of the Potter family alone was considerable. Wow. Mia suddenly felt like an impoverished soul transformed into a millionaire. Money was indeed a marvelous thing. The siblings each took a bag of galleons before proceeding to Vault 713, where Hagrid mysteriously took away a small parcel. What is this? Classified Hogwarts business, top secret. Do not speak of it to anyone. Understood, Hagrid, Mia replied, casting a sympathetic glance at her obliviously naive brother. Upon exiting Gringotts, they arrived at the most exhilarating moment, wand selection. Ollivander's wand shop, though modest in size, was crammed with boxes. Is anyone here? With a swish, an elderly gentleman appeared, still perched on a ladder. It was quite startling, to say the least. At last. I see you, Mr. Potter, Miss Potter. Ollivander descended from the ladder. Who shall choose first? Harry should go first. Mia observed Ollivander's evident interest in Harry. Very well. Miss Potter, your parents purchased their wands here. It feels as if it were merely yesterday. Ollivander began selecting wands. How about this one? Harry's first attempt at wand selection startled him, yet it proceeded smoothly. Next was Mia. Try this one, Miss Potter. Ollivander handed her a wand. Each wand from Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties, embodying the essence of its craft. Most importantly, a wand chooses its wizard. This one is made from unicorn hair, with a handle of yew, measuring 10 inches. Mia waved it, but the wand rack toppled, scattering wands across the floor. Well, this one doesn't suit me. Not to worry. It is rare for a wizard to find the perfect wand on the first try. Here, try this one. Phoenix feather, walnut, 11 inches. Mia waved again. Still not right. Patience, patience. Perhaps you might like this one. Ollivander pondered for a moment before retrieving a dusty box, indicating it had been long untouched. Elder, dragon heartstring. 11 inches. Mia paused at the mention of elder wood, for it was quite uncommon in the wizarding world. The last known wand made of elder belonged to the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. This time, Mia succeeded, feeling the wand resonate with her. Remarkable. The last elder wand I recall belonged to the Elder Wand itself. This wand is notoriously particular. No one can wield it effortlessly. Elder wood has a dubious reputation, as it proves challenging for any wizard to master. It possesses a formidable ability to wield magic, yet is reluctant to collaborate with lesser wizards. A wizard with a wand of Elder will undoubtedly be the center of global attention. I foresee a magnificent destiny awaiting you. Moreover, the dragon heartstring wand is remarkably easy to craft, enabling rapid mastery of magic. Ollivander gazed in astonishment at Mia, realizing that this pair of siblings, one having vanquished Voldemort and the other in possession of Elder, was truly remarkable. Mia, contemplating her wand, had not anticipated that she would find herself here. She was determined not to remain passive and be at the mercy of others. Together, we shall make the finest of partners. That will be 14 galleons in total. Chapter 4, Platform 9 3/4. Harry and Mia, having chosen their wands, heard a tapping at the window. Turning their heads, they saw Hagrid. Upon noticing the two children looking at him, he raised his hands, revealing a white owl and a pure black kitten. Birthday gifts. The two children rushed out excitedly to gather around Hagrid. The owl was for Harry, while the black cat was for Mia. Hagrid, how did you know I adore cats? Mia was taken aback to discover she also had a present. In the wizarding world, all attention was naturally drawn to the savior Harry, while she remained merely the sister of the hero, a fact she accepted without concern, even feeling that the scrutiny on Harry might impose some pressure. Nevertheless, Hagrid's gesture unmistakably conveyed to the siblings that in his eyes, they were cherished children. Mia reflected on Hagrid's kindness, from rescuing them from the Dursleys to providing their first birthday cake. And now this belated gift. This was the first act of goodwill they received in this unfamiliar world. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry and Mia embraced Hagrid's leg. Having entered the wizarding realm, the siblings needed to learn some truths. The street was not suitable for conversation, so Hagrid led them to a restaurant, where he revealed the truth about Voldemort and the deaths of Lily and James. Is he dead? I don't think so. He is still alive, merely too weak to return. You must have dealt him a grave blow that night, which is why you are so renowned. At the train station, Hagrid was about to leave after escorting the siblings. He still needed to deliver the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore and hand over their tickets. Platform 9 3/4? There is no such platform, Harry remarked, glancing at the ticket information and sensing something amiss. Just as he prepared to ask Hagrid, the giant had vanished. Mia, what shall we do? Harry instinctively sought help from the most reliable person beside him. Let us try platforms 9 and 10. There must be a way, Mia suggested optimistically. As the two little ones pushed their luggage, which towered over them, Mia silently vowed to master the undetectable extension charm. It was far too strenuous. Upon reaching platform 9, Harry looked around in vain for platform 9 3/4. Just as he was about to inquire with a staff member, Mia tugged at him. Every year there are so many muggles. Platform 9 3/4 is over there. Molly pulled her daughter along, ushering her 4 sons. Let us go. Mia followed closely behind Harry, watching as Percy and the Weasley twins disappeared through the stone pillars. Wow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Excuse me, madam. Is platform 9 3/4 here? Mia approached Molly and gently tugged at her sleeve. Molly looked down at the face strikingly similar to Lily's, crouching to meet Mia's gaze. Her hand tenderly caressing the young girl's cheek. My dear, may I ask your name? Mia Potter, madam. Mia responded obediently, allowing Molly to touch her. Mia? Harry quickly joined them, curious about this unfamiliar woman. You must be Harry, right? Molly turned to Harry, while Ginny, upon hearing his name, gasped in astonishment. Yes, Harry replied, somewhat puzzled. Good child, just pass through there. Do not be afraid. These are my children, Ron and Ginny. Ron is also starting school this year. Molly ushered her children forward, allowing Ron to demonstrate how to pass through the barrier. Thank you, madam. It's getting late, and if we don't get in soon, we might miss the train, Molly said, hastily sending the 2 children on their way. Mia pushed her luggage ahead, and Harry hurried to follow. As he opened his eyes, a magnificent train appeared before him, marked 5972, with the sign reading Platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts Express. The 2 quickly boarded the train, stowing their luggage before finding a compartment to sit in. At that moment, a red-haired boy entered, the very same Ron they had just seen. Sorry, all the other compartments are full. May I sit here? Ron inquired, peering in. Of course, Harry replied, not minding at all, as Mia was already asleep. Oh my gosh, you really are Harry Potter? Ron asked excitedly as he settled down. Yes, Harry said, accustomed to the question. I'm Ron Weasley. May I see your scar? Of course. Harry lifted his hair. That's so cool, Ron exclaimed, his voice rising, which startled Mia awake. Sorry to wake you, Mia. This is Ron Weasley. Ron, this is my sister, Mia Potter. Harry felt a twinge of regret for disturbing his sister, but Mia merely shook her head. Hello, Mia. I'm Ron, he said. Hello, Mia nodded. Not particularly fond of socializing. The atmosphere grew a bit chilly until a lady pushed a snack cart past them. Harry waved his hand, deciding to order everything. But Mia stopped him. Are you sure you can eat all that? Just pick some favorites. Although he didn't order everything, they still had quite a bit. And the 3 of them munched on snacks while chatting, when suddenly, a mouse appeared. Ah, Mia exclaimed, somewhat frightened by the rodent, as Luna swiftly pounced to catch it. Scabbers. Sorry, this is my pet Scabbers. Ron quickly rescued his mouse. Scabbers? Luna asked, cradling her black cat. Mia observed Scabbers, sifting through her hazy memories. Animagus, Peter. What's wrong? Are you alright, Mia? Harry knew his sister was particularly afraid of mice and insects, and seeing her reaction, he grew concerned. I'm fine. Mia shook her head. The moment was not yet ripe. Observing the atmosphere descend into another silence, Ron hastily interjected, Allow me to conjure a spell for you. As both siblings turned their gazes towards him, Ron raised his wand and aimed it at Scabbers. At that very moment, a charming girl with curly hair materialized unexpectedly. Have you seen a toad? Are you performing magic? May I take a look? Certainly, Sunshine Daisy Cream, Ron uttered, turn this silly plump rat yellow. The wand emitted a brief glow, and Scabbers scurried away. Ron then realized he had once again been tricked by his 2 brothers. Mia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Are you certain that was a spell? It doesn't seem impressive. I've tried a few simple incantations that proved quite effective. For instance, the restoration charm. Hermione produced her wand and aimed it at Harry's glasses, which quickly returned to their former state. Hermione, Mia said, her interest piqued at the girl before her. Hello. I am Mia Potter. May we be friends? Of course. I am Hermione Granger. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 5. The sorting ceremony. The train was soon approaching its destination, and Harry took the initiative to pull Ron outside, granting Mia the space to change her attire. As the train arrived, students began to disembark one after another. First years, gather here, Hagrid called, holding a lantern to guide the new arrivals. Well, at least they were considered small compared to him. Harry, Mia, come over here. How are you both? Mia tugged Harry towards Hagrid. We are well, Hagrid. The new students followed Hagrid to the lakeside, where Hogwarts loomed before them, a grand, ancient, and mysterious castle that would be their home for the next 7 years. No more than 4 on each boat, Hagrid instructed as they boarded. Mia, be careful. Harry cautiously helped his sister onto the vessel. Thank you, Harry. The small boat, which now accommodated Hermione, Ron, Mia, and Harry, began to move on its own once they were seated. Mia curiously leaned over the side of the boat. The lake appeared dark and murky, obscuring any view beneath the surface. What if we fall in? Surely there must be magic to help us fly back up? Mia pondered, nodding thoughtfully at Hermione's response. The boat soon reached the shore, and Hagrid led the first years through a tunnel, arriving at a massive door of the castle. Hagrid knocked, and the door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance. Thank you, Hagrid, she said, acknowledging him before ushering the newcomers inside. Outside the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall provided a brief introduction to Hogwarts. Do you know how the sorting works? I heard it involves battling a fire dragon. Is that true? But we don't yet know any magic. Indeed, that is what my brother told me. What house do you think you will be sorted into? Harry inquired of them. I will undoubtedly be placed in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. It is the finest house, Ron proclaimed confidently. I wish to join Gryffindor as well. Harry was well aware of the virtues represented by each house and held a fondness for Gryffindor. And what about you, Mia? As for me, I am uncertain. I believe any house would be splendid. No, Slytherin is the most malevolent. All dark wizards hail from there, Ron retorted. Yet, one cannot deny that Slytherin students are exceptionally intelligent. We ought not to harbor prejudice. Mia furrowed her brow, despite Slytherin's dubious reputation. It was indeed unjust to hold bias against them. Humph, Slytherin is simply dreadful, Ron argued defiantly. Mia, reluctant to engage in a debate with an immature child, was about to cease the argument when a voice pierced the air. Your taste is rather commendable. Our entire family belongs to Slytherin. And I am destined to be one too. And you, with your red hair and shabby clothes. You must be a Weasley, a pure-blood traitor. How insufferable, Mia thought, turning to see a haughty blonde boy accompanied by two portly lackeys. Indeed, the rumors held true. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. And I am Draco Malfoy. Although Draco addressed Harry, his gaze was firmly fixed on Mia. Harry immediately became alert, pulling his sister behind him. Hello, I am Harry Potter. And this is my sister Mia. Mia, emerald green suits you well. I hope to see you in Slytherin, Draco noted before shifting his attention back to Harry. You will discover that certain wizarding families are indeed superior. Potter, do not associate with the unworthy. I can assist you. As Ron glared at Draco, the latter remained unfazed, extending his hand towards Harry. I believe I can discern good from evil myself. Thank you. Draco was taken aback by the rejection and left with a sour expression. Professor McGonagall soon returned, leading them into the Great Hall. Upon entering, Mia was met with gasps of wonder. She looked up to behold a breathtaking sight, floating candles set against a starry sky. It's enchanted to mimic the sky outside, whispered Hermione to Mia. The older students curiously scrutinized the newcomers, while the first years gazed around in awe until they approached a stool, upon which rested a peculiar, somewhat soiled hat. Oh, the sorting hat, Mia remarked, ever inquisitive about her surroundings. At that moment, Mia felt a searing gaze upon her. Following it, she spotted an elderly man with a white beard observing them from the professor's table. Upon noticing Mia's attention, he amiably raised his cup. Professor Dumbledore. Mia tilted her head. With his greasy black hair and dark robes, was that Snape, the one who had held her when she first arrived? Snape had not diverted his gaze since Mia entered, his eyes fixed on the slender figures of the siblings tightly grasping their cups. When their eyes met, he seemed momentarily hesitant to maintain his stare. Mia quickly averted her gaze as the sorting hat began to sing, its tune rather discordant, yet thankfully short-lived. When I call your name, step forward, and I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house. Professor McGonagall held a list, calling out one name after another. Hannah Abbott. A girl with golden hair approached the sorting hat, took it, sat on the stool, and donned it. Hufflepuff, seated at the long table. Students clad in yellow and black uniforms erupted into applause. Hermione Granger, feeling a surge of anxiety, urged herself to relax. I told you that fellow has a few screws loose, Ron whispered to Harry, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione. How can you say that about Hermione? Mia interjected, frowning at Ron. I'm not wrong, Ron muttered under his breath. Gryffindor. Upon hearing the result, Hermione beamed with joy, making her way towards the crimson table, where fellow Gryffindors applauded her warmly. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Before the sorting hat even touched Draco's head, it proclaimed the result, for all malevolent wizards and witches hail from Slytherin. Ron began to whisper again, and Mia felt too exasperated to retort. Ron Weasley. Another Weasley. No need to guess where you belong. Gryffindor. Ron sighed in relief at the announcement. Harry Potter. As soon as the name was uttered, all eyes turned toward him. He was the chosen one. The sorting hat hesitated for what seemed an eternity, torn between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry whispered fervently, Gryffindor, 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 very well, Gryffindor. The sorting hat chose to honor Harry's wish. Wonderful. We have the chosen one. The Weasley twins were the first to leap up, cheering to welcome Harry. Satisfied with his house placement, Harry glanced towards his sister, hoping she would join him. Chapter 6, Slytherin. Mia Potter. Though her name lacked the renown of her brothers, she was nonetheless the sister of the chosen one, drawing the attention of all. Indeed, it was Professor Snape who anticipated her sorting the most. Let us see, ambitious. Quite talented, unyielding, yearning for great power. Perhaps this house will suit you best. Slytherin. The declaration stunned everyone. The sister of the chosen one had been sorted into Slytherin, a notorious haven for dark wizards. Harry, unable to remain seated, felt compelled to rise and seek out his sister. Wow, Ron gasped, while Hermione remained unfazed. Mia was her first friend at Hogwarts, and their bond would not be severed by house affiliation. As for the professors, Snape wore a rare smirk, while Dumbledore appeared as enigmatic as ever, lost in thought. Draco, upon hearing the sorting results, led the applause, having been positioned centrally, his status undeniable. His enthusiasm was infectious, and the others swiftly followed suit, welcoming Mia wholeheartedly. Mia gracefully approached the Slytherin table, where an empty seat beside Draco awaited her. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Meanwhile, Harry yearned to seek out his sister, yet the moment was not right. He had to wait until the sorting concluded. Mia surveyed the food laid out before her, British cuisine, and settled for some chips and chicken legs. Once the sorting came to an end, Dumbledore stood and led the gathering in song, following the main course. The dessert was exceedingly sweet. When all had finished dining, Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. "I have a few words to convey to you all as the semester commences, and I wish to address several points of importance. Attention, first-year students. The wooded area on the school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students, including some of our upperclassmen who should take heed. Furthermore, Mr. Felch, the administrator, has requested that I remind everyone not to practice magic in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid unfortunate incidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Curiously, the more one is told not to do something, the more one is inclined to pursue it. First, there is the nocturnal excursion, then the Forbidden Forest, followed by the 4th floor corridor." Mia nodded in satisfaction at the meticulously arranged itinerary. Afterward, the students were escorted back to their respective dormitories by the prefects. "Stay together. Do not fall behind." The two prefects led the first years to the cellar. "Remember the password for entry. It will be changed every month. Pure blood." The door creaked open to reveal a dark, damp cellar, adorned in shades of silvery green. A large glass panel revealed the depths of the Black Lake, showcasing its hidden creatures. Will we truly not catch rheumatism? Mia pondered as she gazed into the lightless depths. "Your belongings await you in your dormitory." After explaining the arrangements and assigning dorms, the students were allowed to return to their rooms. Each dormitory housed approximately 2 students, but Mia found herself alone in hers. How fortuitous. It would indeed be convenient to explore at night by herself. Once her belongings were organized, Mia freshened up and retired early, deciding to contemplate the nocturnal adventure the following day. Her regular sleep schedule prompted her to rise early. Donning her Slytherin uniform, she prepared to head to the dining hall, where she encountered a well-dressed Draco, accompanied by a group. Goyle and Crabbe stood behind Draco with snacks in hand. Draco lounged on a single sofa, while 2 girls, one with short black hair and the other with long golden locks, occupied the adjacent couch. A slender boy with striking blue eyes held a book, alongside a handsome boy of darker complexion. Upon seeing Mia, Draco stood. "Good morning." "Good morning. I am here to invite you to class," he said. Mia nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, I am Blaise Zabini. It is a pleasure to meet you, lovely lady." Blaise introduced himself, standing to greet her, with Draco leading the way. The group naturally refrained from making Mia feel unwelcome. Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Theodore Knott. "Greetings, Mia Potter. Are you heading to the Great Hall?" "Yes. Would you like to join me?" "Certainly." The group made their way to the dining hall, drawing considerable attention. Mia resolved to walk alone in the future. While dining, Mia encountered Harry, who had been searching for her. He swiftly pulled her away from the watchful eyes of the Slytherins. "Mia, are you alright in Slytherin? Are they bullying you?" "Damn it. We've ain't never been apart. How could the Sorting Hat place you in Slytherin?" The mere thought of his sister being lonely and vulnerable in Slytherin, potentially at the mercy of the arrogant Malfoy, kept Harry awake at night. "No, Harry, please calm down. I am perfectly fine." Observing Harry's impatience, Mia swiftly curtailed his fanciful musings. "Mia, you must understand that Slytherin is not composed of virtuous individuals," Ron remarked. Gnawing on a chicken leg, Harry and Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare at his choice of words. "After all, Mia belongs to Slytherin. You're not exactly being discreet." "All right, Ron. Harry, try not to overthink it. Mia appears to be getting along well with her classmates, doesn't she?" Hermione interjected hastily, to which Mia responded with a grateful glance. "Indeed, and even if something were to occur, you would still be there for me, right? Just because we are in different houses, you won't abandon me, brother?" Mia feigned tears, causing Harry to panic. "How could that be? I know you care for me. But trust me, I must return. Class is about to commence, and you mustn't be late either." Noticing that Draco and his companions had nearly finished their meal, Mia knew it was time to depart. The first lesson was potions, taught by their house head, and arriving late would reflect poorly. Very well. Harry could only watch helplessly as his sister ran further away, moving closer to Draco. "My heart aches," he thought. Chapter 7, Potions Class. Due to the shifting nature of the staircases, the group found themselves nearly lost after a lengthy journey. Ultimately, it was Mia who inquired of a portrait, enabling them to arrive at the classroom without further incident. The potions classroom was situated in the dungeons, with tightly shut windows, dim lighting, and a chilling atmosphere. Mia suspected that winter would render this space particularly unbearable. The class was attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor, with seating arrangements clearly delineated between the two houses. Just before the lesson commenced, Harry and Ron arrived late, fortunate that the professor had not yet entered. Prompted by Hermione's subtle gesture, they hurriedly took their seats. Soon, Professor Snape strode in, his black robe billowing as he moved. With a flick of his wand, he lowered the drapes, plunging the potions classroom into deeper shadows. An eerie silence enveloped the room. In my class, wand waving and incantations are strictly prohibited, Snape intoned, his voice low and measured. Personally, I do not expect most of you to grasp the intricacies and nuances of potion making. However, for the select few with potential. His gaze fell upon Draco in the front row, who, realizing the comment was aimed at him, proudly lifted his platinum head. However, upon noticing Mia seated beside him, Draco's expression faltered as she shot him a glare, leaving him perplexed. Shifting his attention back to the obediently seated Mia, Snape's tone softened involuntarily. I can teach you to beguile the mind, ensnare the senses. I can instruct you in the art of preserving reputations, brewing honor, and even staving off death. He then turned his gaze to Harry. I must reiterate, some may believe that at Hogwarts, their fame grants them license to disregard attentiveness in class. It was evident that this remark was directed at Harry. Concerned, Mia turned her head to see Harry diligently writing notes. Hermione, seated nearby, quickly prompted him, but Harry looked at her in confusion. Hermione nodded towards the podium. Mr. Potter, Snape began, arms crossed. The new celebrity of the younger generation, what would result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Hermione raised her hand, eager to respond. But Harry shook his head. If you are uncertain, let us pose a different question. Where should one begin the search for Bezoar? I do not know, sir, came the reply. Hermione's hand was nearly reaching the heavens in enthusiasm, while Mia, glancing at Harry, also felt the urge to stand. What distinguishes Aconitum and Wolfia? I do not know, sir. Such a pity. Clearly, reputation does not equate to knowledge, does it, Mr. Potter? Miss Porter, would you enlighten us? Snape directed his gaze at Mia, who was taken aback by the sudden attention. Draco, concerned that Mia might falter, prepared to assist her with the answer. Yes, sir. The roots of daffodils combined with mugwort yield a potent sleeping potion, known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a male goat, capable of neutralizing most poisons. Aconitum and Wolfia are actually the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite. That concludes my answer, sir. An excellent response, Miss Porter. Slytherin earns 2 points. Snape nodded in satisfaction at Mia, before abruptly shifting his tone. Now, why do you not take notes on this? Gryffindor, due to the disrespect shown by your classmate towards the professor, will lose 5 points. This prompted a chorus of murmurs from the Gryffindor students. Silence. Draco and his peers looked on with glee at Harry, while Mia suspected Snape harbored some discontent towards him. Next came potion brewing, with pairs assigned, and naturally, Draco partnered with Mia. This lesson involved concocting a potion for scabies, a task at which Draco excelled, having previously received guidance from Snape, making it a breeze for him. Mia, being naturally intelligent and dexterous, complimented Draco well, as the handling of slugs proved somewhat unpleasant. Draco took the initiative to manage that task, while Mia crushed the venomous fangs. Professor Snape patrolled the classroom, silently appearing behind various students, offering pointed critiques, with Gryffindor being particularly hard-hit, losing several points in mere moments. Meanwhile, Slytherin gained numerous points, affirming the headmaster's evident favoritism. After pouring the prepared ingredients into the cauldron, care was taken to remove it from the flames before adding 2 quills from a porcupine, a crucial step indeed. Following this, one must stir clockwise 5 times. A pink mist arose from the cauldron, and upon the potion turning blue, success would be declared. Success. Mia beamed at Draco, her beautiful green eyes sparkling with joy, her delicate features radiating happiness. Draco felt a flush of pride and embarrassment. Of course, he replied. Miss Porter has brewed her potion to perfection. Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape's sudden interjection startled both Mia and Draco. He had been quietly observing Mia's potion making from behind her, recognizing her talent, reminiscent of her mother. As he turned to leave, he cast a warning glare at Draco. Fool. Remove the cauldron before adding the porcupine quills. But it was too late. Neville's cauldron exploded, splattering him and those nearby. Be careful. Draco and Mia were in close proximity to Neville, and fortunately, Draco reacted swiftly. Otherwise, Mia would have been injured as well. Thank you. Mia expressed her gratitude to Draco, gazing at the potion that had nearly struck her. Mr. Potter, why did you not intervene to stop Longbottom? Snape directed his ire towards Harry, observing the wounded students. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Professor, let us first escort them to Madame Pomfrey, Mia quickly interjected. Coming to Harry's aid. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Injured students, follow me to the infirmary. The rest of you, remain still," he commanded as he led a throng of students away. Mia hurried over to Harry, who was close by, her concern for his well-being evident. "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm fine, what about you? You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm okay, thanks to Draco for catching me." That's a relief. Once class ended, all the students rushed outside, eager to avoid being detained by Snape. Chapter 8, A Nighttime Adventure. Whenever there were no classes, Mia would find herself in the library. At the end of each lesson, professors assigned corresponding homework, and Mia was not one to procrastinate. Thus, upon arriving at the library, she promptly set about completing her assignments. The library was sparsely populated, allowing Mia to choose a seat by the window where the afternoon sunlight bathed her in warmth. The tasks were straightforward, and after finishing, Mia stretched and lifted her gaze to see Hermione seated across from her, engrossed in her potion assignment. Quietly, Mia returned her reference books to their place and selected several titles that piqued her interest. She frequently visited the library, and each time, she would find Hermione. The two shared a tacit understanding, sitting together without disturbing one another. Mia was an avid reader with an excellent memory, making her a favored companion for Hermione when discussing challenging concepts. "Mia, may I take a look at your paper?" Hermione asked softly, having hit a snag in her work upon noticing Mia's completion. "Of course, feel free to ask if you come across anything confusing," Mia replied, handing over her essay. Currently, Mia was perusing a book on transfiguration. She had read extensively, but had yet to find an opportunity to practice. Remembering that the 8th floor boasted a room of requirement, she thought it would be an ideal place to try her hand at some practical applications. Mia momentarily lost her train of thought, but quickly refocused. Animagus? Hermione, having finished her own work, had approached Mia from behind. Mia jumped at the sudden exclamation. "I'm sorry, are you all right?" Hermione quickly apologized, realizing she had startled Mia. "It's fine, would you like to join me?" "No, I haven't reached that part yet," Hermione replied, unwilling to disrupt her own momentum. She retrieved the book she intended to read and began to leaf through its pages. Time passed swiftly as the two immersed themselves in their studies, only recognizing the impending closure of the library when Madame Pants reminded them. They returned their books and parted ways, with Hermione heading back to the dormitory. Mia, however, had no intention of leaving. She had planned a nighttime adventure since the start of the term. Casting a carefully selected and practiced disillusionment charm, Mia embarked on her exploration of the castle. The castle was replete with secret passages leading to unknown destinations. Mia had discovered a few, but recalled that there was more to uncover on the 4th floor, prompting her to pivot in that direction. "I recall Professor Dumbledore mentioning the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Ah, I have found it." Gazing at the locked wooden door before her, she thought, "Is this truly meant to challenge me?" "Alohomora, open." Mia gently waved her wand, and with a click, the door swung open. She swiftly slipped inside and closed the door, ensuring that Mrs. Norris and Filch remained oblivious to her presence. The room was rather dim, shrouded in darkness, yet an unpleasant odor lingered in the air, accompanied by a flickering glow. "Oh," as her wand illuminated the space. Mia beheld a 3-headed dog slumbering soundly before her, now awakening. Unfazed by the canine, she even took a moment to observe it. The creature, known as Fluffy, regarded the diminutive human before it with curiosity, seemingly unaffected by her presence. "Sit, good dog," Mia cooed, employing her innate skill of charming animals. Fluffy felt an instinctive urge to comply, yet he resolutely shook his head, reminding himself of his noble status as a Cerberus. Why was it not responding? This shouldn't be, she thought. This technique had proven effective with owls before. Once more, she called, "Sit, sit, come here." Not only did she beckon, but she waved her hand as well. Heaven knows how much willpower Fluffy exerted to resist. He couldn't afford to forget his purpose. Was this strategy truly ineffective? Doubt crept in, and Mia surmised that Fluffy must not have been properly trained. Tomorrow night, she would bring some meat. Surely then he would yield. As time pressed on, Mia resolved to return the following day and turned to leave. Fluffy pondered, "Will she return?" Mia replied, "Yes, dog, I shall." Upon descending to the 2nd floor, Mia was suddenly startled by the sound of a cat's meow, followed by Filch's voice. "Oh, what have we here? A disobedient student. Mrs. Norris. Let us see where those little trolls are hiding." Pressed tightly against the wall, Mia dared not move, aware of a cat's keen sense of hearing. Just as she feared discovery, the wall behind her shifted, and a hand encircled her, restoring the wall to its original state. How curious, where did the person go? After failing to locate her, Filch departed. Mia exhaled in relief, dispelling her invisibility charm to discover her savior. "What do we have here? A small serpent?" Recognizing the familiar voice and manner of speaking, she confirmed it was the Weasley twins. "Thank you for rescuing me." Mia expressed her gratitude politely. "Oh, did I hear correctly? A little snake thanking us. Please, speak normally." "I am Mia Potter." "I am Fred." "I am George. Delighted to make your acquaintance." "We are equally pleased to meet you." The little sister of the savior, George grinned down at her. Who would have imagined the sister of the hero would be out for a midnight stroll? Fred remarked, astonished. Mia, with her striking beauty and seemingly demure demeanor, surprised them with her audacity. Aren't you two also out for a night adventure? She countered. Ah well, it is quite late now. Do you require our assistance in escorting you back, little snake sister? If possible, I would appreciate it. However, could you also enlighten me about the castle's secret passages? As a trade, I can share with you some amusing pranks. The Weasley twins are notorious for their mischievous antics. Of course, madam, they replied, increasingly intrigued by Mia. Perhaps you would like to join our prankster team? If you don't mind, certainly. Mia extended her hand, which George took. With a stifle of laughter, Mia nearly burst out as she beheld George's head. Oh brother, just look at your hair. This is utterly delightful. How did you manage that? Fred could not contain his laughter. Mia, that was a splendid transformation. If I were the professor, I would award you 2 points. Fred winked. Thank you. Wow, this is truly amazing. George marveled at his upright hair. How did you do that? George gazed at Mia with eager eyes. A touch of technology. Mia replied with a mysterious smile. Now, could you kindly reveal to me the locations of the secret passages? All right, clever little snake sister. Here is the map of our castle, marked with the discovered secret passages and chambers. Fred handed the map to Mia. After casting a duplication charm, Mia returned the original to Fred. You know so much magic? Is it a lot? I suppose it's manageable. Well, it seems you are indeed a mysterious little snake. Now, dear snake lady, may we escort you back? Of course, thank you, lion gentleman. The three of them chuckled heartily. Chapter 9, The Mudborn. Mia, always proactive, had declared the previous night her intent to train the three-headed dog, and upon returning, she researched the creature's favorite foods. The following evening, she packed snacks at the dining table in preparation for a night adventure. Mia's schedule was quite full, apart from classes at the two houses and mealtimes. Harry hardly saw his sister. It was the longest they had been apart. Hey sis, are you coming home for dinner? Harry inquired. Brother, I am setting sail on a grand adventure. On the 4th floor, Mia called out. Pust, doggy, look here. Would you like a treat? She stood before the three-headed dog, holding a delicious morsel, the snack enchanted to retain its warmth. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, nearly causing the dog to salivate. Pust, come here. Mia attempted to coax the dog. Woof, I want that. Let me through. One of the heads could no longer contain itself, having been confined for so long, unable to eat well or play outside. Finally, a child had appeared, and it felt compelled to heed the call. Stop, you fool. The second head interjected. We have a mission. Do not succumb to temptation. It swallowed hard, diverting its gaze, cursing the tantalizing aroma. Arf. The third head could no longer resist. It was merely a dog, after all. What was wrong with a dog being greedy? Moreover, this little girl did not seem malevolent. Take your time eating. Since you've taken my treat, you surely won't mind if I pet you, right? Mia revealed her true intentions as she approached the ravenous dog. Without waiting for permission, she confidently began to pet it, employing her adept skills with small animals, successfully coaxing the dog into a comfortable position, exposing its belly. What is this sorcery? The dog mused, lost in bliss. Good dog, you are truly a well-behaved pup, Mia said with a soft smile. After spending a delightful time playing with Lu Wei, she realized it was getting late and it was time for her to return. Reluctantly, Lu Wei tugged at the hem of Mia's robe. Will you come again? I promise to visit you next time and bring you some treats, he exclaimed, howling softly. I truly mean it. I wouldn't deceive you. Only after Mia reassured him multiple times did Lu Wei finally relent. Once outside, Mia glanced at her damp robe and thought it best to wash it upon her return. The following day, with no classes scheduled, Mia rose later than usual. Upon exiting her dormitory, she intended to peruse a book in the common room, only to find her usual spot occupied by Theodore. Noticing her arrival, Theodore lifted his gaze from his potion book and greeted her. Good morning, Mia, he said. Good morning, she replied. After exchanging pleasantries, they each returned to their respective pursuits. Theodore immersed in his potion studies while Mia flipped through her advanced textbooks. The common room was relatively empty at that moment, enveloped in tranquility, with only the crackling of the fireplace and the sound of turning pages breaking the silence. Suddenly, Mia's thoughts were disrupted by a disdainful reference to Potter. Draco's unexpected attention towards her stirred a mix of irritation and curiosity. The serene atmosphere shattered. Both Mia and Theodore frowned in unison. Given their somewhat secluded positions, the newcomers likely remained unaware that the subjects of their conversation were present. That insufferable Potter. Why does Professor Snape hold her in such high regard? Mia pondered. Since the beginning of the term, her exemplary performance had earned her numerous accolades, and her striking beauty had made her quite renowned at Hogwarts. She had received a multitude of love letters, though they were confiscated by her brother, Harry. Just the sister of the Savior. What else does she possess besides that title? Draco would never associate with someone lacking a prominent lineage, just a mere half-blood. The word struck a nerve, and Theodore's expression darkened. Wasn't he your mother a Muggleborn as well? He retorted. Mia's demeanor turned icy. She was not one to suffer in silence. Drawing her wand, she emerged from behind the sofa. What did you say? Perhaps I should lend an ear? The arrival of Pansy and Daphne momentarily unsettled them, yet their entourage stood defiantly. "Yes, I'm referring to you, half-blood," one of the girls shrieked, covering her front teeth. "Continue," Mia said nonchalantly, observing the group, with Pansy and Daphne at the forefront, followed by several upperclassmen. "Do you wish to duel, Potter?" Pansy brandished her wand menacingly at Mia. "Have you heard the saying? The instigator is the lowly one," Mia remarked, assessing her wand, which seemed to vibrate with excitement at her rising anger. "You, with teeth like a club. Disarming charm. Petrificus totalis." With those words, she unleashed a flurry of spells. The onlookers were left in disbelief as a first-year student effortlessly subdued so many wizards, including upperclassmen. They found themselves immobilized, watching as Mia retrieved her own concocted potion. "I recall a saying, 'Those who gossip will find their tongues rotting,'" she mused, a smirk playing on her lips. "Do you not relish gossiping behind others' backs? Then why not give this potion a try?" The expressions of those around were filled with terror, their eyes brimming with pleas. Someone, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to summon the headmaster. "Headmaster, Potter has engaged in an unauthorized magical duel in the common room." "Who?" Severus Snape, initially annoyed, stood up upon hearing the name. "It's Mia Potter. What is happening?" Snape hastened towards the common room, his concern for Mia's safety palpable. "Yes, it was that Potter. She initiated the attack. Sir, I believe you should be aware that your esteemed professor does not take kindly to falsehoods." Snape halted, fixing a penetrating gaze on the boy, whose demeanor betrayed his guilt. With no time to spare, Snape rushed toward Mia. Fortunately, the office and dormitory were in close proximity. Upon arrival, he found Mia administering potion to Pansy and her companions. "Ladies, would you care to explain to your beleaguered professor what transpired?" Snape's voice resonated like a celestial melody, bringing a sigh of relief from Pansy and the others. "Miss Parkinson, you may proceed." Snape lifted the binding spell from the group, prompting Pansy to eagerly report, "Professor, it was all Potter's doing. She inexplicably attacked us and attempted to force potion down our throats." "Is that so?" Snape scrutinized Pansy intently, causing her to falter. "Miss Potter, your explanation." "Yes, Professor. It was Parkinson and her friends who first insulted me and my family, referring to us as mudbloods. I could not restrain myself." Mia, realizing the situation had escalated to Snape's attention, felt a pang of regret for her impulsiveness, vowing to deal with them later. "Is that the case, Miss Parkinson?" Snape's expression darkened upon hearing the name. "I spoke no falsehood," Pansy insisted, oblivious to her own wrongdoing. "Very well, all individuals involved in this incident, except Miss Potter, will face 6 months of detention and must apologize to Miss Potter, in addition to Slytherin losing 50 points due to your actions." The thought of his beloved Lily and Mia being insulted as mudbloods ignited a fury within Snape. "Professor, I can't believe you, usually biased towards Slytherin, have deducted so many points. This is unjust," she retaliated as well. Pansy's shrill voice pierced Mia's ears. "Fool," Mia scoffed, observing Pansy's enraged countenance. "Miss Parkinson, an additional month of detention. I demand 2 months." Pansy fell silent. "From this day forth, Miss Potter shall report to my office every evening for detention." Snape intended to provide additional lessons for the young witch. Fortunately, Mia's strength had spared her from harm. Had she been injured, Snape could scarcely fathom his reaction. "Understood, Professor." Thus, the matter was resolved. Yet through this encounter, Mia regained notoriety throughout the school, and a subtle following began to emerge within Slytherin. Chapter 10. Points. "Mia, are you all right? Tell me who bullied you." Upon learning of Mia's plight, Harry rushed in with Ron and Hermione. "I'm fine. They were no match for me." Mia reassured them. "I told you, Slytherin is not to be trusted," Ron muttered from the side. "No, I cannot allow you to remain in Slytherin alone. What if you are bullied again?" Harry declared, intending to accompany Mia in transferring to another house. "No, it's not that serious, brother. I am quite capable. They cannot overpower me," Mia quickly interjected, grasping Harry's arm. "Harry is correct. It is unsafe for you to be here alone, especially since you often associate with Malfoy and his entourage, which still results in your mistreatment." Hermione concurred with Harry this time. "No, this was merely an unfortunate incident. And in Slytherin, strength is paramount. This confrontation will ensure they behave themselves," Mia argued. "That cannot be the case. We have never been apart, Mia. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed while I remain oblivious," Harry said, his lips pressed together, gazing sternly at Mia. Mia was momentarily at a loss for words, aware of Harry's concern for her. Her expression softened as she embraced him. "I am fine, Harry. See, I am perfectly all right. Please trust me." Harry understood Mia as intimately as she understood him. Both were fiercely stubborn individuals. "Let there not be a next time, shall there?" Harry buried his head in Mia's neck. "All right, I promise you. This incident was merely a minor interlude." Later, Draco, with a grim expression, warned Daphne and Pansy, and the others gradually offered their apologies. Due to Slytherin losing 50 points, They fell from their leading position among the three houses to second last, with Gryffindor now in last place. Unable to tolerate their decline, the Slytherins embarked on a fervent quest to earn points, participating eagerly in class discussions. In herbology, the class remained a joint session for Gryffindor and Slytherin. This lesson focused on the Devil's Snare, and Professor Sprout began by explaining its characteristics and behaviors. Mia and Hermione eagerly answered questions, contributing significantly to their house's score. Professor Sprout was a gentle witch who encouraged students to participate actively and held a particular fondness for those who did. Excellent work, Miss Potter and Miss Granger, she praised. Mia excelled in the practical segment as well, earning further commendation from Professor Sprout alongside Hermione. In Transfiguration, Mia arrived early, finding the classroom sparsely populated, save for a tabby cat perched on the podium. Her eyes lit up. "Kitty, Kitty, may I pet you? You are so beautiful," Mia exclaimed, her voice rising as she stealthily approached the tabby. The cat's eyes displayed a hint of exasperation. Noticing the feline did not flee, Mia cautiously reached out to gently stroke the cat's head. "So well-behaved, Kitty. Whose pet are you?" "Meow." Professor McGonagall, noticing a student had entered, swiftly extended her paw to press Mia's hand down onto the desk, unwilling to lose face as the cat professor. "Oh dear, class is about to begin. I shall come to play with you after, all right?" Mia whispered to McGonagall, hurrying back to her seat. As all the students gathered and the bell rang, Mia pondered whether Professor McGonagall might be late. Suddenly, she watched as the small cat transformed into Professor McGonagall. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment, and the professor, observing Mia's surprise, discreetly smiled before adopting a serious demeanor. "What have I done?" Mia mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment. "What is the matter with you?" Draco observed Mia, who had her head bowed, mistakenly believing she was unwell. In reality, she was merely experiencing a moment of social embarrassment. "Social death? What does that mean?" Draco inquired, perplexed. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous form of magic among all the subjects at Hogwarts. No one is permitted to disrupt my class, otherwise I shall have no choice but to remove them, Professor McGonagall declared, waving her wand to transform the podium into a pig before reverting it back. Transfiguration is the art of transforming one object into another, encompassing conversions between inanimate objects, living beings, and even transformations that are partial or complete. Now, we shall commence with the most fundamental transfiguration, turning a matchstick into a needle. Each student was presented with a matchstick, and soon the classroom was filled with the incantations being recited. Mia had already mastered basic transfiguration through self-study, with her earlier transformation of a mirror being a testament to her diligence. With a gentle flick of her wand, she successfully transformed the matchstick into a silver needle. 5 points to Slytherin. The classroom fell into a hush, all eyes turning towards Mia. It was no surprise to see her excel, for she was renowned for her talents. Professor McGonagall regarded her with satisfaction. Subsequently, Draco and Theodore also completed the task, earning Slytherin an additional 10 points. "Miss Potter, I have heard you have been studying independently up to 4th year?" Professor McGonagall remarked upon learning of Mia's rapid progress. "Yes, Professor," Mia replied. "An impressive talent indeed. I believe Miss Potter would be willing to come to my office for lessons every Saturday evening?" McGonagall expressed her desire to cultivate such promising potential. "Of course, Professor." Mia was quite taken aback by the prospect of having Professor McGonagall as her one-on-one mentor. Despite her innate ability, she understood that guided learning would be far more effective than solitary exploration. "Then I look forward to Miss Potter's arrival," McGonagall concluded. In the headmaster's office, McGonagall excitedly shared her discovery with Albus. "Albus, you cannot imagine how exceptional Mia's talent is. Do remain calm, Minerva. This child indeed possesses remarkable gifts. I suspect her talents extend beyond charms and transfiguration. She also shows considerable aptitude in magical creatures," Dumbledore replied, a smile gracing his face as he enjoyed lemon sherbet. Despite his gentle demeanor, Dumbledore was the most formidable wizard in the realm, well aware of Mia's recent exploits, particularly concerning the three-headed dog. "What do you mean?" McGonagall caught the underlying meaning in Dumbledore's words, chuckling in disbelief. "Such audacity. Those siblings are truly a reflection of their father. Ah, to be young is to be vibrant. Perhaps one day we could introduce Mia to Newt. They might find common ground," he mused. Chapter 11. Mischief. Ever since Mia had agreed to join the prankster brigade during her nocturnal escapades, Hogwarts students had been subjected to relentless torment, particularly Ron. With Mia and Fred and George's ingenious schemes, coupled with Mia's financial backing, they were a formidable team. The first target was none other than those who had bullied Mia. "Mia, I hear you single-handedly took down a group of little snakes?" George inquired curiously, leaning in. Once again, the trio of night wanderers congregated in an abandoned classroom, concocting their latest mischief. "Have you heard?" Fred chimed in melodically from the side. "Is it not common knowledge? The entire Hogwarts is aware of our dear Miss Potter taking on a whole pack of Slytherins single-handedly." Mia recalled the tale of how rumors can morph into wild beasts, her expression tinged with complexity. Indeed, it has become quite the spectacle, now in its 10th iteration. Can you believe those audacious Slytherins dared to insult the illustrious Miss Potter? Suddenly, our beloved Miss Potter appeared like a specter, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. Her voice cold as she commanded, "Continue." Look down upon them. Mia glanced at her own petite stature, recalling how she had to discreetly tiptoe just to administer potions. And then they retorted, "What is wrong with you, mudblood?" Miss Potter could scarcely contain her fury and immediately cast a spell in retaliation. As Fred and George acted out the scene, the unfortunate student was struck down, followed by a dazzling display of magical prowess as Miss Potter effortlessly vanquished them all. The two boys fell dramatically to the ground, while those Slytherins were left injured, and Miss Potter's robes bore some dirt. George playfully flicked Mia's sleeve. What a splendid duel it was. Miss Mia here delivered the final blow. Do you not think these tales are a tad exaggerated? Mia expressed her disbelief. How could it be? It's simply marvelous. I've heard that Hufflepuff students have profited handsomely from writing about it. Fred lamented for missing out on such an opportunity. They even published a book. Do Hogwarts students have too little homework? Indeed, George replied, pulling out the book he had acquired. It's quite well written, he affirmed with a nod. I've heard there are even spin-offs. Miss Potter versus the vampires, Super Mia, and the final battle, werewolves. Mia felt a wave of social embarrassment wash over her, realizing that her forthcoming 7 years at Hogwarts would be the most unforgettable 15 of her life. Well, if I'm to face such social demise, how could the other protagonist escape unscathed? Let us all perish together. In the following month, Pansy and her companions faced a string of misfortunes, choking on water, finding no toilet paper, stepping in dog, no cat droppings. In the Great Hall, when Mia approached the Slytherin table, Pansy and Daphne visibly recoiled, silently distancing themselves from her, fearful of further pranks. Witnessing their reaction, Mia felt a twinge of disappointment. After exchanging greetings with Draco, she made her way to Harry. "Mia?" Harry exclaimed, touched that his sister sought him out. Ignoring Harry, Mia leaned affectionately towards Hermione. "Mia?" Hermione responded warmly. "A heart shattered somewhere, though I shall not say whose." "Brother, do not be sad," Ron consoled, patting Harry's shoulder. Observing Harry's pitiful demeanor, Mia stifled a laugh and embraced him. "Hey there, brother. You've turned wicked, Mia," Harry remarked, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. Since Mia joined Slytherin, she has adopted a somewhat mischievous demeanor, particularly relishing in teasing Harry. "Let me make amends. Allow me to treat you to some sweets. Ron, you should partake as well." Mia produced a box of candies, her eyes brimming with anticipation, while Fred and George, seated opposite Harry, exchanged sly grins. Harry, having an unwavering trust in his sister, promptly selected a piece and consumed it. Ron, however, remained cautious. Aware of Mia's recent camaraderie with the Weasley twins, and the amused expressions on their faces stirred his suspicions. "Do you not trust me, Ron?" Mia feigned a look of sorrow, but Ron was not swayed by her act. A sudden realization struck him. "Why don't you let Hermione have some too?" This nearly caught Mia off guard, but then a clever thought crossed her mind. Hermione's parents are dentists. They restrict her from indulging in excessive sweets. Ron cast a doubtful glance at Hermione, who nodded with unflinching certainty. Only then did Ron feel reassured enough to indulge. "Mia Potter, what have you done to me?" An unexpected quack resonated from the adjacent Slytherin table. Turning to investigate, they found Draco Malfoy, while Blaise, Pansy, and Daphne stifled their laughter, fearful of incurring Draco's wrath. Yet they too had fallen prey to her prank. Ron looked across the table, hesitating before a melodious voice escaped him, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth. Harry gazed incredulously at his sister, eyes filled with reproach. "You even pulled this on me? Am I not your dearest brother?" Seizing the opportunity, Mia hastily fled alongside the Weasley twins, leaving behind the parting words, "The effects will wear off in half an hour." If they lingered any longer, not only would those she had teased be eager for retribution, but the Weasley twins would also join in the fray, potentially inciting a riot. The trio dashed away, and by the time others pursued, they had vanished without a trace. Then, someone broke the silence, laughter erupting uncontrollably, spreading like wildfire among the students. "Ha ha! What is happening to your voice? This is hilarious. Look who's talking. You sound just as ridiculous," they retorted with gales of laughter. Ultimately, they did not harbor any ill will towards these harmless jests, especially since they shared the embarrassment collectively. At the professor's table, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape observed the delightful scene, their expressions softening into smiles as they watched the spirited children. "They are still so young," McGonagall remarked with warmth in her eyes. "Ah, youth is indeed a splendid time." Professor Flitwick beamed at the lively students. Dumbledore glanced at the mischief candies by his side, allowing a knowing smile to grace his lips, ever the whimsical spirit. Meanwhile, Snape had been intently watching Mia, a sense of satisfaction filling his heart as he observed her vibrant demeanor. Chapter 12, Felix Felicis. The professor for charms was a diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he was a former champion of the Magical Dueling Championship. From the very first lesson, Mia's extraordinary magical talent captivated Professor Flitwick, and as news of her dueling prowess spread, his desire to take her on as a pupil began to stir. Today, we shall delve into the incantation of Fiendfire. Professor Flitwick commenced with a splendid demonstration upon the podium, as torrents of flames erupted from his wand, only to be extinguished by a cascade of pure water that he summoned. How marvelous! Now, I urge you all to observe the motions of my wand and the incantation closely. Miss Potter, would you kindly demonstrate for us? Professor Flitwick invited Mia, as she had mastered all the spells for her first year. Very well, Professor. Fiendfire. Mia conjured a flawless manifestation of the spell, prompting a nod of approval from Professor Flitwick. Exemplary. Slytherin earns 5 points. Please take your seat, Miss Potter. After class, Mia and Draco hurried off to their next classroom. The upcoming lesson was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Draco could hardly bear the thought of the pungent aroma of garlic that pervaded the classroom. If only it were possible to have his father handle that. Blaise, too, found it unbearable, despite his efforts to maintain cleanliness and even spritz himself with cologne for potential romantic encounters. The overpowering scent of garlic would invariably obliterate his fragrance during Defense Against the Dark Arts. Good heavens, after each lesson, my dates always assume I neglect personal hygiene. Not even a thorough cleansing can entirely dispel that odor, Blaise lamented painfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Mia, Theodore, Pansy, and Daphne soured as well. After each class, they too found themselves employing multiple cleansing charms, unable to forget the mental assault of that experience. We've arrived. It's time to enter, Theodore remarked, eyeing the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Each time they entered, they braced themselves mentally. To be honest, Mia not only had to endure the garlic assault, but also the peculiar teaching style and demeanor of Quirrell, whose speech was often halting and whose nerves seemed exceptionally frayed, as though any slight sound might startle him. And there was Voldemort lurking at the back of Quirrell's head. Mia was genuinely curious about how Quirrell managed to sleep at night with Voldemort perched atop him. Could he truly find rest? Mia longed for the opportunity to switch teachers with Voldemort's presence looming over Quirrell, yet she knew she had to wait for the right moment to do so, lest she face scrutiny from Headmaster Dumbledore. At last, the class concluded. Upon hearing the bell, students rushed to escape into the refreshing air. Miss Potter, please wait a moment. Just as Mia was about to exit, she was called back. With Draco and the others casting sympathetic glances, she approached. Professor Quirrell, is there something you require? Miss Potter, your magical aptitude is remarkable. I would like to invite you to my office for a discussion, Professor Quirrell said. Keep a close watch on Mia Potter. Do whatever it takes to make her useful to me. Voldemort commanded from the back of Quirrell's head. Yes, my lord, Quirrell replied, trembling with fear. No thank you. Professor, I have detention shortly, and I am already running late. Goodbye, Professor. Mia exclaimed as she hurried away. Mia, with a keen sense of intuition, recognized that Quirrell harbored ulterior motives. At this juncture, she felt insufficiently empowered, lacking even the ability to perform cerebral sealing spells. Approaching him now would only serve to place her in his grasp. Moreover, should Voldemort uncover her true lineage, it would spell her doom. Quirrell's gaze remained fixated on Mia's departing silhouette. Upon her exit, she found Draco and the others awaiting her. Is everything all right? What did Professor Quirrell want with you? Draco inquired while casting a cleansing charm on Mia, mindful of her mild obsession with cleanliness. Nothing significant. He merely wished to chat in his office, which I declined. Mia succinctly replied. The thought of visiting Quirrell's office caused Draco to reconsider. As night fell, Mia was summoned to Severus Snape's quarters for her detention. Professor, what shall we study today? Upon her arrival, she discovered Snape engrossed in grading assignments, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Felix Felicis, the ingredients are prepared, and the precautions noted. Begin with the process on your own, he instructed. Observing Mia's presence seemed to alleviate Snape's mood slightly. After offering her guidance, he returned to his grading. Nearby lay a notebook filled with Snape's meticulous notes from his youth, replete with his unique insights, truly a testament to his mastery as a contemporary potions expert. Mia, once again in awe of Snape's prowess, delved into the notes. Felix Felicis, often referred to as the Potion of Luck, was a subject introduced in the 6th year. The brewing process was notoriously intricate. A single misstep could yield disastrous results. Yet, if executed flawlessly, one would find success in every endeavor until the potion's effects waned. Mia commenced her attempt by following Snape's notes meticulously. She sequentially added 2 measures of belladonna extract, 1 measure of lemon juice, 10 fragments of fire whiskey bird eggshell, and 7 drops of unrefined 8-eyed spider venom, stirring gently until the mixture turned a vibrant orange. Next, she incorporated 6 nude eggs, which transformed the concoction to a deep red hue. At this stage, it required a 3-day simmer. Every step was executed with utmost caution. Knowing the challenges inherent in crafting Felix Felicis, where failure lurked at every turn. Alas, I failed, Mia exclaimed in frustration. Having completed his grading, Snape observed her efforts closely. You accelerated this step, he remarked. Professor? Mia nodded, resolutely attempting once more. This time, she succeeded, yet it was merely the first step. She would have to wait 3 days to proceed further. Excellent. Now, allow me to elucidate the subsequent precautions, Snape said, satisfied with Mia's progress. He gestured for her to take a seat at her designated desk and began the lesson. Snape harbored no intention of withholding knowledge, imparting years of experience to Mia, who, in turn, absorbed the information with remarkable agility. That will suffice for today. You may return to rest, Snape noted, glancing at the late hour. Recognizing that Mia was still in her growth phase, he encouraged her to leave. Goodbye, Professor. Please rest well. Good night. Mia replied obediently as Snape escorted her to the door. Good night. The following day was Saturday, devoid of classes, yet Mia was scheduled for a one-on-one session with Professor McGonagall. Upon her arrival at McGonagall's office, she found the professor already awaiting her arrival. Professor McGonagall. Miss Mia, please take a seat, McGonagall said, her demeanor softening. The two individuals resumed from their previous lesson. And after today's lecture concluded, Mia posed a question to Professor McGonagall. Professor, I would like to inquire about animagi. The professor, taken aback, regarded the topic with caution. For animagus transformation is a perilous form of magic that can easily lead one astray during practice. Hence, the Ministry of Magic imposes stringent regulations, mandating that all animagi in their respective forms must be registered with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Miss Mia, what prompts your curiosity in this matter? I was merely intrigued while reading. Curiosity is commendable, but one must not embark on such endeavors alone. It is exceedingly hazardous. Do you understand, Miss Mia? Professor McGonagall gazed at Mia with a serious expression, to which Mia obediently nodded. Very well, it is time for you to return and rest. Child. Professor McGonagall rose and escorted Mia out of her office. Good night, Professor. Good night, Mia. Chapter 13. Favoritism from Slytherin. Do you not think Professor Snape displays a certain favoritism towards Potter? This conclusion had been drawn by a small badger after much observation. Professor Snape, favoring Potter? Another badger looked at him incredulously. Oh, not that Potter, I mean Mia Potter. The gossiping badger playfully nudged his companion. Is that so? But isn't it quite normal for Professor Snape to favor Slytherin? The other badger replied matter-of-factly. No, allow me to elaborate. First, during potions class, due to his disdain for Draco, Snape personally assigned the brilliant potion maker Theodore not to partner with Mia. Theodore, being reserved and proficient in potions, made Snape quite pleased with his arrangement. The first-year concoctions were predominantly rudimentary, which Mia had already mastered in front of Snape's office, allowing her and Theodore the privilege to brew advanced potions in class. The arrangement for first-year potions typically involved both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Thus, the students present witnessed the following scene. Miss Potter, your precision in cutting ingredients earns you 2 points. Potter, I shall deduct 2 points for your inattentiveness in class. Miss Potter, points awarded. Mr. Potter, points deducted. This hardly warrants criticism. It merely illustrates Snape's evident disdain for Gryffindor. After listening to this, the badger lamented how, despite sharing the surname Potter, the treatment was vastly disparate. As for this incident, while Professor Snape was grading assignments in his office, a sudden knock interrupted him. Professor, there's trouble. Potter is fighting by the Black Lake. What? Take me there at once. Snape hurriedly rose. The altercation stemmed from some upper-year Slytherins challenging Mia, leading to their defeat. Aside from wielding a bit of magic, I also possess some skill in hand-to-hand combat, Mia declared proudly, surveying the fallen students. Upon Snape's arrival, this was the scene that greeted him. Ahem. Hearing the sound, Mia quickly stood at attention. Professor, what brings you here? I was informed that our Miss Potter is once again engaged in a brawl, Snape replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh no. We merely sought to inquire about Potter's magic. The students on the floor quickly rose to explain, and Mia's actions seemed to have won their respect. Indeed, Professor, they echoed. Hogwarts prohibits dueling in private. All of you will be confined for a month, and Miss Potter will serve her detention in my office. But what does this indicate? The crux of the matter emerged when I entered to submit my potion assignment. Guess what I witnessed? What? The students leaned in closer. Professor Snape was mentoring Potter in potion making, exhibiting remarkable patience, without uttering a single harsh word. Imagine, this is Professor Snape, the very serpent known for his venomous reprimands. Not a word of censure escaped his lips, even when Potter made a fundamental mistake, a mere oversight. This, surely, is nothing short of favoritism. As Badger spoke, he stood up in excitement. At that moment, others in the common room nodded in agreement, having been eavesdropping since the conversation began. Wow, this is truly astonishing, Dean Andre remarked, nudging Cedric beside him. Even you have been on the receiving end of Professor Snape's scorn. Miss Potter is indeed exceptional, Cedric replied with a gentle smile. His curiosity about the renowned Mia Potter piqued. She had gained more fame than her heroic brother. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, Mia was serving her detention while studying advanced potions. Achoo! Snape immediately turned his gaze toward her. Caught a cold? He inquired, moving to fetch a potion from the shelf. I must be the subject of someone's gossip. Mia mused, rubbing her nose. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, Professor Snape firmly placed the potion in her hands, insisting she drink it. Sweet, she remarked. Thank you, Professor. After she consumed the potion, Snape noticed her thin attire, and with the weather turning colder, he cast a warming charm. Mia felt a twinge of helplessness. She truly wasn't cold, but there existed a chill that stemmed from Snape's perception of her discomfort. Though the success rate of the luck potion was notoriously low, under Professor Snape's personal tutelage, Mia finally succeeded. I did it, Professor, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, our Miss Potter has brewed the potion flawlessly. 5 points to Gryffindor. Snape beamed with pride at his Prot.G's achievement. Professor, it is thanks to you that I succeeded, Mia said, handing him the completed luck potion. May you always be favored by fortune. I must return now, Professor. Goodbye. Good night. Snape stood momentarily, holding the bottle of luck potion, lost in thought. Mia's elegant inscription read, May fortune always smile upon you. With the successful brewing of the potion, Professor Snape permitted Mia a few days of rest. Seizing this opportunity, she ventured to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, where she had been practicing spells and transfiguration, as well as potion making. Expecto Patronum. As Mia recited the incantation, a wisp of white smoke emerged from her wand's tip, yet it failed to take form. Another failure. Gazing at the formless smoke, Mia felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had been practicing the Patronus charm for a week without success, a stark contrast to her previously untroubled magical endeavors. To practice the invocation of the guardian spirit, one must reflect on the happiest moments of one's life. Yet, despite Mia sifting through her memories, she found none that sufficed to summon her protector. After numerous failures, Mia resolved to grant herself a reprieve. She reclined on the sofa, raising her wand with one hand, her gaze wandering aimlessly in a particular direction. The wand emitted a burst of energy, shattering a nearby vase. Subsequently, she channeled her inner magic, guiding it with her will. And this time, without the wand, she watched as the vase restored itself under her scrutiny. Chapter 14, Narcissa's Cookies. The history of magic was the most tedious class, particularly under Professor Binns, whose lectures were utterly soporific, rendering students incapable of maintaining their heads upright throughout the duration. Mia's head bobbed drowsily, and after a series of yawns, she succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto her desk. Wake up, Mia, class is over, Draco yawned, nudging the still slumbering Mia, cautioning her against catching a chill. Class is over? Mia blinked in confusion, observing that the professor had long departed, and students were gradually vacating the classroom. They've left, let's return to rest, it's chilly here. All right. In the great hall, Mia rested her head as she dined, her eyes drooping dangerously close to her plate. Draco, now wide awake, observed her with a mixture of exasperation and concern, and just as she was about to drift off again, he caught her face with his hand. Draco? Mia felt the coolness of his touch and opened her eyes in bewilderment, noticing 2 hands nearby. Theodore? She glanced towards the owners of the hands, Draco on her left and Theodore on her right. As Draco steadied Mia, Theodore withdrew his hand. Thank you, she murmured. Why are you so tired? Draco inquired. Perhaps I didn't sleep well. In truth, her late-night practice in the room of requirement had taken its toll, and her youthful body craved rest. I shall prepare some sleeping potion for you. As he spoke, a flurry of owls swooped in, dropping parcels. Some were so heavy that they caused the table to tremble, while others clumsily landed in Mia's dinner, splattering her. Before her stood her brother's Hedwig. Neither Harry nor Mia had received any packages, yet Mia did subscribe to the Daily Prophet, keeping her informed about the happenings in the Wizarding World. Gently stroking Hedwig's head, she offered it some food, and the owl obediently stood before her. Thank you, Hedwig. Who? Opening the Daily Prophet, the lead story revealed that Gringotts had been robbed. It appeared that Hagrid's claim about Gringotts being the second safest place after Hogwarts was somewhat exaggerated. Meanwhile, Draco's owl delivered several items, including homemade sweets from his mother, prompting him to boast. These are treats my mother made herself. He shared the confections with Goyle and Theodore, reserving a portion specifically for Mia. Try them. My mother makes the best treats. The last time I wrote to her, I mentioned how much you enjoyed her sweets, so she prepared some especially for you. Observing Draco's proud demeanor, Mia smiled as she accepted the delicacies and savored a bite. Please thank your mother for me. I truly relish these. Thank you, Draco. Draco's ears flushed a shade of crimson. There's no need for such formality. My mother expressed her desire for you to visit Malfoy Manor when time permits. To welcome you personally. Very well, I shall certainly make the visit. After enjoying her treat, Mia bid farewell to Draco and, with the pastries crafted by Narcissa and a copy of the Daily Prophet, made her way to Harry. Hello, brother, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George. Good evening, Mia, Hermione greeted, inviting her to sit beside her. Ron, preoccupied with a chicken leg, nodded in acknowledgement, unable to respond at that moment, while the Weasley twins cheerfully greeted Mia. Harry, noticing Mia's hands laden with items, quickly offered assistance. Why have you brought so much? It was Draco's mother who learned of my fondness for her pastries and prepared these for me. Despite his usual disdain for Draco, Harry held a certain appreciation for Narcissa's kind gesture. Speaking of rivalry, Mia had not witnessed it firsthand, though Draco bore a grudge against Harry. He sought to shield Mia from any awkwardness, engaging in private contests with Harry instead. Harry, in turn, refrained from mentioning this to Mia, recognizing that despite Draco's unfriendly demeanor, he had a protective inclination towards her. By the way, I came to show you this. She handed the Daily Prophet to Harry, and Hedwig soared from Mia's head to perch atop Harry's. Gringotts has been robbed. Vault 713 has been breached. Harry immediately recalled the items Hagrid had previously obtained. Look, Neville has received a memory ball. An adjacent student's comment captured Mia's attention. I've read about it. If you forget something, the smoke turns red. As Hermione finished explaining, the memory ball indeed turned crimson. But I forgot what I was supposed to remember, Neville lamented, bewildered. Perhaps you'll recall it in due time? Mia reflected, understanding the occasional lapse of memory, though she could usually retrieve forgotten thoughts after a brief interval. To avoid future forgetfulness, she made it a habit to jot down important tasks. I must take my leave now. Good night, Harry, Neville. I hope you remember soon. Farewell, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George. Mia, too, needed to rest, for tomorrow brought the flying lesson, and drowsy pilots were prone to mishaps. Thank you, Mia. Goodbye. Good night, Mia. Chapter 15, The Flying Lesson. The Quidditch Pitch. Students gathered early, for none could resist the allure of Quidditch, especially Draco Malfoy, who frequently boasted about his prowess before his peers. Madame Hooch, a spirited woman with short hair, wasted no time in pleasantries and delved straight into the matter. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. Welcome to your flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of your broomsticks. Mia's position was relatively close to Madame Hooch, and she noted the golden hue of her eyes, sharp and keen like those of a hawk. All students complied, positioning themselves beside their brooms. Place your right hand above the broom and say, the enchanted broomstick is a wondrous object. If one harbors a modicum of fear or trepidation regarding flight, it shall not find its way into their grasp. Draco, enamored with the broomstick, swiftly navigated the skies, a smirk gracing his lips as he beheld the broom in his possession. Harry, too, had long nurtured an interest in this activity, succeeding effortlessly at the task. Harry and Mia's father, James Potter, was a distinguished seeker for Gryffindor, and it was only natural that his offspring would inherit such remarkable talent. Mia, ever audacious, was eager to embrace the unknown, and the broomstick obediently found its way into her hands. Observing a group of students who merely shouted without any semblance of efficacy, Madame Hooch exasperatedly implored, infuse it with some emotion. As Hermione watched Harry succeed in an instant, she anxiously called out to her broom, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Ron managed to rise, albeit with a painful encounter as the broom struck him unexpectedly. Be quiet, Harry, she admonished. Those of you who have acquired a broomstick, now I need you to mount it and hold on tightly. Do not let yourself slip off. All the students mounted their brooms. When I blow the whistle, I want each of you to kick off the ground with all your might, allowing your broomsticks to ascend, hover briefly in the air, and then gently lean forward to return to the ground. Pay heed to my whistle. 3-2. Before the whistle had fully sounded, Neville suddenly found himself airborne. Longbottom, come down. Come down, he shouted. Neville's broom spiraled out of control, propelling him skyward, where he collided with a wall and then careened back towards the cluster of students. Madame Hooch aimed to halt Neville with her wand, but as he hurtled towards her, she had no choice but to evade. Once again, Neville soared upwards, encountering a portrait holding a sharp implement, which snagged his robe. Fortunately, he managed to escape the uncontrollable broom. However, he was now plummeting. Wingardium Leviosa, Mia exclaimed, hastily casting a spell as Neville descended. Just before his fall, he invoked a protective charm. Although Neville landed without injury, he collapsed to the ground, thoroughly shaken. Longbottom, Madame Hooch hurried over to assess his condition. Is he all right? Let us take him to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. Supporting Neville, Madame Hooch turned to Mia, a splendid levitation spell. Miss Potter, I shall award you 5 points for your magical prowess and helpfulness. She then directed her attention to the students, while I escort him to the infirmary. I expect all of you to remain grounded. Do not allow me to witness any broomsticks in the air, or I shall expel you on the spot. With that, she departed. Meanwhile, Draco picked up the memory ball that Neville had dropped. Did you see his face? If he had held on to this, he would remember the landing. Draco taunted, clutching the memory ball. Give it to me, Malfoy. The two engaged in a quarrel, both Draco and Harry soaring into the air. Do you wish to be expelled? Hermione cautioned Harry. Mia, hearing Hermione's voice, shifted her focus from the chaotic broomstick to the two daring boys. Draco provocatively tossed the memory ball, prompting Harry to chase after it. Mia was concerned that this was Harry's first time riding a broom, and she hurriedly flew over. Wand in one hand and broom in the other. "Mia!" Hermione exclaimed, not only failing to stop Mia, but also joining her in flight. A wave of dread washed over her. Surely they wouldn't both be expelled. The memory ball was abruptly caught by Harry just before it collided with Professor McGonagall's window. Noticing Harry outside, Professor McGonagall quickly stood up to assess the situation. With a triumphant grin, Harry held the memory ball aloft, only to be met by a swift slap from Mia. "Ouch, Mia!" Harry stared at the furious Mia, rendered speechless. "How dare you? It's your first time on a broom, and Neville just got hurt. Have you no sense?" They descended to the lawn, where the surrounding students, initially eager to cheer for Harry, fell silent at the sight of Mia's anger. "I'm sorry, Mia, sister." Harry cautiously tugged at Mia's sleeve, but she ignored him, casting an angry glare at Draco nearby. Draco, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. He had let his pride take over and inadvertently revealed too much in front of Mia. Chapter 16, The Cold War. Harry Potter. Follow me. Professor McGonagall's sudden appearance on the pitch, with her ever-serious demeanor, filled Mia with immediate concern. "Don't worry," Harry assured as he comfortingly patted Mia before following. Later, Harry informed Mia that he had been exceptionally chosen for the Quidditch team. However, in the ensuing days, Harry and Draco, along with Theodore Nott, faced an unprecedented chill from their peers. Even the Slytherin snakes felt uneasy. Mia's cold demeanor made them fearful of her ire. While Draco, suffering from Mia's silent treatment, disrupted the common room, prompting Harry to frequently visit the Slytherin lounge. At the Slytherin table, Harry humbly held a plate of Mia's favorite fries and drinks on his left, while Draco had the snacks prepared by Narcissa at his side. "Sister, please acknowledge me. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have been so reckless. Mia, I too apologize. I shouldn't have provoked Harry intentionally." Mia cast a fleeting glance at the two, letting out a soft huff, then walked away to join Hermione, Ron, and the twins. "Everything's falling apart. This is all your fault, Malfoy. Huh, can't handle your sister, and now you're taking it out on me? Pathetic." The two glared at each other, prompting Harry to quickly grab the fries and drinks and follow Mia. "Wait," Draco suddenly called out to Harry. "What is it, Malfoy?" Harry replied with irritation as he turned back. "This, give it to Mia." Draco averted his gaze and nudged the snacks. "Humph, though I'm not fond of Draco. I'll take it since my sister likes it." "Mia, find the seeker. No first year has ever made the team. You must be the youngest Quidditch player in a century," Ron excitedly told Harry. "Even the youngest Quidditch player must appease an angry sister, right, Miss Snake?" The twins approached, grinning mischievously at Mia, which proved effective as she couldn't help but smile. "Well done, Harry. What has informed us?" After the twins teased Mia, they drew closer to Harry, each wrapping an arm around him. Fred and George were also on the team, serving as the beaters. Ron offered a reminder. "Our task is to protect you from being severely beaten. We cannot guarantee anything, as Quidditch can be quite brutal. However, no one has ever died. Occasionally, someone may go missing but tends to reappear after a month or two." The duo's banter frightened Harry somewhat, while Mia furrowed her brow in concern. "Go on, Harry. Quidditch is exhilarating. You will be magnificent." Ron, who also adored Quidditch, chimed in. "Of course, who wouldn't like it? I've never played before. What if I embarrass myself?" Harry's sudden burden weighed heavily on him. "You won't. It's in your blood," Hermione interjected, prompting the three to turn their gaze toward her. "Perhaps Mia could also become an exceptional Quidditch player," Hermione suggested, looking at Mia. "Of course, if Mia were in Gryffindor, after all. You two are twins and know each other best, right? But would they not clash with Fred and George's style?" "Perhaps," Hermione shrugged, making a light-hearted jest, which eased Harry's tension. "Regarding this so-called inheritance, Hermione, what do you know?" Mia inquired curiously. "Let me show you." Hermione led them to a trophy case. Before them stood a trophy inscribed with the name Seeker James Potter, 1971. "Wow, you never mentioned that your father was a seeker," Harry exclaimed. "I didn't know," he replied, staring intently at the trophy, perhaps trying to glimpse a shadow of his father. "What kind of people were James Potter and Lily Evans, my parents in this life?" Mia pondered. They had bravely stood against Voldemort, allowing his wife to escape with their child, and even in his last moments, he reminded his child to grow up healthy. If they had not perished, Harry might have grown up in a loving family, with parents who cherished one another and adored their children. Perhaps it was the unique connection of twins. Harry sensed Mia's unease and quietly grasped her hand. Mia's hand trembled slightly before she returned the gesture. As they exited the trophy room, Ron rambled on. "Hermione knows more about your parents than you do." Suddenly, they felt the staircase shift beneath them. "What is happening?" "The staircase is changing position. Let us leave quickly before it changes again," Mia urged, pushing open the door ahead. As she gazed at the door, it began to feel increasingly familiar. "Where are we? Does anyone feel we are in the wrong place?" Then it struck her, this is the territory of Peeves. We are on the 4th floor, in the forbidden area. Suddenly, the extinguished wall sconces flared to life, revealing an exquisite Maine Coon cat that captivated Mia's attention. Though it was not the time for petting a cat. "Follow me," she exclaimed, pulling Hermione towards the door. "Damn it, it's locked." Harry knocked on the door. "Alohomora. Harry, did you swallow the spells you learned?" Mia couldn't resist teasing Harry as she attempted to unlock the door. "Step inside." Once everyone had entered, Mia closed the door behind them. "At long last, you are willing to converse with me, Mia." Harry gazed at his sister with heartfelt emotion, while Hermione and Ron exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this truly the moment for such a discussion? The group fell silent, attentively listening until Filch finally departed, at which point they spoke. "Phew, Filch is gone. He must think the door is locked," Ron remarked with a hint of pride. "It certainly should be locked," Harry responded, his attention fixed on the imposing three-headed dog before them. The creature, recognizing a familiar scent, rose to its feet, its massive form undeniably intimidating. Upon confirming Mia's presence, it became exuberantly eager to leap forward. "Ah!" The trio screamed in terror, and Harry swiftly seized Mia, pulling her toward the exit just as she was about to speak. "Never mind," Mia interjected. Chapter 17. Astronomy class. A time typically ripe with romantic undertones in most narratives, was no exception in this instance. Scheduled for the evening, this particular lesson was attended by both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. The astronomy tower was open to the elements, and given the autumn chill, the young serpents and badgers shivered without the aid of warming charms. Observing Draco's struggle against the cold, despite his evident discomfort, Mia felt exasperated. "Are you cold? I could lend you my robe," she offered, as Draco began to remove his robe to drape it over her shoulders. With a sigh, Mia realized that continuing to harbor anger was futile. Her compassionate nature prevailed, and she cast an extensive warming charm that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the previously frigid air transformed into a comforting warmth, prompting grateful glances from the badgers and serpents alike. However, upon noticing Draco beside Mia, their expressions shifted to knowing smiles. "Thank you. Are you still upset?" Draco inquired cautiously, tugging at the sleeve of Mia's garment. Seeing that she did not resist, he sought to hold her hand. "Let this be the last time," she replied, indicating her forgiveness. A smile graced Draco's face, enhancing his already handsome features, as he seized the opportunity to clasp Mia's hand. Feeling how icily cold it was compared to his own, Mia reciprocated the gesture. The primary focus of astronomy class was the study of star charts, utilizing magic to aid in observing the celestial bodies and creating illustrations. While Mia compared the star charts to locate constellations, she lamented, "Merlin above. I truly cannot discern any differences among these stars." Though she adored stargazing, her ability to recognize constellations was lacking, leaving her in despair as she scrutinized the star chart. Mia, the seemingly omnipotent, had conceded defeat. "Fool, it should be drawn like this." Draco observed her furrowed brow and leaned closer to examine her work. "Quite dreadful indeed. This one is Sirius, and that one is Draco." Turning her head, Mia noticed the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon Draco's exquisite features, rendering him more tender. "Why are you looking at me?" Draco's ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson upon realizing Mia's gaze. "Oh, understood," Mia replied, reluctantly averting her eyes and focusing on the lesson. "Ah, did you see that?" "I did. How delightful. I must write about them tonight." The proud yet soft-hearted young lord, and the girl who flirts without realizing it. A nearby badger, covertly observing their interaction, was nearly beside himself with excitement. Ever since their last writing endeavor involving Mia, it seemed they had stumbled upon an extraordinary source of inspiration, transforming Hufflepuff into a prolific breeding ground for creativity. "Oh, Malfoy and Mia are such an enchanting pairing." Little Badger watched the two of them nestled closely together, her excitement causing her to cover her mouth. "Oh dear, I am so close to marriage. Who do you ship?" "Cedric, the senior." Mia glanced at the star map in her hand, pointing to one constellation. "Is this your Draco constellation?" "Indeed," Draco replied proudly, lifting his chin. "After all, it bears the name of his most adored dragon." "You adore dragons?" "Naturally, for dragons are the most formidable creatures." "Little dragon? What did you just call me?" Draco flared up, his ears turning crimson, from his ears to his neck. Such an intimate address had only ever been used by his parents. "Wow." The little badgers gasped in unison, astonished that such an arrogant young master could blush. "My feelings are genuine." As soon as astronomy class concluded, Draco promptly made his escape, with Goyle and Crabbe unable to catch up. "What happened?" Blaise exclaimed in curiosity, leaning closer to Mia. "It's a secret." Mia winked and smiled. Theodore, who had witnessed the entire scene, pressed his lips together and departed as well. Pansy and Daphne were nearly green with envy, but dared not cause a fuss. "I must take my leave now, farewell." Mia waved leisurely as she headed towards the room of requirement. After completing her routine training, Mia felt a pang of hunger. She pulled out the map given by the twins and found her way to Hogwarts kitchens. The location of Badger House is truly splendid, The kitchen is just at the entrance. Mia mused as she cast a disillusionment charm and dashed towards the kitchen. Once inside, she encountered a flurry of house elves busily at work. Noticing Mia's arrival, one little elf appeared before her. "Dear Miss Potter, how may I assist you today? Could you prepare me something to eat?" "Certainly, it would be my honor, Mississippi." The little elf moved with remarkable speed, soon preparing an array of delicacies. "Thank you," Mia said casually. Upon hearing this, the little elf seemed to have received a shock, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I allow you to thank me?" and then banged its head against the wall. "Stop." This left Mia utterly bewildered. Upon receiving the command, the little elf paused but still attempted to inflict harm upon itself. "Dobby, do not harm yourself." "Blast, I nearly forgot the nature of house elves. Miss Potter is a good person," she thanked Dobby. The elf's large eyes gazed at Mia. "Well, I shall eat now. You may continue with your tasks, Mia." Unsure how to deal with the house elf, dismissed it under its earnest gaze. "Very well, Miss Potter, enjoy your meal." Mia hurriedly finished her food. Just as she was about to depart, she heard the sound of the door opening. "It is indeed easy to feel hungry at night, I assent it." A melodious and gentle male voice reached Mia's ears. "Good evening." Mia turned to see a handsome face. The newcomer was tall and well-built, with distinct features and gentle eyes. Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts' acknowledged gentleman and heartthrob. Cedric had also ventured out in search of a midnight snack, unexpectedly encountering the ever-curious Mia Potter. "Good evening." "Hello, I am Cedric Diggory." Cedric smiled at Mia, captivated by her adorable demeanor. "I am familiar with you. You are quite renowned. I am Mia Porter. I also recognize you. Are you out for a midnight stroll?" Cedric is aware that the Slytherin house is not in close proximity to the Hufflepuff house. "Aren't you also aware of this, senior?" Mia is not easily deceived. Cedric shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "That cunning little serpent. Please assist me in preparing some refreshments," he requested of the house elf, and soon a delightful array of food appeared before Cedric. "Would you care for some?" "It is quite delectable," Cedric invited. "Well then, it would be remiss of me to refuse." Mia, who was in the midst of her growth spurt and typically did not eat much, felt tempted by the appealing spread before her. After the two finished their meal, they prepared to take their leave. Cedric had intended to escort Mia, but she politely declined. "Good night, miss," he said. "Good night, Mr. Badger," Mia replied, and with that, she dashed away, leaving Cedric chuckling at her retreating figure. Chapter 18, Quidditch Practice and Wood. Originally, Mia's plan for the day was to accompany Hermione to the library in the morning for homework and reading, and then engage in discussions about potions with Theodore in the afternoon, especially as the cold weather had made her less inclined to venture outside. However, she was forcibly taken out by Harry, who insisted, "You have skipped several of my practices. This time, you must accompany me. After all, I am your dear brother." Thus, Mia thought that since she was going to brave the cold anyway, she might as well bring Ron and Hermione along. This explains the presence of the trio seated together in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. "Apologies, miss, but we cannot have students from outside houses during our training sessions," Mia heard as she looked up from her discussion with Hermione about crafting hand warmers. It was Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Tall and robust with striking features, though somewhat wooden in personality, a true Quidditch enthusiast. "I apologize. I invited Mia here, and she would not divulge any strategies." Harry quickly interjected upon realizing Wood's demeanor as he arrived at the pitch, hurrying over to explain. "Harry, that is still not permissible," Wood replied coolly, eyeing their secret weapon. Mia sighed and shrugged, preparing to leave. Just then, the Weasley twins flew over. "Hey, Wood, Miss Snake is not one to spill secrets." "Long time no see, Miss Snake." They greeted Mia while explaining to Wood. Observing his team members' camaraderie with Mia, Wood appeared somewhat taken aback. "What is this? Are you betraying us behind our backs? Aren't the Slytherins and Gryffindors traditionally at odds?" Wood scrutinized Mia thoroughly. "Captain, Mia is merely here to keep me company, and she is not versed in any strategies," Harry clarified. Although Wood was somewhat obsessive about Quidditch, he nodded in agreement, conceding to Harry's statement. "Thank you, Captain," he exclaimed. "And why are you two slacking off? You will have extra practice shortly." Resolving the matter at hand, Wood turned his attention to the idle Weasley twins. With cries of dismay, they were whisked away for training, and Harry hurried to follow. "I never anticipated that Wood would indeed be as wooden as the rumors suggested," Hermione remarked, shaking her head as she continued her discussion with Mia. Two individuals, having successfully developed a hand warmer, embraced their glass bottles imbued with a warming charm and casually handed one to Ron before turning their attention to Harry and his companion's training. Although somewhat wooden in demeanor, Wood's physique and countenance were undeniably commendable. Mia, fixated on Wood's robust form, speculated on the possible definition of his abdominal muscles. The Weasley twins were also quite impressive, weren't they? Hermione remarked, admiring the agile figures of Fred and George as they displayed their seamless coordination. Ron, aghast, stared at the two, bewildered by their comments. Did they truly comprehend what they were implying? And what did they mean by saying the Weasley twins were impressive? Those two were practically demons. Who was that girl? She appeared formidable. Mia had noticed a girl on the team, agile and sporting a ponytail. Ah, that's Angelina. I've heard she will take over as captain once Wood graduates. Harry was scanning the field for the golden snitch while the others practiced hitting, but soon grew bored. Mia decided to pull out a book she had borrowed from the library, and Hermione joined her in reading. What have you learned? I'm in 6th year. So fast. Isn't it all right? I plan to finish the 7th year before the end of my 1st year. Are you two devils? Ron was astonished by the extraordinary statements of those around him. Watch out, Mia, came the warning just as a bludger hurtled towards them. During their practice, it had been accidentally struck towards Mia and her group with tremendous force and velocity. Wood and Harry rushed over upon seeing the impending danger. It is well known that one cannot react promptly to a surprise attack. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as the startle response. However, who was Mia? She was a formidable witch capable of casting spells on herself during practice. With a swift push, she shoved Ron and Hermione aside, drew her wand, and halted the bludger in its tracks. Mia, Hermione, Ron, are you all right? Harry sighed in relief as the ball came to a halt and hurried to stand before Mia, anxiously assessing her condition. I apologize, it was my mistake. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? Wood promptly inquired. The others also flew over, concerned for any injuries. We're fine. Here's the ball for you. Just be more careful next time, Mia replied, returning the bludger to Wood while calmly retrieving her fallen book. Wood had just witnessed Mia's lightning-fast reflexes, and his admiration made him wish to include her in the team. Yet, reason reminded him that Mia was a Slytherin, and he reluctantly departed. Observing Wood glance back as he walked away, Mia wondered if he had left something behind. Who knows? They both shrugged. Why does he act like a big dog? Mia pondered in confusion. Chapter 19, A Duel with Voldemort. Tonight, Mia's nocturnal mission involved the Forbidden Forest, with the objective of procuring the venom of an acromantula. And if fortune favored her, acquiring unicorn blood as well, providing an opportunity to practice with the magical creatures of the forest. After confirming her task list, Mia nodded in satisfaction and set off. Hagrid patrolled every night with Fong, so she needed to be cautious to avoid him. The Forbidden Forest was foreboding, and under the moonlight, it was somewhat eerie. Mia cast a Lumos spell and proceeded cautiously. Fortunately, she soon located the acromantula. Truth be told, Mia had a profound aversion to insects. With a swift flick of her wand, Mia unleashed a spell, and the 8-eyed giant spider collapsed to the ground. She hastily collected sufficient venom and blood, knowing these were valuable commodities, before swiftly relocating. Suddenly, she faintly heard a sound, resembling the lament of an animal. Following the noise, Mia discovered a cloaked figure hunched over a unicorn, siphoning its blood. The blood of a unicorn possesses formidable magical properties, capable of prolonging life, even reviving those on the brink of death. However, those who take the life of a unicorn and consume its blood are cursed, forced to live a wretched existence, half alive. Instantly, Mia thought of Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell, who required unicorn blood to sustain his life, despite the curse it entailed. Observing the unicorn struggle, Mia sprang into action against the cloaked figure, shatter into pieces. Although the figure narrowly evaded her attack, it successfully interrupted the harm being inflicted upon the unicorn. Inferno Blaze. Be bound swiftly. As the cloaked figure attempted to flee, Mia was resolute in denying him that opportunity, intent on eliminating Voldemort to avert further complications. Heart-piercing. The cloaked man realized he could not escape without dealing with Mia first. Mia deftly dodged, shatter into pieces. Truth be told, at Hogwarts, students are generally forbidden from studying the dark arts, yet the undeniable strength of such magic lingered in her mind. As she witnessed the cloaked figure casting an unforgivable curse, she resolved to master it herself. A barrage of spells, a tempest of sand and stone. Do not kill her, I still have use for her. Voldemort commanded from the shadows of Quirrell's mind, clearly intrigued by Mia's formidable spellcasting. Faint and fall. Upon hearing this, Quirrell reluctantly restrained himself, concerned for the unicorn's survival. Mia realized this was not the time for hesitation. It was imperative to act decisively. Heart-piercing. She relentlessly directed the spell at Quirrell. Aware that utilizing the unforgivable curse at such frequency in the Forbidden Forest would surely attract Dumbledore's attention, Quirrell prepared to flee. Thinking of escaping? All shall be petrified. Shatter into pieces. There is no way I will allow your escape. The unforgivable curse soon drew Dumbledore's attention, prompting him to urgently summon the professors. Albus, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape arrived promptly at Dumbledore's office. What is the situation? Dumbledore, equally perplexed, had discovered someone wielding the unforgivable curse in the Forbidden Forest while working late at night. Let us investigate the Forbidden Forest. Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid awaited the professors at the edge of the forest. Hagrid, you shall lead the way. Upon their arrival, the professors witnessed Mia engaged in a magical duel with the cloaked figure, even casting heart-piercing under their watchful eyes. Noticing Dumbledore's arrival, Quirrell's countenance darkened, and disregarding Mia's fate, he hurled an attack toward her. Professor Snape's expression turned grim as he cast a spell that struck Quirrell, who bore numerous injuries but seized the opportunity to escape. He actually got away, Mia muttered in frustration. Mia? Snape hurried to Mia's side, his eyes filled with concern as he beheld the wounds adorning her body. Just as he was about to lift her into his arms and depart, he was halted. Miss Potter, perhaps you ought to elucidate why you are not resting at this late hour but instead engaged in a duel within the Forbidden Forest, and furthermore, why you resorted to the use of an unforgivable curse. Professor McGonagall stared at Mia with a grave expression. Her actions had been perilous, and they needed clarity first. Hagrid, sensing the tension in the air, knew that Mia was not a malevolent child, while she was indeed exceptionally gifted. Having mastered the Cruciatus curse with just a single demonstration from Quirrell, this was her first true confrontation, and her opponent was a professor possessed by Voldemort. I apologize, Professor. Mia stammered, unsure of how to articulate her predicament, for she had indeed violated school regulations and had acted excessively. She felt woefully inadequate. Had she managed to defeat Quirrell, she could have easily informed the professors of his true identity, sparing Harry from peril. Dumbledore began to question his own judgment. The fact that Mia had employed an unforgivable curse, coupled with her remarkable intellect, reminded him unsettlingly of Voldemort. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere until a melodious call pierced the tension. It was Fawkes. Fawkes! Dumbledore exclaimed, watching as his phoenix alighted beside Mia, affectionately nuzzling her. Fawkes had taken a liking to this young witch, and with a tear that fell upon her wounds, her injuries began to heal. Thank you, Mia expressed gratefully to Fawkes. You're welcome, young witch, Fawkes replied, nodding before returning to Dumbledore's side. Fawkes, one must understand that a phoenix is a creature of profound spirit. It was unexpected that Fawkes had developed such an affinity for Mia. Suddenly, the branches of the trees rustled, and the underbrush parted to reveal a centaur with platinum hair and azure eyes, wielding a bow and arrow. Hagrid feared that Firenze might take aim at Mia, especially since she had just set fire to the Forbidden Forest. Firenze? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the newcomer. Firenze inclined his head slightly. I believe some friends wish to meet her. The professors exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to accompany Firenze to see what awaited them. Chapter 20. The Unicorn. The group arrived at the location where the injured unicorn had been found. The professors observed these sacred creatures with a mix of wonder and confusion. A cluster of unicorns surrounded a weakened companion, its silvery blood staining the ground beneath it. It lay prostrate, resembling a pure moon against the dark earth, while several of its kin tended to its injuries. Indeed, Mia had strategically led Quirrell away to prevent collateral damage during her attack. Wait, they do not favor human contact. Go on, child, Firenze instructed Mia. The unicorns parted, and the feeble creature rose, approaching Mia and affectionately nuzzling her. Tentatively, Mia placed her hand upon its mane, and soon, the other unicorns gathered around her, their gentle, pristine gazes fixed upon her. One unicorn offered its blood to Mia. For the willingly given blood of a unicorn carries a blessing. The unicorns encircled the beautiful maiden, a scene so sacred and enchanting that it left the professors in awe. My goodness, I always knew Mia was not a wicked child, Hagrid murmured as he dabbed at his moist eyes. Dumbledore gazed intently at the spectacle, pondering whether the situation was not as he had initially perceived. He was well aware of Mia's parentage and had personally entrusted her to the Dursleys. His heart ached for the child. Unicorns shun contact with humans, and only those with pure souls, kind-hearted and virtuous women, might earn their favor. The intimacy exhibited by the unicorns undoubtedly conveyed to the professors that Mia was far from malevolent. Perhaps there were deeper layers to the truth. This child was there to rescue the unicorn, Firenze elucidated to the professors. While observing the celestial patterns, I noticed a shift in the stars' trajectories. Centaurs seldom interfere with human destinies, yet I felt compelled to act today, for this child may alter numerous predetermined fates. All the professors grasped the weight of Firenze's words. The notion of predetermined fates struck Professor McGonagall with the realization that Mia was indeed entwined with the struggle against Voldemort. I apologize, professors. I should not have ventured into the Forbidden Forest, Mia stated, her expression devoid of anger as she quickly acknowledged her transgression. You handled yourself admirably, child. Yet the Forbidden Forest is perilous. We wish to keep you safe. Do you understand? Dumbledore's demeanor softened, choosing to overlook Mia's use of the unforgivable curse. Yes, Professor. Given your breach of school rules, you are to tidy the trophy room for a month. Just as this matter seemed to be dismissed lightly. It was also thanks to this child that, late at night, she had helped eliminate several acromantulas from the forest. Moreover, her recent duel had inadvertently affected their nest, and ever since the arrival of these creatures, they had been wreaking havoc upon the native territories. Truly, we owe you a debt of gratitude, dear child. Firenze exclaimed with a cheerful tone. Mia, feeling overwhelmed, covered her eyes, while Hagrid sheepishly concealed his face. Mia Potter, you are to clean the trophy room for 3 months. Firenze realized he had perhaps spoken too candidly. His conscience pricked. and he promptly fell silent. Fearing that any further indiscretion might lead to Mia being tasked with cleaning for an entire year, he hastily departed. Dumbledore had intended to inquire further of Mia, but she was swiftly taken by Snape to Madame Pomfrey for a medical examination. Having just learned of Mia's use of the unforgivable curse in response to another's, Snape was concerned for her well-being and insisted on a checkup. Fortunately, Mia was unharmed. Next time you encounter danger, run, do you understand? Do not charge headlong into peril. Snape admonished Mia sternly. She listened obediently, her demeanor earnest, yet it seemed she might still err in the future. Do not use the unforgivable curse lightly until you are in real danger, understood? Additionally, come to my office in the coming days. I will teach you spells. Snape did not prevent Mia from using the unforgivable curse, aware of Quirrell's identity and the likelihood that Voldemort might take an interest in Mia. Therefore, he felt it imperative to equip her with strength, so she could at least protect herself. Really? Mia gazed at Snape with surprise. Do you enjoy dark magic? He inquired. Indeed. I adore all forms of magic. Mia nodded in affirmation. I will grant you a permission slip for the restricted section of the library. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. However, do be sure to inform me of your intentions, Snape contemplated. Since Mia expressed her enthusiasm, he thought it prudent to allow her to pursue her interests, sparing himself from potential injury, and he was confident in her remarkable talent. Therefore, he decided to let her proceed. Thank you, Professor, you are the best, Mia exclaimed, unexpectedly thrilled, and she leapt into Snape's embrace. He gently patted her back. Go rest now, and remember to inform me if you feel unwell. All right, Professor. Good night, she replied, bounding away with vigor. Chapter 21, Halloween. True to his word, Snape commenced Mia's training the following day, instructing her in various offensive spells and personally guiding her through practical exercises. The Sectum Sempra was an offensive spell uniquely devised by Snape, conjuring invisible blades that could inflict grievous wounds on opponents from a distance, leaving deep and terrifying gashes that could only be healed by his original counter-curse. The incantation, Episci, when repeated thrice, first slowed the flow of blood to prevent fatality, then cleansed the remnants, and finally initiated the healing process. Snape taught meticulously, and Mia absorbed the lesson swiftly. The consequence of her rapid learning was soon evident. In the Forbidden Forest, Sectum Sempra, Sectum Sempra, Sectum Sempra, Mia exclaimed, her wand emitting smoke. Firenze watched as the number of acromantulas diminished significantly, clapping in satisfaction. There are still many more. Allow me to guide you, he offered. The two worked in perfect harmony, one leading and the other casting spells. Today, we have cleared quite a bit. I shall return tomorrow to continue. All right. I'll come back tomorrow night. The acromantulas protested. Please, do not approach us. After aiding Firenze in vanquishing the acromantulas, Mia felt a twinge of hunger. She realized it was nearly dinner time in the Great Hall and felt buoyant as she made her way there. On her way, she collided with a girl who was looking down, and they both fell to the ground. Who is it? Hermione? As Mia prepared to confront the rude individual who had not apologized for the collision, she looked up to see Hermione, her head lowered, tears streaming down her face. Hey, Hermione, why are you crying? Did I hurt you? Mia hurriedly stood and rushed to Hermione's side, feeling somewhat at a loss as she noticed her friend's reddened eyes and silence. Mia, am I very, very despised? Hermione stammered through her sobs. Hearing this, Mia furrowed her brow. How could that be? Hermione, you are wonderful. Did someone say something to upset you? Hermione shook her head and fell into Mia's embrace, weeping softly. Mia quickly wrapped her arms around Hermione, soothingly whispering, It's all right. It's all right. You are the best, Hermione. Anyone who says otherwise simply lacks discernment. You are too splendid to be disliked. I adore you, dear. Please do not cry, for it pains my heart. Hermione replied quietly, her voice muffled. The two maintained their embrace until Hermione's emotions settled. Mia gently took out a handkerchief to wipe away Hermione's tear-streaked face. Are you feeling better? You've cried like a little bunny. Thank you, Mia. Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment as she noticed Mia's clothes were damp from her tears. It's all right. I'll accompany you to the washroom to freshen up, shall we? Mia spoke softly to Hermione. Okay. Taking Hermione's hand, Mia led her toward the washroom. After Hermione washed her face and composed herself, Mia smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Our Hermione should be proud. Hermione couldn't help but smile back. I'm so glad to have you, Mia. I feel the same way. Meanwhile, the Great Hall was celebrating Halloween, but the festive atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Quirrell's entrance. There's a troll. In the dungeon. A troll, he exclaimed before fainting. Draco, having noticed Mia's absence from the hall, immediately turned to Quirrell, while Harry also realized that both Hermione and Mia were missing. As Quirrell collapsed, chaos erupted in the hall, with students screaming and attempting to flee. Silence. Dumbledore rose promptly to restore order. Please remain calm. Heads of houses, lead your students back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeon. Unaware of the troll's presence, Harry and Ron stealthily left the group to find Hermione and Mia. only to encounter Draco, who had also slipped away. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Never mind, we don't have time for this. To the first floor washroom. They might be there. With that, he led the two boys directly to the washroom. Inside the washroom, Mia suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. Hermione, do you smell something unpleasant? It seems like it. No sooner had she spoken than a troll wielding a club burst in. Watch out. Mia quickly pulled the stunned Hermione aside to evade the troll's attack, and they sought refuge. How rude. Don't you know that the ladies' washroom is off limits to men? Mia quipped as they ran. Hermione, are you alright? It appears we must join forces to deal with this little nuisance. Of course. Do you remember the spell we learned together? They both drew their wands and shouted in unison, Stupefy. The troll collapsed, and Mia and Hermione, in perfect harmony, blew on their wands before high-fiving each other. Cool. It was then that they noticed the three individuals blocked by the troll, Harry, Ron, and Draco. What are you doing here? Mia asked, perplexed. We heard about the troll in the hall, and were worried you might not know, so we came to find you. Harry explained as he approached Mia. I'm so glad you're safe. Draco, though frightened, was more concerned for Mia's well-being. Humph, Hermione and I are quite formidable. A mere troll is nothing, Mia proudly declared as she clasped Hermione's hand. Ron hesitated as he stepped forward. I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that. So it was you who upset Hermione? Mia said, her gaze now fixed on Ron. I see now why Hermione was so distressed. Upon hearing this, Mia's attention shifted to Ron. Hermione, I'm truly sorry. Harry also apologized, and Mia turned to him, making both boys feel increasingly guilty under her scrutinizing gaze. It is of no consequence. I appreciate your coming to find me. By the time Harry and Ron arrived, Hermione had already moved on. Humph, after crying so profusely. They ought to sincerely apologize to her. Mia expressed her indignation on Hermione's behalf. Fear not, Hermione. Whatever you need us to do, we shall oblige as a form of compensation. Harry recognized that they had hurt Hermione regardless, and it would be inappropriate to gloss over it. To which Ron nodded in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe our immediate course of action should be to vacate this location. Should the professors discover that the troll is absent from the dungeon, they are likely to arrive post-haste. Although this scene is quite touching, Draco felt compelled to interject. Heavens! Someone explain to me what transpired. It was Professor McGonagall's voice, laced with anger. Oh no, we are doomed. Mia felt a headache coming on. Her detention had yet to conclude. Professor McGonagall burst in, followed closely by a limping Snape and Quirrell. The five exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. What have you all done? Professor McGonagall reprimanded the students. At that moment, Hermione stepped forward, shouldering all the blame. It is my fault, Professor McGonagall. I read about the troll in a book and thought I could defeat it. They came to stop me. Draco, Harry, and Ron looked at Hermione, astonished at her willingness to take full responsibility. Even so, this was an ill-advised decision. I cannot believe you would act so recklessly. I am thoroughly disappointed. Professor McGonagall was visibly furious. Miss Granger, due to your impulsive folly, I must deduct 5 points. As for you, Miss Potter, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Weasley, remember that you were merely fortunate this time. Not every first year can confront a troll and emerge unscathed. This statement lifted the spirits of all present. I shall award 5 points for your good fortune. The tension eased. Mia had been observing her housemaster limping since they had entered. Once Professor McGonagall departed, she hurried to Snape's side. Professor, you. Snape concealed his injury, having been inadvertently harmed. The troll is regaining consciousness. You must leave this place at once. However, before he could finish, Harry and the others tugged him away, and Mia glanced back with concern for Snape. Chapter 22, The Quidditch Match. Today is the day of the Quidditch match, and Harry was too anxious to eat. Have some bread, mate, Ron urged, noticing Harry's lack of appetite. Ron was correct. You will expend a great deal of energy today, so you must eat something. I am not hungry, Harry replied, but before he could finish, Professor Snape approached. Good luck today, Potter. You have already vanquished a troll, so the Quidditch match should be a mere trifle, even against Slytherin. With that, he limped away. What is that about blood? Harry noticed Snape's injury from the previous night, and felt a twinge of suspicion. Blood? I suspect that last night Snape used the troll as a diversion to sneak past the three-headed dog. Before he could finish, Harry was interrupted once again. Professor Snape is a good man. He would never do such a thing. Mia had just arrived and overheard Harry making unfounded speculations about Professor Snape. Mia? What brings you here? Harry gazed with surprise at his sister and the tomato juice in her hands. I noticed you haven't been eating much, so I came to check on you. Mia settled beside Hermione. But I still believe in Snape. Harry, Professor Snape has always treated me well. I cannot fathom that such a person could be malevolent, Mia retorted. That may be true for you, but not for us, Ron replied, recalling his own experiences with Snape, shaking his head. If you have doubts, why not question Quirrell? He was the one who first mentioned the troll, wasn't he? Harry remembered that even before the school year began, Mia had harbored a dislike for Quirrell and had kept a watchful eye on him for some time. However, He did not strike him as the type to commit such acts, did he? Professor Quirrell seemed easily startled by the slightest noise in class. How could someone like him possibly be involved? Indeed, Quirrell's disguise is remarkably convincing. If Mia hadn't been aware beforehand, she too might have been deceived. But Mia did not wish for Harry to doubt Snape, for he had genuinely been good to her. Whether it was his concern for her injuries over the truth or his unwavering belief in her, she could not bring herself to question him. All right, I shall say no more. Harry, unable to bear seeing Mia distressed, changed the subject. Just then, an owl swooped in, delivering a package to Harry, who caught it deftly. Mail this early? No one has sent us a parcel. Harry wondered if it had been delivered to the wrong recipient. Shall we take a look? Ron inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, the four of them began to unwrap the package. A broomstick? This is no ordinary broom. It's a Firebolt 2000. Ron marveled as he stroked the broom with envy. But as Harry thought of someone, he glanced towards Professor McGonagall, who was seated nearby with the very owl that had just delivered the package. She smiled at Harry, and he couldn't help but smile back. At the Quidditch pitch, when Mia arrived at the Slytherin stands, Draco and his friends had already claimed their spots. You came so early? Mia approached Draco and took the binoculars he offered. Of course, I've been looking forward to this. Draco, who had a fervent passion for Quidditch, lamented that if first years weren't barred from joining the team, he would have certainly tried out. Next year, I will participate in the selection and compete against that Potter, he remarked, harboring some resentment towards Harry for being allowed to join the team as a first year. Mia shook her head in exasperation, turning to Theodore. Aren't you the one who dislikes noise? What brings you here? Theodore shifted his gaze to Draco, understanding that he had been coerced into attending. The Quidditch matches were held around November, making the weather quite chilly. Despite wearing thick clothing and gloves, Mia still felt the cold. She glanced around. Draco was entirely engrossed in Quidditch and seemed oblivious to the chill. Blaise likely didn't feel it either, as he was preoccupied with flirting. Pansy and Daphne, clad in short skirts with bare legs, seemed unfazed by the cold. However, she was not particularly close with those two, and Theodore, dressed lightly, prompted Mia to share her hand warmer with her potions partner. Why are you dressed so lightly? I'm fine, Theodore replied, accepting the warmer gratefully. Suddenly, the two teams' players soared into the air on their broomsticks, marking the commencement of the match. Greetings to all, and welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match of the semester at Hogwarts, featuring Slytherin against Gryffindor. Lee Jordan, wielding a megaphone, provided commentary. Madame Hooch entered the field, declaring the match officially underway. Gazing up at the poised Slytherins and Gryffindors, Madame Hooch expressed her hopes for a fair and thrilling contest. She then directed her attention to Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, who was known for his unsportsmanlike conduct. Madame Hooch kicked open the box, releasing the bludger and the golden snitch into the air. The bludger ascended, soon followed by the golden snitch. Remember, the snitch is worth 150 points. And capturing it concludes the game. The golden snitch darted past Harry and Terence Higgs. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air, and the match commenced. At her signal, both teams sprang into action. Angelina seized the quaffle first and, amidst Slytherin's aggressive defense, successfully scored. Gryffindor earned 10 points. Lee Jordan enthusiastically narrated the event, albeit with a hint of favoritism towards Gryffindor, yet his commentary was undeniably entertaining. Oh, blast it! Draco exclaimed, visibly agitated and wishing he could join the fray. Upon witnessing his team's score, Harry clapped joyfully, nearly getting struck by the ball. Mia, observing her foolish brother, sighed in exasperation. Refusing to concede, Slytherin reclaimed possession, passing the ball to Flint. No wonder Madame Hooch had issued him a warning. As Angelina attempted to intercept, Flint kicked the ball away and soared towards the hoop, tossing it in with force. Wood executed a remarkable maneuver to deflect the ball, successfully guarding the goal, and raised an eyebrow in triumph, while Flint glared menacingly at him. Gryffindor pressed on, scoring yet again. Seeing Slytherin's mounting frustration after conceding 2 successive goals, their tactics grew increasingly aggressive, with relentless body checks against the Gryffindor players. Quidditch is indeed a perilous sport, and Mia couldn't help but worry for Harry, who was the smallest player on the field. After another Slytherin attempt was thwarted by Wood, Flint, unable to contain his rage, snatched a teammate's bat and struck the ball at Wood, sending him tumbling from the air, incapacitated. Flint's actions were despicably low. As Gryffindor lost their goalkeeper, Slytherin continued to score and launched an assault on the remaining Gryffindor players, stirring murmurs of disapproval among the spectators. Mia felt out of place amidst the cheering Slytherins celebrating their successive scores. Her focus remained on Harry, anxious he might become the next target. Suddenly, Harry spotted the golden snitch and prepared to pursue it, but his broomstick went haywire. Harry! Mia gasped as she watched him nearly tumble off his broom. Swiftly realizing the cause and grabbing her binoculars to focus on the teacher's stand, there was Quirrell. Throwing down the binoculars, Mia rushed toward the stands. Mia, where are you going? Draco questioned, noticing her distressed demeanor and tugging at her sleeve, while Theodore glanced at Mia, sensing her earlier disinterest. Mia cast a glance at the nearly faltering Harry. He was in peril. I shall accompany you, she declared, reluctantly bidding farewell to the pitch, as Draco, without a moment's hesitation, intended to follow her. You, forget it. There's no time. With that, Mia dashed away, leaving Draco behind. Theodore observed the dwindling figures of the two, his expression darkening. On their way to the teacher's stand, Mia collided with Hermione. Mia, it's Harry, Hermione exclaimed, gripping Mia's hand anxiously. I am aware, Mia replied, pulling Hermione along as they ran. It's Snape. It's Quirrell. Quirrell? Snape? They exchanged glances. I saw it. Professor Snape was muttering incantations. Quirrell is trying to kill Harry, and Professor Snape is protecting him. Come with me. Mia led Hermione beneath the classroom stand, where Quirrell sat behind Professor Snape, murmuring incantations. Is it truly Quirrell? Hermione questioned in disbelief. Could he really wish harm upon Harry? Act swiftly. The spell is faltering, Draco reminded them, having approached the two. Watch this, flames ablaze. With her wand aimed at Quirrell's turban, she urged, let us move. The professor beside Quirrell caught a whiff of something burning, sniffing the air in confusion. As he turned his head, he exclaimed, Quirrell, your turban is on fire. Ah. Quirrell quickly covered his turban, frantically patting at it to extinguish the flames, reluctant to remove it. Ultimately, a kind-hearted professor intervened with a spell to quell the fire. Mia watched the scene with a hint of regret. Why hadn't the flames consumed him? Yet, thankfully, Harry was unharmed. Ultimately, Harry successfully captured the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. As soon as the match concluded, Mia hurried to Harry's side. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, Mia, I won. Harry, blissfully unaware of the earlier events, cheerfully handed the cleaned golden snitch to his sister. For me? Mia gazed at Harry, momentarily stunned. My victory is shared with you, Mia. Chapter 24, Christmas. The Quidditch match concluded just before Christmas, and Mia and Harry, unwilling to return to the Dursleys, chose to remain at school. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Mia returned to the common room to find Draco packing his belongings. Are you leaving? She inquired. Merry Christmas. I have prepared your gift. Draco tilted his head towards Mia. Merry Christmas. Since you have nowhere to go, why not return home with me? My mother has long wished to invite you, Draco added, a hint of regret in his voice. I cannot abandon Harry. Mia handed Draco a dark green scarf. Is this a gift? He asked, donning the scarf, which fit perfectly. Thank you. Mia adjusted it a bit. All right, I quite like it. Draco prepared to depart. Will you come to my home next time? Next time, perhaps? She replied dismissively. Goodbye. On Christmas Day, most Slytherin students opted to return home, rendering the common room quite serene. Mia gazed at the pile of gifts. It seemed her popularity was unexpectedly commendable. Mia settled onto the carpet and unwrapped a gift adorned in green packaging. Inside lay a delicate brooch, a silver serpent coiling around a deep green gem, exquisitely beautiful. Beside the brooch was a letter sealed with the Malfoy family crest and a packet of biscuits. Merry Christmas. My mother truly appreciates your gift, it read, signed by Draco Malfoy. Pinning the brooch to her lapel, Mia proceeded to open her next gift. One from Theodore, a blue bracelet reminiscent of his eyes. Was her fondness for such hues that apparent? Lost in contemplation as she admired the shimmering jewelry, Mia donned Theodore's gift. Blaise had gifted her a fragrance, and to her surprise, Pansy and Daphne had also presented her with gifts, likely hoping to win her favor. Other little snakes had contributed various presents as well, which Mia organized with care. Cedric had sent delectable sweets from Hogsmeade, while the twins had crafted prank props, which she eagerly anticipated trying. Hermione gifted a book, and Ron provided a selection of snacks, perfectly fitting his character. The professors had also bestowed gifts. Professor McGonagall presented a lovely dress that fit her perfectly, while Hagrid offered homemade biscuits that were rather tough. Dumbledore had sent a pair of socks. And Professor Snape gifted a tome on dark magic that Mia cherished greatly. Mia reserved Harry's gift for last, which turned out to be a crown. She found herself momentarily stunned. In her childhood, during each Christmas, Harry would envy Dudley for his multitude of gifts, yet what Harry truly craved was not the presents themselves, but the love that accompanied them. Understanding Harry deeply, Mia, on yet another Christmas, had taken the savings she had meticulously gathered and bought him a gift, a pair of identical necklaces and bias strips, which Harry had always treasured. Later, as they strolled through the streets, Mia often found herself distracted, observing the world around her. She unexpectedly noticed a little girl, elegantly dressed and adorned with a crown, much like a tiny princess, being led by her parents. Harry, perhaps misinterpreting her gaze, took Mia's hand and promised to ensure she would one day possess a crown of her own. Tears welled in her eyes. Mia sought out Harry in the great hall, which had been beautifully decorated, surrounded by Christmas trees adorned with ornaments, while the professors chatted merrily in their seats. Harry was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, both clad in matching sweaters. Mia, come here. This is a gift from Mrs. Weasley. Harry called out. My mother knitted it. You have one too. Mia gazed at the dark green sweater in her hands, thinking of the warm-hearted lady. Please thank her for me. By the way, Mia, thank you for your gift, Harry said, revealing a golden bracelet shaped like the golden snitch, splendidly crafted by Mia herself. Engraved with runes she had recently been practicing, offering protective properties. Me too, Ron chimed in, presenting his own bounty of snacks and a chess set. Oh, and someone sent me something. Harry briefly explained the invisibility cloak to Mia, and they agreed to meet later that evening to explore it. Hey, Miss Little Snake. Merry Christmas. Want to come out and play? Suddenly, the Weasley twins appeared behind Mia, peering over to say, we truly cherish your gift. The twins received Mia's written insights on pranks, along with a bag of galleons, which they deemed a worthwhile investment, for the Weasley twins were undeniably astute. As long as you enjoy it, where shall we play? Of course, a snowball fight. Initially, Mia teamed up with Ron and Harry, while George and Fred formed their own squad. The two groups exchanged playful throws. But as the excitement escalated, the lines of rivalry blurred. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall would soon find themselves besieged. Hey, look over there. George nudged Mia, pointing out Quirrell. Mia raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Fred and George. What do you think? The three were in perfect accord as they hurled snowballs at Quirrell, who, caught off guard, was struck without a chance to retaliate. Mia's motives were somewhat personal. Harry understood her intent immediately. It was retribution for him. Upon leaving the pitch earlier, Hermione and Mia had confided in Harry about the truth behind the broomstick incident, leaving Harry confused yet inclined to trust them. Later, they managed to extract information from Hagrid, who inadvertently revealed a connection between the items guarded by Quirrell and Nicholas Flamel. Mia informed them that Flamel was the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and they resolved to investigate after Christmas. Returning to the present, Professor McGonagall intervened, admonishing the group and escorting Quirrell away. Mia expressed her regret. Chapter 25, The Deathly Hallows. In addition to preparing cherished gifts for Harry, Ron, and the twins, Mia also assembled a set of study tools for Hermione, Draco's dragon-shaped pendant, and Theodore's blue cufflinks. Cedric received a complete set of Quidditch maintenance tools. To express her gratitude towards Narcissa for her care, Mia gifted Molly Weasley a set of beauty potions. Besides these, she had also prepared presents for the professors. In the dungeon, Snape regarded the unexpected gift, along with Harry's Hedwig, feeling a twinge of genuine curiosity. Upon inspecting the gift, he realized it was from Mia. She had shared half of the unicorn blood she received with him. Snape let out a silent chuckle, stowing the gift away and resuming his grading, though his demeanor had softened, revealing a less stringent approach. Professor McGonagall held a felt cat, resembling her animagus form, and smiled indulgently. Professor Dumbledore received candies and woolen socks, expressing his delight, most agreeable indeed. Gifts were also bestowed upon Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Madam Hooch, and even Professor Binns, with the exception of Quirrell. Poor Hedwig, burdened with delivering both Harry's and Mia's gifts, lingered in Mia's embrace, reluctant to depart. I know. You've worked hard, Hedwig. Mia consoled the little creature, who was now seeking affection. Luna looked on with disdain. All right, it's our fault. Be good, and I shall treat you to something delicious. She hurriedly retrieved the gift for Hedwig, adorning the little owl with a beautiful pendant inscribed with magical runes. It will protect you and Luna. Mia, ever since she was introduced to the ancient runes of Runic, has become profoundly enamored with this archaic script. These characters possess an enchanting power. When inscribed upon alchemical creations, they can bestow additional effects. However, Mia is merely a novice, with limited knowledge. In consideration of Harry's safety, she dedicated considerable time to crafting a bracelet, resulting in numerous failed attempts. Runic script serves as a means to document ancient magic, comprising powerful runic symbols. Mastery over the entirety of Runic allows one to weave together all forms of ancient magic. The manipulation of such magic is notoriously challenging, fraught with unpredictable transformations and esoteric complexities. Runic is an elective course for third-year students at Hogwarts, and Mia developed a keen interest in it during her preliminary studies. Each individual letter of Runic possesses inherent strength, but to genuinely unleash an ancient spell, one must first amalgamate the letters into a runic phrase, subsequently forming an incantation, with the correct arrangement being crucial for efficacy. This endeavor is akin to the arduous task of learning Oracle Bone script. Moreover, alchemy, another intricate field of study, lies within Mia's research ambit. The Philosopher's Stone, for instance, is an alchemical artifact. Alchemy is regarded as a mysterious art that seeks the Philosopher's Stone, capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting immortality. These subjects are typically covered in the 6th and 7th years of study. Mastery of both disciplines will be pivotal for ensuring Harry and his friend's safety in the impending magical conflict, as well as for Mia's future experiments. In the Gryffindor common room at night, Harry is showcasing the invisibility cloak. Mia contemplates the accompanying letter and realizes that this cloak is one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. What are the Deathly Hallows? Have you read the tales of Beetle the Bard? I have, but isn't that merely a story? Ron replied. The tale of the Deathly Hallows unfolds as follows. 3 wizard brothers, using their magical prowess, evade death. Upon their encounter with death, he presents them with gifts, an elder wand, a resurrection stone, and an invisibility cloak. The eldest brother, who acquires the elder wand, becomes arrogant and is ultimately killed by another wizard in a tavern, his soul claimed by death, and the wand lost to time. The second brother, having obtained the resurrection stone, returns home to revive his beloved, only to find his desires unfulfilled. Disheartened, he chooses to take his own life, allowing death to claim him once more. The humble youngest brother, who receives the invisibility cloak, lives a modest life until old age, eventually passing the cloak to his son before peacefully departing from this world. The story of the Deathly Hallows was originally narrated by the Bard Beetle, later transmitted through generations of wizarding families, with few realizing that the Hallows are indeed tangible objects. The Deathly Hallows consist of the invisibility cloak, which Harry now holds, a cloak that renders its wearer truly invisible, with permanent efficacy, impervious to any spell. By Merlin's trousers, this is remarkable, Ron remarked cautiously, as he gingerly touched the cloak. Since it has been said that this item rightfully belongs to its original owner, it implies that it once belonged to our parents. However, before my mother entered Hogwarts, she was merely an ordinary woman, while our father, James Potter, should have been its rightful owner. Harry found himself perplexed. The Potter family was once a prominent lineage within the Wizarding World, renowned for their hair care products, which were essentially proprietary to the Potters. Otherwise, how could we possibly possess such wealth? To Harry's astonishment, Ron expressed disbelief at the impressive background of his friend. How do you know this? Harry queried, utterly bewildered. Here, see for yourself, Ron replied, casually picking up a bottle of shampoo emblazoned with the words Potter Family Patent. It was right under their noses. Returning to the matter at hand, Mia explained that the other 2 Deathly Hallows were the Elder Wand, once wielded by the notorious dark wizard Grindelwald, and the Resurrection Stone, rumored to possess the power to bring the dead back to life, though its reliability was questionable. Mia took a sip of water. How do you know so much? Ron was certain that even Hermione might not be aware of all this. By reading more, dear Mia replied, concealing the fact that her understanding stemmed from her own limited knowledge and literature. By the way, with the invisibility cloak in hand, nighttime excursions become an effortless endeavor. Mia exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, let us try it out swiftly. However, it was clear that fitting 3 individuals beneath a single cloak would prove challenging. Chapter 26, The Mirror of Erased. Oh, it's truly cramped. The trio stumbled through the corridor. Accommodating 2 under the cloak was already a struggle, and now fitting in a third was nearly impossible. Forget it. Harry, you too wear it. Mia could no longer endure the tightness and promptly emerged from beneath the fabric. Harry removed the cloak, revealing the 2 of them. What about you? I'll use the disillusionment charm, and when the time comes to leave, we'll hold hands to avoid getting separated. Just then, they were startled by the voice of Filch. Who is there? Oh no, quickly put on the cloak. Ron hastily draped it over both of them, while Mia immediately cast the disillusionment charm upon herself. In their attempt to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris, the trio inadvertently became separated. Mia had to find her way back to Harry, and while navigating her escape, she suddenly heard Snape's voice. Severus, I have Quirrell. Professor Snape had Quirrell by the collar, pinning him against the wall. You wouldn't want me opposing you, would you, Quirrell? I'm not sure what you're implying. On the contrary, you are quite aware. Mia covered her mouth, eavesdropping on the exchange. Did Snape know Quirrell's true identity? Oh no, it's Mrs. Norris. The feline interrupted their conversation, prompting Mia to curse silently. We can continue this discussion another time. Snape realized it was not the moment to interrogate Quirrell and reluctantly released him. Let us have a proper conversation about whom you are truly serving. Seeing no opportunity to glean any significant information, and with Filch approaching, Mia swiftly departed. Snape seemed to sense something, glancing towards the very spot where Mia had been hiding. When Mia finally located Ron and Harry, she found them grinning foolishly at a mirror, as their gaze returned to the moments just after their separation. The 2 were fortunate to evade the clutches of Mr. Filch and Madame Dolores, finding refuge in an empty room. Alas, Mia was lost to them. Harry had assumed Mia was still by his side, but now, in the safety of their hiding place, her absence indicated they had indeed become separated. Just as Harry was about to don his cloak to search for Mia, Ron halted him, asserting that Mia was far more capable than they realized. Even if they ventured out, they would be unable to locate one another. It would be wiser to remain here, in the hopes that Mia might find them instead. This reasoning resonated with Harry, prompting him to quell his anxious thoughts and instead observe their surroundings, where he soon discovered a mirror. What is this? The inscription atop the mirror read, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwoser. Suddenly, Harry beheld the images of his parents and sister, Mia, reflected in the enchanted glass. Father? Mother? Lily and James stood on either side, gazing tenderly at Harry. In disbelief, he reached out to touch them, only to find the surface cold and unyielding. Hey, mate, What are you staring at? Ron inquired, noticing Harry's entranced expression as he approached the mirror. My goodness. Can you see that? I've become the student council president and won the Quidditch Cup. I'm still the captain of the Quidditch team. I look brilliant, don't you think? Do you reckon this mirror shows the future? Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry felt a pang of realization, responding despondently. How could that be? My parents have passed away. Sorry. Although aware of the illusion, the two could not resist gazing into the mirror, eager to etch the images into their memories. Harry, Ron, how did you end up here? Mia entered, having searched for them for quite some time. Mia, look, Harry exclaimed, pulling her toward the mirror. Mia scrutinized the reflection. Eris stra eru oit ube kaffer oidon woser. She attempted to decipher it, recalling that the mirror of Eris reveals one's innermost desires. Desires? Mia peered into the glass, catching sight of an older version of herself, perhaps around 20, as if engaged in some scholarly pursuit. The scene shifted to reveal Lily and James beside them. Mia, did you see them too? Father and mother? Tears brimmed in Harry's eyes, causing Mia's heart to tremble as she instinctively raised a hand to wipe them away. Yes, I saw them. Harry could not help but embrace Mia, feeling the dampness of her shoulder as she gently comforted him. It will come true, Harry. This is not merely a desire. It is the future. I will make our wishes a reality. Isn't it beautiful? A kind, gentle voice interrupted Harry's reverie. Professor Dumbledore? Ron exclaimed, somewhat flustered. I believe you have come to understand the purpose of this mirror. Allow me to clarify. Only the happiest individuals in the world can see their true selves reflected within it. Then, does this mirror reveal our desires? Yes and no. This mirror displays the deepest longings of your hearts. For you, having never seen your family, it reflects them by your side. However, remember that this mirror cannot impart knowledge nor reveal the truth to us. People squander their days before it, captivated by what they see, even driven to madness. For they cannot discern whether all that lies within the mirror is genuine or attainable. So what do you perceive? Mia, somewhat intrigued, wondered if this omnipotent white wizard harbored any desires. I see myself holding a pair of woolen socks. Thank you for your gift, Mia, they are quite warm. Now, children, it is time for you to return. I shall relocate this mirror. Do not think of seeking it again, for one cannot dwell in dreams. Dumbledore winked at Mia and urged them to leave. In England, woolen socks are often likened to familial affection. Even the mightiest of white wizards cannot adequately protect their loved ones. Chapter 27. The battle against Voldemort again. With Christmas behind them, the final examinations loomed. Mia and Hermione were revising with Harry and Ron in the library. Are we not going to search for the Philosopher's Stone? What if it has been stolen by Quirrell? Harry asked anxiously, clutching a book. Focus on your studies, Harry. There is no rush regarding the Philosopher's Stone, but your final exams are approaching swiftly. Mia perused her notes. This time, she was determined not to let Voldemort escape. But look at you, still playing cards. How lamentable, Hermione remarked to Ron as the finals drew near. I am fully prepared. Feel free to ask me anything, Ron replied confidently. Then what is the formula for the forgetfulness potion? I forgot. What will you do if that question appears on the exam? Harry chuckled at Ron's reprimand. Do not gloat. Harry, do you remember the answer? Harry ceased to smile. I'll just copy yours, Ron declared defiantly, prompting Harry to involuntarily glance at Mia. That is impossible. The exam papers are safeguarded against cheating, dear. Harry withdrew his hopeful gaze and resumed his desperate memorization. All right, tonight you should go to Hagrid and try to trick him. Now, focus on your studies. Mia resorted to coaxing Harry into studying. And what about you? Harry inquired curiously. Recalling the ongoing detention, Mia felt somewhat disheartened. The trophy room had been polished to a pristine shine, and she remembered each trophy vividly. What have you been up to? Ron recalled how Mia used to accompany them on their nightly escapades, but in recent months, she had been absent each evening, having been confined to detention. I engaged in some unspeakable activities. Now, hurry and study. All right. That evening, Harry and the others attempted to deceive Hagrid, while Mia woefully cleaned the trophy room. After finally completing her task, Mia pondered that since she would not be able to sleep upon returning, she might as well venture into the Forbidden Forest to practice the ancient magic she had recently learned. As she walked towards the Forbidden Forest, Mia contemplated a certain matter. Before her death, Lily had cast a spell that not only repelled Voldemort's attack, but also continued to safeguard her children, an enigmatic and potent magic. Moreover, the scar on Harry's forehead, left by Voldemort, exhibited a flow of magical energy. Initially, Mia had been unclear about this, but since delving into ancient magic, perhaps all of this would soon reveal its answers. In ancient times, only those endowed with unique talents could perceive magic. Lily was one such individual, and her daughter Mia also possessed this gift. Before her demise, Lily employed ancient magic to protect them. Voldemort's Horcrux could also be considered a form of ancient magic. Thus, Harry, as one of its vessels, bore the mark that pulsed with magical energy. As Mia silently waved her wand, glimmers of light illuminated the path ahead. While wandering carelessly in the forbidden forest, a sudden scream pierced the air, reminiscent of Draco's voice. An unsettling thought crossed Mia's mind. Was Harry and the others visiting Hagrid's hut at this hour? Anxiety gripped her heart as she hurried towards the sound. Surely, they hadn't been caught during a midnight escapade? Upon her arrival, she beheld dark-clad figures brandishing wands, attacking Draco and Harry. Indeed, it was Harry. And how was Draco involved? No time to ponder the complexities. She swiftly pushed the two aside just as a green curse hurtled towards them. Watch out, she cried, throwing a spell to counter the attack. Thank you, Mia, Harry exclaimed, gratitude lodged in his throat as he turned to the one who had come to their aid. Get behind me, Mia commanded, casting a spell that bore the weight of her resolve. She beckoned Harry and Draco to join her. Before her stood her two greatest adversaries. And Voldemort, disregarding everything else, ordered the immediate elimination of Harry. If Mia could not be swayed to his side, she would be eliminated as well. Protect yourselves, she urged, casting a shield spell around them before confronting Voldemort directly. Mia, you. Never mind. Be cautious, Harry warned, acutely aware that their enemy was intent on Harry's demise. He felt inadequate, knowing that revealing himself would only endanger his sister. Draco, too, lamented his decision to meddle, realizing that he had not only put himself in peril, but had also embroiled Mia in this chaos. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly walked into Mia's trap. Her eyes blazed with fury as she realized Voldemort had been bullying Harry in her absence. Very well, I shall deal with you. She aimed her wand at Voldemort. Ancient magic coalescing at its tip, a threatening power that made Quirrell instinctively want to flee. Danger! Danger! The primal instinct warned him. And even Voldemort could not help but recall the moment he was vanquished by Harry Potter. As the spell was unleashed, a formidable force ensnared Voldemort, encasing him in ice, leading to his obliteration. The wand then released an even more ferocious power. Unlike the unmistakable impact of the unforgivable curses, ancient magic required no incantation. Yet its might was incomprehensibly greater, beyond control and understanding. Voldemort could only watch helplessly as the magic surged towards him. The agonizing sensation of his soul being rent asunder eliciting a scream. Yet, in a fleeting moment, silence reclaimed the scene. Quirrell collapsed, and the Voldemort behind him vanished. Harry and Draco stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment, when suddenly, Mia collapsed. They rushed forward to catch her, only to find her body cold and her complexion ashen. As the two found themselves at a loss, Hagrid, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, arrived, along with the formidable presence of Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, who sensed the powerful surge of magic. Chapter 28, Depletion of Magic. Professor Dumbledore, what has happened to my sister? Harry implored, his eyes filled with desperation as he glanced at the adults present. Noticing Mia's condition, Snape hastily took her into his arms. What is the matter? Her magic has completely depleted? Snape questioned, disbelief etched on his face. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, quickly joined in the examination, and the findings were the same. Harry's complexion paled instantly, and Hermione and Ron rushed to support him. What is happening? Snape hurriedly administered a potion to Mia, knowing well that depletion of magic could render her voiceless. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have informed Professor McGonagall about your nocturnal escapades. Otherwise, Mia wouldn't be in this predicament, Draco lamented, feeling particularly distressed as he recalled his part in the matter. Harry, speak, McGonagall urged. It was Quirrell. He attacked me suddenly, intent on killing me. But Mia intervened just in time. However, after dueling with Quirrell, she ended up like this, Harry expressed, filled with self-loathing for his reckless behavior, lamenting his inability to protect his sister. Quirrell? Snape's expression darkened as he directed his gaze to where Harry pointed. The recent attack had unveiled Quirrell's true nature for all to see. Dumbledore approached to investigate and discovered the dark mark upon Quirrell, promptly grasping his identity. To his astonishment, it was indeed Quirrell. We must take Mia to the infirmary at once, Dumbledore commanded, aware that time was of the essence. The group hastened to the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing Mia in Hagrid's arms, was instantly alarmed. Oh, poor child, lie down so I may examine you. How is she? McGonagall inquired anxiously. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, a wave of despair washing over the group, only to hear her remark, it is quite peculiar. Although her magic is entirely depleted, I can sense another force repairing her. Mia's condition could be likened to a cup of water, with magic representing the water and the capacity of the cup symbolizing magical reserves. Each use of ancient magic equated to a cup of water. Mia's forced utilization of ancient magic had drained her reserves. Prior to this, Mia was aware that despite possessing more magic than her peers, it was insufficient for ancient spells. Thus, she devised a plan to shatter the cup to construct a larger vessel. Mia employed an ancient spell for self-repair, nearly exhausting her entire magic, and in her confrontation with Voldemort, she broke the cup. The ancient magic would automatically restore her body and replenish her magic, a perilous gamble. as failure could lead to her becoming voiceless. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Voldemort was not yet at his full strength. Otherwise, Mia would not have been so fortunate. Very well, Minerva, Severus, follow me. We need to discuss matters concerning Quirrell. Dumbledore exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. Snape was reluctant to leave, for Mia's fate hung in the balance, and he could not possibly rest easy. However, he had no intention of letting the culprit responsible for Mia's plight escape unscathed. What Mia needed most at that moment was a tranquil environment to recuperate. Harry sat silently by Mia's side, holding her hand. You heard it too. Mia is fine. So don't worry too much, Hermione reassured him. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, Mia wouldn't be in this situation. Harry clenched his fists in frustration. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Children, it's time to leave. The patient needs her rest, Madame Pomfrey said, ushering them out. Can I stay here, please? Harry implored her with hopeful eyes, but was met with a firm refusal. The group sighed in resignation at the doorway. In the days that followed, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, the twins, Theodore, Cedric, and many others visited Mia upon learning of her hospitalization. But Madame Pomfrey limited entry to all except Harry. Each day, Snape delivered potions, leaving with a furrowed brow. After several days, Mia awoke, feeling an unprecedented surge of magical energy. But before she could revel in her newfound vitality, she heard a familiar voice. Child, you're awake? It was Dumbledore. Headmaster? She replied, surprised. Dumbledore smiled at the gifts surrounding Mia. Your affair with Quirrell has become quite the secret. Secrets always find their way into the open. And the whole school is aware. Mia looked at the kind old man. What about Harry and the others? They are all well, he assured her. And the Philosopher's Stone? You are indeed a clever child. The stone has been destroyed. What about Quirrell? He has been imprisoned in Azkaban. Now, I must ask, how are you feeling, my child? I'm well. Promise me you won't engage in such dangerous antics again. I won't, but if I don't, Harry will. Very well, my dear. I believe it's time for me to take my leave, Dumbledore remarked, noticing Harry peeking in, and with a smile. He took a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Such a childish old man, Mia thought, watching his antics, as Dumbledore winked at her. Mia, I'm so glad you're okay, Harry exclaimed, throwing himself into her embrace as soon as Dumbledore departed. Hey, Mia, take it easy, Hermione quickly intervened. I'm fine. Thank you, Hermione. Mia smiled, catching a glimpse of Snape behind the curtain. Seeing Mia safe and animated at last eased Snape's troubled heart. I was so worried about you, Mia. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Don't cry. I'm all right. Mia comforted him and gestured to Hermione. Harry, didn't you want to share what has been happening these past few days with Mia? Sure enough, the conversation shifted. I have to tell you about our adventures while you were away, like Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon and how we managed to smuggle it out. Not to mention Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup. After her release from the hospital, Mia returned to the common room under the awed gazes of her peers, where Theodore had been waiting patiently. Theodore? He said nothing, merely handing her a potion from the table. What is this? A potion for magical energy? Mia stared at him in surprise, noticing the gift he had brought for her. I have taken notes for you. Should you require assistance with your assignments, feel free to ask me. Do ensure you rest well. With that, he departed. Mia gazed at the potion in her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Theodore was ever so attentive, noticing every detail, yet remaining taciturn. Mia, you have been discharged? Draco hurried over upon learning of Mia's release. Is everything all right? I am relieved to see you unharmed. He embraced Mia tightly, his worry evident. I apologize for causing you concern. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. After persuading the young master for quite some time, Mia sighed, having calmed one sobbing child only to encounter another. The final examinations arrived as anticipated. Mia effortlessly secured the top position once again, gaining notoriety. Chapter 29. Special Contribution Award and House Cup. Mia's recovery coincided serendipitously with the week preceding the final examinations. While Harry and Ron frantically crammed for their impending tests, Hermione exhibited signs of anxiety due to the looming exams. In contrast, Mia, having completed her coursework well in advance, leisurely indulged in reading after finishing her assignments. As a veritable academic prodigy, the final examination posed little challenge for her. Help me, Mia, Ron exclaimed. On the verge of collapse from his studies, the thought of failing and facing ridicule weighed heavily on him. Mia, please assist me. Harry, too, found himself overwhelmed. He had used his study time for slumber instead. Harry, weren't you just fervently declaring your intent to study diligently to protect Mia? Hermione reminded him unexpectedly. Harry froze, his spirits deflating. All right. I shall provide you with some exam tips. Mia relented, her heart softening at the sight of Harry's pitiful expression. The final exams commenced as scheduled, beginning with the theoretical assessments. During the History of Magic exam, Ron and Harry stared at familiar questions, their minds blank. Good news. I guessed correctly. Bad news, I forgot the answers. In the subsequent exams, Mia's predictions proved accurate as well. Outside the examination hall, Ron expressed boundless gratitude to the academic deities. Next came the practical examinations. The charms exam required making a pineapple dance tap across a desk, whilst the transfiguration task involved transforming a mouse into a snuff box. For potions, they were to concoct a forgetfulness potion. When the results were revealed, Mia achieved perfect scores across all subjects, earning her the title of the top student, closely followed by Hermione. Once again, she garnered admiration, as the younger students were undeniably drawn to her prowess. Having defeated Quirrell in her first year and now securing the top rank, Mia's family was duly informed, capturing the attention of all. "Thank you so much, Mia and Hermione. I managed to pass," Ron exclaimed, clutching his report card, already envisioning the rewards awaiting him at home. Harry's results were commendable as well, with mostly satisfactory grades. Following the exhilarating conclusion of the final exams, the year-end banquet commenced. The Great Hall was adorned with the crimson and gold banners of Gryffindor, featuring a lion emblazoned on the tapestry. This year, Gryffindor triumphed in the Quidditch Cup, making their acquisition of the House Cup unsurprising. Slytherin, trailing closely behind, was disheartened by their loss of the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Especially Flint, the head of the year and captain of the Quidditch team, hung his head in discontent. Draco's expression was particularly grim due to the defeat against Gryffindor, and Snape wore a scowl. In stark contrast, the Gryffindors were filled with laughter and began to taunt Slytherin, reveling in their victory with the Savior and the Quidditch Cup in their possession. The faces of the Slytherin Quidditch team darkened further, seething with the desire to retaliate. The small badgers and eagles, caught in between, dared not speak, indifferent to the outcome as long as Slytherin did not triumph. Just as tensions reached the brink of conflict, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Another year has passed, and if memory serves me correctly, it is time to award the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. 2nd place, Slytherin with 472 points. And 1st place, Gryffindor with 483 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. Students, unable to contain their joy, embraced one another in exultation. "Foolish lions," Daphne scoffed. "Rude and uncouth," added Blaise, following with his own derision. "How could such individuals have defeated our noble Slytherin?" Pansy, noting Draco's dismal demeanor, voiced her frustration. "It's unjust. Mia had bested Quirrell, a dark wizard no less." Although Draco wished to avoid discussing Mia's injury, he could not bear to see her contribution overshadowed. Everyone heard her words, and the Slytherins recognized this truth, their hands pounding on the table in unison, a sound so synchronized that it drew the attention of all present. Mia, feeling a bit awkward under the eager gazes of her fellow Slytherins, was not one to shy away from a challenge. She turned her gaze towards Dumbledore, trusting that he would provide a satisfactory resolution. "Silence, children," Dumbledore began, prompting Slytherin to cease their actions, eager to see what would unfold. "I have 2 important honors and scores to announce. Firstly, Mia Potter of Slytherin, for her bravery and wisdom in the face of a dark wizard, protecting her companions. I award her an additional 50 points for her courage and valor." The announcement brought forth a new wave of decorations, transforming the hall into a silver-green spectacle. Despite the loss of the House Cup, Gryffindor students still applauded for Mia, acknowledging that this accolade was well-deserved. The Slytherin students clapped fervently, their faces flushed with joy, standing to cheer, completely forgetting mere moments before they had mocked Gryffindor's rudeness. Across the crowd, Mia locked eyes with Harry, their similar gazes igniting smiles. Harry beamed with pride, flanked by the jubilant twins and Ron and Hermione. "As a friend, despite not winning an award, I remain happy and proud of you." Draco and Blaise excitedly surrounded Mia, clapping for her, while Theodore wore a smile, softly applauding. Cedric raised a cup from afar, and Mia lifted her drink in response. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall gazed at Mia with pride in their eyes. A moment of silence. "Please, there is another award to present." Everyone turned their curious eyes towards Dumbledore. "I would like to especially commend Mia Potter from Slytherin for her repeated interventions against Quirrell's actions, thereby preventing further damage to the school. For this, we shall bestow upon her the award for special contribution to the school." Mia recalled the unicorn she had saved months prior and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Heroes should not be concealed, should they? Dumbledore mischievously winked at Mia. The hall erupted once more with thunderous applause, and Mia couldn't help but smile, genuinely concerned for the students' voices the following day. Chapter 30. The Holidays. The holidays were approaching, and all the students packed their belongings to board the train home. "Mia," Draco called out, "can you come to my house during the holidays?" Draco hesitated. "I'm sorry, but I might not be able to." Mia longed to meet Narcissa, that gentle mother, but her aunt and uncle would not approve. "Then, can we correspond?" I'll be waiting for your letter." Draco left with satisfaction, and Mia turned to Theodore, who had not yet departed. "Theodore, how is your health?" Theodore nervously pressed his lips together. He too wished to invite Mia, but his father. "Thank you. I'm fine. Will you write during the holidays? Mia ventured. Yes. Here, this is for you. Theodore produced an object, a dark magical artifact. A dark magical artifact. Mia quickly scanned her surroundings. Are you mad? What if you get caught with it here? This is for you. It can protect you. Theodore pressed the object into Mia's hands. She regarded him thoughtfully. The Knot family once served as Death Eaters, following Voldemort and playing a pivotal role. It was not surprising they possessed such things. But the Ministry of Magic enforced strict regulations on them. Mia felt somewhat speechless. I must take my leave. Farewell. Theodore departed elegantly. And Mia looked at the object in her hands and sighed, recognizing it was a gesture of kindness from him. How fearless of him to risk exposure, she thought, casting a resentful glance at Theodore's retreating figure. On the Hogwarts Express, after entrusting Luna and Hedwig along with their luggage to the attendant, Mia and Harry prepared to board the train when they spotted Hagrid organizing the students. He allowed Hermione and Ron to board first, and they ran to Hagrid's side. I thought you two might leave without saying goodbye, Hagrid said, looking at the two little ones before him. This is for you. Hagrid pulled out an album from his pocket. Mia and Harry opened it to find a family portrait, with Lily and James holding their two children. Thank you, Hagrid. The two children clung to Hagrid's legs, reminiscent of their first meeting. Come on, children. If that fool Dudley bullies you, threaten him. Hagrid pondered for a moment, then suggested turning him into a pig with ears to match his pigtail. Mia chuckled softly, yet her eyes were filled with emotion. Harry reminded him, but Hagrid, you know we can't use magic outside of Hogwarts. I know, but your cousin doesn't, right? Hagrid winked. The train was about to depart, and Mia and Harry needed to board. Goodbye, Hagrid. Goodbye, children. The sensation of returning home feels rather peculiar, does it not? Hermione and Ron leaned against the train door, speaking to the two. We are not truly going home, not in the truest sense. Harry harbors no fondness for that place. It does not qualify as home. It is merely a temporary refuge, and Mia shares a similar disdain for it. As the train prepared to depart, the four of them returned to their compartment, reluctantly waving goodbye to Hagrid as they drifted away. What is the matter? Hermione inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Mia, who slumped against her in a sullen manner upon boarding. It's nothing. Just remember to write to me during the holidays, Hermione, Mia replied morosely. Of course. We can explore various subjects together during the break. Hermione genuinely cherished conversing with Mia. Her vast reservoir of knowledge could address all her curiosities. Upon exiting the station, Mia and Harry bid farewell to their friends and returned to the Dursleys' home. Fortunately, Harry finally had a somewhat normal room, Dudley's small bedroom. During the holidays, Mia continued her research into the amalgamation of ancient magic and alchemy, despite the Ministry of Magic's explicit prohibition against underage wizards using magic outside of school. However, Mia discovered that the Ministry's tracking could merely identify locations and sense magic used by underage wizards, while neglecting to account for the presence of adult wizards nearby. Moreover, individuals like Mia preferred to operate free from the constraints of oversight. Thus, she devised an alchemical product that recorded the magical fluctuations of adult wizards, which, when activated, could interfere with tracking detection, creating the illusion of an adult wizard's presence nearby. Mia spent most of her time reading and conducting research in either her room or Harry's. Why haven't Hermione and Ron written to us? Harry lamented daily, aside from practicing magic under Mia's guidance, as he eagerly awaited news from his friends. Hedwig was prohibited from leaving her cage, leaving him to yearn for letters from companions. Hermione is not one to break her word. There must be some hindrance preventing her. Mia felt constrained in every endeavor, unable to contact her own friends. Really? They do not harbor ill feelings towards me. And Hogwarts is not merely a figment of my imagination? Harry's words filled Mia with a pang of empathy. He was somewhat sentimental, and in the absence of others, he placed greater value on Mia and the friends he had fought so hard to gain. No, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and you are all vital friends to one another. So they must be caught up in some predicament. Just wait a little longer, all right? Mia gently reassured Harry, while Luna nestled against him affectionately. Thank you, Mia. And you too, Luna. And thank you for your patience, Hedwig. Mia reached through the bars to stroke the restless Hedwig, who had unfortunately been confined for nearly an entire holiday. Hoot. Poor thing, she seemed to express in her own way. Harry Potter, Mia Potter. The siblings exchanged a resigned glance upon hearing Uncle Vernon's shout. Descending the stairs, Aunt Petunia was busy decorating a cake for an important guest they were expecting that day. They are inside, Vernon. I warn you, if you cannot control that owl and that wretched cat, let them be gone. Uncle Vernon halted his adjustment of Dudley's collar to issue a stern warning. Mia's gaze momentarily turned dangerous, a flicker of red light flashing in her eyes. She quickly reined in her emotions. With Mia's growing strength, her magical power became increasingly susceptible to her feelings. However, they felt stifled. If only she could unleash them for an hour or two. Then she could discreetly send a message to your peculiar friend. Never. Dudley adjusted his collar, jostling Harry while not forgetting to mock them coldly. Who would want to befriend you? You ought to be grateful. We raised you from childhood, provided you with food, even gave you Dudley's small bedroom, pouring every ounce of effort into being kind to you." Vernon implored Harry and Mia with a heavy heart. The two were entirely unfazed. Over the years, they had endured ample mistreatment at the hands of this family, and any shred of kindness had long been obliterated by the years of servitude they had suffered. Had it not been for the ministry's regulations against using magic on muggles, Mia would have brandished her wand long ago. However, with pressing matters at hand, Uncle Vernon had no time to continue engaging with them. Their guest could arrive at any moment. "Let us rehearse, Petunia. When the Masons arrive, you will be there in the living room." Ready to greet them with the utmost warmth, Aunt Petunia demonstrated with a smile and a gentle tone. "Splendid. Dudley, you will be there as well. I will be waiting to open the door for them." "Excellent. And what about you two?" As they spoke, the trio approached Harry and Mia. Mia crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, pulling Harry upstairs. Chapter 31, Dobby. Mia pursed her lips, tugging Harry toward their room. "Mia, don't be upset. I don't mind," Harry said, observing his sister's anger. Her irritation quelled his own. "I am angry. How can they speak of you like that?" Mia loathed her current helplessness. Despite her prowess at school, she had to lower her head in the Dursley household because they had raised her, due to Aunt Petunia being Lily's sister. And the wretched ministry regulations. "It's fine, I don't mind. Just wait a bit longer. We will leave this place soon," Harry consoled her, enveloping her in his arms. He had noticed that whenever Mia's emotions surged, her pupils turned red, and her magic threatened to spiral out of control, likely a remnant of that time of magical exhaustion. "Yes, once we come of age, we will set aside some money to settle all that has transpired over the years and never return." Mia composed herself. She was typically emotionally stable, except when it came to Harry. "Let us head inside." Just as Harry was about to pull his sister back into the house, he halted. A house elf was bouncing on Harry's bed. He quickly ushered Mia inside and shut the door. The two stared at the house elf in speechless bewilderment. Where did it come from? "Mr. Potter, Miss Potter, it is truly an honor." Dobby paused his antics and greeted them. The house elf was surprisingly polite. "Who are you?" "Dobby, the house elf Dobby. It's not that I'm being rude, but this really isn't an appropriate place to host a house elf." Mia glanced at Harry, somewhat at a loss for words. "You are indeed quite polite, but is that the crux of the matter? The real question is, why are you here?" "Oh, it matters not. It is of utmost importance that Dobby expresses this, though it is indeed difficult to articulate." Dobby finds himself at a loss for words. Clearly, Harry has noticed that Dobby still occupies his bed. "Would you care to sit down?" Upon hearing this, Mia instantly perceived the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Harry had little experience with house elves, and such a remark undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord within Dobby. "Sit down? Oh dear." Dobby wept as he descended from the bed, sobbing and wailing. Harry, perplexed, assumed he had misspoken. "I'm sorry, Dobby. I did not intend to offend you." "Offend Dobby?" Dobby exclaimed. "I have heard you are a remarkable wizard, yet no wizard has ever treated Dobby as an equal," asking if Dobby would like to sit down. Dobby spoke with fervor. "Then you must not have encountered a good wizard. Indeed, it is wrong of me to criticize wizards." Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby." In his agitation, he began banging on the cabinet doors. Harry, feeling overwhelmed, recalled that Uncle Vernon had pressing matters to attend to and sought to calm Dobby. "Bad Dobby. Dobby must punish himself." "Stop, Dobby. What is it you wish to discuss with us?" As the situation spiraled out of control, Mia quickly intervened. "Dobby spoke ill of the family he serves. Dobby is bound to serve the same family for life. If they discover Dobby is here, Dobby simply had to come. Dobby must protect you and warn you. Harry Potter, Mia Potter, you absolutely cannot return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." Mia immediately furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Dobby. "There is a conspiracy, a plot that will lead to something terrifying." Dobby fixed his gaze upon them, attempting to persuade the two. "What conspiracy? Who is behind it?" Upon hearing this, Mia could no longer remain seated. Her intuition suggested it was likely related to the Death Eaters, and she and Harry had obstructed their path, making them targets. "Oh, I cannot say." Dobby's head drooped in despair. As a house elf, he would never betray his master. But who, then, was Dobby's master? Dobby once more contemplated self-harm, his actions loud enough to attract Uncle Vernon's attention from downstairs. Vernon ascended to admonish them before storming away. "Now you understand why I wish to return? We do not belong here. We belong in your world, Hogwarts. It is only there that I have friends." Harry attempted to persuade Dobby. "Those friends who do not write to Harry Potter?" The two immediately turned their gazes toward Dobby. "How do you know? Did you intercept the letters? Where are they?" Dobby, feeling guilty, stepped back. Harry and Mia must not be angry with him. He believed that if they thought their friends had forgotten them, they would no longer wish to return to school. Saying this, he produced a thick stack of letters. Mia, in her anger, laughed incredulously, brandishing her wand. "The letters will come flying." Seeing that this tactic would not suffice, Dobby rushed down the stairs. The two hastily pursued him. Dobby, eyeing the cake and the Mason couple seated on the sofa, concocted a plan to hurl the cake at Mrs. Mason. "No." Harry exclaimed, widening his eyes in an attempt to catch the cake. Mia, undeterred, employed magic once more. Having already used it, she saw no harm in this attempt. The cake soared through the air. Fortunately, they managed to thwart Dobby once again, but their uncle and aunt discovered them. The windows of the two were sealed tight. I forbid you to return to that school, and I absolutely do not permit you to see those peculiar friends of yours. Never. That night, the two sat together, unable to sleep. Mia, you shouldn't have acted impulsively. If the use of magic is discovered, Harry looked at Mia with concern. Mia shook her head and returned the enchanted bias necklace to Harry's neck. It's all right. You need not worry about my abilities. This necklace, like the bracelet, is inscribed with protective runes. If you are in danger, I will sense it and appear by your side immediately. Harry grasped the necklace tightly, burying his head in Mia's shoulder. Mia, I don't want anything to happen to you. I cannot endure another incident like what happened with Quirrell. It would drive me mad. Do not fear, I will be fine. Mia gently ruffled Harry's untidy hair, reminiscent of their father, James. All right, it's settled. Just then, they faintly heard a sound. Harry, did you hear that? Harry stood and walked to the window, with Mia joining him, looking up. A car was hurtling towards them. It's Ron and the twins. Hey, Harry, Mia. Ron, Fred, and George called out. What are you doing here? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. We're here to rescue you. Hurry, grab your belongings. Chapter 32, The Burrow. The siblings exchanged glances and quickly returned to their rooms to gather their things. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers, observing the siblings packing, began to execute their plan, tying ropes to the car and tearing down the iron fence. The commotion was rather loud, rousing their uncle and aunt. Quick, Harry. The two hurriedly tossed their luggage into the trunk, with Harry urging Mia to get in first, while George assisted her inside. Uncle Vernon was swift as well, already unlocking Harry's door. They could still hear Dudley and Aunt Petunia's shouts urging them on. Harry, hurry. Mia and George reached out their hands to help Harry. At the last moment, Harry successfully climbed into the car. As the vehicle distanced itself from Privet Drive, they couldn't help but erupt in cheers. Thank you so much. Mia and Harry expressed their gratitude to the three. Oh, we are friends, are we not, Miss Snake? Fred teased Mia while driving. Thanks to the gift from Miss Snake, we can smoothly commence our business venture. George chimed in, wrapping an arm around Mia's shoulders. Indeed, the twins have already begun generating income with the initial capital. It is no wonder they are sharp-minded. By the way, happy birthday, Mia and Harry. Ron surprisingly remembered their birthdays, prompting grateful smiles from Mia and Harry. By the time they arrived at the Burrow, dawn was breaking. The group cautiously entered the house. Hurry inside, shoo. The twins were still on the lookout to ensure their mother hadn't noticed. This was Mia and Harry's first glimpse of a wizarding family. Self-washing dishes, clocks shaped like the twins' heads, and scarves woven automatically. Everything felt both novel and heartwarming. Though small, it was undeniably a home. Harry muttered to himself, always yearning for a home like this. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem to take this away. Ron, while shedding his coat, munched on some food. Indeed, Mum wouldn't know. Fred casually snatched a loaf of bread to nibble on. I find this place splendid. From the moment he entered, Harry was adorned with a smile, as this abode perfectly aligned with his vision of home. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley appeared, her voice booming with fury, asking where they had all been. Mia blinked in confusion, observing this once gentle lady, noting how her hair resembled cat ears, giving her an endearing quality. Ron, Fred, George, and Harry were equally bewildered, with Ron and Fred discreetly concealing their bread behind their backs. The moment Mrs. Weasley faced Mia and Harry, her demeanor softened, and she approached them with warmth, expressing her joy at seeing them. The bed was empty, devoid of any notes, and the reckless act of taking the car could have led to dire consequences, one that could have drawn the attention of others. Yet, with a gentle smile, she added, of course, I'm not referring to you, Mia and Harry. They had allowed Harry and Mia to go hungry while sealing their windows. Ron attempted to defend himself, with Harry silently nodding in agreement. You'd better pray I don't seal up your windows, Ron Weasley. Mrs. Weasley was on the verge of panic. Come now, it's time for breakfast, Harry, Mia. Observing this motherly figure, Mia felt a softness in her heart. Mrs. Weasley truly exuded kindness. Who? Ron queried, puzzled. Children without mothers invariably long for maternal affection. Harry did. And so did Mia. Hurry and eat, children, don't be shy. Mrs. Weasley warmly beckoned the two, her heart aching for their frail frames. Thank you, Ma am. Mia whispered. Don't be so formal. Call me Annie Molly, she replied, gently ruffling the hair of these precocious children. Her heart ached at the thought that if Lily and James were here, they could never bear to see their children suffer. Back at the Order of the Phoenix, they had witnessed the love between Lily and James, their anticipation for these two children. Yet who could have foreseen the hardships they would endure over the years? Eat up. Harry, don't hold back, Ron encouraged, concerned Harry might feel hesitant. Splendid. Eat plenty. Mrs. Weasley beamed with pride at the sight of her ravenous children. Mum, have you seen my slippers? Dear, they're right above the cat. Hearing the voice, the group turned to see Ginny. the girl who had traveled to the station with Ron, clearly just noticing them. Ginny's eyes widened as she stared at Harry and Mia. She spun around and dashed away, while George and Fred exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter, leaving Mia and Harry perplexed. Had they said something amiss? Observing George and Fred, who clearly held the knowledge, Mia inquired. "It's Ginny. She has been talking about you all summer. It's truly bothersome," Ron kindly explained. Us. Mia hadn't realized she had made an impression, especially since at the station, Ginny had been excited upon hearing Harry's name. "Indeed, your remarkable achievements have become widely known throughout the wizarding community, Miss Snake. Ginny idolizes you." George and Fred harmoniously chimed in, while Mia's smile momentarily faltered. "The entire wizarding world is aware of this." "Good morning, children," boomed a robust middle-aged man as he entered. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning. I am utterly exhausted from last night's 9 surprise inspections." 9. Mr. Weasley shared his work experiences with his family as he removed his coat. "Inspections? My father works at the Ministry of Magic, in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He has a particular fascination with Muggle artifacts." After settling down with Mrs. Molly Weasley, Mr. Weasley began his breakfast. Upon turning his head, he noticed 2 unfamiliar faces. "Who are you?" "Oh, my apologies, I am Harry. Harry Potter, and this is my sister, Mia Potter." Harry quickly introduced himself, and Mia nodded with a smile in acknowledgement. "My goodness, is it truly you?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Harry and Mia nodded, and one could not help but notice the warmth of their family. "Ron mentioned your arrival. When did you come?" "This morning. Your sons took your charming vehicle to bring him here in the dead of night." Mrs. Molly Weasley had quite a few words to say about that. "Really? How did the car perform?" Mr. Weasley inquired of the twins, to which Mrs. Molly playfully swatted him. "Remarkably well," the twins eagerly chimed in, clearly relishing the moment. Mia paused, realizing Mr. Weasley's fascination with Muggle objects, which perhaps explained the diverse personalities of his children. "I must say, what you did was utterly inappropriate, children. It is simply unforgivable." Harry exchanged a knowing smile with Ron. "Harry, Mia, you must be well versed in Muggles. Pray tell, what is the purpose of that rubber duck?" The two exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Chapter 33, Diagon Alley. During breakfast, the siblings, along with Ron, received their school supply list. Dumbledore seemed omniscient, even knowing their circumstances in the burrow. Poor Errol, while delivering the letter, inadvertently collided with the glass, which sounded painful indeed. After changing clothes, Ginny eagerly gravitated towards Mia and Harry, chattering incessantly about Mia's school experiences. The adoration in Ginny's eyes made it difficult for Mia to refuse her inquiries. "Sister Mia, did you truly defeat the Dark Wizard all on your own?" Ginny gazed at Mia with wide, curious eyes. "Yes, indeed," Mia replied, observing the twins' mischievous grins. She sighed resignedly and answered Ginny softly. "I also heard you received perfect scores in all your subjects and were awarded the Special Contribution Award. You are truly remarkable." "Thank you, but it's not as extraordinary as it seems," Mia responded, a hint of shyness creeping in as she engaged patiently with Ginny. May I have your and Harry's autographs?" Ginny suddenly asked, her shyness evident as she fumbled to produce a notebook filled with news articles and her youthful handwriting about the siblings. Mia was taken aback, not expecting such innocent admiration for them. Of course, Mia took the notebook and inscribed a heartfelt blessing on the cover, wishing Ginny Weasley peace, joy, and success in all her endeavors. Mia's penmanship was exquisite, each stroke imbued with vigor and elegance, rendering a beautiful cursive script. In her previous life, she had been adept at writing in a flowing style, often receiving praise for her neat and poised handwriting, which, paradoxically, exuded an aura of fierce intensity, like a sword unsheathed. Sharp and gleaming, a stark contrast to her otherwise languid demeanor. "Thank you, Sister Mia," Ginny exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she beamed at Mia, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then handed the notebook to Harry, who dutifully followed suit and penned his own well wishes before returning it to Ginny, who cherished the notebook close to her heart. As everyone donned their robes in preparation for their journey to Diagon Alley to procure their textbooks, it was customary for every wizarding family to install a Floo network connection. By clutching a handful of Floo powder and uttering their destination, they could arrive directly. However, an unexpected mishap occurred when, following Ron's demonstration, Harry inadvertently mispronounced Diagon Alley as Nocturne Alley. Mia immediately contemplated seeking out Harry, who was oblivious to the dangers of Nocturne Alley, but she was promptly halted by Mrs. Weasley. Nocturne Alley was a dark and dilapidated lane, starkly contrasting the vibrant and bustling Diagon Alley. It was notorious for its shops dealing in dark magical artifacts, and was frequented by many dark wizards and enthusiasts of the dark arts. Harry found himself unwittingly transported to Borgin and Burke's, a shop that traded in such sinister wares, and to his misfortune, he encountered Lucius Malfoy, who was storing dark magical items. Fortunately, Harry managed to conceal himself quickly, and Hagrid appeared just in time to extricate him from the perilous situation. Harry, Hagrid, Mia, anxiously awaiting at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, rushed towards Harry with Hermione in tow. Where have you been? Are you all right? Sorry to worry you. I'm fine. Just got a bit lost. Thankfully, Hagrid was there. Harry reassured his concerned sister. That's a relief. Thank you, Hagrid, Mia said, casting a grateful smile at Hagrid, who had once again come to their aid. Not a problem, but I must be off now. Farewell. Goodbye. After bidding Hagrid farewell, Mia noticed Harry's disheveled appearance and quickly performed a cleaning charm, satisfied once she beheld his now pristine visage. Your glasses are broken again. Let us fix that, Hermione exclaimed, casting the spell to restore them to their original state, reminiscent of their first encounter in first year. Such a convenient charm. I ought to remember it, Harry mused, reminiscing about their initial meeting, prompting all three to share a laugh. By the way, how did you two end up together? Harry inquired, observing the closeness between the two. Hermione's parents are here to purchase books, and we just happened to cross paths. As it turned out, although Hermione's parents were not newcomers to the Wizarding World, they still found it somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, the Weasley family and Mia happened to run into Hermione's family, allowing them to shop together. Shall we go inside? The three entered the bookstore, where many witches were queuing. Harry, though puzzled, decided to first check in with Mrs. Weasley. Harry, thank heavens you didn't wander too far. Madame Molly examined Harry to ensure he was unharmed when a male voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. A handsome wizard made his entrance, eliciting screams from the witches present that threatened to overturn Flourish and Blots. Even Hermione was bouncing with excitement. Mum's smitten, Ron remarked helplessly to Harry, receiving a gentle nudge from Madame Molly in response. Excuse me, sir, madam. A man holding a camera for the Daily Prophet squeezed through the crowd. Gilderoy Lockhart posed with his trademark smile for the camera. Who is this? Harry whispered to Mia. Our defense against the dark arts teacher this semester. The author of that lengthy book list. I doubt we'll learn much this term. You should practice with me instead, Mia replied, expressing her doubts about Hogwarts' choice of instructors. Surely not. Harry was about to continue their discussion when Lockhart spotted him. The man with the camera pulled Harry over for a photo with Lockhart, prompting Mia to quickly shield her face to avoid being dragged into the spotlight. Her presence was equally noteworthy. As Harry engaged with Lockhart, Mia's attention was diverted when she caught Draco's gaze. The young Slytherin, clad in a black cloak and sporting slicked-back hair, leaned against the wooden railing with an irritable expression. Undeniably handsome. Noticing Mia finally looking his way, Draco raised an eyebrow and flashed a smile, to which Mia responded with a wink. Before Lockhart released Harry, he generously gifted him a set of books, which was quite fortuitous. Lockhart was hosting a signing event, but Mia had no interest in it. So she squeezed her way out with Harry and the Weasley brothers. Draco descended from the upper floor at just the right moment, casually tearing a page from a book. Long time no see. I see someone remembers me, Draco said, adopting a mock petulant tone as he approached Mia. It's not my fault. I was intercepted. Didn't I write to explain? Mia had promptly replied after being rescued, hoping to alleviate her friend's worries. Humph. I spent an entire holiday worrying about you. And you dismiss me with a few words? In truth, Draco's letters were the longest of all, detailing his daily activities to the minutiae, practically sharing his bathroom breaks with Mia. I apologize. It won't happen again. Mia acknowledged her fault and quickly offered her contrition. Humph, it better not. Chapter 34 Malfoy. Harry and the Weasley brothers finally squeezed out from the throng of enthusiastic witches. As soon as Harry emerged, he spotted Draco next to his sister and immediately felt a surge of irritation, stepping in to separate them. The famous Harry Potter. Even a trip to a bookstore makes headlines. Draco taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. To be honest, Mia had grown accustomed to such exchanges. After all, if these two didn't bicker upon meeting, one might question whether they were indeed themselves. However, Ginny seemed oblivious, and upon hearing her idol being mocked, she glared fiercely at Draco, her cute face set in determination. Leave him alone. Look, Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend, Draco quipped. Draco was not one to suffer defeat easily. He immediately directed his ire towards Harry. Upon hearing this, Mia shot him a sharp glance. While it was one thing to quarrel with Harry, it was quite another to speak of Ginny in such a manner. Aware of Mia's anger, Draco quickly fell silent. Very well, Draco, let us adopt a friendlier tone, he thought. Just as their dispute seemed endless, another figure joined the conversation. With platinum blonde hair and piercing gray-blue eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to Draco. Holding a black cane and exuding an air of arrogance, it was none other than Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Miss Potter, allow me to introduce myself, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius's gaze fell upon Mia first, recognizing her as the first-year student who had bested Quirrell, demonstrating exceptional talent, and, more importantly, someone Draco held dear. Good day, Mia greeted, shaking Lucius's outstretched hand. The smile on her lips barely reached her eyes. She sensed his malice. Lucius, perceptive as he was, could sense her resistance but paid it no mind, swiftly redirecting his attention to Harry. Harry Potter, at long last we meet. I beg your forgiveness, Lucius said, extending his hand towards Harry, who, upon grasping it, found himself pulled closer to Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. Your scar has become legendary, much like the wizard who left it upon you, Lucius remarked, using his cane to lift Harry's hair, revealing the infamous lightning-shaped scar. Voldemort killed my parents, Harry replied. His eyes locked onto Lucius with palpable hatred. Mia's expression darkened as Draco grasped her arm, attempting to restrain her. He is nothing but a murderer. Harry broke free from Lucius's grip. Hermione approached them, and the Weasley brothers joined, all of them, filled with indignation, glaring at Lucius. Draco observed Mia's demeanor and pursed his lips, feeling powerless to prevent his father from continuing. You must be quite brave to utter his name, or perhaps quite foolish. To fear speaking his name only deepens one's fear of him, Lucius taunted. Hermione, unafraid of Voldemort, understood that avoiding his name only intensified the terror surrounding him. You must be Miss Granger? Lucius inquired, glancing at Draco for confirmation. However, upon witnessing his son's foolish fixation on Mia, he shifted his gaze back. Draco has spoken of you, and of your parents, muggles, I presume? Let me guess. Red hair, a stoic expression, and tattered second-hand books. You must be from the Weasley family. As he spoke, Lucius nonchalantly picked up Ginny's book. Mr. Weasley noticed and hurried over, intent on escorting the children away. The ministry must be quite busy, Arthur. With all those surprise inspections, I do hope they compensate you for the overtime. However, judging by your current state, it seems unlikely that you will receive a decent wage, let alone avoid bringing shame upon wizards. Lucius held disdain for the Weasleys' association with muggles, considering their bond with the lowly muggles a betrayal of pure-blood ideals. I completely disagree with your notion of bringing shame upon wizards, Malfoy, Arthur retorted calmly. He held no contempt for muggles. Clearly, you have no qualms about mingling with them. As Lucius seized the moment when all eyes were upon him, he subtly slipped a black book into Ginny's cauldron while pretending to place down another. He then directed his attention towards Arthur, remarking that he thought the Weasley family had already reached the depths of depravity. Miss Potter, I look forward to your visit at Malfoy Manor, he added before departing, not forgetting to acknowledge Mia as well. After Lucius exited, Draco prepared to follow suit. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately uttered only, "See you at school." Children, the books have been purchased, we should return now, Arthur hastily interjected, noticing the glum expressions among the attendees. Just then, Mrs. Weasley returned, holding a signed book. Oh, Lockhart is simply enchanting. What troubles you, my dear children? Mrs. Weasley paused, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. No, Mother, we ought to head back, Ginny replied. Indeed, after a day of shopping, we are quite famished, chimed George and Fred, grinning as they took the items from Mrs. Weasley. Is that so? Mia, Harry, Ginny, are you hungry? Mrs. Weasley inquired, looking at the three children. A bit, yes. Let us return, Mia responded. Very well. The start date for Hogwarts is September 1st, which means Harry and Mia must reside at the Burrow for a month. Harry, you can share a room with Ron, while Mia and Ginny can have one together, if that is agreeable. Ginny was more than willing, clinging to Mia and refusing to let go, while Mia, slightly exasperated, nodded in acknowledgement. That evening, as the two girls squeezed onto a single bed, Mia was preparing to rest. However, the intense gaze from her companion kept her awake. What's wrong, Ginny? Sorry, did I disturb you? Ginny asked, her eyes filled with regret. No, I'm still awake. Mia shook her head. May I ask you a question? Ginny hesitated before speaking. Of course, Mia raised an eyebrow, curious about what query was troubling this young witch. Do you, like Draco? Ginny inquired, having noticed the letter Mia received upon returning, although Mia hastily concealed it. Ginny had caught sight of the Malfoy crest. Earlier that afternoon, Mia had sat alone on the lawn, reading the letter. Though her expression did not betray her feelings, Ginny sensed that Mia was not in the best of spirits. She remained silent for a long time until George and Fred coaxed Mia into playing with their newly devised prank products, finally bringing a smile to her face. Mia had been quiet, reflecting on Draco's apology contained within the letter. Judging by the timing, he must have penned it immediately upon arriving home, yet Mia did not respond. Lucius's words had deeply angered her. It was evident that none present had escaped the shadow of animosity he cast. His remarks underscored the Malfoy family's stance. Draco Malfoy was first and foremost a Malfoy, and only secondarily Draco. Then, if you do not fancy him, what of my two brothers? If you cannot choose, you may select both. Ginny observed Mia's downcast demeanor and felt a sense of urgency. She genuinely hoped Mia would become her sister-in-law, especially since she had noticed George and Fred's interest in her. After all, Ginny had yet to witness them charm a girl. Upon hearing Ginny's words, Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. Does your brother know how you were selling them out? Chapter 35, The Flying Car. Honestly, Mia had anticipated that Dobby would not easily relent and would surely devise a way to prevent them from returning to school. Therefore, it was no surprise that they were intercepted at the station when the term began. However, she never expected Ron and Harry, Two unlikely companions to concoct such a foolish plan. These two, who could not even perform basic protective spells or drive, dared to take Mr. Arthur's flying car to school. What a pair. They brazenly drove down the street in front of countless muggles. Invisibility charm. Mia quickly cast the spell to avoid drawing attention. Could you at least give a heads up before you start driving? Ron, can you really drive? Harry questioned as he observed the swaying vehicle. No problem. I've seen George and Fred do it. We just need to find the Hogwarts Express, Ron proclaimed confidently as they set off. Mia silently cast a defensive charm and a levitation spell on the car, ready to seize control at any moment. Aren't you going to hide the car? Most muggles have never seen a flying vehicle. Thankfully, they remembered this detail. Oh right. Ron activated a device on the car. Done. Don't you think it's a bit late to be thinking about that? Initially, Mia felt reassured, but soon, mid-flight, the car malfunctioned. Oh no. The invisibility booster is malfunctioning. Fly lower. We need to find the train. As Mia heard the train's whistle growing nearer, she turned her head just in time to see the train approaching fast, about to collide. Levitation spell. Mia hastily took control of the vehicle, steering it off the tracks. That was close. Ron and Harry wiped their brows, giving Mia a thumbs up. Don't celebrate yet. Keep steady. We'll follow the train. Mia turned to the two, who were not even wearing seatbelts, and scolded, seatbelts. Aren't we going to find a way onto the train? The vehicle's booster is malfunctioning, Ron said anxiously. Putting aside what we'll do with the car once we're on the train, you really have no regard for safety with this reckless maneuver? We'll just follow the train. My magic can sustain us until we reach school. With that, Mia released Hedwig. What's this? Harry asked, confused. I'll inform the headmaster and contact Professor Snape to pick us up, just in case, and let Hermione and the others know not to worry. Having written the messages, she released Hedwig, entrusting her with the task. Coup. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, night had fallen, and the car had, as Mia predicted, spiraled out of control. Maintaining the magic was becoming taxing for her, but fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape awaited them at the school. Protective spells for Ron, Harry, and myself, with Dumbledore's assistance. The car successfully made a crash landing. Headmaster, Professor Snape. After ensuring Harry and Ron were unharmed, Mia led them to where the headmaster and professor stood. Is everything all right? Children, we have been anticipating your arrival, remarked Dumbledore, his demeanor grave, as he had not expected anyone to attempt to thwart the Potter siblings from attending school or to conspire against them. All is well, and I appreciate your assistance. Mia shook her head and turned towards her headmaster, while Snape gently ruffled her hair. Remain calm and courageous. Seek help when confronted with danger. Each of you shall receive an additional 10 points. Thank you, Professor, Ron and Harry exclaimed, their expressions a blend of shock and gratitude. You handled the situation admirably. We will investigate this matter further. The sorting ceremony is about to commence, so please proceed inside. The house elves will assist in transporting your luggage. Very well. Farewell, Headmaster, Professor. Upon hearing that the sorting was commencing, Ron thought of Ginny and hurriedly ushered his companions toward the Great Hall. Mia took her place at the Slytherin table, and Draco, furrowing his brow with concern, inquired, Where have you been? Why are you so late? Mia hesitated, unsure of how to face Draco, and simply replied, Some matters delayed me. The sorting has begun. Noticing Mia's reluctance to engage, Draco was at a loss for words and turned his gaze toward the sorting hat. What is happening? Blaise quietly asked Theodore, who shrugged, unfazed, and then directed his attention to Pansy and Daphne. I am not certain, Daphne replied, shaking her head. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin, announced the sorting hat, as Daphne's younger sister, a delicate and beautiful girl, seated herself beside Daphne and greeted those nearby. Colin Creevey. Gryffindor. Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw. Upon hearing the name of someone who shared her own Luna's name, Mia instinctively shifted her gaze. Luna struck Mia with the impression of a fairy, not a house elf, but a creature from a fairy tale. She was indeed a whimsical girl. Ginny Weasley. Gryffindor. Ginny turned to glance at Mia, before proceeding to the Gryffindor table, prompting Mia to raise her cup in acknowledgement, to which Ginny responded with delight as she took her seat. After the sorting and a satisfying meal, the new Slytherins whispered excitedly among themselves, casting glances at Mia. Daphne affectionately sidled up to Mia, eager to walk alongside her, only to receive a disapproving glare from Draco. Nonetheless, she proudly linked arms with Mia. During the holidays, the Greengrass Patriarch had looked down upon Daphne, and she was determined to change that perception. Cognizant of Mia's extraordinary talents, Daphne resolved to cultivate a relationship with her, hoping to demonstrate to her father that her judgment surpassed his own. Daphne had sincerely apologized to Mia for the events of the previous term and had diligently written to her daily, successfully softening Mia's stance, primarily out of annoyance at being pestered. Theodore, without hesitation, bypassed Draco and joined Mia, pleased that apart from Draco, everyone could approach her. Draco was seething with indignation. Chapter 36. What brings you here? To receive scolding? That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Draco wrote to his mother seeking solace and a solution. receiving comforting advice from his dear mother. The following day at the Great Hall, as Ron alighted from the carriage, he discovered, to his dismay, that his wand had been fractured during the rough landing. He was now attempting to wrap it with tape, hoping it might endure a little longer. "That's it for me," he sighed, gazing at the broken wand with a sense of resignation. "You're finished," Harry chimed in, rather cooperatively, considering that 7 galleons were an astronomical sum for the Weasley family. "Mia, you're always darting about with a plate in hand," commented one of the Gryffindor students, who had grown accustomed to her antics. "Come and sit, Sister Mia," Ginny interjected, pulling Mia beside her before Harry could. "Good morning, Hermione." "Good morning, Mia," Hermione replied. "Thank you, Ginny. And Ron, what about your wand?" Only after sitting down did Mia notice Ron's broken wand. "As you can see," he muttered, somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, Harry." A flash of light caused everyone to squint. "Who asked that?" Mia rubbed her eyes and focused on the small boy standing before Harry. "Are you all right, Mia?" Harry attempted to shield her from the blinding light, but was a moment too late. "I'm Colin Creevey, also a Gryffindor," the boy announced. "How did you get that camera in here?" "Wait, why would you bring a camera to school?" "Hello, Colin. It's a pleasure to meet you," Harry replied politely, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Could your friend take a picture of us?" Ron and Harry exchanged awkward glances. "I just wanted to show my dad. He.S. a milkman. Everyone in my family is a muggle, and they thought I was mad until I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts." "How fascinating," Ron managed to respond, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Colin's eagerness. "Colin, right? Sorry, but we have a few matters to discuss. If you wish to take photographs, you may have to wait until Harry is free." Mia, noticing the bewilderment on their faces, decided to take the initiative. "You're Mia Potter, the sister of the Chosen One, aren't you? I've heard of you. You faced a dark wizard in your first year. I'd love to take a picture with you," Colin exclaimed, raising his camera once more. This time, Harry was ready and quickly stepped in front of Mia to shield her. She was not fond of being photographed. "Apologies, but I believe taking pictures requires our consent. Don't you think?" Mia frowned slightly. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited, but I truly want a picture," Colin insisted, seemingly impervious to their discomfort. "Goo. Ron, is that your owl?" The arrival of a letter on the very first day of school piqued everyone's curiosity, drawing their attention to Errol. The owl promptly tumbled into a bowl, and Colin, ever the opportunist, didn't he miss the chance to snap a photo. Mia kindly rescued the poor Errol from its predicament. Observing the package it had delivered and sighing, she had come specifically for this reason, to accompany Ron and Harry in facing the inevitable reprimand. "Oh no, a howler," Ron exclaimed as he retrieved a red envelope from Errol's beak. "Look everyone, Ron Weasley has received a howler." Laughter erupted from Gryffindor, while the Slytherin table reveled in the amusement, urging him to open it. "Go on, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and it was terrifying." Navi was reminded of a painful experience, his face contorting in anguish. Ron, trembling, opened the letter under the watchful gaze of everyone, while Mia kindly covered Harry's ears. "Ron Weasley." The letter transformed into a mouth, roaring in fury. "How dare you steal that car? You are driving me mad. Your father is currently under departmental scrutiny, and this is all your fault." George and Fred stifled their laughter, but upon noticing the expressions on Mia and Harry's faces, their amusement faded. "If you continue to misbehave and engage in outrageous acts, we will take you straight home." Ron nodded fearfully. "Oh, Ginny dear, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you." Ginny, feeling embarrassed, searched for a place to hide. Finally, the shouting letter stuck its tongue out at Ron before tearing itself apart, leaving the room in silence. "I suppose Miss Snake was involved as well." George leaned closer to Mia, whispering, "So you really drove that car to school?" Fred, astonished, remarked on their daring. "Yes," Mia nodded with her face covered, and Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What a surprise." "Stop it." Ginny glared at her brothers, wishing to sink into the ground. "Oh well, how about a sweet?" George suggested, rummaging in his pocket for candy to offer Mia. "No thanks, I'll head back," Mia replied. Recalling how Draco and Blaze had laughed the hardest just moments ago, she intended to exact her retribution upon them. "All right, goodbye." "Hey Mia, did you see?" Draco began, eager to share his joy with Mia, only to find her wearing a forced smile. Remembering her earlier expression and her late arrival the previous night, he thought, I was mistaken. It turned out the letter was not referring to a single individual. No wonder Mia had been distant last night. She must have been in a bad mood. It was fine. He could charm her back to happiness. Initially upset by Mia's coldness, the little dragon quickly rationalized a way to soothe himself. Observing Draco's inexplicably affectionate grin, Mia was puzzled and took a seat beside Theodore, resting her head on her arms. "Care for a snack?" Theodore inquired with concern. "I can't eat," Mia replied gloomily. Theodore looked up, noticing that Harry and Ron wore similar expressions, and stifled a laugh with a cough. "Go ahead and laugh." "Ahem, no." Gazing at the adorable Mia, Theodore, with a twinkle in his eye, decided to spare her some dignity. Fortunately, Hogwarts was never short of amusing events, and soon enough, the incident was forgotten. Chapter 37. the catastrophic defense against the dark arts class. Although Mia suspected that Lockhart might be a bit of a fool, she did not anticipate that his class would be so disastrous. Draco, well aware of his mother's teachings, knew that to win Mia over, he must reclaim his rightful position beside her. Satisfied with his chosen spot, he thought, this is splendid. Aside from potions, where Theodore is Professor Snape's appointed partner for Mia, I dare not encroach upon that, but in every other subject, I shall compete fiercely. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I am Gilderoy Lockhart. The classroom for the Dark Arts Defense course differs significantly from the dim atmosphere of the previous semester. This term, it has been transformed by Lockhart into an exhibition reminiscent of his personal showcase, adorned with an array of his photographs. At least, it basks in the glow of the morning sun. Sir Merlin's third-class medal, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. Yet I never boast. I do not rely on my smile to ward off the banshee. Lockhart, with a grin plastered across his face, enchanted the young witches below him, leaving them utterly bewitched. I see you have all purchased my complete works. Splendid. No. Mia silently scoffed to herself, not at all interested in acquiring them. Let us commence today's lesson with a small quiz, Lockhart proposed, casting a curious glance at Draco, who mirrored Mia's bewilderment. Do not fret. It is merely to gauge whether you have diligently read my books. As he distributed the papers, he continued to charm the young witches, eliciting silent squeals of delight from Hermione beside them. Draco, seizing the paper before Mia could, shot a glare at Lockhart, who was still attempting to captivate the audience. Let us see how much you have comprehended from the text. Mia opened her paper. Reading the questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What are Gilderoy Lockhart's ambitions? What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? What is this nonsense? Draco regarded the questions with disdain. Why should I concern myself with a man's preferences? Blaise remarked, equally perplexed. Daphne and Pansy shared their dissatisfaction, glancing at the papers in their hands, wondering what on earth this was. Mia remained silent, while Theodore nudged her, inquiring, what's wrong? I already know all this. Mia thought, her superior intellect having retained every detail from Lockhart's novels, which she had amusingly deemed as mere tales. As the questions floated in her mind, the answers began to emerge. You like him? That narcissistic fool? Absolutely not. I refuse to allow it. Draco reacted vehemently, as if he were ready to write to his father about Lockhart immediately. Your taste is rather unique, Blaise cautiously remarked. Could it be? No, Mia must have her reasons. I shall reconsider upon returning. Daphne hesitantly regarded Mia, quickly convincing herself that whatever Mia did was justified. I certainly do not believe that Lockhart could ever compare to Draco. Pansy scoffed, now understanding that Draco was wholly devoted to Mia, who indeed possessed great strength and allure. Opposing her would be nothing short of foolish. She could not afford to lose Draco while inviting his disdain. Theodore, too, cast a doubtful glance at Mia. No, I simply have a remarkable memory. I have no intention of writing the correct answers. It just feels as though he would take great pride in it. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. You have 30 minutes. Now begin. Mia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bring herself to flatter him insincerely. Oh well, I'll just scribble something down. Lockhart collected the papers for grading, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, hardly anyone remembered that my favorite color is lavender. Only Miss Hermione Granger knows that my ambition is to eradicate evil from the world and promote my exclusive hair potion line. The last point is undoubtedly the crux of the matter, and the realm of wizardry has seen its hair care expertise monopolized by the illustrious Potter family. Good girl, Lockhart remarked, casting a glance at Hermione, who seemed to be captivated by him. Now pay attention. My duty is to instruct you on how to combat the most nefarious creatures known in the magical world. In this classroom, you shall encounter the most terrifying entities. However, with my presence, you shall remain unharmed. Mia, having endured nearly an hour of wasted time, finally sensed the lesson was about to delve into its true purpose. Her anticipation piqued by Lockhart's descriptions. Could it be that Lockhart possessed a modicum of substance? Please, refrain from screaming, as it may provoke them, Lockhart exclaimed, lifting the red-draped cover from a cage that revealed a swarm of Cornish pixies. Mia's heart sank. Cornish pixies, mischievous little beings known for their penchant for tricks and pranks, hardly seemed menacing. The students around her laughed derisively. What danger could such tiny creatures pose? However, as Mia observed Lockhart's intentions, she feared he was about to unleash them. Indeed, Lockhart opened the cage, and the pixies erupted into the classroom, wreaking havoc, tearing apart books, and tormenting their classmates, plunging the room into chaos. Watch out. Damn it. That fellow just ran away, Mia exclaimed, determined to inform her father. Draco cautiously shielded Mia, hiding with Theodore beneath a desk, while he noticed Lockhart retreating in a flurry, having failed to maintain control over the pandemonium. Poor Neville found himself suspended from the ceiling, while the pixies dismantled the dinosaur skeleton. Students were ensnared by the pixies, Even Draco and his friends resorted to using their textbooks to ward off the tiny troublemakers, transforming the classroom into utter disarray. Blast it! Freezing spell. Immobilize them. Unable to bear it any longer, Mia and Hermione simultaneously cast their spells, finally halting the Pixies' mayhem. Curse that Lockhart. Draco and Theodore emerged from their hiding place. Harry, Hermione. Ron, are you all right? Mia inquired anxiously. We're fine, Harry replied, shaking his head. Lockhart has fled. Blaise observed the empty podium with a disapproving tone. He stirred up a mess and simply ran away? Ron could hardly believe it. Let us rescue Neville first, Mia declared, using a levitation charm to lower him down, while Draco and Harry directed their wands to confine the Pixies back into their cage. Thank you, Mia, Neville said, his eyes glistening with tears. It's nothing, are you hurt? She asked. No, he assured her, as she surveyed the wreckage of broken books and furniture. Mia cast a powerful restoration spell, returning the classroom to its former glory, mending the damaged books as well. Why go to such lengths? Draco questioned, eyeing Mia. It's a simple task. Not everyone possesses the restoration charm, nor can all families afford the exorbitant costs of repurchasing books. With Lockhart having fled and the class's end approaching, Mia suggested they leave the now empty classroom. This proposal received unanimous agreement. Chapter 38, The Slytherin Team. On Saturday, with no classes scheduled, Mia had intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber. However, she found herself unable to resist Draco's persistent entreaties. At long last, Draco, having ascended to the second year, was eligible to partake in the Quidditch tryouts, and he eagerly pestered a multitude of individuals. Mia initially intended to pay Draco little mind. Yet his relentless persistence drew her in, and before she knew it, she was being dragged to witness his selection early in the morning. Well, he knows nothing. He is merely a spoiled young lord. There's no reason to be upset. Even if she distanced herself from him, he wouldn't notice. Instead of wasting time on him, she ought to contemplate how to deal with Voldemort's inevitable resurrection. Upon reaching the Great Hall, they hastily consumed their breakfast before being ushered to the Quidditch pitch. 3 candidates were participating in the tryouts: Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Why aren't you joining? I've heard that Quidditch players are quite popular, Mia lazily inquired of Blaise, who was eyeing the girls gathered to watch the selection with keen interest. Mia, you must understand, winning over girls is not merely about Quidditch. It is about charm, Blaise remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at the girls, inciting a chorus of squeals in response. All right, perhaps you were right. Daphne, disinterested in the proceedings, clung to Mia, discussing the latest fashion trends, while Pansy and Astoria cheered for Draco's impressive skills. Theodore, appearing indifferent to the happenings around him, perused his potion book. Hey Mia, look. What do you think? Draco appeared before Mia, executing a tailspin on his broom and brandishing the golden snitch for her admiration. How impressive. Wonderful. Good job, now continue your training. She replied nonchalantly. Draco, dissatisfied with her lack of enthusiasm, muttered, Once I win the match, I'll give you all the golden snitches I catch. The Quidditch trials proceeded seamlessly, resulting in Draco being appointed as the seeker, with Goyle and Crabbe as beaters. Following Draco's successful selection, Lucius generously sponsored the Slytherin team with 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, ensuring their prominence. The Gryffindor team, having clinched the Quidditch Cup last semester, would devise a new training regimen during the holidays, ensuring that, whenever free from classes, he would lead the players in practice. Harry had noticeably bulked up as a result. However, today they encountered a minor complication. Flint, brandishing a permit from Professor Snape, sought to claim the pitch, leading to a dispute between the two teams. Sensing the escalating tension, Hermione and Ron interjected into the fray. The Gryffindor players didn't buy their way onto the team. They earned their places through genuine skill, Hermione asserted, noticing the Nimbus 2001 brooms in the possession of the Slytherin team, which aided Harry in standing his ground. No one is speaking to you, you filthy little mudblood, Draco sneered at Hermione. Unable to tolerate the insult directed at Hermione, Ron retaliated with a slug-vomiting curse. But his wand backfired, creating chaos in the vicinity. By the time Mia arrived, alerted by her adoring fans, she overheard the heated exchange. Draco, she exclaimed, recalling how, during her first year, she had fought back against similar insults hurled at her family. Mia, what are you doing here? Draco turned to see her. A flicker of panic in his heart. Draco had earned his place on the team through his own merits. Mia spoke up to vindicate Draco, as he assumed she hadn't heard his earlier remarks. Draco, apologize. Mia gazed sternly at Draco. His recent utterance, regardless of who voiced it, was undeniably harsh. Both Hermione and Draco were significant friends to her. You? Impossible. How could Draco apologize when he was so prideful, especially after Hermione had provoked him first? Very well. If that is the case, perhaps we need not continue our association. Upon hearing Mia's words, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. You would sever ties with me for her? Draco, have you forgotten why I once dueled with Pansy and the others? With that, Mia had little more to say. Ron was in a dire situation and needed to seek Madame Pomfrey. Consequently, the Gryffindor team could not continue their practice and left with him. After Mia departed, Draco's expression darkened. Humph, if it must be a severance, then so be it. Though he spoke resolutely, a hint of regret lingered within him. Yet his pride prevented him from admitting it. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey prepared some potions for Ron, which alleviated his condition considerably. Seeing that Ron was out of danger, the Gryffindor team dispersed. The group then proceeded to Hagrid's hut. He was to cast spells for whom? Hagrid observed Ron's pallor with concern and sought to understand the situation. Malfoy, what did he call Hermione? I am uncertain what that means. Mudblood. It denotes a lineage deemed impure. It is a derogatory term for children of Muggle descent. Mia grasped Hermione's trembling hand as she spoke. Those whose parents wield no magic, like myself, are not raised to speak in such a manner. Hermione collapsed into Mia's embrace, quietly sobbing. Mia, you. Before leaving, Mia had addressed Draco, reflecting on the reasons behind her earlier altercation, but she remained silent. I shall confront them, Harry declared, attempting to address those individuals, but was halted by Ron, Mia, and Hagrid. I have already taught them a lesson. They do not dare to offend me now. Some wizards, such as the Malfoy family, believe that so-called pure bloodlines possess superiority over others. The notion of dirty bloodlines is utter nonsense. Most contemporary wizards are of mixed heritage. The crux is, our Hermione does not lack in magical prowess. Come here, child. Hagrid beckoned Hermione closer. Do not dwell on those thoughts, Hermione. Do not take them to heart, all right? Hagrid gently reassured her, and at last, a smile emerged on Hermione's face. Due to Hermione's influence, in the days that followed, Draco faced constant obstacles from Mia. Apart from Theodore and Daphne, no one dared to engage Mia in conversation. Draco grew irritated, stubbornly resisting Mia. During herbology class, they were tasked with repotting Mandrake, requiring partners to cooperate. Originally, Mia's partner was Draco, but she deliberately ignored him and teamed up with Theodore. The roots of the Mandrake bore a striking resemblance to human infants, and as they matured, the roots gradually resembled miniature figures. Their cries were lethally dangerous. Any creature that heard their wails would faint or even perish. Hence, handling Mandrake necessitated utmost caution, typically involving ear protection to block out the sound. Don your earmuffs and dragon hide gloves. Mia and Theodore exhibited remarkable synergy, successfully earning 5 points for Slytherin. Beyond this, Draco, intrigued, placed his hand into the mouth of the weeping Mandrake, only to be bitten, fortunately protected by his gloves, while Neville fainted from fright. The Mandrake is a crucial component in the creation of the Mandrake Revitalization Potion, capable of reversing petrification. Additionally, the leaves of the Mandrake play a significant role in the process of becoming an animagus. Before class concluded, Mia stealthily plucked a few leaves to take with her, as she had recently been studying the stars, foreseeing a cloudless few months ahead, a perfect time to embark on her animagus journey. Chapter 39, Special Training. The first step in becoming an animagus requires one to hold a single leaf of Mandrake in their mouth continuously for an entire month. Should the leaf leave the mouth, one must start anew. Holding the leaf in her mouth proved quite inconvenient for Mia, leading to numerous failures. Fortunately, she had harvested extra leaves. Due to Lockhart's unreliability and the dangers surrounding Harry, Mia deliberately brought the trio to the room of requirement for specialized training. Wow, this is truly marvelous, Ron exclaimed, gazing at the room that shifted according to one's desires. Mia, how did you discover this place? Harry inquired curiously. It's a secret. But now is not the time for that. We have important matters to attend to. Let's commence our training. Mia clapped her hands to garner their attention. Behind her stood 3 statues clad in armor, wielding long swords. Today, I will teach you an offensive spell and a defensive spell. First, we have the shield charm, which protects oneself during an enemy's attack. Secondly, we have the disarming charm, which knocks the opponent's weapon away, followed by the exploding charm for an offensive strike. Allow me to demonstrate. Harry, step forward to assist me. All right. Harry quickly complied, positioning himself opposite Mia. Harry, attack me. Harry hesitated momentarily before casting a spell. Shield charm. The attack was deflected. Disarming charm. Mia then targeted Harry, causing his wand to fly out of his hand, which she caught deftly. Wow, Ron clapped in awe. Next, the exploding charm. Mia launched a fierce attack at Harry, prompting Ron to fear a rift between the siblings. Harry's bracelet emitted a protective shield, successfully blocking the assault. Impressive, Harry remarked, glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, while Hermione and Ron curiously approached. What is this? This is a small weapon I crafted through alchemy, inscribed with runes. It automatically generates a protective shield in times of danger. Of course, I made one for each of you as well. As she spoke, Mia handed Ron a small rabbit-themed bracelet and Hermione a wizard chest-themed bracelet. How beautiful, Hermione admired, unable to tear her eyes away, while Ron was equally fascinated. I also added some features. It can sense each other's approximate locations, and if you come under attack, I will be alerted to your whereabouts. You are incredible, Mia. You seem to possess limitless abilities, Ron mused, contemplating the vast differences among individuals. All right, enough chatter. Do you remember the spells we just practiced? Yes. The three responded in unison, nodding vigorously. Excellent. Do you see the statues behind me? Subsequently, they will launch an assault upon you. It is imperative that you defend yourselves while vanquishing them. Without affording them a moment to react, Mia initiated the attack. Wait, we are not prepared, Mia? Ron exclaimed, scrambling to evade, while Harry and Hermione hastily employed protective charms to shield themselves from the onslaught. The enemy shall not grant you the luxury of time to respond. Continue until you master the spells, Mia declared, disregarding their plight, as she intended to further her studies in alchemy and runes, ensuring their equipment remained up to date. The trio flitted about, grappling with both offense and defense in a rather disheveled manner. Harry, I can't go on. Ron lamented, his wand faltering. Casting spells with a mere 50% success rate, his safety relied heavily on his companions. Protego, all protections in place. Hermione recalled a protective incantation previously employed by Mia, instinctively invoking it to shield all three of them. Wow, Hermione, you're amazing. Harry and Ron admired her with awe. Among the three, Hermione frequently studied with Mia, acquiring a wealth of knowledge though lacking practical combat experience. Harry, having been under Mia's tutelage, had fortified his defenses against dark magic significantly, attributing much of his prowess to her. His sparring sessions with Mia had honed his reflexes, though he lagged behind Hermione in terms of theoretical knowledge. Ron, on the other hand, was still a novice in their lessons, requiring diligent practice to improve. Wow, Hermione is impressive, but you can only utilize the 3 spells I have taught you, Mia remarked, acknowledging Hermione with an approving thumbs up. However, their primary objective for the day was to master the practical application of these spells in combat. By the end of their training, the 3 were utterly drained of magical energy. Observing their fatigue, Mia brought the training to a halt. Are you all right? She inquired, waving her wand, with its tip gathering a gentle energy that alleviated their exhaustion and restored their magical reserves. How extraordinary! Hermione gazed at Mia with a yearning expression, eager to learn. Not yet. Your magical reserves are insufficient, and you risk injury. However, I can teach you about runes. Mia gently poked Hermione's forehead. All right, once you have rested, we shall continue. After all, there are no classes tomorrow, so do not even think of leaving until you have mastered these spells. Mia wore a lovely smile, yet her words dripped with a chilling undertone. How could such an icy statement emanate from someone with a temperature of 36 degrees? Ron looked despondent. While Harry had grown accustomed to such rigorous training during the holidays, and Hermione was fervently eager to strengthen her abilities. As dawn broke, Harry and Ron leaned on each other, nodding off as they exited the room of requirement. Hermione, invigorated by the potion Mia had brewed, eagerly set off to the library with Mia's notes on runes in hand. Ron, however, had no desire to return to that place. Yet, every subsequent night, the 3 would be summoned by Mia for training. Help! Ron cried out. After successfully holding a mandrake in his mouth for a month, Mia was ready to proceed to the next step, instructing Harry, Hermione, and Ron to diligently train in the room of requirement while she ventured into the forbidden forest. In the second step of becoming an animagus, during the full moon, one must extract leaves, filling a crystal vial with saliva. The leaves should be immersed within, allowing them to absorb the pure light of the moon. While facing the moonlit vial, a strand of hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full 7 days, must be added. Finally, a cocoon of a ghostly moth is to be included. This concoction should be placed in a tranquil, dark location until the next tempestuous storm arrives. Mia has observed from the astronomical tower that the impending storm is expected within the week. During this time, it is essential to point the wand at her heart and recite the incantation at each sunrise and sunset. With 5 hours remaining until dawn, Mia glanced at her pocket watch and decided to check on Harry and the others' progress with their training. Once they had sufficiently mastered their new spells, she allowed them to return while she remained in the room of requirement. As the time drew near, Mia directed her wand towards her heart, murmuring the incantations, Amato, Onimo, Animato, Animagus. Chapter 40, Luna the Elf. Over the past few days of continuous spell recitation, Mia could sense a second faint heartbeat when the tip of her wand touched her chest. During this time, Draco and Mia had entered yet another Cold War, astonishing everyone, as their previous standoff was clearly not a genuine rift. However, this time, Draco was evidently too proud to relent, while Mia completely disregarded his presence. Draco's subtle attempts at gifting her and leaving notes bore no fruit. What if Mia truly ignores me? Draco paced anxiously, glancing at the few individuals on the sofa, hoping they might offer a solution. Just apologize to Mia. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it, Daphne suggested nonchalantly as she admired her freshly manicured nails. Lately, Mia seemed preoccupied, spending her days with Granger and Potter, threatening to usurp Daphne's standing. I did apologize, but I cannot bring myself to apologize to that Granger. Draco sulkily collapsed onto the sofa. He was well aware of the close bond Mia shared with Granger, and how deeply Mia felt about that particular word. Yet he had uttered it nonetheless. Blaise perused a suitor's love letter, and upon mentioning that word, Pansy's expression stiffened as she shot a glare at Blaise. I didn't expect her to overhear that, Draco lamented, his head hanging low. That won't do. What will you do then? Daphne, exasperated, rolled her eyes at Draco and beckoned Astoria over. Come here, sweetheart, stay away from this mess. Millicent was roughly petting her cat, which fled in pain, while Luna ambled into the common room, surveying the crowd before settling beside Theodore. He gently stroked her back with the hand that was not holding a book. Luna? What brings you here? Do you know where Mia is? Daphne inquired, surprised to see the rarely present Luna, who was known for always locating Mia. Luna shook her head and nuzzled against Theodore's hand. As for Mia, she was in the Ravenclaw common room. At first glance, Mia noticed Luna, who was isolated from the crowd and dressed in an eccentric manner. She resembled an elf, misunderstood by society and wandering through the world alone. This was Mia's initial impression of Luna. Their first encounter occurred during the freshman sorting ceremony, where Luna's hair shimmered like moonlight, and her eyes sparkled like the sky. She exuded an aura of independence and detachment, instantly capturing Mia's attention. Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw, the house symbolizing wisdom. Their second meeting took place in the Ravenclaw common room. Mia grew intrigued by Ravenclaw, as the shelves of its common room were akin to those of a library. An entry to the dormitory was granted upon answering a riddle. The common room was perched at the top of a tower. Mia knocked on the door, and the eagle knocker posed a question. How can one prove the existence of something? By using it, she replied, and was allowed entry. The Ravenclaw common room was exquisite, adorned with a marble statue of Rowena in a niche, blue silk curtains cascading by the arched windows, a deep blue carpet embroidered with star charts, and an astrolabe on the table, all emblematic of vast wisdom and a free spirit. The younger eagles paid little heed to the small serpent who had suddenly entered. As Mia explored the common room before making her way to the library, selecting a book to peruse in a quiet corner, she noticed Luna, seated alone on a sofa, wearing whimsical earrings shaped like carrots and holding a book upside down. The other Ravenclaw students kept their distance from Luna, whispering among themselves, as if deliberately isolating her. Yet, Luna remained entirely absorbed in her own world, untouched by their scorn. Mia approached Luna, drawing the attention of the young eagles, but a warning glance from Mia silenced them immediately. Your magazine is upside down, Mia said softly, concerned that her voice might disturb the ethereal girl. Luna tilted her head. No, it's not. What does it talk about? Some rather bizarre things. May I take a look? Of course. Luna was a gentle, intelligent girl, brimming with peculiar thoughts that led others to label her as eccentric, though she cared little for their opinions. It's a fascinating story, Mia remarked, intrigued by the narrative. I am Mia Potter. What is your name? I am Luna Lovegood, she replied. Her name, meaning moon, suited her perfectly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Luna. Thank you. You have a Raxpert nearby. Your thoughts seem jumbled. With that, she attempted to swat the invisible creature hovering near Mia. Raxpert? Mia asked, curious about this novel term. They are invisible and float into your ears, causing confusion. I just saw one. What a marvelous thing, Mia mused, captivated by Luna's unique perspective and worldview. Mia developed a fondness for Luna, and their friendship blossomed as Mia continued to visit her. Upon learning of Luna's experience with bullying, the matter was promptly reported, and the perpetrators were cautioned, thereby addressing the issue. As Luna had yet to finish reading the Ravenclaw book, Mia frequently visited the Ravenclaw common room. Following this, Luna often stayed close to Mia, and she became acquainted with Mia's little black cat, which shared her name. Luna, have you been bullied recently? No, not at all. I don't mind such things. Well, I understand, but I do care. Luna tilted her head adorned with a peculiar hat, exuding a charming innocence. Thank you, Mia. Unable to resist, Mia reached out to touch her gently. It's all right. Chapter 41. Animagus. As the storm approached, with lightning cleaving the sky, Mia immediately made her way to the location where she had buried a crystal vial. Today, torrential rain lashed against the castle, and all the students sought refuge indoors. Mia lingered at the edge of the forbidden forest, awaiting the arrival of lightning. She chose not to employ the water-repelling charm, and soon found herself drenched in the downpour, her dark curls sticking to her face as the wind howled around her. The lightning split the heavens, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Mia hurried to the spot where she had concealed the crystal vial, retrieving it to discover a single measure of blood-red potion within. Success. The next step was to swiftly journey to a vast and secure place, ensuring that the transformation process would not attract undue attention or place her in peril. Mia proceeded to her preordained location, directing her wand towards her heart as she recited the incantation, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. She then consumed the potion. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through her body, compelling her to arch her back and bite her lip to stifle a cry. Two intense heartbeats resonated within her, and images of the creature she was about to become filled her mind. At this moment, she had to embody courage. It was too late to escape. Mia's clothing and jewelry melded into her skin as her body began to morph, adopting animalistic features, feathers, and talons. In this crucial moment, she must not resist or panic, lest the animal's instincts dominate her form. As Mia shrank in size, her hands transformed into black wings, her feet into the sharp claws of a bird, and soon, her visage began to alter. Once the pain subsided, she cautiously straightened, eager to see her new form. Concealing her wand, Mia attempted to flap her wings. The sensation of flying for the first time was extraordinary. Although she stumbled at first, she quickly mastered the art of flight, guiding her new body towards the stream. The habitat of unicorns, she noticed the creatures tilt their heads in curiosity at her presence. Then, a leader among them approached, gesturing for her to alight upon its back. As Mia settled atop the unicorn leader, she was surrounded by a flock of unicorns who affectionately nudged her, clearly recognizing this small creature as the human who had once saved one of their own. With a gentle nudge from her ebony wings, Mia pushed away the inquisitive unicorn that had approached her. Observing the unicorn's forlorn expression, she reminded herself of the tasks that lay ahead. Still oblivious to the transformation she had undergone, the unicorn leader guided Mia to the edge of a crystal-clear stream, where her reflection revealed her new form, a petite figure adorned with black feathers that shimmered with a bluish-purple metallic sheen under the sunlight. Sharp, black claws and a beak suggested that she had become a raven chick. In various cultures, ravens embody a multitude of meanings. In some, they symbolize wisdom, mystery, and foresight, while in others, they are associated with death and disaster. Yet, one cannot deny the intelligence, remarkable memory, and formidable survival skills of ravens. They are particularly drawn to shiny objects, making this transformation quite fitting for Mia. Intrigued, she wondered if Harry would still recognize her in her new guise. After bidding farewell to the unicorns, Mia soared toward the castle. Harry had recently been tasked by Lockhart to assist in replying to fan letters, so at this hour, he was likely in Lockhart's office. Mia flew in that direction, raindrops cascading onto her form before sliding off. Upon reaching Lockhart's window, she shook off the rainwater, opened the window, and gracefully flew inside, remembering to close it politely behind her. You are fortunate to assist me in replying to fan mail. Is there a more delightful form of confinement? What had Harry done to deserve such detention? Mia perched on Harry's shoulder, peering curiously. Hello? Harry felt the weight on his shoulder and turned to find a damp raven. Although he was puzzled by this unexpected visitor, he kindly cast a drying charm on the bird. Now fluffy and soft, Mia reveled in her new state. Harry chuckled, stroking her head, while Mia nuzzled against him, tilting her head and calling out, Do you recognize me? Harry, how did you get in? Where are your parents? The little raven was no larger than Harry's palms, clearly still a chick. In such heavy rain, how could you be flying alone? Oh, where did this raven come from? Lockhart frowned at the sight of the raven in Harry's hands, for ravens were not considered auspicious creatures. Professor, I'll take her outside, Harry quickly interjected, eager to leave before Lockhart could say more. Wait, Harry. Hermione and Ron appeared around the corner of the corridor, rushing toward him as he emerged. Thanks to this little one, I was able to escape, he said, lifting the small raven. Wow, she is so tiny, definitely a chick. Hermione gently caressed her. Where did you find her, mate? Ron inquired. I'm not sure. She flew onto my shoulder while I was getting Lockhart's autograph. Right. We need to hurry to the 8th floor. Our training hasn't even begun. Hermione and Ron had come to fetch Harry specifically for this reason. Oh yes, let's go. Mia pecked at Harry in frustration, wondering why he and T recognized her yet. Easy now, we've still got things to do. Stick with me, and once I'm finished, I'll help you find your parents. Harry reassured the little raven, believing her impatience stemmed from boredom. Upon arriving at the House of Wishes, one was met with an unsettling emptiness. Where could Mia be? Hermione turned around, yet found no trace of Mia or any note she might have left behind. Perhaps she was preoccupied. Does that mean we need not train today? Ron's eyes brightened at the thought. What a fanciful notion. As Hermione's words lingered in the air, a familiar wing brushed against the back of Ron's head, neither painful nor harsh, but imbued with a certain familiarity. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Ron gazed mournfully at the little crow before him, unable to shake the feeling that he glimpsed Mia's essence within it. That familiar gesture? Mia? Harry watched the small crow's recognizable movements. Disbelief etched on his face as he tentatively called out. Finally recognized. Mia nodded with satisfaction. Mia, how did you transform into this? Harry hurriedly examined Mia from head to toe. How could his sister change so dramatically overnight? Mia, what is this? Hermione rushed over to inspect her as well. It truly is Mia. The words I spoke. Ron broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the result of your prank? Or some peculiar transfiguration spell? Harry cautiously inquired. Mia shook her head, then nodded. Not a prank, but a transfiguration spell? Hermione translated. Mia nodded once more. What spell of transfiguration? Hermione suddenly recalled Mia's perusal of animagus transformations in her first year. Animagus? Mia nodded. No one could rival Hermione's intellect in deducing the truth so swiftly. How could you dare? Animagi are exceedingly perilous. Have you forgotten what Professor McGonagall said? What if you had failed? Upon hearing this, both Hermione and Harry erupted in indignation, scolding Mia for her audacity. Mia flew behind Ron, hiding her face with a wing, pretending she could not hear. Harry, both exasperated and amused, insisted, "Don't hide. Transform back at once." Alas, had I known, I would have refrained from telling Harry. Mia gestured to them and flew over to retrieve her wand. Upon returning and seeing her sister unscathed, Harry let out a sigh of relief. "I know you were clever. But next time, should you embark on a perilous endeavor, please inform me. What if something were to happen to you?" Harry gazed sternly at Mia. "Understood." Chapter 42, Afternoon Tea. Although Mia had mastered the animagus transformation, she had no intention of reporting it. This was one of her secret advantages. Harry, Hermione, and Ron cooperatively aided Mia in concealing this information. The day following a refreshing rain was blessed with brilliant sunshine. The lawn exuding the fragrant aroma of damp grass and earth, perfectly conducive for a nap. Mia had arranged to host an afternoon tea on the lawn with Hermione, Luna, Ginny, Daphne, and Astoria. She first ventured to the kitchen with Luna, requesting the house elf to prepare an abundance of delightful treats before proceeding to the rendezvous point. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna had arrived early, laying out blankets and arranging the food, allowing their small pets to frolic freely. Daphne and Astoria arrived fashionably late, and upon her arrival, Daphne immediately clung to Mia. "You are so hard to find." Daphne lamented. "Oh, I've just been busy. Allow me to introduce, this is Daphne and Astoria. And these are Ginny, Luna, and Hermione." Mia gently pushed Daphne aside, introducing her companions enthusiastically. "Astoria is a gentle young lady, and unlike the pureblood families of the wizarding world who hold disdain for muggles, she perceives everyone as equal. She effortlessly bonds with Hermione and her friends. When girls gather, they often engage in discussions about makeup, fashion, and relationships, topics that easily warm their camaraderie. The boys find it quite tiresome, each one believing himself to be exceptionally handsome. Daphne disdainfully mentions her suitors and the boys around her. "What type of person do you all like?" Ginny inquires with curiosity. "Someone exceptional, amusing, and handsome," Daphne asserts, her standards for a partner being exceedingly high. "For me, he must be intelligent and respectful towards women, and he must treat me well." This is the first time Hermione contemplates such matters. Yet after the incident with Draco, she has come to understand the character of most individuals in the wizarding community, thus recognizing that bloodline discrimination is absolutely unacceptable. "What about you, Leah?" Daphne curiously glances at her sister. Astoria's cheeks flush as she shyly replies, "I don't know. But he must be a genuinely good person." "What does Luna prefer? Someone witty and humorous? Perhaps someone who can engage in playful banter with me?" Luna muses, envisioning a person who truly understands her. "And Ginny?" "I suppose someone like Harry," Ginny responds, though all present know her affection lies with the Potter siblings. She huffs, "No, I prefer someone like Mia, strong, knowledgeable, calm, and clever." "What type does Mia like?" "My brothers are all fair game." Ginny still hopes to transform Mia into her sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, everyone looks on with curiosity, fully aware that Draco has shown an obvious interest in Mia, and the Weasley twins have their own agendas. Not to mention Cedric, who seems to be intrigued by her as well. The entire school appears to be subtly investing in this matter. Daphne is particularly intrigued, knowing that Draco has been in a rather foul mood due to his Cold War with Mia. Mia, facing the eager, inquisitive gazes before her, leans back with a hint of exasperation, creating some distance. "Come on, tell us. We're super curious." Yes, yes. Out of all these gentlemen, whom do you favor? The proud young master, the charming gentleman, or the playful, witty twins?" "I think even a bit of a blockhead would suffice, despite being a Quidditch enthusiast. His looks are undeniably striking, and his physique speaks for itself. Can I not choose anyone?" To be honest, before vanquishing Voldemort, Mia never had the time to ponder such matters. She had no time for romance. Even after defeating Voldemort, she needed to find a way to research the magic of time travel to save her parents. "No. What type do you truly like?" "Well, handsome, tall, intelligent, and strong." That's quite vague. It seems like only Cedric fits the bill. With that, it feels as though no one is truly suitable for Mia. "Thank you." A gentle voice suddenly breaks in from behind them. The girls stiffly turn their heads, and to their astonishment, the very subject of their discussion stands right behind them. Cedric stood surrounded by a group of boys, who were playfully teasing him with suggestive glances. On the other side, Harry wore a serious expression, flanked by the grinning twins and a slightly blushing Wood, while a darker contingent comprised of Draco, wearing a scowl, the indifferent Theodore, and the amused Blaise and Pansy observed the scene. "Oh, come now," Harry interjected. "Why is everyone so fixated on my sister? Don't you have sisters of your own?" Cedric had originally come to bask in the sun with friends and intended to greet Mia, But upon overhearing this exchange, he felt his ears grow warm. Harry and his friends were clad in Quidditch uniforms, evidently returning from a training session. Draco was purely incensed upon discovering that Daphne and Mia had come to find her. What a coincidence. What brings you here? Mia was the first to break the awkward tension, addressing Cedric. I came to relax and thought I'd say hello upon seeing you, Cedric replied with a smile, extending a piece of candy to Mia, a new delicacy from Hogsmeade. Thank you. Mia accepted it gracefully, disregarding the fiery stares from behind her. Nice job, Mia, Hermione exclaimed. Since I have no plans, I'll keep you company here. Harry, sensing a surge of protectiveness, swiftly moved to grasp his sister's arm, casting wary glances at the group with ill intentions. Merlin's pants, they look rather intimidating, Ron remarked, having appeared from seemingly nowhere, munching on snacks prepared by Mia and expressing his astonishment. Well, we're also free. Perhaps Miss Snake would welcome us? George and Fred cheerfully edged closer to Mia, attempting to embrace her, only to be thwarted by Harry. Mia is, of course, with us Slytherins, Draco asserted defiantly. I recall you angering Mia, don't you? You're not on the racetrack now, George chimed in, relishing the opportunity to stir the pot. Mia, I've completed the modified potion formula you requested. Would you like to try it? Theodore quietly approached Mia. Absolutely. We can do that after we finish here, Mia responded, her eyes lighting up at the prospect. Blaise interjected, quietly accomplishing great things, I see. In the end, amidst Harry's displeased expression and Draco's unabashed demeanor, a multitude gathered around Mia to finish the snacks. As Harry led Mia away, he couldn't help but glare at the group. Chapter 43, The Aftermath of the Cruciatus Curse. With the Quidditch match looming, Mia generously granted a reprieve to Hermione, Harry, and Ron, confident in their abilities to fend for themselves should danger arise. Ron, overwhelmed by the prospect of a break, was nearly in tears. Finally, the bitter turns to sweet. My friends, Ron exclaimed. Once Mia had granted their respite, she immersed herself in her studies, spending countless hours in the room of requirement, either practicing potions and spells or delving into alchemy and ancient ruins. Before the previous holiday, Theodore had gifted her a dark magic defense item, prompting Mia to consider returning the favor, especially with Voldemort's impending resurrection at the Triwizard Tournament. This meant that wizarding families would once again serve him. Regardless of Theodore's eventual stance, Mia hoped for his safety, as well as that of Draco and the others. They indeed possessed numerous contradictions. Yet Mia harbors a desire to avoid their ultimate separation. How vexing. Why did I not finish watching the films and reading the novels before my transmigration? Now, I am left in ignorance, knowing only that Voldemort did not perish. How frustrating. Couldn't the next time I traverse dimensions come with a reminder? As Mia grumbled while crafting alchemical artifacts and inscribing magical runes, her mind began to wander. Since her arrival in the wizarding realm, she had endeavored to learn about many matters, beginning with their parents, Lily and James, and their friend Sirius, who was imprisoned in Azkaban for the tragic demise of the Potters. With Peter's death, it was evident that he was the true culprit, rendering Sirius a mere scapegoat. Once Mia gathers sufficient evidence, she could exonerate him. Peter was currently with Ron. How might she expose him? Moreover, there was the prophecy of Trelawney, which foretold that the one possessing the power to conquer the Dark Lord would enter a life born into a family that had triumphed over him thrice. Born at the end of July, the Dark Lord marked him as his equal, yet he bore a power unknown to Voldemort. One must perish at the hands of the other, for both cannot survive, only one shall endure. The one born with the ability to vanquish the Dark Lord at the end of July. Due to this prophecy, Voldemort and his Death Eaters launched a ruthless assault on the families of children born at the month's end. Among these, aside from her and Harry's parents, there was also Neville's, who suffered the aftermath of the Cruciatus curse inflicted by the Death Eaters, leaving them in need of healing at St. Mungo's. The repercussions of the Cruciatus curse likely included psychological trauma, cognitive impairment, and emotional numbness, with contemporary treatments offering only relief. Mia placed the completed defensive artifact into a designated box and retrieved her notes on spells and potions, contemplatively jotting down her thoughts. The Cruciatus curse could be likened, in reality, to extreme psychological trauma, suggesting that perhaps modern therapeutic methods might be applicable. The 1990s in England witnessed rapid advancements in psychological medicine. However, the wizarding world remained reluctant to engage with the Muggle realm, resulting in a significant lag in mental health treatment. Regarding the treatment of Neville's parents, cognitive behavioral therapy, or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy might be employed, possibly in conjunction with potions, although their willingness remained uncertain. As for potions, none seemed particularly suitable. Mia noted that a remedy for the aftermath of the Cruciatus curse would need to alleviate symptoms of anxiety and depression, akin to but distinct from the exhilaration and calming potions. Perhaps Professor Snape would possess knowledge on the matter? With that thought in mind, Mia hastily tidied her requests before heading to the cellar. Professor, she exclaimed, anxiously pushing the door open, only to find Snape in a grim mood, reprimanding students. Upon hearing Mia's hasty intrusion, the chastised students feared they were doomed, but instead saw Snape gesturing for them to exit. Were they saved? The two students hurriedly fled, ensuring to close the door behind them. I hope I am not disturbing you, Professor, Mia said, realizing her own impetuousness as she entered, feeling somewhat apologetic. What is it? Why the commotion? Snape, unfazed, settled into his desk as Mia took a seat opposite him. I have an idea regarding the aftereffects of the Cruciatus Curse, handing her notebook to Snape. Mia's intentions were immediately clear to him. This kind-hearted girl was too altruistic for her own good. Yet, Snape had always indulged Mia's whimsical notions, meticulously perusing her notes. Are you suggesting the creation of a potion that alleviates depression and anxiety while also healing the mind? Crafting a new potion is no small feat. What compels you to pursue this? Rather than hastily dismissing Mia's naive aspiration, Snape was intrigued to understand her motivation. Years ago, countless lives were lost to Voldemort and his Death Eaters due to a prophecy, and many were tortured to the point of being unable to care for themselves. Perhaps my idea is somewhat naive, but since I possess the ability, why not attempt to assist them? Their children, like Harry, have also lost loved ones. I can truly empathize with that pain. Unbeknownst to Mia, her words inadvertently struck a sensitive chord within Snape. Yet, she genuinely believed that if she had the capacity to help, she ought to do so. Snape gazed at Mia in silence for a prolonged moment. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, kind and just. I understand your intention. I shall convey your idea to the headmaster, and we can explore this method at St. Mungo's together. Really? Thank you, Professor, Mia exclaimed, her green eyes sparkling with delight as she looked up at Snape. Indeed, let me conduct some preliminary research. You may return now if there's nothing else. Goodbye, Professor. Snape acted swiftly, and after Mia departed, he conjured a Patronus to relay her thoughts to Dumbledore, who promptly sought out Mia. In the headmaster's office, Mia was taken aback by the attention her idea had garnered. Surrounded by Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, and Snape, she wondered why such a fuss was being made. Do not be anxious, my child. Your idea is splendid. Could you elaborate further? Dumbledore offered her a cup brimming with hot cocoa. Of course, in my previous life, I was quite knowledgeable and had interests spanning various fields. Mia spoke with enthusiasm about her concept, and the professors listened intently. They occasionally posed questions and challenges, to which Mia adeptly responded. Before she realized it, the day had nearly slipped away. This notion is indeed viable. Professor Sprout nodded first, recognizing the strong pharmacological and herbal knowledge required in herbology, which enabled her to assess the value of Mia's proposal accurately. In light of this, I will contact St. Mungo's to initiate experiments. Severus, the potion aspect will fall to you. Dumbledore's face radiated joy, for he too felt a deep sorrow for the Longbottoms, who were once esteemed members of the Order of the Phoenix. It is quite late. Mia, you should return and rest now. Professor McGonagall gazed at the sky, urging Mia to return. After Mia departed, several professors continued their previous discussion. To their astonishment, the child proved to be exceptionally talented. Professor McGonagall sighed while contemplating Mia's recently vacated seat. Should she truly resolve this predicament, the child would undoubtedly be a remarkable benefactor. Professor Sprout smiled warmly, expressing hope for a successful resolution. Dumbledore also murmured his approval, admiring the roundness of the moon that evening. Chapter 44. The Blood Letter during this period. Mia busied herself with her affairs and collaborated with Professor Snape on researching new potions. As a master of potions, Professor Snape found Mia's high intelligence and innate talent for potion-making to be a harmonious match, resulting in a remarkably smooth development process. St. Mungo's physicians adopted Mia's methods, seeking willing participants for experimental interventions, which yielded significant results. Mia was frequently invited to St. Mungo's to refine treatment experiments. The initial batch of potions that Professor Snape and Mia developed made considerable progress. Following experimentation, they ventured into human trials, with the Longbottoms volunteering as subjects. A decision made by Neville's grandmother, Augusta, due to their lack of autonomy. Are there any side effects? How do they respond to external stimuli? The physicians, along with Mia, Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Neville's grandmother, stood anxiously outside the observation room, observing the situation within. Current side effects included heightened nervous activity and dizziness. Yet the patients appeared to show signs of improved mental states, attempting to communicate. Mr. Frank, can you hear me clearly? The attending physician inquired, shaking a vial of potion before Frank Longbottom's eyes. Why yes, it's a potion. Due to prolonged unconsciousness, Frank's thoughts were somewhat sluggish upon awakening, his voice hoarse. Nevertheless, his response invigorated everyone present. Success. The physicians exchanged excited glances, Dumbledore's eyes sparkling with joy, while Professor Snape diligently documented data in preparation for a second batch of enhanced potions. Augusta, overwhelmed with emotion, bent over, weeping. Mia quickly supported the strong woman, who trembled as she embraced Mia. Thank you, my child, thank you. After so many years, her son and daughter-in-law finally showed signs of responsiveness. It is what I ought to do. Mia gently patted her frail shoulder, continuing to observe the reactions of others. Professor Snape required more precise data. Mrs. Alice, who is this? The attending physician held up a photograph of Neville before the incident, showing it to Alice Longbottom. Yes, Neville, my child, Alice replied, tears welling in her eyes, her voice raspy. Wonderful. It truly works. With so many patients here, there is hope for them all. After years of despair, those harmed by the unforgivable curse finally had a chance for recovery. Mia, you have done exceedingly well. Your parents would be proud of you, Dumbledore said, crouching down to gently ruffle Mia's hair, his gaze filled with warmth and kindness. The patients require rest. Let us proceed to the conference room to discuss the next steps in treatment. The attending physician emerged with a sense of joy, beckoning all participants to continue deliberating the plan. As a healer, witnessing a patient's recovery is the greatest reward. What shall we do next? In the conference room, Mia and Professor Snape stood at the forefront, while the attending physicians sat below, armed with their notepads. With significant progress in the patient's conditions, we can advance our attempts to gauge their responsiveness to external stimuli and commence rehabilitation. Naturally, having family present would enhance the efficacy of this process. Furthermore, Professor and I shall refine our potion to bolster its soothing effects on the mind. I kindly ask that you monitor the patient's mental states closely and document the potion's effects. Should the Longbottoms indeed recover, they would become the first case in the Wizarding world to overcome the lingering effects of the Cruciatus Curse, thus illuminating a path to recovery for all afflicted individuals. Indeed, a remarkable young talent. Miss Potter, have you considered a future at St. Mungo's? The headmaster beamed at Mia, subtly contemplating the prospect of recruiting her. Since the Longbottoms showed signs of improvement, the atmosphere among the group had noticeably lightened. That would be unwise. Mia's talents extend far beyond this. I shall personally guide her in the future. Dumbledore would not allow his prized pupil to be swayed away. He too coveted Mia as potential. She is currently my student. Snape interjected, his tone tinged with discontent. Mia is under his tutelage. The group exited the conference room, exchanging light banter, when Augusta promptly rose and approached Mia. Grandmother Augusta. Mia quickly supported her. My dear, Augusta spoke, and Mia understood her words, nodding gently. Truly, this is splendid. A hint of envy flickered in the eyes of those present. The recent battle had claimed numerous lives, with many suffering as the Longbottoms had. Augusta and Neville were not isolated cases. Upon returning to school, Neville received news relayed by his grandmother, as the forthcoming treatment necessitated family involvement, thus revealing to him the condition of his parents. Neville was accompanied by Harry, Hermione, Ron, and other students who, like him, had lost parents to the Cruciatus Curse. They awaited Mia and Professor Snape at the castle gates. Overcome with emotion, Neville and the other students wept, while Harry stood beside Mia, grasping her hand. Mia, you are incredible. Harry gazed tenderly at his sister. In that moment, Mia truly embodied the savior. I merely did what I could, thanks to the professor, the healers at St. Mungo's, and those steadfast heroes. Without them, my success would not have been possible. Mia returned the family photograph to Neville, gently patting his shoulder. As long as we live and persevere, there shall always be hope. Neville nodded vigorously, clutching the photograph tightly. Snape and Mia named their potion Hope. In the ensuing research, Mia and Snape spent nearly every day in the cellar, with Headmaster Dumbledore granting Mia permission to forego her classes. At this moment, an incident occurred concerning Harry. The second phase of the potion research had reached a conclusion, allowing Mia and Professor Snape to take a brief respite. Today, Mia presented the defensive artifacts she had meticulously crafted to Theodore and engaged him in a discussion regarding some unique insights on potions before seeking out Harry. Earlier, Harry had been caught by the prefect for training too late in the room of requirement and was currently serving his detention, which was not yet complete. Thus Mia, along with Hermione and Ron, proceeded to Gilderoy Lockhart's office to retrieve Harry. I smell blood. It's pungent and overwhelming. I want to tear you apart. I want to kill you. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Lockhart's office. Upon exiting, Harry heard the sound moving, and he pressed against the wall, eager to discover its origin. Harry, did you hear that? He called out to Mia, Hermione, and Ron. Hear what? Ron asked, perplexed, while Mia furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings. The voice, Harry replied, glancing around. What voice? The one I initially heard in Lockhart's office. It has returned. The time has come. It is moving. It seeks to kill. Harry directed his gaze toward the source of the sound and hurriedly pursued it. Follow me. Mia, Hermione, and Ron hastily trailed after Harry. What is this? Mia exclaimed as she halted in her tracks, observing a line of spiders orderly making their way toward the window. Strange. I've never seen spiders behave like this, Harry noted, studying the floor intently, where the reflection seemed to reveal something ominous. The four of them looked up to see gory letters inscribed upon the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware, enemies of the air. The lifeless body of Mrs. Norris hung grotesquely on the wall. Mia approached cautiously, gently lifting Mrs. Norris down. No, Harry, it can't be, he exclaimed in disbelief. Do not worry, she is merely petrified. Mandrake can save her. Mia quickly assessed Mrs. Norris's condition, seeking to comfort Harry. Chapter 45, The Chamber of Secrets. At that moment, students and professors, having finished their dinner, congregated in the vicinity. All eyes were drawn to the bloodied words on the wall and the 4 figures standing beneath them. What has happened? Make way, make way. As the crowd murmured, Filch pushed through the throng. Potter, what are you doing? Filch's words faltered as he noticed the limp form of Mrs. Norris in Mia's arms. Mrs. Norris, you killed my cat. His voice trembled, his eyes glistening with tears. I will kill you. Wait. Mrs. Norris is not dead. She is merely petrified and can be saved. As Filch's agitation rose, threatening to lash out at Harry, Mia intervened hastily. Filch turned to Mia, searching her eyes for deceit, but finding none. He then took Mrs. Norris from Mia's hands. Dumbledore, accompanied by the professors, arrived and observed the throng of students, noting the ominous inscription on the wall. Everyone, please return to your dormitories in an orderly manner. Everyone except for the 4 of you. The professors directed the students to depart. Do not worry, Argus. She is simply petrified. Dumbledore's conclusion echoed Mia's, finally bringing a sense of relief to Filch. I knew it. What a pity I wasn't there. I happen to know how to save her. Lockhart's post-event commentary left Mia speechless as she cast a glance at him. However, the manner in which he became petrified remains a mystery. Dumbledore, perhaps intuitively aware of the underlying truth, spoke with a serious tone. It was indeed his doing. Filch directed his gaze towards Harry, inquiring if they had seen the words upon the wall. It is not Harry. He had no involvement, having been with us all along. Mia defended, positioning herself protectively behind Harry. If I may interject, Headmaster, perhaps Potter and his companions merely found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. Professor Snape concurred, well aware of Harry's innocence. Hermione, Ron, and Harry exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that Snape would speak on their behalf. Nonetheless, certain doubts remained. Notably that Harry had not been seen at dinner. There's the familiar Snape, Mia sighed as she regarded the professor. This is likely my fault, Severus, in truth. Harry was assisting me in responding to fan correspondence. Lockhart interjected in Harry's defense. Thus, we sought him out, Professor, and when we found him, he remarked. Hermione glanced at Harry, who shook his head. What did you say, Miss Granger? I said I'm not hungry, Harry replied, unsure why he felt compelled to withhold his ability to hear voices. No evidence equates to innocence, Dumbledore asserted, firmly absolving Harry of suspicion. But what of my cat? Someone must pay the price. The potion derived from Mandrake can save her. Professor Sprout has a batch of mandrakes nearing maturity, Mia explained. Filch looked to Professor Sprout and, upon receiving confirmation, agreed to refrain from further inquiries. Very well, everyone must exercise caution. The following day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was originally instructing students on transforming animals into goblets. However, prompted by student inquiries, she began recounting the tale of the Chamber of Secrets. Mia, too, learned about the chamber from Professor Snape's responses. Hogwarts was established a millennium ago by the 4 most illustrious wizards of the time: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders enjoyed harmonious relations, while the 4th, Salazar Slytherin, desired a more selective admission process. He believed that magical education should be reserved for those from magical families, specifically pureblood wizards. Mia furrowed her brow, finding this perspective rather extreme. Snape shared her sentiment, particularly as Lily hailed from a Muggle family. Unable to alter the views of the other 3, he chose to leave the school. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within the castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. However, before his departure, he sealed the chamber, awaiting the return of his true heir. Only this heir could unlock the chamber and unleash its terrifying contents, thereby purifying the school and eliminating those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of magical education. Despite numerous searches over the years, no one has ever discovered the chamber, and it is said that the creature within can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir. After Mia pondered in silence, Snape chose not to disturb her, engrossed in grading assignments. The Chamber of Secrets, the heir, blood inscriptions, Harry, and peculiar whispers. What had been overlooked? What could it be? The commencement had been thwarted. Dobby. During the holidays, Dobby had mentioned that someone had devised a scheme against Harry. But who would target Harry? Voldemort and the Death Eaters. What, then, of the heir in the chamber? The heir must refer to Salazar's lineage, for the heir of Salazar could command the monster, implying that Salazar possessed something hereditary, necessitating blood relation. If it were merely an object, anyone could wield it. Professor, could it be that Salazar Slytherin harbored a skill that could not be grasped by others, yet could be passed down? Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and only his bloodline could inherit this ability. What do you think? Snape also entertained his own conjectures. It is plausible. The entity within the chamber is likely the basilisk. Harry can understand the serpent's speech, thus affirming it as the basilisk. Since Harry is a Horcrux of Voldemort, he can comprehend it, for Voldemort is of Salazar Slytherin's bloodline. For now, it remains mere speculation. Stay safe in the coming days, Snape cautioned Mia. Very well, Professor. Chapter 46, The Theatrics of Extravagance. As time drew near, Mia resolved to wait for Harry after class. It had been quite some time since they had spent quality time together. Mia, you've come. Have you not been busy lately? Harry exclaimed with surprise as he exited the classroom, spotting Mia. I've been quite occupied, but now await the new data from St. Mungo S. Mia replied, hand in hand with Hermione, as they walked together. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's lecture regarding the chamber, they began to suspect Draco as the heir. Just because Draco scorned muggles, they hastily concluded. Mia silently scoffed at Ron's reasoning. Yet, to her astonishment, Harry seemed to be swayed as well. We might just deceive Goyle and Crabbe into revealing the truth. Ron began to hatch a plan. They wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for that. But perhaps there were other means. I must remind you, it would be quite challenging, not to mention a breach of nearly 50 school rules. Hermione noted as she led them to the library, where they discovered the potion's formula. Hermione, do you remember the school rules merely to contravene them? Never mind. It's safer to meddle with Draco than to directly delve into the chamber. The second-year Quidditch match was approaching, with Slytherin pitted against Gryffindor. Due to Mia's conspicuous green attire amidst a sea of red, she reluctantly abandoned the idea of watching Harry play alongside Ron and Hermione. Is Draco here to watch the match again? Mia inquired, glancing at Theodore, who was engrossed in his book despite the noise. No, Theodore shook his head, his prominent blue pendant catching the eye. Then why? He offered no reply, merely casting a glance at Mia. The match commenced swiftly, both teams competing fiercely, with the newly equipped Slytherin consistently scoring and leading Gryffindor by 60 points. Mia felt that Harry's Quidditch matches had never been particularly serene. Just as Wood had cautioned Harry to be vigilant, he was struck by a rogue bludger, shattering the front of his broom and sending him tumbling down. Wood seemed perpetually prone to such mishaps, and Mia swiftly cast a protective charm for him. The rogue bludger relentlessly pursued Harry across the field, making it evident that some mischief was afoot. Mia aimed to cast a spell to seize control of the ball, but both Harry and the ball were soaring too swiftly, risking collateral damage to Harry himself. Hermione and Ron, sharing the same thought, were relieved that Harry was equipped with the defensive gear Mia had crafted, which could prove crucial in safeguarding him. As Harry evaded the bludger, Draco took the opportunity to mock him, inadvertently allowing Harry to spot the golden snitch. The two boys vied to capture it, but this action exposed Draco to the bludger's trajectory as well. Draco was struck and fell from his broom, prompting Mia to quickly cast a protective charm on him. Seeing that Draco appeared unscathed, she redirected her focus back to Harry, poised to intervene should he require assistance. At the very moment before the bludger would have collided with Harry's arm, the golden snitch's chain activated its defensive magic, thwarting the attack. In a final effort before plummeting from his broom, Harry grasped the golden snitch. Harry Potter had captured the golden snitch. Gryffindor emerged victorious. The capture of the snitch signified the conclusion of the match, and Mia leaped from the stands in haste. Harry, as Mia approached, she noticed the bludger still intent on attacking him. With a shattering impact, the ball was obliterated. Mia helped Harry to sit on the pitch, asking, Harry, are you all right? I'm fine. I caught it, Harry replied, raising the golden snitch triumphantly. You. Mia opened her mouth, rendered speechless by Harry's beaming smile, calling him a fool in her thoughts. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid arrived. Are you okay? Hermione inquired, squatting down with concern. Just a bit dizzy, Harry said, holding his forehead. Mia surmised that the recent impact necessitated further improvements to their defenses. Don't worry, Harry, I can heal you, Gilderoy Lockhart approached, ready to draw his wand. Letting Lockhart treat him could spell disaster. Mia quickly shielded Harry with magic, blocking Lockhart's spell. Let us head to the hospital wing to consult Madame Pomfrey. It seems like a concussion, Mia urged, leading Harry away, anxious to avoid any potential mishap caused by Lockhart. Before they departed, Hermione noticed Draco, surrounded by others, casting a glance toward Mia. In the hospital wing, Mr. Malfoy, there's no need to make a fuss. You may leave, Madame Pomfrey remarked, observing Draco lamenting on the bed. Make way, drink this, and you'll be fine, dear, she said, parting the crowd around the Quidditch team's bed and approaching Harry with the potion in hand. Drink the potion and stay here for observation overnight. Harry took the potion from Madame Pomfrey, but as soon as he drank it, he promptly spit it out. George and Fred hastily dodged, while Mia leaned back, colliding directly into Wood's embrace, who steadied her with an arm around her waist. Thank you. Noticing the intimate position, Mia quickly distanced herself. Not at all. Wood averted his gaze, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Are you still drinking pumpkin juice? Madame Pomfrey poured another glass and waited for Harry to finish before leaving. The infirmary was not meant to accommodate too many visitors, so seeing that Harry was relatively unharmed, the others prepared to depart. Mia had intended to linger for a while, but Wood discreetly tugged at her sleeve. As they exited the infirmary with the Quidditch team, Wood strayed from the group with Mia. "What is the matter?" Mia inquired, curious about Wood's reason for pulling her aside. Thank you for earlier on the pitch," Wood said, biting his lip and awkwardly covering the back of his neck. Had it not been for Mia's spell, he surmised he would have been confined to a hospital bed for several more days. "Don't mention it. It was just a small effort," Mia chuckled lightly. "By the way, if you're interested in watching practice, we have it every Saturday." Wood's words genuinely surprised Mia. He was actually inviting her, a Slytherin, to observe Gryffindor's training. She recalled how during their first encounter, he had only permitted her to stay due to the pleas of his teammates. Noticing Mia's silence, Wood pressed on. "So, will you come?" Upon hearing this, Wood's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile spreading across his face. "Great, then we'll wait for you. I'll head off now. You should go keep Harry company. Goodbye." Once back in the infirmary, Mia felt a sense of disbelief. Was that truly Wood? Surely it wasn't a result of the polyjuice potion. Ouch. Upon seeing Mia return, Draco immediately raised his voice in exaggerated distress, instantly capturing her attention. "Master, are you in pain again?" Goyle and Crabbe looked at Draco with concern, perplexed that he had seemed fine just moments ago. Mia rolled her eyes at Draco's theatrical performance, wondering why she was even concerned about whether he was injured. Blaise awkwardly averted his gaze. It was curious that Draco had called out, yet he felt embarrassed. Pansy and Astoria regarded Draco with worry, while Daphne, unable to bear the sight, pulled her innocent sister closer. Theodore didn't spare Draco a glance. Mia returned to Harry's side, undeterred. Draco lamented, "My heart is broken." Chapter 47, The Dueling Club and Parseltongue. By evening, Harry was the only one left in the infirmary, peacefully slumbering, when he suddenly heard that voice again. Startled, he opened his eyes and looked around, just as Dobby appeared. From Dobby, Harry learned that he had prevented the elf from stopping his siblings and Ron from starting the term, and had controlled the bludger that pursued him. Dobby warned Harry of impending terrors at Hogwarts, hinting that history was about to repeat itself, and mentioned Colin being petrified, along with Dumbledore's words about the Chamber of Secrets being opened once more. Another victim? Mia pondered thoughtfully upon hearing Harry recount the events of the previous night. "Are you saying the chamber has been opened before?" Hermione asked while brewing potions. "Don't you understand? It must have been Lucius Malfoy during his time at school. And now he has Draco open it again," Ron stated, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Why does it always have to involve the Malfoys?" Mia lamented, dismissing Ron's comment as she continued to contemplate the situation. "Perhaps once the polyjuice potion is ready, we'll find out." Hermione added the ingredients to the cauldron, materials generously provided by Mia. Initially, Hermione had contemplated orchestrating an explosion during potions class to pilfer some supplies, but Mia had intervened just in time. "There's no need for that, truly," Mia insisted. "Pray tell, why concoct the polyjuice potion in broad daylight? And in the girls' lavatory, no less? Aren't you concerned about being discovered?" Ron observed Harry and Hermione seated on the floor, along with Mia, who mirrored his posture. "No one will come here. The Weeping Willow." "Who? The Weeping Willow? Who is that?" "I am the Weeping Willow." A ghost emerged, and I had no expectation that you would recognize me. Who would remember the unattractive, pitiful, melancholic Weeping Willow? "Ah!" Mia cried out, covering her ears in distress. "How loud?" Recently, Lockhart had organized a dueling club. Although Mia had dismissed all of Lockhart's endeavors, the prospect of a dueling club piqued her interest. Accompanied by Harry, Hermione, and Ron, she decided to attend, as it promised to be a splendid opportunity to hone their magical skills. "Oh no, I truly do not wish to go," Ron lamented. The dueling club attracted a considerable number of participants, indicating widespread interest in the event. "Must we attend? I feel it might be more beneficial to conduct clandestine training," Harry whispered to Mia, expressing his doubts. Ron nodded vigorously. He had little faith in Lockhart. "I believe there must be a reason for his actions," Hermione countered. "Even after all that has transpired, you remain undeterred?" Ron gazed incredulously at Hermione's unwavering admiration. Despite Lockhart's unreliability, Mia acknowledged the merits of the dueling club, asserting that it would allow them to confront a variety of opponents. "Indeed," Hermione nodded emphatically. "Is that so?" Harry was beset by a foreboding sense, as if someone were plotting against him. "Everyone, come here. Can you see me? Can you hear my voice?" Lockhart appeared in a flamboyant manner, drawing the students towards the central platform. "In light of the dark events that have transpired in recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to establish this dueling club, offering an opportunity for training, so that one day you may protect yourselves as I do. For complete details, refer to my book." Mia had intended to praise him. Upon concluding his speech, Lockhart cast off his cloak into the crowd, which Mia disdainfully avoided, while the girls behind her erupted into silent squeals of excitement. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Lockhart rolled up his sleeves and gestured to the other end of the platform, where a man clad in black robes appeared. The students craned their necks to observe. Professor? How had Lockhart managed to persuade Professor Snape to cooperate with him? Mia knew well that their professor was typically indifferent to others. He has graciously agreed to assist me with a demonstration. Fear not, young ones, after the demonstration. I shall return your potions instructor to you in one piece. Perhaps you ought to be more concerned about your own well-being, Mia mused. The two faced each other, wands in hand, completed their gestures of preparation, bowed, retreated to a suitable distance, then turned to raise their wands. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. As soon as Lockhart completed his countdown, he was sent flying by Snape. Is he all right? Hermione asked with concern. Who cares? Ron replied with a sense of schadenfreude, and Harry nearly stifled a laugh. A commendable demonstration, Professor Snape, but I must candidly say, your intentions are rather transparent. It would be child's play for me to thwart you. Lockhart awkwardly rose, feigning that nothing had occurred. Your attempt at preserving dignity is somewhat evident. I suspect that the professor's actions were tinged with personal emotion, Mia silently critiqued. I believe it would be prudent to first instruct the students on how to counter malicious spells. Professor, Snape's voice resonated like a cello. What an excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Now, may I invite 2 students to step forward? Potter, Weasley, please come up. This proposal was dismissed by Snape, who instead nominated Draco from his own house. However, Mia had not anticipated that her intention to bring Harry and the others for training would inadvertently expose Harry's Parseltongue due to Draco's conjured snake. In an instant, the rumor spread throughout the house that Harry was the heir, subtly isolating him. Professor? After receiving a glance from Snape, Mia left the club and hurried to the dungeons. Potter is a Parselmouth. Snape was genuinely unaware of Harry's ability and had not foreseen that Draco's actions would inadvertently reveal it. Yes, we discovered it on Dudley's birthday at the zoo before we turned 11. Mia knew that the house was now ostracizing Harry, and she felt a surge of frustration. How could Harry be a Parselmouth? Snape pondered. Despite Harry and Mia being twins, Mia lacked this ability, and Parseltongue was a trait exclusive to Salazar's descendants. He was certain that Lily was not one, and neither was James Potter. Mia could not divulge to Professor Snape that Harry was a Horcrux, as she was not meant to be aware of such matters. You should leave for now. The basilisk has begun attacking, and you must ensure your safety. Snape was compelled to momentarily set aside this issue, as the more pressing concern was the basilisk. Understood. After Mia departed, she made her way to the library, where Harry, Hermione, and Ron were present. The students who had been whispering fell silent upon her arrival. Even if Harry truly was the heir, none dared to bully him in Mia's presence. Her reputation was hard-earned, and she was currently in a position of strength, responsible for the aftermath of the Cruciatus curse. Observing the vast empty space beside Harry, Mia furrowed her brow and approached him. Harry, Mia. Harry was not at ease in this situation. Their gazes felt like needles piercing into him. TSK. Seeing Harry in such a state pained Mia. He had inexplicably shouldered the burden of being the savior. Yet no one had afforded him the respect that title deserved. Is it not foolish for your classmates to isolate you based on a rumor of uncertain veracity? Regardless of your thoughts, I advise you to manage your eyes and tongues. Should anyone dare speak ill of Harry in my presence, I assure you, you would not wish to discover the consequences. Mia could endure hardship herself, but she would not tolerate any injustice towards her brother or family. Mia's words carry significant weight, and she is supported by a steadfast group of followers who will rally behind her whenever she takes a stand. For instance, the families of the victims of the curse, as well as those who have submitted to Mia's formidable strength. At the very least, with Mia's declarations, no one dares to isolate discussions about Harry any longer. Chapter 48. Almost accused again. It was already late when they exited the library, as the four made their way back to the common room. Harry heard that voice once more. Following the sound, they turned a corner and came upon nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley, both petrified. Mia hurried over to inspect the situation, only to find another spider on the ground. How could this be? Had someone else fallen victim? Harry quickly crouched down. What could this possibly mean? Hermione scrutinized the state of the two souls. Merlin's undergarments. This is truly terrifying. Even a ghost is not exempt. Ron grimaced. Harry, you must exercise caution in whatever you choose to do next. Mia observed the escalating danger and, disregarding her own reservations, speculated, I suspect this might be a basilisk. To gaze directly into its eyes results in death. Nearly headless Nick is merely a ghost, so he has not perished. While Justin likely met the basilisk's gaze through the ghost, which is why he has only been petrified. A basilisk. No wonder Harry had heard Hermione mention reading about them. She knows what they are. How do you know this? Harry feared his sister might be engaging in perilous activities unbeknownst to him. These are merely conjectures. Yet they are becoming increasingly plausible, Mia asserted, feeling the urgency to hasten their search for clues related to the Chamber of Secrets. What should we do? Ron inquired, glancing at the two individuals on the ground. Let us catch the culprit. This time, we must ensure your expulsion. Filch's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. It seemed there was no longer any cause for alarm. Mia found herself in a mood to jest. The four of them were summoned to the headmaster's office. Merlin's swimwear. Ron exclaimed softly, surveying the office, where the sorting hat rested on a shelf, alongside a bird that had turned to ashes after Harry had smiled at it. Mia? Harry panicked, helplessly looking at Mia, concerned that before he could clear his name from the suspicion of murder, he would now be accused of killing a bird. No. Do not be alarmed. Mia quickly grasped the thoughts racing through Harry's mind. This is a phoenix. Its rebirth is quite normal. Wow, how cool. Ron leaned closer to the ashes as a red bird's head emerged. A phoenix burns to ashes at the end of its life, and then is reborn from those ashes, symbolizing immortality and renewal. Moreover, a phoenix's tears possess powerful healing properties, and its song has magical qualities that instill courage in the pure-hearted while invoking fear in the wicked. Hermione educated her less informed companions. Harry sighed in relief. Thankfully, he would not be burdened with another life taken. Fawkes emerged from the ashes, shook off the remnants, and flew to Mia's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her. Fawkes, it has been a long time. How do you know it? Harry, Ron, and Hermione curiously gazed at the endearing pair. Ah, well, perhaps it simply finds me familiar. Mia was drenched in cold sweat, her gaze evasively diverted, her words tangled in ambiguity. Could she confess to setting fire to the Forbidden Forest and confronting Voldemort? Harry would surely be furious. Yet, how rare it was for someone to earn the favor of a phoenix, was it not? Hermione's words genuinely startled Mia. Surely Hermione wouldn't deduce the truth, would she? Mia, you are truly remarkable. Even a phoenix has acknowledged you. Ron chuckled, playfully patting Harry's shoulder. Your sister is quite impressive, Harry. Well done, Ron. To reward you, I shall double your training. I will ensure you become strong enough to take on a Death Eater single-handedly. Ron shivered at the thought. Hey, someone is plotting against me. Excellent commentary. 5 points for Miss Granger's erudition, came the leisurely voice of Dumbledore as he finally appeared. The four of them quickly assumed a serious demeanor. Good evening. Children, would you care for a cup of hot cocoa? Dumbledore suspected nothing amiss. Instead, he comfortably invited them to sit and enjoy the cocoa. No thank you. Perhaps you should limit your sugar intake. Ah, how goes your potion studies? Is the patient faring well? Dumbledore attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. The potion is excellent. And the patient is doing fine, Headmaster. Professor Snape has mentioned repeatedly that if you are not more attentive, the potion will become bitter. Mia politely declined Dumbledore's offer, delivering a sharp retort. That is unfortunate news. Are you truly going to deprive an old man of his joy? Dumbledore's smile faded, for Snape was known to follow through with his threats. No. I believe Mia was about to speak when she was startled by a loud bang as the door swung open. Why must I be startled every day? Professor Dumbledore, wait. Let me explain. It was Hagrid, eager to convey something. Hagrid. Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him. Mia, concerned, observed Hagrid's troubled expression. Hagrid. Dumbledore raised his voice, finally halting Hagrid's words. Calm down. I do not believe Harry has harmed anyone. All right. Then I shall wait outside for you. Hagrid finally departed, relieved. Mia felt a warm glow in her heart. It was for their sake. You don't think it was me, do you, Professor? Harry turned to Dumbledore. Indeed, Harry, I do not believe it was you. However, I must ask if you have anything you wish to share with me. No, sir, nothing at all. Very well, you may leave. Chapter 49, Polyjuice Potion. Christmas approached swiftly. This year, neither Hermione nor Ron returned home, and Draco, along with Theodore, remained at school due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Upon hearing the news Mia brought, Harry and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Hall, as in previous years, was beautifully adorned by Professor Flitwick, with a towering Christmas tree adorned with various decorations, and the ceiling mimicking the weather outside. Everything was ready. Hermione, carrying a plate, sat beside Mia and whispered to Harry and the others, we just need a little bit of the transformation target. Mia raised the bag containing Goyle's hair. Both she and Draco, with their short hair, had been difficult to find during that period, and Draco had mistakenly believed Mia was finally willing to engage with him. Strangely, the following day, Mia discovered the two individuals asleep on the sofa, their cups exuding an aroma reminiscent of a sedative. Could it be that they mistakenly consumed something intended for another? Mia, however, paid little heed to this and swiftly collected a few strands of hair before making her exit. Once she left, she inquired, Hey, Theodore, have you prepared the sedative for the professor? Theodore shook the empty crystal vial, replying, Not yet, but it will be ready shortly. Excellent. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. We must ensure that when we interrogate Malfoy, Goyle and Crabbe do not intrude. How do we accomplish that? Ron asked. I have everything planned. Hermione declared, retrieving 2 cakes from the side. I have infused them with a sedative, rather ordinary yet potent. Once they succumb to slumber, we shall conceal them in the broom cupboard and don their robes. What about you and Mia? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued once more. I shall not be going. Draco and I have yet to reconcile. Mia waved her hand dismissively. She believed that if she truly wished to know, Draco would undoubtedly provide her with every detail. However, the information from Draco would likely be of little use, merely serving as assistance for Harry and the others' quest. The genuinely perilous matters could wait until Harry was stronger, at which point she could ensure their protection. I have already acquired it, Hermione interjected, holding aloft a vial. Muralson's, from Slytherin. I took it from her robe. When did you obtain this? Mia asked, puzzled, as she accepted the vial and opened it. Muralson has a cat. It would be prudent to examine it thoroughly, lest it be covered in cat hair. Upon closer inspection, Mia indeed found cat hair. If you desired it, you could have simply asked me. Why resort to stealth? What if you had accidentally ingested it? Mia looked at Hermione's smug face with exasperation. Oh, did I err? I merely chanced upon her and thought. Hermione trailed off, her annoyance evident as she nearly made a blunder. Uffed. Ron barely stifled a laugh, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Hermione. Harry shot Ron a disapproving glance. Very well, I shall inspect the polyjuice potion. We must ensure Crabbe and Goyle are none the wiser, Hermione stated, holding a cake in each hand as she regarded the two of them. If we fail, it will be spells and training. Mia lightly uttered the 8 words. Ron and Harry exchanged terrified glances. We must ensure the mission is accomplished. A heavy burden rests upon your shoulders, lads. Mia followed Harry and Ron around the corner, her concern for the two palpable. Ahem. Ron raised his wand, about to cast a spell. Allow me to handle this, Harry quickly interjected. Noting Ron's wand was still wrapped in bandages, should it fail, the consequences would be dire for them both. Indeed, very well. Ron, contemplating the potential failure of his uncooperative wand, resigned himself to the notion of avoiding confrontation with those two women. Wingardium Leviosa. The 2 cakes floated into the air, positioned directly in the path of Goyle and Crabbe, utterly visible to them. Mia felt a flicker of doubt. Surely they could not be so foolish as to fall for such an obvious trap. The next moment, the 2 individuals appeared before the cakes, exchanging glances devoid of suspicion before consuming them without hesitation. How foolish can they be? Ron lamented, unable to bear the sight any longer. Let us act swiftly. Hermione meticulously portioned the brewed polyjuice potion and added a strand of Goyle's hair. Harry and Ron exhibited a hint of distaste. The potion's effects would last a full hour. Hermione handed the potion to them. Drink up. Mia found it quite nauseating and decided to look away, planning to have Harry rinse his mouth out later. Cheers. The 2 bravely consumed the potion, only to find their bodies beginning to transform in a rather unsightly manner. You 2 should hurry. Time is of the essence. Mia, however, did not remain with Hermione, but opted to venture elsewhere. The Slytherin common room lay ahead, a place Harry had frequented often enough to be quite familiar with. Yet, before they could enter, their plan nearly unraveled as they were caught by Percy during his nightly patrol. Fortunately, Draco appeared and ushered them inside. Why are you wearing glasses? Draco scrutinized Harry, who was masquerading as Crabbe. Reading. Harry quickly removed the glasses. Reading? You can read? Draco was incredulous. Having never witnessed his 2 lackeys engage in anything besides eating, Draco settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he regarded them. What do you propose we do? Mia hasn't spoken to me in ages. Draco was distressed. Not only could he not converse with her, but he also could not even lay eyes on her. That insufferable Malfoy, he clearly had his eyes on my sister. Harry glared at Draco through gritted teeth. What with that expression? Draco raised an eyebrow at Crabbe. I have something stuck in my teeth. They needed to remain discreet. Patience was essential. Malfoy. What should we do? I can't even see Mia anymore. Just apologize to her and Granger. It would resolve everything. No way. I refuse to apologize to that Granger. Oh, then you deserve whatever comes your way, Harry replied coldly. Why do you 2 seem so peculiar tonight? Draco stood up, eyeing them suspiciously. Are you aware of the Chamber of Secrets? Ron quickly shifted the conversation. Haven't I already told you? Draco perched himself on the table, fiddling with the Christmas gift Mia had given him this year. Though Mia was upset, she still felt obliged to reciprocate, which only fueled Draco's irritation further. How absurd. Someone actually considers him the heir of Slytherin? My father mentioned that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. He never divulged who did it, only that the individual was expelled. The last time the chamber was opened, a muggle-born wizard lost their life, so it's only a matter of time before it happens again. Ron noticed Harry's scars subtly emerging. The potion's effects were waning. Oh no. They exchanged worried glances. Just then, Mia entered, holding a black notebook, which instantly captured Draco's attention. Mia, you're back. Did you like this year's gift? Mia discreetly signaled to the 2 before giving Draco a slight nod and retreating to the dormitory. Seizing the moment, Harry and Ron slipped away as well. What with everyone leaving? Draco questioned, bewildered. Chapter 50, The Notebook. Ideas began to form in Mia's mind as she contemplated searching for other clues or evidence. The castle was now quiet, with students having returned to their common rooms. Mia wandered aimlessly through the castle and unexpectedly stumbled upon an abandoned girls' washroom on the 2nd floor. The floor was drenched. and a faint sound of weeping echoed in the air. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged through the restroom door before Mia. She clutched her chest, speechless, exclaiming, "Why am I constantly frightened? Are you here to throw something at me as well?" A girl with glasses and braided hair gazed at her through tears. "Throw something at you? Who would be so idle as to throw something at a ghost at this hour?" Mia turned her head and noticed a black notebook submerged in water. She opened it, only to find that while the cover was slightly damp, the inner pages remained untouched, still bearing the traces of ancient magic, akin to the markings on Harry's forehead. "Reveal yourself swiftly," she commanded, but the notebook remained unresponsive. Mia sensed her magical energy quietly ebbing away, albeit imperceptibly. Had she not been adept at controlling her body and magic, she might not have noticed at all. "Do you remember who threw it?" The ghostly girl sobbed. "I don't know. They all wanted to bully me." Mia felt a headache coming on. "Stop crying for a moment and think carefully. This matter is of utmost importance." This was precisely why Mia preferred to avoid this forsaken place. Moaning Myrtle was truly a weeper, incessantly lamenting her tragic past to any student who entered, creating quite the racket. Observing Mia's serious demeanor, Myrtle ceased her tears, reflecting, "I don't know. I didn't see anything. I was contemplating death on the toilet when suddenly this notebook struck me." Mia flipped through the notebook once more and discovered a name on the cover: Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the recipient of the Special Contribution Award from Slytherin. Mia had encountered this name while serving detention in the trophy room. Considering the timeline, Myrtle might have some knowledge regarding this individual. "Do you recognize Tom Marvolo Riddle?" Myrtle's face flushed suddenly. "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" "I know him. He is from Slytherin, exceptionally handsome, academically gifted, and quite polite. Both professors and classmates adore him." Myrtle seemed to recollect something, shyly covering her face. "But do you know why he received the Special Contribution Award?" "I don't know. Perhaps it was awarded after my time." Myrtle shook her head in confusion. "Do you have any recollection of how you—" Mia pondered whether there might be a connection. "I remember being mocked by Olive Hornby. I hid here to cry, and then I heard a male voice. Just as I was about to tell him to leave, it felt as if I was recalling the sensation of death." Myrtle trembled. Suddenly, "Do you remember what you saw last?" The circumstances of Myrtle's demise must be significant. "I only recall seeing a pair of large, frightening yellow eyes. Yellow eyes, gaze upon them and meet death. It was the basilisk, and the chamber that housed the creature was right here. You've been a tremendous help. Thank you." Mia expressed her gratitude politely. "Really?" Myrtle was taken aback that she could be of assistance. "If this information proves true, I shall report it to the headmaster. Perhaps you might also receive a Special Contribution Award." Mia found herself filled with thoughts and in high spirits, even sharing a jest with Myrtle, who beamed with delight. After bidding farewell to Myrtle, Mia returned to the common room with her notebook, as Harry and the others were soon to have their potions class. After assisting Harry, Mia hurried back, contemplating the notebook, which might very well be a dark magical artifact, or even a Horcrux, thus linked to Voldemort. She tentatively picked up her pen and inscribed a sentence within its pages. Soon, the ink vanished, and the notebook revealed a message. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Mia mused that if this were indeed a Horcrux of Voldemort, it would certainly possess knowledge of the chamber. "I know," she thought, preparing to delve deeper into the intentions of this notebook. "Can you tell me?" "No. I can take you to see." "Very well. Allow me to transport you back 50 years. The notebook abruptly flipped open to a specific page inscribed with the date, June 13th. A beam of light emanated from the book's spine, and when Mia opened her eyes, she found herself in the corridors of Hogwarts. The bustling individuals around her seemed oblivious to her presence, and Mia quickly realized she was witnessing a memory. As she moved forward, she beheld a striking young man, staring intently at a certain spot. Following his gaze, Mia spotted 4 figures carrying a stretcher upon which lay a body draped in a white cloth. "Riddle, come here." She heard a voice call, turning alongside the young man to see Professor Dumbledore. "Is this Tom Riddle? It's rather inappropriate to be wandering about at this hour." "Indeed, Professor. I believe I must ascertain the truth behind the rumors. I fear they may be true." "What about the rumors concerning the school?" "I am homeless. They cannot be considering closing Hogwarts?" "I understand you, Tom, but I fear Professor Dippet may be powerless as well. If this matter concludes and the culprit is apprehended." Tom suddenly became animated, prompting Mia and Dumbledore to exchange skeptical glances. "Is there something you wish to disclose?" "No, sir, nothing at all." It was evident that Riddle harbored secrets, and Mia continued to observe as he accused Hagrid, claiming that Hagrid's spider had killed Myrtle, leading to Hagrid's expulsion. No wonder Hagrid could not wield a wand. Soon thereafter, Mia was ejected from the vision. She gazed at the notebook, lowering her eyelids. Had she not surmised the truth early on and known Hagrid, she too might have been deceived. Indeed, this notebook was undoubtedly a Horcrux, and the chamber and the basilisk were likely intertwined with it. "I shall see what you intend," she resolved, placing the notebook in her bedroom and casting a tracking and binding spell upon it. Subsequently, Mia sought out Harry, learning from him the information Draco possessed, which illuminated the situation. Chapter 51, Valentine's Day. In the days that followed, Mia deliberately relaxed her control over her body, allowing the notebook an opportunity to act. From a third-person perspective, she observed the notebook draining her magical energy and vitality, manipulating her body to slay Hagrid's rooster. The rooster's crow held lethal repercussions for the basilisk. Thus, it was revealed that everything was orchestrated by the notebook, compelling the student to act. The siphoning of magical and life force bears grave consequences for wizards. Mia, possessing formidable strength and abundant magic, found herself merely weakened for a brief interval. Yet, given the passage of time, the wizard under control was likely in dire straits. Mia rubbed her forehead, plagued by a headache. Her immediate priority was to discover a means to access the Chamber of Secrets and locate the young wizard, who was likely the one who misplaced the notebook. How to proceed with the search? Leaning back in her chair, she sought to clear her mind. Overthinking had left her feeling peckish. It was time for a meal. In the grand scheme of things, sustenance was paramount. However, as she walked, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Upon entering the great hall, Mia was taken aback by the walls adorned with lavish, vibrant pink flowers. To make matters worse, a flurry of heart-shaped confetti rained down from the pale blue ceiling. What was this? Struggling to articulate her confusion, she sat beside Theodore, who was equally unimpressed. Gesturing toward the staff table with a slight lift of his chin, Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a pink robe that matched the decorations, waved his hands for silence. The professors seated nearby wore stern expressions. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. To date, I have received 46 cards, for which I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Lockhart proclaimed loudly. Mia sensed that he was concealing something significant, her appetite waning as confetti settled on her food. Indeed, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise. And there's more to come. With a clap of his hands, Lockhart strode in, flanked by 12 diminutive figures with grim expressions, adorned with wings and carrying harps. My friendly, card-bearing cupids. They are here to roam the school today, delivering your Valentine-esque cards. But that is not all. I trust my colleagues will eagerly participate. Why not invite Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion? Had he lost his mind? Snape's countenance suggested that anyone daring to inquire about love potion making would be met with a dose of his own potion. If you are interested, Professor Flitwick is more adept at enchanting magic than any wizard I have encountered. What a crafty old dog. Spare Professor Flitwick. This is elder abuse. Mia felt a pang of sympathy for the kind-hearted teacher who had buried his face in his hands. Yet, more troubling than the professor's was the realization that she should not linger, for she had already spotted a few of the small figures making a beeline toward her. Mia Potter, you have a love letter. And a poem. Help. I do not wish to hear it. The small figure's words elicited a flurry of piercing glances. Draco glared at the diminutive creature, as if to convey, if I find out who is responsible, I shall inform my father to have them expelled. Harry brandished his wand, and Mia surmised that he must be thinking, damn it, which scoundrel is eyeing my sister? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Hermione and Ron nearly struggled to restrain him. Theodore narrowed his eyes menacingly, a smile gracing his twin face. Yet it was evident that their mischievous hands were itching to create chaos. Wood furrowed his brow, and Cedric wore a somber expression. Professor Snape's gaze was venomous. Mia felt he might be plotting to eliminate Lockhart. Help. I merely wish to have something to eat. Whom have I offended? Mia was obstructed by a dwarf and could not move. All eyes in the hall were now upon her, and she gazed despairingly at the dwarf before her. Recite, recite. She thought. Oh well, it's not the first time. The dwarf cleared his throat and began. For Miss Mia, I confide in the birds, who sing for the morrow. In the grain heap, larks and sparrows frolic, amidst the thicket, the pheasant and the redbird serenade, until the gentle breeze hushes me. Mia listened intently, while a boy in the crowd clenched his fists nervously, stealing glances at the girl's delicate visage. Thus, I quietly depart, imagining stealing a kiss from the lips of my beloved. Yet, should I encounter her, the girl I have cherished for years, I would pass by unnoticed, laden with longing and tears. Indeed, I would silently slip away, my footsteps light and soundless. My eyes dare not glimpse her, and in a week, I would merely sigh. When I behold wildflowers, I see her face among them. In the lovely blooms, her beauty shines radiantly. If she were to pass by, I would remain speechless, and we would walk our separate paths in silence. I confide in the birds, the wind, and the rain. I have never revealed my heart to my beloved. I express my feelings to the wildflowers that blanket the hills, as if one flower represents her and another her offspring. I dream of confessing my affection. Yet if she truly appeared, I would be rendered mute. If I were brave enough, I would kiss her, but as I approach, all courage would falter. Mia recognized the poem as I quietly passed by, penned by the English poet John Clare. I adore you, yet you remain unaware. I confide in all things. Save for you, my beloved. To this nameless gentleman, I am grateful for your affection. Thank you for your kindness. but I regret I cannot delve deeper into this matter. Mia felt that regardless, it was a heartfelt sentiment, and she ought to listen attentively before delivering a solemn refusal. The boy released his clenched fists, lowered his head to wipe away his tears, yet a smile lingered on his face. He held no hope, knowing that someone as extraordinary as Mia would never favor someone as ordinary as himself, but his feelings were sincerely acknowledged. Even in rejection, she had offered him respect. What could he do? He found himself liking Mia even more. Cedric was the first to break into laughter, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Theodore chuckled softly, handing the low-sugar food he had prepared to Mia, who gratefully accepted it and quickly slipped away. It is noteworthy that not only Mia received a plethora of love letters, but Cedric and Draco also garnered their fair share. One declined with a standard smile, while the other rejected with a scowl. Even Harry found himself entangled with the little gnomes before class, resulting in a cascade of scattered books, a day fraught with misfortunes. Mia concealed herself in the astronomy tower, eluding detection until evening when she finally returned. Upon entering, she discovered Draco, his face flushed, reclining on the sofa, the common room devoid of any other presence. Concerned, Mia approached him cautiously, tentatively placing her hand on his forehead, only to be seized abruptly. In a whirlwind of motion, she found herself pinned to the floor, Draco having the foresight to cushion her head with his hand. "What is wrong with you?" Mia inquired, noticing Draco's evidently altered state. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he buried his face in her neck. "Draco?" Mia froze, suddenly aware of the warmth and dampness against her skin, a trickle of liquid sliding down her neck. Have you been crying?" "Forgive me, please don't ignore me," Draco murmured in a hoarse voice. "You have not acknowledged me for so long. Please, don't do this. I am so upset seeing you with someone else. It hurts." Mia, equally subdued, turned her head and noticed a cup that had fallen to the floor. "Draco, what did you drink?" Observing his state, she realized something was profoundly amiss. She had not anticipated anyone would have the audacity to administer a love potion to a fellow student. "Forget-me-not tea," he replied, the aroma reminiscent of her own scent, a flavor he adored. "My heavens!" Mia groaned, pushing Draco away. His eyes were red-rimmed, tears lingering at the corners, and he wore an expression of hurt at her rejection. "We must seek the professor. I will not tolerate knowing who is responsible," Mia insisted, leading Draco to the dungeon. Professor Snape wore a stern countenance as he brewed the antidote alongside Mia, for Draco lacked the courage to act inappropriately before Snape. Upon administering the antidote, Draco recalled his actions and, with a face ablaze, dashed away. "Professor, here is the remaining love potion," Mia reported, bringing the cup and remnants of the potion to the dungeon for destruction. "Very well, return now," Snape replied, his expression grim. "And do not let me discover who is behind this." Chapter 52, A Confrontation with Voldemort. The following day, Draco turned crimson upon seeing her, retreating to the sidelines, while Theodore sported a darkened expression. "Though I am unaware of what transpired, it is certainly not favorable," he remarked. Today marked the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Wood, brimming with enthusiasm, was abruptly informed of the match's cancellation. "The sky has fallen," he exclaimed. What followed was a series of events: a notebook gone missing, another student petrified, and the entire school placed under lockdown. Attention, students! In light of recent occurrences, the following new regulations are to take immediate effect. All students must return to the common room by 6 p.m., and no student is allowed to attend classes without a teacher accompanying them, without exception. I must assert, unless the culprit is apprehended, the school may face closure. The moment the notebook vanished, Mia activated a tracking spell and made her way to the Gryffindor common room, where the young lions had grown accustomed to the chaos. Mia scanned the room, her gaze settling on Ginny. "Ginny, come here." Mia noticed that Ginny's magic and vitality were nearly depleted. Furrowing her brow, she offered some of her own magic to her. Mia led Ginny back to her dormitory, ensuring that no one was around, and cast a concealment charm. "Ginny, you were responsible for the incidents at school, weren't you? You also took the notebook from my room, didn't you?" Although framed as a question, Mia spoke with a tone of certainty. How did you know?" Ginny looked at Mia with surprise. "Please, give me the notebook. It will harm you." Observing Ginny's fearful demeanor, Mia softened her voice. "But it will hurt you. I don't want to do this, but I can't control it. I can't tell anyone. I'm so sorry." Tears welled in Ginny's eyes as she bit her lip, gazing at Mia with reddened eyes. "It's all right, it's not your fault. Don't worry, Ginny. I will resolve everything. Please, hand over the notebook." Mia comforted Ginny by embracing her. From the moment she saw Mia, Ginny instinctively revealed everything, feeling an innate sense of security in Mia's presence, knowing that she could handle it all. "Okay." Ginny retrieved the enchanted notebook. "Excellent, let's go." "Go where?" Ginny asked, puzzled as Mia led her to the common room. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, follow me." Upon hearing this, Harry and the others hurriedly complied. "Hey, the professor said we weren't supposed to act alone," Percy reminded them, observing the five with concern. "What are we doing?" Hermione inquired, walking alongside Mia. seeking revenge for Ginny. Voldemort, wait for it. This time, I won't go solo. It will be a collective effort. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. I will get my retribution. Mia brought the four of them to the headmaster's office, yet found Dumbledore absent, with only Fawkes flying in from the window to perch on her shoulder. Fawkes, where's the headmaster? Mia frowned. Fawkes guided Mia to Professor McGonagall, who was accompanied by Professor Snape. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to run around? McGonagall said, exasperated by the disobedient children. Professor, I need to speak. Where is Headmaster Dumbledore? He has been suspended by the board. And Hagrid has been taken away by the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall's expression darkened. Never mind that for now. I have discovered the location of the Chamber of Secrets. It is the source of all this chaos. Mia raised the notebook in her hand. What is this? Snape inquired as he took the notebook from her. This notebook was left by Voldemort. It has the power to control minds. Ginny was manipulated into doing everything, and Voldemort drained her life force and magic. Before Mia could finish, McGonagall quickly pulled Ginny over to examine her. Damn it, Ron exclaimed upon hearing this. His sister had been under his nose, and he had failed to notice anything. Ginny had been controlled into releasing the basilisk, and it was the same creature that had caused Moaning Myrtle's demise. Hagrid had been wrongfully accused. Let us there, child. McGonagall grasped her wand, ready to depart. All right, it's in the abandoned girls' bathroom on the second floor. Mia led the way, flanked by 2 professors and 4 students, while Fawkes the Phoenix had flown to the headmaster's office. Hey, where are you all heading? Lockhart inquired, approaching them with an air of curiosity. You arrived just in time. The moment for your grand display has come, Snape remarked, having long held disdain for Lockhart, seizing the opportunity to bring the bumbling wizard along. What moment? Lockhart asked, bewildered. Did you not just assert last night that you knew the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? With an air of authority, Snape insisted Lockhart accompany them to the lavatory. Mia discovered the serpent emblem at the sink. Harry, say something, she urged. Open. Harry responded, though perplexed, he complied. In Parseltongue, Mia reminded him with exasperation. Oh right, open. At the command, the sink shifted aside, revealing a hidden passageway below. Ron, Hermione, you stay up here with Professor McGonagall to prevent the basilisk from escaping. Remember, do not make eye contact. Harry, Professor, let us proceed. Just as Mia was about to descend, Professor Snape yanked her back by her collar. Mia looked at him, puzzled. You and Potter stay behind, he declared, opting to confront Voldemort alone. It's too dangerous for Mia to go down there. What if something goes wrong? She protested. But without Harry, we can't open the door. Then Harry will come with us. Harry nodded, but Mia nudged him. What do you mean, not? I can handle myself. Professor, please let me go, she pleaded, gazing at Snape with a forlorn expression, hoping to soften his resolve. No, he replied curtly, shoving Lockhart down the passage before leaping after Harry. Mia, feeling exasperated, remained above, hesitant to descend under Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze. She was anxious about Harry and the professor's well-being, sensing the activation of Harry's bracelet, which made her increasingly restless. Don't worry, Mia, with Professor Snape there. Nothing will go awry, Hermione reassured her. Mia had no choice but to calm herself and wait. Before long, the basilisk burst forth. Though unaware of the events below, the sight of the seemingly unharmed creature caused a chill to run through Mia, fearing for the safety of the professor and Harry. Protego, find it swiftly. Professor McGonagall and Mia simultaneously cast spells to protect those around them. Hermione and Ron quickly reacted, with Ron shielding Ginny while Hermione, Mia, and Professor McGonagall confronted the basilisk. The creature's thick hide rendered their spells ineffective. Alas, it seems we must resort to ancient magic, Mia mused, gathering her strength. As she prepared to cast, she glimpsed the wounded professor and Harry alongside Fawkes, who was distracting the creature. Harry wielded the sword of Gryffindor, ready to strike. Constrict. Mia channeled a powerful spell from her wand towards the basilisk, feeling her magical energy wane significantly. Harry, finish it, she urged, intensifying her magical output to hold the creature at bay. Understood. Harry lunged with the sword, and soon, the basilisk lay still. We did it, Ron exclaimed joyfully. Yet, the battle was not over. As Tom Riddle emerged behind the basilisk, Mia's expression turned icy. Ah, the venom of the basilisk courses swiftly throughout the body, I dare say. My dear professor, you shall not survive a minute longer, Tom Riddle coldly declared. Mia quickly shifted her gaze to Professor Snape, and indeed, one of his hands was bloodied. His body frail. Fear not, you shall not live either. Mia removed the basilisk's fang and plunged it towards her notebook. No, Tom Riddle vanished. And Mia hurried to Professor Snape's side, her eyes glistening with tears. Professor, how can I save you? Mia began to regret revealing the existence of the Chamber of Secrets to Professor Snape. Had she not done so, he would not be in this predicament. Do not weep, Snape said, gently wiping away Mia's tears, while Harry looked on in sorrow, astonished that Professor Snape had saved him when he had nearly been bitten by the basilisk in the chamber. A bird's cry resonated as Fawkes descended beside Snape. Fawkes, Mia gazed at it in confusion, and Fawkes offered her a comforting glance, shedding a single tear that healed Professor Snape's wounds. Can Fawkes' tears cure basilisk venom? Mia looked at Fawkes and the professor with delight. Thank you, Fawkes. Fawkes nuzzled against Mia. How splendid, the professor is unharmed. By the way, what of Professor Lockhart? Hermione suddenly interjected with a puzzled expression. He accidentally caused a rebound of the memory charm and has lost his memory, Harry replied, surprised to discover that Lockhart was indeed a fraud who had intended to cast a memory charm upon them. Harry briefly recounted the events of the Chamber of Secrets. The trio descended the pipe, where Lockhart had attempted to obliterate them with a memory charm, only to have it rebound upon himself. Then came the revelation that Tom Riddle was Voldemort, a memory imprisoned within a diary for 50 years. He had hypnotized Ginny, unleashed the basilisk, and inscribed blood writings, all to confront Harry and ultimately kill him. All truths had been uncovered. Dumbledore resumed his duties, Hagrid's innocence was established, and Mrs. Weasley was made aware of Ginny's plight. Fortunately, having destroyed the diary, Ginny's magic and vitality were restored. Chapter 53, Dobby. In the headmaster's office, Mia, Harry, and their 3 companions stood in a line, while Headmaster Dumbledore regarded the 4 children. You must be aware that in the past few hours, you have transgressed numerous school regulations, Dumbledore stated, observing the soot-covered children. Mia, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Hermione bowed her head, Ginny concealed her face. And Ron and Harry exchanged worried glances. Yes, Headmaster. Your actions warrant expulsion. Yes, Headmaster. Therefore, you shall all be expelled, Dumbledore teased, watching their startled expressions. Mia regarded the headmaster with a mix of exasperation and amusement. If he truly wished to expel them, he would do so differently. Instead, you are to receive an award for special contributions to the school. Their faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Headmaster. Now, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Weasley, please have an owl deliver the release certificate to Azkaban. I believe our gamekeeper should be returning. Dumbledore dismissed the others, leaving only Mia and Harry in the office. Headmaster, our discovery of the Chamber of Secrets was largely thanks to Moaning Myrtle, Mia dutifully reported. I understand now. I believe the Special Contribution Award should also bear her name. Dumbledore nodded. Headmaster, why can I speak Parseltongue? As Mia completed her report, Harry was eager to unravel his confusion. It is because Voldemort is a Parselmouth. If I am not mistaken, when he left that scar on you, he inadvertently transferred a portion of his power to you. Voldemort transferred his power to me? It was not intentional. Indeed, it seems Voldemort did not foresee that Harry would become the final Horcrux. So, should I not be in Gryffindor? Harry, if you are uncertain, look at this. Only a true Gryffindor can draw it. Dumbledore handed Harry the bloodstained sword. Gryffindor. Mia placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, nodding affirmatively, and Harry smiled back at her. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lucius Malfoy entered with Dobby. Dobby. The siblings gazed at this peculiar pair. You serve the Malfoy family? Mia finally pieced it all together. Dobby served the Malfoys, and Lucius had slipped the notebook into Ginny's cauldron while they were at the bookstore. Dobby had learned of everything to prevent them, so it was all his doing. Dobby cast a fearful glance at Lucius, vowing to settle the score later. Lucius approached Dumbledore, pushing aside the 2 individuals with his wand. Do not block the way, Potter. It seems it is true. You have returned. The Malfoy family holds a position on the board, and their influence extends to the Ministry of Magic. Thus it was Lucius who orchestrated matters concerning Dumbledore and Hagrid. Mia glared at Lucius, wishing she could strike him. When the board members learned that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been harmed, they felt it necessary to call me back. Damn it, Lucius muttered under his breath. Strangely enough, it seemed that the board members believed that if they did not agree to expel me, you would curse their families. You have quite the audacity. What did you say? All along, I have only cared for the welfare of this school and its students. Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, directing his gaze towards Dobby, Mia, and Harry, while Mia cautiously shielded Harry behind her. Lucius averted his gaze. I presume the culprit has been identified? Yes. Then who is it? Dumbledore and Harry exchanged glances before finally revealing Voldemort. This time, he chose to manipulate others through this diary. Dumbledore raised the destroyed notebook. Lucius appeared noticeably flustered. I see. Fortunately, his ruse was uncovered by Miss Potter and Mr. Potter. I hope Voldemort's belongings from his school days do not fall into the hands of the innocent again, or there will be severe consequences for the culprit. Let us hope. Dumbledore's words carried an implicit meaning. Mia stifled a quiet laugh. They always arrive just in time to avert disaster. Lucius glared at the siblings, his teeth clenched. Do not worry, we can handle it. Mia and Harry exchanged unwavering glances. Farewell. Follow Dobby. We are leaving. Lucius kicked Dobby and stormed out in a fit of rage. Harry? Mia observed Harry's expression, clearly aware of his intentions. Harry tucked his socks into his diary, using this clever ruse to compel Lucius to hand the diary to Dobby. Thus, Dobby received clothing from his master, granting him his freedom. Lucius instantly realized the implications, exclaiming, You have made me lose my servant. He raised his wand and advanced menacingly towards Harry. "Stop right there, Mr. Malfoy," Mia interjected, pointing her wand at Lucius. Given Mia's repeated victories over Voldemort and Draco's evident concern for her, Lucius hesitated. "I do not wish to resort to violence against you. I advise you to depart swiftly." Mia understood Draco's deep affection for his family, which motivated her to refrain from attacking Lucius, provided he did not harm Harry. "Well done." Lucius, frustrated, retreated. Harry had granted Dobby his freedom. How could Dobby express his gratitude? Dobby gazed earnestly at Harry. "Promise me one thing. Do not save me again in the future." Harry vividly recalled how his good intentions had led to misfortune for him. Mia nearly stifled a laugh, while Harry shot her a resigned glance. Chapter 54, Dragons and Treasure. Before long, the Weasley couple arrived at the school, and upon seeing Ginny safe and sound, Mrs. Weasley embraced her in relief. "Thank you, Harry, Mia. Ginny has informed us of everything." Arthur and Mrs. Weasley expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the siblings. "It was our duty, madam," Mia replied with a polite smile. Mrs. Weasley's gaze softened as she knelt to gently stroke the heads of the two children. "We owe you a great deal, but Voldemort remains a perilous threat. Remember to inform us adults next time, understood?" "Of course," Mia and Harry replied earnestly. Satisfied that Ginny was unharmed, the couple took their leave. The crisis in the Chamber of Secrets was successfully averted, and Lockhart was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. Noticing the despondent expressions of Wood and Harry due to the cancellation of the match, Mia proactively suggested to the headmaster the resumption of the competition, which was, of course, approved. Wood specifically invited Mia to the Gryffindor viewing area. However, considering the potential backlash from the Slytherins, she politely declined and returned to the Slytherin section. The match was a face-off between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. As Cedric took to the field, Mia was met with a chorus of cheers. "He is quite popular," she noted. Watching the two seekers waving towards her, along with the twins and Wood, who were beckoning her to join. The match commenced, and Cedric showcased formidable skill. Though the Badgers exhibited a more laid-back approach, Cedric was determined to lead his house to victory in both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. What a remarkable individual. Mia mused, admiring Cedric's athletic form, powerful physique, and robust muscles. Perhaps she was beginning to develop an affinity for Quidditch. Unlike the Slytherins, who favored a more aggressive style, the Badgers exhibited a fair and harmonious gameplay, at least with Wood managing to stay on his broom. While Hufflepuff may not have matched Gryffindor's overall strength, they possessed several outstanding players capable of rising to the occasion when it mattered most. It can be said that the match was exceedingly thrilling, culminating in Cedric's swift capture of the Golden Snitch, thereby securing victory amidst a chorus of cheers. The members of both teams dismounted their brooms. "You were remarkable," Cedric remarked as he extended a friendly handshake to Harry. "Thank you. You were impressive as well," Harry replied with a warm smile. "Wood, I look forward to our next match," Cedric added. Wood nodded. "See you on the field." "See you on the field," echoed Harry. As Mia observed that the match was nearing its conclusion, she leaped down from the spectator's stand and approached Harry. "Are you disappointed?" she inquired, concerned that Harry might be disheartened by the loss. "Not at all. Cedric is an excellent opponent, and I eagerly await our next encounter," Harry said with a wink. "It seems you two are evenly matched?" Mia mused. "Perhaps," she chuckled, glancing up at the towering figures of Wood and Cedric, both of whom were significantly taller than her, and, being Quidditch players, quite robust. "Mia," Cedric noted as he observed a spark in Mia's eyes. "Congratulations." "Thank you," she replied. This is for you," Cedric said hesitantly, presenting the golden snitch to Mia, worried she might decline, while his teammates encouraged him from behind. Harry immediately turned to Cedric, thinking, "How could you have such intentions towards my sister? Why is this all directed at me? Am I a mere receptacle for golden snitches?" "Thank you." Mia accepted it hesitantly. "No." Both Harry and Wood interjected in unison. "What's the matter, Harry? Is there an issue?" Mia questioned, looking at Harry with confusion. "It's nothing. It's just that you can't accept it." Harry glared at Cedric. "Then should I return it to you?" Mia offered to give back the golden snitch. Seeing Mia's refusal, Cedric's expression fell slightly. "Well, we are having a celebration dinner tonight. Would you like to join us?" Cedric asked, his teammates nudging him subtly. After all, it seemed inappropriate for him to invite her to a celebration so soon after her brother's defeat. "Is that all right?" "Of course," Cedric's teammates eagerly assured him. "All right. I will come by this evening," Mia agreed. "We have a celebration dinner too." Wood reproached Mia with a look, as if to say, "Why not join us instead?" "Should I attend both?" Mia pondered, considering that although Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff, they triumphed over Slytherin and Ravenclaw, thus leading the overall standings. Victory in the Quidditch Cup appeared assured. "Such greediness," Miss Slytherin, George and Fred jested, flanking Mia with mock lament. "Must we really do this? So many eyes are upon us." Mia felt the weight of the curious gazes from fellow students. "Let go of my sister," Harry exclaimed, pulling Mia protectively away, eyeing the two mischief-makers warily. All right," Fred said with a resigned gesture. "Shouldn't you be the dragon guarding the treasure?" George teased. You two should be more perceptive. Harry looks ready to devour you, Mia sighed. Chapter 55. Love brings the proud to their knees. In the Hufflepuff celebration common room, eager badgers had already adorned the space and prepared an array of food, awaiting the team's return. As Mia followed the team through the door, a pair of hands suddenly covered her ears. Bang! As the sound of fireworks erupted, Mia found herself momentarily entranced by Cedric's handsome visage before her. You weren't frightened, were you? Cedric inquired with genuine concern. No, thank you, Mia replied, feeling a warmth creeping to her ears, grateful that her hair could obscure it. The onlooking badgers exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions laden with meaning. Ahem, Cedric, come on in. Dean interjected, reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere, but aware that lingering at the entrance was rather obstructive. Ah, all right. Cedric, realizing his faux pas, quickly withdrew his hand and feigned a cough as he ushered Mia to a seat. Hello, everyone. Mia greeted the badgers with polite warmth. Miss Potter, welcome to our celebration. They responded amiably, extending a heartfelt welcome to her. The gathering was little more than a convivial assembly of friends enjoying food and games together. Is it boring? Cedric asked, his concern evident. Not at all. The badgers are quite friendly, Mia replied, raising her glass in a toast. Congratulations. Thank you. Cedric clinked his glass against hers, and they shared a smile. Now, the main event has arrived. We snuck off to Hogsmeade to procure some butterbeer and fire whiskey. The older badgers had brought back the drinks specifically for this occasion, eagerly anticipating the revelry. Wow. The badgers cheered enthusiastically. Miss Potter, would you care for a drink? Dean asked, holding up a glass of fire whiskey. Mia, intrigued by the prospect of tasting fire whiskey, was about to accept when she was thwarted. You're too young to drink. Don't let her indulge in such antics, Cedric admonished, pulling his glass away protectively, wary that Mia might sneak a sip. Oh, so now you're protective? All right. I won't disturb you any further. I'll go play over there, Dean said with a mischievous grin, eliciting a glare from Cedric. There was no need for such vigilance. Mia mused, finding Cedric's protective demeanor rather amusing. As the celebration drew to a close and the hour grew late, the badgers sprawled about in a state of merry disarray. Shall I escort you home? Cedric proposed, realizing the time was indeed late, yet feeling slightly unsteady from the drinks he had consumed. I can manage on my own. It's not safe for you to escort me in your current state, Mia chuckled, supporting him. It's far too dangerous for you to be alone, Cedric replied earnestly. Do not forget, I am quite capable. Any danger would come from others, she countered playfully. That may be true, but you could still be hurt. And that would cause pain, Cedric insisted, shaking his head resolutely. Mia felt her heart soften at his concern, gazing at the adorable badger before her, unable to suppress a silent laugh. Yet, in your current condition, I would worry for you as well. I assure you, I am quite capable, Cedric insisted. Then how about you walk me to the corridor? Mia suggested, acquiescing to his insistence. Cedric, slightly dazed, attempted to comprehend her request and hesitantly nodded. With unsteady steps, Cedric took Mia's hand as they exited the lounge. Weavy arrived. You should head back now, Mia gently reminded him, sensing they had reached their destination. Cedric felt the journey had been fleeting. How had they arrived so soon? The boy leaned down, enveloping the girl in his arms. Very well then, good night. Good night, she replied softly. Cedric reluctantly released his hold, watching Mia depart until she was no longer in sight. Upon reaching the Slytherin common room, Mia uttered the password and immediately spotted Draco. Did this scene not feel reminiscent of something previously witnessed? Draco glanced at Mia, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as he recalled Valentine's Day, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Mia, Draco hesitated, and Mia, intrigued by his faltering demeanor, approached and took a seat. Could you refrain from ignoring me? Mia bit her lip, recalling the moment at this very time and place when Draco had held her down, weeping in her embrace. Though her heart softened, she remained unwilling to easily forgive Draco for his disparaging remarks towards Hermione. No, Mia shook her head, causing Draco's complexion to pale slightly. What must I do to be forgiven? Draco tugged gently at the sleeve of Mia's clothing, his voice thick with emotion. You must sincerely apologize to Hermione. Mia understood Draco's pride. It would never allow him to apologize to someone he looked down upon. She was aware of this, yet she could not overlook the pain Hermione had endured, which she had witnessed firsthand. Thus, she felt unable to grant forgiveness so readily. If I apologize, you'll forgive me, right? Draco, well aware of Mia's character, protective and deeply valuing her friends and family, recognized that she still cared for him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed herself to be so vulnerable or gifted him a Christmas present. Mia was taken aback by Draco's willingness to apologize to Hermione. Please don't treat me this way. It makes me quite sad. Draco moved closer, taking Mia's hand and resting his forehead against hers. With a sigh, Mia acquiesced. All right. They sat together in silence, savoring each other's warmth. The following day, outside the Great Hall, Mia accompanied Draco as Hermione was summoned. Mia thoughtfully provided them with a space for private conversation, believing Draco would prefer not to be observed. Malfoy, what do you want? Hermione regarded him with a furrowed brow, but chose to trust Mia's judgment. I'm sorry. I should not have spoken to you in that manner, Draco stated plainly. Is Malfoy being impersonated? Hermione realized the context of Draco's apology, a matter she had long since dismissed, surprised that Mia still remembered and had urged Draco to apologize. After Draco delivered his apology, he entered the Great Hall, sensing that Hermione had more to say to Mia. I remember everything, Hermione. I know you say it no longer matters, but I've kept it in my heart for you. Mia grasped Hermione's hand tightly. You fool. Hermione's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you. Chapter 56, The Marauder's Map. Draco was elated to have reconciled with Mia, his joy palpable. After finishing her conversation with Hermione, Mia entered the Great Hall, where Draco patted the seat beside him, inviting her to join. Following his lead brought immense delight to the young Slytherin, as this was merely the first step. During their upcoming classes, he would reclaim the position of her desk partner. Is this reconciliation? The young serpents whispered among themselves. It seems so. Just look at how happy Malfoy is. It has indeed been quite challenging, but at long last, reconciliation has been achieved. Alas, it has been 6 months. Sigh. Daphne, observing the situation, subtly approached Mia, inquiring, have you truly made amends? Theodore's gaze also shifted towards her. Mia nodded affirmatively. He genuinely apologized? Daphne was aware that without Draco's apology, Mia would never have considered reconciliation. Shoo, Mia understood Draco's need for pride and would certainly not divulge this to others. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Draco, snorted lightly, and redirected his attention, each to their own merit. At the Gryffindor celebration feast, Mia arrived early, anxious that the surprise from the team might startle her, as she was not one to handle surprises well. Mia, sister, come quickly, Ginny exclaimed joyfully, pointing to the seat beside her. Once Mia settled down, Ginny snuggled up closely. Why is everyone so fond of being close? Mia mused, feeling a bit warm with Hermione on her left and Ginny on her right. In Ginny's heart, Mia had now surpassed Harry, becoming her devoted fan. As the team entered, fireworks indeed erupted, confirming her anticipation. Harry was immediately swept into the center by the enthusiastic lions, dancing and cheering. George and Fred approached. Hey, Miss Slytherin. Long time no see. Haven't we just seen each other? Mia replied. You haven't shown up for our pranks in ages. We've discovered something intriguing. Remember to come to the old spot tomorrow night, George winked, leaving an air of mystery as they departed. Curiosity piqued, Mia wondered about what they had found, as it must be something special if they sought her out. Hermione, Ginny, and Ron joined in the festivities, allowing Mia to comfortably claim the entire sofa, leisurely enjoying their dance, albeit somewhat awkward in execution. Suddenly, the sofa dipped, nearly causing Mia to topple over. She turned to see Wood. Mia, Wood said, gazing at her with his charming eyes. Congratulations on once again winning the Quidditch Cup. Mia chose to forgive this handsome distraction from her appreciation of the peculiar dance. Thank you. But it was Harry who informed me that you resolved the Chamber of Secrets, enabling the headmaster to reopen the tournament. Is that so? Mia chuckled, unable to resist the flattery. It was nothing, really, she replied, feeling shy from the praise. They're having quite the lively time. Would you like to join? Wood asked. I think not. I'm not quite accustomed to it. Then I shall stay here with you, he offered, mimicking Mia's relaxed posture on the sofa as they watched the revelry unfold. George and Fred were masterful at energizing the crowd, while the little lions reveled in their antics, leaving poor Ron to endure his brother's mischief. After the festivities concluded, Mia returned home, politely declining the offers of several eager escorts. She strolled back leisurely, and before entering, she cautiously peeked inside to ensure no one was present. What are you looking for? Theodore emerged from a shadowy corner, amused by Mia's furtive behavior. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Mia questioned him. Who says you can stay out so late? Theodore had, in fact, been waiting for her, only absent the previous day. You should rest, he advised. No rush, she replied. Theodore approached Mia, gently brushing his fingers against her cheek. Unintentionally, his fingertips grazed the corner of her lips, leaving a trace. Is that so? Thank you. I shall return now. Good night. Good night. Theodore softly caressed the object Mia had gifted him for protection, only returning to his dormitory after she had entered. What are you doing out so late? Blaise inquired, lifting his eyelids at the sound. I was handling a few matters. And there are matters to attend to at such an hour? Never mind. I'll continue my slumber. Leaning against the window, Theodore tenderly stroked the defensive charm Mia had given him, each relying on their own abilities. The following evening, Mia awaited her friends, George and Fred. In the empty classroom they often frequented, idly fiddling with the new gadgets they had devised during her absence. Good evening, Miss Snake, George exclaimed as he hurried to her side, with Fred sauntering over leisurely. Good evening. What do you have there? Mia inquired, glancing at the two. They did not keep her in suspense, and, raising their eyebrows, produced a map. Inscribed upon it were the phrases, Moon Face, Worm Tail, Big Foot, and Mr. Pointy Fork. Is there anything remarkable about this? Mia asked, perusing the map. The real spectacle lies ahead, George and Fred declared, brandishing their wands towards the map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map unfurled, revealing a detailed layout of Hogwarts Castle, including all rooms, corridors, secret passages, and the locations of individuals present. This is truly magnificent. Where did you acquire it? Mia marveled at her own position on the map. We found it in Filch's office. They confessed. Having been caught numerous times for their pranks, they had discovered this high-risk item and discreetly absconded with it, diverting Filch's attention. Really? How did you ascertain the incantation to unlock it? Mia asked. We only tried about 300 spells, they replied nonchalantly. With such perseverance, why not succeed at something else? What is its name? The Marauders Map. Chapter 57. Final Examinations and Peter Pettigrew. Mia borrowed the Marauders Map from George and Fred. Observing the accolades for Peter in the Daily Prophet juxtaposed with the disdain for Sirius, and the name Peter Pettigrew displayed on the map, Mia's gaze hardened. The Marauders Map could indeed expose Peter, but allowing him to be captured so easily would be too lenient, and should the map be used as evidence, it could very well be confiscated, rendering it too valuable to lose. Then I shall first make a copy, she resolved. Knowing Sirius must swiftly clear his name after 12 years in Azkaban, she wondered how he was faring now. Mia contemplated seeking out Professor Dumbledore, but upon entering, found the office empty. Fawkes, do you know where the headmaster has gone? Fawkes perched on her arm, chirping melodically. Off to a scholarly exchange, is he? Mia furrowed her brow in thought as Fawkes chirped again. He shall return in due time? Very well, thank you. She gently stroked Fawkes's head. How do you comprehend that? The Sorting Hat interjected incredulously. Just a guess? It was quite easy to deduce. Mia and Fawkes tilted their heads in unison, gazing at the Sorting Hat. Have I been placed in the wrong house? She surely belongs in Hufflepuff. After leaving the headmaster's office, Mia made her way to the Owlery. Hedwig hoot. Upon seeing her beloved master, Hedwig joyfully fluttered over. Could you please deliver this letter to Professor Dumbledore? It's urgent, do you understand? Mia penned a message detailing that Peter had not perished and that Sirius had been wrongfully accused. Hoot. Off you go. The Quidditch match would soon be followed by the end-of-term examinations. Thanks to Mia's rigorous training this semester, Ron and Harry had no issues with their studies and charms, defense against the dark arts, and practical classes. However, theoretical knowledge remained a challenge. Dear Lady Mia, might you assist us once more with some exam predictions? Ron implored, his eyes shining with hope as he clutched a book, with Harry alongside him, significantly boosting their chances of success. Hermione chuckled in exasperation. Ginny averted her gaze in embarrassment, while Luna politely refrained from looking on. Mia, feeling a headache coming on at the sight of Harry's pitiful expression, steeled her resolve. Only history of magic. Hooray! Long live Lady Mia! Ron exclaimed, convinced that bringing Harry was a stroke of genius. Mia winced slightly but relented, thinking that they were friends after all. It could always be made up for with extra training next semester. Recently, Mia had been diligently recreating the Marauders map, making swift progress. It would serve as irrefutable evidence. Ron, may I borrow your Scabbers for a moment? Sure, but what do you need him for? Ron readily agreed. Just a minor matter, Mia replied with a mischievous smile, thinking that sending him to Azkaban would be too lenient. After all, retribution was only fair. All right, I'll fetch him now. As soon as Ron finished speaking, he dashed off. Mia, what do you need Scabbers for? Harry inquired, peering curiously at the replica Marauders map in Mia's hands. It's for evidence. Evidence. Harry was puzzled. Is Scabbers in trouble? Be good and study. Will you manage to pass the exam? Oh, fine. Harry sighed as he trudged off to his studies. I'm back. Ron returned at a sprint, panting heavily. Have a drink and catch your breath. Mia handed him a cup of water and, with a swift motion, placed a collar around Scabbers' neck. What's this? Hermione, Ginny, and Luna gathered around, intrigued. Luna frowned upon seeing Scabbers, sensing something peculiar about the rat, and gently tugged at Mia's sleeve. Do not worry, Mia reassured her, clasping Luna's hand. It's a locator, only Ron and I can remove it. I recall Ron mentioning how Scabbers often ran off, so I prepared this. But that's not all, she continued. This collar is inscribed with ancient runes, making it impossible for anyone else to remove. Any attempt to do so will result in an explosion. Additionally, I have infused it with several enchantments, such as making him experience the sensation of being cursed by the killing curse and the feeling of being kissed by a Dementor. Unless he dies, he will be unable to escape this torment. At the very least, it will ensure Peter suffers. This was her special preparation after discovering that Peter was the true culprit behind Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. Do savor this. It is the price of betrayal. Thank you, Mia. Now we need not worry about the whereabouts of Banan. Ron cheerfully accepted the mouse, completely oblivious to Banan's lifeless body. Principal Dumbledore's letter arrived swiftly, stating that he had initially believed Sirius was innocent, yet could not find evidence to support this. It was splendid that Mia had now uncovered proof, and he would return as soon as possible. The final examinations approached as promised, with Mia securing the top position, Hermione in second, while Harry and Ron barely scraped by. What a close call. Ron anxiously scrutinized his results, finally exhaling in relief. I, too, am relieved, Harry remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow upon seeing his near-failing potion grade. Next semester will require rigorous training. Mia gazed at the pair with mild exasperation. Chapter 58, The Order of Merlin Medal. In recent days, Mia and Professor Snape had spent some time at St. Mungo's, where their latest potion version exhibited remarkable efficacy. To obtain primary data, they decided to remain at the hospital. How are the Longbottoms faring? Mia inquired of the attending physician. Their condition has shown significant improvement. Remarkable. That is splendid news, though I believe their inherent willpower plays a crucial role as well. We should consider this aspect moving forward. Mia conversed with Professor Snape and the doctor as they made their way to the Longbottoms ward. Knock, knock. The physician rapped gently on the door, and a soft female voice responded from within, "Please enter." Upon entering, Mia beheld Neville weeping in his parents' embrace, while Augusta shed silent tears. Upon noticing Mia's presence, they immediately turned their gaze toward her. "I apologize. Am I interrupting?" Mia hesitated. "Not at all. Are you the one who saved us?" Alice gazed at Mia with warmth. "No, I merely proposed the idea. It is Professor Snape, the medical staff, and your own strength that have led to your recovery. Come here, dear." Alice beckoned Mia closer, who obediently approached. "I recognize you. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Regardless of the circumstances, I am immensely grateful, child." Alice gently ruffled Mia's hair, while Frank embraced Neville with gratitude in his eyes. "It is merely what I ought to do. How is your health?" "Quite well. I believe we shall be discharged shortly." Frank cheerfully interjected, having thought he would never see his child again, only to find that Lily and James's child had saved them. "That is wonderful. We must continue to record data, and your cooperation may be required." Mia gestured to the notebook in her hand. "Certainly. What would you like to know?" Once the latest data had been recorded, both Mia and Professor Snape felt fatigued and sought a place to rest, only to find Principal Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had also arrived. "Principal, what brings you here?" Dumbledore raised the item in his hand. "I heard that the Longbottoms are recovering well, so I came to check on you and to bring you good news." "What is it?" Mia inquired curiously at the paper bearing the Ministry of Magic seal. "Previously, I nominated you and Severus for the Order of Merlin, and it has now been approved." Dumbledore handed over the document, and Mia was pleasantly surprised. The Order of Merlin, second class, is an honor bestowed by the Ministry of Magic to recognize wizards or witches who have made remarkable contributions to the magical community. The second-class award is granted to those who have made significant contributions within the realm of magic. Your project addressing the lingering effects of the Cruciatus Curse has had a profound impact on the entire wizarding world, which is why the Ministry has decided to award Severus Snape and Mia Potter the Order of Merlin, second class. Cornelius Fudge solemnly presented the two medals to them. Observing their acceptance, Fudge beamed, eager to share the news with the Daily Prophet waiting outside. "Come, let us step outside," he urged. Mia frowned. She had no desire to be in the newspaper, and Professor Snape, considering her feelings, took the initiative to handle the photographs and interviews, knowing she was still young and not suited for excessive exposure. Fudge, however, was reluctant to let such a prime opportunity to promote himself slip away. Dumbledore cast a warning glance at him, suggesting that a written report would suffice. Reluctantly, Fudge complied and exited alongside Professor Snape. "Headmaster, regarding Sirius." Mia looked at Dumbledore with anticipation. "Fudge is unwilling to reconsider and has dismissed my request," Dumbledore replied, clearly dissatisfied. "But what if the evidence is irrefutable?" "I will reapply, though it may take some time," Dumbledore reassured her, patting Mia's shoulder. "Do not worry, everything will be all right. But I am concerned for Sirius. He has been in Azkaban for 12 years, she expressed. "Do not fret, my child. Sirius is waiting for you all." The Great Hall was adorned with the silver and green banners representing Slytherin, with serpents emblazoned upon them. Although Gryffindor had once again claimed the Quidditch Cup this year, they had Mia, making the House Cup an easily attainable prize. Following the report in the Daily Prophet about Mia and Professor Snape receiving the Order of Merlin, second class, the news spread rapidly among the students. "My goodness, is this the disparity between people?" Ron gawked at the newspaper. "What? My sister has been recognized by the Ministry of Magic?" Harry had suspected Mia's contributions would merit commendation, but was astounded by the extent of it. Yet upon reflection, he sighed, accepting that his sister was indeed remarkable. "Ginny, what are you doing?" Hermione, initially shocked by the news, turned to see Ginny cutting out something. "I'm collecting articles about Sister Mia. She is truly impressive, achieving such greatness in her second year." Ginny beamed as she pasted her clippings. "So many?" Ron glanced at Ginny's notebook, only to have it swatted away by her. "How fierce." He pouted, rubbing his reddened hand. "What is going on?" Mia had just returned to find the group gathered. "Mia, you're back." Hermione was the first to rush over, followed closely by Ginny. "Sister Mia, you're so amazing." "You all know already?" That was quick. Mia instantly grasped what they were discussing. The Daily Prophet covered it specifically. George waved the newspaper in his hand. Miss Snake has saved countless families from the torment of the Cruciatus curse. It's truly magnificent. Though Fred teased with his words, his eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. Mia, Harry said proudly, you are truly exceptional. Mia chuckled softly, initially undertaking her endeavors with a sense of capability. Little did she anticipate the pride that so many would feel in her accomplishments. Upon returning to Slytherin, she was met with another wave of admiration and envy. Before the banquet commenced, let us express our gratitude with applause to Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey. For it is thanks to their mandrake potion that those petrified can be revived. The hall resonated with applause just as the grand doors swung open, revealing Hagrid's entrance. I apologize for my tardiness, he said. Mia looked at him with delight. The owl named Errol got lost, Hagrid continued, glancing at Mia, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. I must say, were it not for you all, I would still be languishing in Azkaban. I just want to thank you. Welcome back, Hagrid, Mia said, her face alight with joy. Hogwarts cannot do without you. Nor can we, Harry added, addressing Hagrid. Mia and Harry embraced his legs, while Hagrid affectionately patted the two children, prompting the professors to lead the applause. Hagrid, please take a seat, Dumbledore invited warmly. Next, as I believe you all have observed, let us congratulate Professor Snape and Miss Potter for being awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. The hall erupted with applause mingled with cheers, and Mia exchanged a smile with Professor Snape, while Professor McGonagall and others winked at her. Following that, I must announce this year's House Cup, which has been awarded to Slytherin, marking their 9th consecutive victory. There are also some additional points and awards that I must declare. Dumbledore's words stirred the hearts of all present, recalling how Gryffindor had been overtaken the previous year. First, congratulations to Miss Mia, Mr. Harry, Mr. Ron, Miss Hermione, and Miss Myrtle Elizabeth Warren for their special contributions to the school, which will add 50 points to their respective houses. With heads held high, the students applauded sincerely as Mia entered, while the Slytherins calculated their points discreetly, relieved to see they had not been surpassed. Thus, amidst a chorus of cheers, the second year concluded. Chapter 59, Sirius's Escape. Before returning to the Dursleys, Mia made a trip to Gringotts to exchange a substantial sum of pounds. Mia, why are you exchanging so much money? Harry inquired, puzzled. This sum will settle the Dursleys' debt for raising us, and the remainder will serve as our rent for the next few years. In this way, we can consider ourselves even, Mia explained, recalling that she had intended to do this prior to their return last year, but had forgotten amidst the chaos. Is that so? Harry's expression dimmed slightly. Perhaps it is for the best to settle early. After all, I still have my sister. Let us go. It's time to head back. All right. Upon returning to the Dursleys, Mia took the initiative to have a lengthy discussion with her aunt and uncle, presenting them with the money, thus settling their accounts. Penny remained silent for a long time after Mia's departure, while Vernon quietly sat with her. In a few years, we will move out and buy a house of our own, she said, sensing Harry's melancholy. Mia went to his room to comfort him. Harry replied, hugging Mia and responding with a slight murmur. In the days that followed, they maintained an unspoken truce with their aunt and uncle, who no longer sought to trouble them. During the holiday, having already indulged in abundant food and drink, Harry, at the age when boys experience a significant growth spurt, found himself taller than Mia, who had also grown considerably, resembling a sprouting branch. Her appearance had become even more radiant, increasingly reminiscent of Lily. It was anticipated that they would continue to coexist peacefully. However, Aunt Petunia's sister paid a visit. Are you still living here? Maggie regarded the pair with disdain. Yes, Harry obediently replied, while Mia chose to ignore her. Your tone is remarkably ungrateful. It's a wonder my brother took you in. If it were up to me, I would have sent you to an orphanage. Petunia hastily intervened to prevent Maggie from continuing her tirade. What's wrong, Petunia? I'm merely stating the truth. Enough. Stop talking. Vernon barked, and Maggie fell silent. Is this my little Dudley? My precious nephew, come give me a kiss. Maggie shifted her focus onto Dudley. Mia had other matters to attend to. She had come down merely to retrieve a letter and promptly ascended once more. That evening, as Harry prepared dinner for himself and his sister, he overheard Maggie's remarks. Disobedient children deserve a proper lesson. After all, like father, like son. What does this child's father do? Nothing. He's an unemployed vagabond, was the retort. Which was indeed accurate, as James had inherited a substantial fortune and did not require employment. He must certainly be a drunkard, Maggie scoffed. That's absurd, Harry halted. What did you say? Maggie didn't catch his words. My father is not a drunkard. In a moment of uncontrolled magic, Maggie's cup shattered. Did I exert too much force? Maggie gazed incredulously at the remnants of the cup. Feeling the surge of magical energy, Mia hurried downstairs, arriving to witness Harry's unmistakable anger. What's wrong? Mia, already troubled by Dumbledore's revelation of Sirius's escape, inquired. Nothing, Mia. Harry clearly wished to shield her from further distress, but before he could usher her back, Maggie resumed her diatribe. Actually, it's not just about the father. The key lies with the mother. One can discern much from a dog. If the mother dog has issues, the pups are unlikely to fare any better. Maggie's words were abruptly cut short as Mia pressed a shard of glass against her neck. Apologize. Mia's voice was calm, her expression serene. Yet it instilled fear in Maggie. Why should I? As Mia exerted a modicum of pressure, blood began to trickle from Maggie's neck. Stop, Mia Potter. Petunia's sharp command rang out. Aunt, have you forgotten? We are even now. Mia turned her head, her green eyes shifting to a crimson hue. You, monster. Monster. Maggie gasped in terror as she beheld the transformation in Mia's eyes, fainting from fear. Mia, remain composed. Harry swiftly embraced Mia, leading her back to their room. Mia, we're leaving. We won't stay here any longer. Harry comforted her with a tight embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Mia forced herself to regain her composure, her pupils returning to their original color, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. Let us go, anywhere but here. Harry urged as he helped Mia pack their belongings, and she obediently joined in the task. Two individuals descended the stairs, dragging their suitcases, when Vernon intercepted the siblings. Where are you headed? He inquired. Anywhere is preferable to here, Harry replied coldly. Where else could you possibly go? Vernon attempted to obstruct their path. Let them go. Petunia shouted at Vernon, watching as the siblings departed. They walked along the dimly lit street, eventually finding a place to sit, realizing they truly had nowhere to go. At that moment, a black dog suddenly emerged from the bushes, and Mia gazed at it curiously, wanting to approach yet hesitant to do so. Come here, she beckoned. Crouching down, just as the large black dog was about to approach, a bus arrived. Welcome aboard the night bus, designed specifically for stranded witches and wizards. I am Stan Shunpike, tonight's conductor. Why are you sitting on the ground? Mia shifted her gaze from the man to where the black dog had been, now gone. Likely frightened away. What are you looking at? Stan inquired, peering curiously. Nothing, Harry replied, pulling Mia to her feet. We should hurry and get on. The wait has made the grass grow long. Come, let me take your luggage. Quickly, get on the bus, Stan said with excessive enthusiasm. Mia and Harry boarded, discovering numerous beds inside, some of which were occupied by sleeping wizards. They observed in wonder as Stan handed them a small ticket and called for the bus to depart. The bus took off unexpectedly, causing Mia and Harry to tumble onto the beds behind them. Oh my goodness, Mia exclaimed, rubbing her head where it had bumped against Harry's chest. Are you all right? Harry asked, stabilizing himself and wrapping his arm around Mia's waist to comfort her. The bus was rather bumpy, swerving unexpectedly, prompting Harry to grasp the railing tightly with one hand while securing Mia with the other. Where are you headed? Stan asked. The Leaky Cauldron, London. Mia noticed the newspaper in Stan's hand, which bore the headline about an escaped Azkaban prisoner. What do you have there? She asked. This. Sirius Black has escaped. Haven't you heard? He is a murderer and was imprisoned in Azkaban. He is the first to have successfully escaped and is loyal to the Dark Lord. The bus arrived at its destination. Chapter 60, Hero Peter. Is that you, Mia? Harry asked as they disembarked, noticing Mia's troubled expression. How could the news spread so quickly? She remarked. She just received a letter from Dumbledore, and the Daily Prophet has already reported it. The Ministry of Magic will likely launch a massive manhunt for Sirius. I wonder how he is faring now. It's nothing. Let us discuss it inside, Harry suggested. Once inside the room, they were greeted by Hedwig. Hedwig, Harry reached out to her. She is quite clever. She found her way here just 5 minutes ago. Cornelius Fudge? Why is he here? Mia asked, observing the man seated in the room. Running away from home under the current circumstances is quite irresponsible, she added. Current circumstances? Harry questioned, confused. There's an escaped murderer, Sirius Black. What does that have to do with me? Harry asked. Ahem, nothing at all, of course. You are quite safe. Cornelius quickly changed the subject. You know everything. Mia replied coldly, regarding Fudge with suspicion. What are you talking about? Fudge feigned ignorance. I hope you can maintain your position, Minister, Mia said, with a pointed tone. Of course, I shall sit steadily. Take them back to the room, Tom. Mia followed Tom, while Harry hesitated and asked, Mia, do you know something? Sirius Black is a friend of our parents. He was imprisoned for the murder of them. What did you say? Harry grasped Mia's shoulders tightly. Calm down, he is innocent. I have evidence. He has no family left in this world, so I believe he will come to Hogwarts to find us after he escapes. However, I do not understand why he would escape, especially since Professor Dumbledore had already informed him. The reason for Sirius's escape must begin with Fudge. When Fudge visited the prison, he was holding a newspaper that reported a family photo of the Weasleys on vacation in Egypt, which included Peter. Sirius recognized Peter's animagus form and feared for Harry and Mia's safety, prompting him to transform into a large black dog and flee. Then who is the real murderer? Harry's eyes burned with hatred. Mia retrieved a newspaper from 12 years ago. The true culprit is the so-called hero, Peter. Where is he? Calm down, Harry. The most important thing now is Sirius. We must find him. He has been wronged for 12 years. Harry struggled to quell his emotions. Yet the bitterness within him remained uncontainable. Harry, Many will tell you that Sirius killed our parents. Remember, this is not true. And do not disclose that you know the truth, for no one will believe you. All right, we should find him as soon as possible. The headmaster has already submitted a request to the WizardingWorld. If we can locate him, Sirius will be exonerated. In the days that followed, the siblings resided at the Leaky Cauldron, and before the school term commenced, they visited Flourish and Blots to purchase their books. Hermione and Ron arrived just before the start of term upon hearing that the siblings were there. I warn you, Hermione, keep that beast away from Crookshanks, or I shall turn it into a teapot. It is a cat. Ron, what harm can it do? As Mia and Harry stepped outside, they heard Hermione and Ron's voices, accompanied by a long-haired cat chasing a scrawny mouse. This is its nature. A cat, is it? It resembles a long-haired pig. At least my rat doesn't look like a smelly shoe brush. The siblings descended to find Ron and Hermione arguing while holding their pets. Hermione, Ron. Mia beamed at her friends, relieved to see their first smiles of the holiday. Mia. Hermione approached with Crookshanks, bending down to see Luna at Mia's feet. Luna. It's been a while. Meow. Luna nodded. Although it was not the first time they had met, Hermione was still struck by Luna's brilliance. Is this your pet? Mia gently stroked Crookshanks. Regardless of its nature, as long as it disliked Peter, it was a good cat, a fine companion. Meow. Crookshanks nudged Mia's hand, clearly pleased with the affection. Go play with Luna, Mia suggested as she set Crookshanks down. How was your trip to Egypt? Full of antiquities, mummies, and tombs. Even Crookshanks managed to find some joy. Ron was troubled, unsure why his beloved pet had suddenly lost its appetite and was twitching and lethargic at night. The Egyptians once revered cats. Hermione, evidently still reeling from the earlier incident, muttered in agreement, yes, they also worshipped dung beetles. Mia sighed as she observed the playful banter between the two, continuing to entertain the cats. You're showing off your clippings again. George and Fred snatched the newspaper clippings from Ron's hands. I'm not showing off, Ron protested. Not unless you count Tom, and the maid from the day shift, and the night maid, and the cook, and that kid who fixes toilets. Long time no see, Miss Snake. George bent down. Noticing how much taller the two had grown over the holidays, he now had to stoop to speak to her. You don't seem very happy, Fred inquired, leaning in closer to Mia. It's nothing. Mia shook her head. Mia, sister. Before she could finish her sentence, Ginny, with her soft frame, rushed to her side. It's been ages, Ginny. You've grown so much, Mia said, affectionately touching Ginny's silky hair. Hee, sister, you've become even more beautiful, Ginny beamed, but was soon pulled away by George and Fred. Arthur and Molly arrived, showering them with concern upon seeing them. Harry, Mia, I need to speak with you for a moment, Arthur said, bending down to address the two children. Mia and Harry exchanged glances, fearing it was about Sirius. All right, there are individuals at the ministry who vehemently oppose my revealing this information to you, but I believe you must know the truth. You are in grave danger. Life-threatening danger, Arthur said sternly. This is about Sirius, isn't it? How much do you know about him? Harry hesitated, admitting he only knew that Sirius had escaped from prison. Do you know why? 13 years ago, when you thwarted the Dark Lord, you also caused Black to lose everything. Yet to this day, he remains loyal. He believes that you are the ones who prevented his master's return. He escaped from Azkaban to find you. And to kill us? Harry, Mia, you must swear that no matter what you hear, you will not seek out Black. Mia pressed her lips together, fuming at Fudge. Had he not denied the headmaster's request, Sirius would have long since been exonerated rather than bearing the weight of infamy. Chapter 61. The Fluffy Godfather Appears. Due to the late hour of boarding the train, Harry, Mia, and their companions could only find a compartment with other passengers already inside. Go on in. All the other compartments are full, Hermione ushered them. Harry noticed a figure sleeping with their face obscured by clothing. Who is that? Remus Lupin, Hermione replied. How do you know everything? Ron asked, astonished. It's written on the luggage. Mia pointed to the suitcase perched on the overhead rack. Sleeping? Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb anyone, Mia softly admonished as she and Harry settled beside the man. I need to discuss something with you, Harry said, rising to close the door. He briefly explained Sirius's situation to Mia and Harry, omitting the fact that they knew the true culprit. Mindful that Peter was still on the train, is Sirius Black's escape aimed at you? However, they will surely capture Black, won't they? Therefore, I hope you can assist us in locating him. After all, he has escaped from Azkaban, and he is a vicious lunatic, Ron said, cradling Scabbers. Ron, enough. It's pointless to discuss this now. Just then, the train came to an abrupt halt, the air turned frigid, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. What is happening? Ron pressed his face against the window, peering outside. Something lurked beyond. The train's lights extinguished, and the windows began to frost over. Has someone boarded? Mia sensed something amiss and drew her wand. The other three exchanged anxious glances and hastily brandished their wands as a shadowy figure appeared at the door. A Dementor? The Ministry has unleashed such creatures to capture Sirius? Harry suddenly locked eyes with the apparition, feeling an icy chill envelop him. As if he could hear his mother's anguished cries before her demise, and then he fainted. Harry. Everything transpired too swiftly. Mia swiftly invoked the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. A voice echoed alongside her, Remus. Though Mia's Patronus had yet to take form, its strength combined with Remus's was sufficient to repel the Dementor. Check on him. I will attend to the train compartment, Remus instructed them. Realizing he might be their professor, Hermione and the others nodded, while Mia anxiously gazed at Harry. Harry, wake up, Mia gently called to him. Are you all right? Cedric knocked on the door. Cedric? Mia recognized his prefect badge with relief. It's good to see you. If you're fine, that's a relief. Be cautious. The Dementor has been driven away by a professor. I must check other compartments. Take care. Mia nodded as she watched him leave. The train resumed its journey, and Remus returned to join them in assessing Harry's condition. Do not worry. He merely fainted and shall awaken shortly, Remus reassured them. Yes, Mia replied, her gaze downcast as she looked at Harry. Remus sighed as he observed her concern. Harry, you are awake? Mia noticed Harry's eyes flutter open and quickly helped him sit up. Have some of this. It will help. Remus offered Harry a piece of chocolate. Thank you. Harry accepted it. At that moment Mia took the opportunity to scrutinize the man, tall and somewhat lean, with scars adorning his face. Dressed in clean yet slightly tattered clothing, exuding a gentle demeanor. Remus noticed Mia's scrutiny and regarded her tenderly. You resemble your mother greatly. Who are you? I am Remus Lupin, your defense against the dark arts teacher, and also your godfather. His revelation astonished everyone present. Mia stared at him in disbelief. I was a friend of your parents. Your mother arranged for me to be your godfather before you were born. It has been a long time, Mia. Remus smiled warmly at the young girl. Godfather. Mia hesitated. So I should call you that as well? Harry's eyes brightened. Did he finally have a godfather? No. Your godfather is not me. He is someone else. Remus shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Almost immediately, Mia thought of Sirius. A close friend of her parents, and it was highly likely he was Harry's godfather. They needed to find him at once. I read about you in the Daily Prophet. You are truly remarkable, my child. Remus, aware that he would encounter his goddaughter and Harry at Hogwarts, had prepared a belated gift that was 12 years in the making. Thank you. Mia accepted, still adjusting to the sudden addition of a godfather, as he was essentially a guardian. What was that? Harry furrowed his brow. That was a Dementor, the guardian of Azkaban. It has now departed. They are searching for Sirius Black. Harry cast a worried glance at Mia, who comfortingly squeezed his hand. Do not fret. The train will soon arrive. You should change into your uniforms. Remus sensed the weight of their concerns, but chose not to address them directly, allowing them time to process their thoughts. I didn't expect the new defense against the dark arts teacher to be your godfather, Ron remarked eagerly as Remus exited. Neither did we. Let us just change our clothes for now. After the train arrived at the station, Remus parted ways with them, and Mia headed towards Draco. From the second year onward, students would ride the Thestrals back to the castle, though most could not see them. Thestrals? I haven't ridden one yet since I took the flying car last term, Mia noted. Can you see them? Theodore asked, astonished. Thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death firsthand. Theodore had seen his mother's death, which allowed him to perceive them. Can you see them too? Let us board. Draco is urging us, Theodore replied, not wishing to delve deeper into the topic, and took Mia's hand as they got on the carriage. After this year's sorting ceremony, Professor Flitwick led his choir in a performance, followed by a speech from Headmaster Dumbledore. Welcome to a new academic year at Hogwarts. Before you all become too dizzy from anticipation, I have a few words to share. Firstly, I am delighted to announce that Professor Remus Lupin has graciously accepted the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Best of luck, Professor. Remus stood to acknowledge the applause, and Mia clapped enthusiastically for her godfather, though she hesitated upon seeing the grim expression on Professor Snape's face in the staff section. Is the professor upset again due to a failed job bid? Our care of magical creatures teacher has decided to retire due to some physical impairments. But I am pleased to announce that our very own Rubius Hagrid will be taking over his position. The applause erupted again, and Mia smiled at Hagrid's joyful demeanor, recognizing that he was indeed well suited for the role. Lastly, at the behest of the Ministry of Magic, I must deliver some disconcerting news. Hogwarts will be hosting a group of guests, Dementors from Azkaban, until Sirius Black is apprehended. Mia's smile faded. Curses upon the Ministry of Magic. The Dementors guard every exit. Although the Ministry assures us that their presence will not interfere with our daily activities, it is imperative to remind everyone that Dementors are the most malevolent creatures. They cannot distinguish between prey and mere obstacles. Therefore, I caution each of you not to give them a reason to harm you. Dementors are inherently incapable of mercy. However, suddenly, the grave expression of Professor Dumbledore shifted. For joy is omnipresent, no matter how dark the surroundings may be, as long as we illuminate our hearts. Chapter 62. Unmasking Peter's Identity. After dinner, Mia sought out Professor Dumbledore. In the office, alongside Dumbledore, were Professor Snape and Remus. Good evening, Professor, Sir, Godfather, Mia greeted politely, nodding at each in turn. though upon addressing Godfather, Professor Snape shot a disapproving glare at Remus. "Good evening, Mia. Please, take a seat." "Mia, what is this about Sirius not being the murderer?" Before Mia could settle, Remus inquired eagerly. He too could not believe that Sirius would harm James and Lily, yet everything had changed upon his return. James and Lily had perished, Peter had sacrificed himself, and Sirius had been taken by the Ministry. It all happened so abruptly. "All right. I believe I should show you something first." Mia produced a replica of the Marauder's map. "What is this?" Remus recognized the item, though it appeared different from their original version. "This is the Marauder's map, which I acquired unexpectedly." With a flick of her wand, Mia activated the map, revealing the entirety of the castle. Remus soon realized it was not the original and looked at Mia with some resignation. "Look here, the Gryffindor common room." Mia pointed to a specific location, and everyone leaned in to observe, whereupon the name Peter Pettigrew was clearly inscribed. A pallor swept over the faces of all present. Peter was indeed alive and within Hogwarts. After seeing the name on the map, I investigated further and discovered that the name corresponded to Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Animagus. Snape, astounded, realized that after all these years, the true culprit was not Black, but this individual. Remus too comprehended the depth of their past camaraderie at Hogwarts. Sirius and the others had practiced Animagus transformations for him. How could he have forgotten? "I shall go and end him." Snape's face was a mask of fury and sorrow as Mia quickly embraced his waist. "Professor, please calm down. If Peter is dead, Sirius cannot clear his name." "I care not," Snape nearly retorted, but halted upon seeing Mia's earnest expression. "What I mean is that we must locate Sirius as swiftly as possible to exonerate him. We have no idea of his current state." Dumbledore concurred with Mia's sentiment. The castle was presently besieged by Dementors, and with Sirius being sought after, finding him would prove exceedingly difficult. "We understand. Professor Lupin and I will also keep an eye out for information regarding Sirius. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about Peter." Mia smiled mischievously, raising eyebrows as the three regarded her with curiosity. "I have devised an alchemical device inscribed with ancient runes, which can pinpoint Peter's location. Moreover, should anyone attempt to forcibly remove it without my consent, it will explode." Mia refrained from further comment, wary of Dumbledore's hypertension. Remus and Snape nodded in appreciation, acknowledging her commendable performance, though they felt it somewhat belittled her abilities. "Oh, I did not anticipate your proficiency in runic and alchemical studies to be so remarkable. What electives have you chosen this year?" Dumbledore remarked, surprised by the child's intelligence. "Runes and care of magical creatures, Headmaster," Mia replied, expressing her disinterest in divination, as she firmly believed in her own strength to overcome fate. Her time was precious. Had it not been mandatory to select 2 electives, she would have opted not to enroll in any, for she was already well versed in the subjects. "Very well, we grasp your sentiments. It is time for you to return and rest," Dumbledore concluded. "Good night, Headmaster, Professors, Godfather," Mia responded with a polite nod before departing. Once Mia had left, Remus remarked, "She is exceptional," observing her retreating figure. "The matter regarding Sirius is now in your hands," he instructed Snape and Remus, who both nodded in agreement. Instead of returning to the common room, Mia proceeded directly to the room of requirement, where Hermione, Ron, and Harry awaited her arrival. "How did it go?" Harry inquired eagerly. "Now, we simply need to locate Sirius," Mia replied with a wink. "Well, perhaps you should enlighten us about something," Ron suggested, perplexed. "Ron, you have 10 seconds to prepare yourself," Mia warned, anticipating that her forthcoming revelation might be difficult for him to accept. "Prepare for what?" Ron asked, bewildered, wondering how it pertained to him. "The traitor is none other than Peter Pettigrew, who has been living in your home in his Animagus form for 12 years. He is the true culprit behind Sirius's frame-up. Are you all right?" Mia observed Ron's disgusted expression with concern. "You mean a man has been living in my house for 12 years? Ron exclaimed, glancing at the newspaper and noting the man's unappealing appearance. "Indeed," Harry added, mercilessly. "I knew Crookshanks was a good cat," Hermione remarked smugly, casting a glance at Ron. "Why didn't you tell me?" Ron lamented, on the verge of tears. "It was too early. If Pettigrew had sensed anything and fled, it would have been disastrous. You must act convincingly from here on out. If he catches wind of the truth, it could spell trouble," Mia teased, struggling to contain her laughter at Ron's pallid complexion. Harry turned away to suppress his amusement, thinking Mia was both wicked and endearing. Hermione leaned closer to Mia, unabashedly laughing. All right. It's unlikely he would run away. We can track him. However, you must indeed perform well. As you all have noticed, this semester presents numerous Dementors and other unknown dangers. Thus we must intensify our training." Harry and Ron, "You are to double your training sessions each day." "What?" Ron exclaimed, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Harry, too, could not muster a smile. Hermione, however, was the most delighted. "Let us commence with offensive spells. As for the Patronus charm, I will speak to Godfather about it, and he will instruct us." "Why not you? Don't you know it as well?" Hermione queried, puzzled. I've been trying to cast my Patronus for 2 years, but it has yet to take form. I plan to consult Godfather, and we can learn together, Mia confessed, troubled, realizing that the charm required the happiest of memories, something she found elusive. Perhaps the time was not yet ripe. Chapter 63, 1,000 Paper Cranes. Mia listened with a hint of boredom as Professor Babbling elucidated the intricacies of ancient runes. Casting a glance at Hermione, who was diligently absorbing every word, she sighed. Hermione had opted for every elective course available, so busy that she had even applied for a time turner. Mia then observed her companions, Draco, Theodore, Daphne, Pansy, Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe, who were also studying ancient runes. Could they truly comprehend this? They seemed excessively clingy. Watching Goyle and Crabbe, who appeared to be drifting off, and Draco and Blaise, whose intentions seemed less than noble, alongside Daphne, who was attempting to draw closer, and Pansy, who was secretly admiring herself in a mirror, Mia noted that only Theodore was genuinely attentive. Well, she herself was not listening either. Mia lowered her head, doodling in her notebook, sketching an improved version of a defensive tool. As her understanding of ancient runes deepened, the potency of the ancient magic she wielded grew stronger, necessitating constant updates to her equipment. The newly acquired knowledge could be put to use, starting with her godfather and Professor Snape. As Mia immersed herself in her design, a paper crane suddenly fluttered onto her desk, revealing itself to be from Draco. Unfolding the crane, she found a simplistic drawing of herself, a little figure absorbed in writing. Mia chuckled softly and added a few strokes beside the figure, depicting a little boy folding a paper crane, which then soared back to Draco. It is worth noting that at this age, both boys and girls were experiencing growth spurts. Theodore and Draco had grown significantly taller than Mia, and she wondered what they were consuming to grow so rapidly. Draco had finally abandoned his slicked-back hairstyle, which had previously caused Mia concern for his receding hairline whenever she saw him applying gel. Just as Mia prepared to continue her artistic endeavors, Theodore approached her with a gentle prod. "What is it?" Mia turned to him. "I'm not quite sure about this," Theodore replied, tilting his head slightly, his gaze lowered. Sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his face, enhancing the clarity of his already captivating blue eyes. Mia found herself momentarily entranced, noticing Mia's dazed expression. Theodore's lips curled into a fleeting smile. Clearing her throat, Mia quickly regained her composure, her ears reddening as she attempted to explain. "Is that so?" His cool voice carried an inexplicable softness, and as his blue eyes met hers, there seemed to be a teasing glimmer. Yet, when Mia glanced back, his expression reverted to its usual demeanor, akin to the gentle ripples on a lake, subtle yet profoundly moving. Mia pressed her lips together, one hand propping up her chin, her ears burning with embarrassment. Goodness, when did Theodore become so charming? He must be trying to seduce me. What's wrong? Theodore asked, his gaze warm as he regarded Mia and her flushed ears, his voice slightly rising in pitch. Mia hastily covered her ears, overwhelmed. No. He is definitely trying to entice me. Hermione has a question for me. I'll go discuss it with her. You take your time. Mia quickly turned away, seeking refuge beside Hermione to compose herself. Daphne, witnessing the entire exchange, was left speechless. Who knew you had it in you? You always act like you don't care about anyone. Blaise raised an eyebrow, surprised that both Draco and Theodore harbored designs on Mia, which stirred a sense of intrigue within him. After class, Mia hurriedly dragged Hermione away, fearing that a moment's delay would lead her to lose control of her desires. What's wrong? Hermione asked, perplexed. It's nothing. Don't you have another class this afternoon? Let's hurry back, Mia replied, uncertain of her own words. Theodore watched with a smile as Mia fled in a panic. Later, after completing her tasks, Mia deliberately waited at the door for Harry and the others after divination class. Observing the students emerging without a smile on their faces, she inquired, "What's the matter?" "Professor Trelawney predicted Harry's death in class," Ron explained. "You believe that?" Mia raised an eyebrow. Noticing their glum expressions, she comforted them. Trelawney often speaks in exaggerated terms, and most of her prophecies are vague and unfulfilled. However, I've heard that her predictions made in a dazed state tend to be quite accurate. Is that so? That seems rather unscientific, Hermione remarked, finding it unreliable. I'd rather find ancient runes more interesting. Perhaps I should drop this course. Come on, when have I ever let you down? Mia said, gently rubbing Harry's face as she noticed his lingering worries. That's true. You are quite dependable, Ron nodded in agreement, which lifted Harry's spirits somewhat. Next, they were heading to Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, which Mia had been eagerly anticipating. She had heard that Hagrid would introduce them to a hippogriff, a charming creature, and had even ventured to Hagrid's hut for a glimpse, finding it delightful. The class was held outdoors, and Hagrid led them to the teaching location. In high spirits, Mia walked alongside Draco and Theodore. Why are you so cheerful? Draco inquired, holding a book on magical creatures. Today's lesson is about Buckbeak. It's adorable and quite affectionate. Mia replied. Draco typically dismissed these magical creatures, except for dragons, Yet Mia's enthusiasm stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. Noticing Mia's bare fingers, Draco pointed out, "Where's your house ring?" The house ring, a symbol of Slytherin's nobility, felt cumbersome to Mia, who preferred not to wear jewelry. "It's a bit bothersome. I didn't want to bring it," she explained. Draco casually handed his book to Goyle, took Mia's hand, and placed his ring on her right ring finger. It was too large, so he reluctantly switched it to her thumb. "How odd. You should wear it yourself," Mia insisted, returning the ring to Draco. Harry, observing from behind, exclaimed, "What are you doing, sis?" Thankfully, Mia hurried away after placing the ring back on Draco's finger, sparing him from any thoughts of confronting him. Draco gazed at the ring on his finger, a smile spreading across his face. "Open your books to page 49. Hagrid commanded the students to halt and turn their pages. "How do we do that?" Draco asked, perplexed by the book in his hands. "You must first stroke the spine," Hagrid encouraged. Draco skeptically tried it, and upon reaching their destination, everyone set their books down. Draco immediately resumed his antics, somehow knowing that Harry had fainted from a Dementor's fright, and began to mimic a Dementor to tease him. Mia, having cast a sharp glance, fell silent. "Very well, next time I shall seek trouble only in Mia's absence." Hagrid arrived with Buckbeak, who seemed delighted to see the little human he had encountered before, eager to approach, but Hagrid restrained him. "Isn't he adorable?" Draco mused, casting a skeptical gaze at Buckbeak, who was nearly taller than Hagrid, questioning Mia's description. "He's magnificent, isn't he? Come, greet him." Hagrid tossed a piece of meat, which Buckbeak caught in a single bite. As a proud creature with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle, it was imperative to understand that they are easily offended. One must never be disrespectful, lest one face dire consequences. "Now, who wishes to say hello?" Mia, sensing Buckbeak's eagerness for her affection, was drawn to him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, upon hearing Hagrid's words, the group instinctively retreated, except for Harry, who remained still as Hagrid turned toward him. "Excellent. Harry, you come forward." Hagrid beamed at Harry's enthusiastic support. Chapter 64, Psychological Trauma. Harry's interaction with Buckbeak went remarkably well, and he enjoyed a brief flight with him. Upon dismounting, Buckbeak strode over to Mia with great strides, exclaiming, "Human, you have finally arrived. How delightful." Mia affectionately patted Buckbeak's neck, engaging in playful antics. Does she truly possess no special abilities? Why do all creatures seem to adore her? Ron marveled once again at Mia's enchanting nature. Hagrid observed with satisfaction before addressing the students. "Follow the steps I just outlined and attempt to connect with him. Remember, do not provoke them." Inspired by Mia's rapport with Buckbeak, the students felt encouraged to approach. Aware of the need to respect Hagrid's lesson, Mia reluctantly released Buckbeak, allowing her classmates the opportunity to interact. In a mere moment, however, Draco found himself in a precarious situation. He had deliberately provoked Buckbeak and nearly faced injury. Fortunately, Buckbeak, catching a whiff of Mia's scent on Draco, wisely refrained from attacking. "Draco?" Mia hurried over to calm Buckbeak, then assessed Draco's condition. Thankfully, he was unharmed, merely startled. Had he been injured, Lucius Malfoy would undoubtedly have wreaked havoc at the school. "Are you hurt?" Hagrid, along with Harry and Hermione, rushed to check on him. Mia thoroughly examined Draco, assuring Hagrid, "Do not worry, Draco is merely frightened." Hagrid finally relaxed. "What were you thinking provoking him?" "Luckily, my scent was on you, otherwise, you would surely have been hurt." Mia playfully poked Draco's forehead, his face flushing red. At that moment, Buckbeak approached, gently nuzzling Mia's cheek and emitting a few plaintive sounds. Mia tenderly stroked his head in reassurance. Thus, the lesson concluded without incident. In the Great Hall, Mia was busily working on her assignments with Harry and the others, discussing the day's class when suddenly, a voice reached her ears. "Someone has spotted him." "Who?" "Sirius Black." The four exchanged swift glances and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. Just a short distance away lay Daftone. It appears that Sirius is nearing Hogwarts, and Mia gazed at the weathered, frenzied photograph of him in the newspaper. In defense against the dark arts class, Remus was set to explain the boggart to them. A boggart is a magical creature that has the ability to transform into the most fearsome thing the person facing it can imagine. To prevent any accidental harm to the students, Remus had confined it within a wardrobe. "Do you know what resides within?" "It is a boggart." "Excellent. Can anyone tell me what a boggart looks like?" No one knew. Hermione suddenly spoke up. "When did you arrive?" Ron questioned, surprised by Hermione's sudden appearance. "The boggart can shape-shift, becoming the most terrifying thing to the person before it, which makes it quite fearsome." Remus regarded Hermione with satisfaction at her answer. "Indeed, Miss Granger. That is an excellent response. Fortunately, there is a simple spell to combat it. Let us practice. Do not use your wands yet. Just repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." It was quite a challenge. After 3 years of schooling, they finally had a serious professor of defense against the dark arts to teach them earnestly. Mia felt a pang of bittersweet emotion as she looked at her gentle godfather. "Very well, but this alone is not sufficient. The ultimate method to defeat a boggart is through hearty laughter. Yes, by wielding humor and laughter, the boggart's power is diminished, ultimately to be dispelled or subdued. As the saying goes, the best way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. Next came the students' practical exercise, with Neville being the first to be called upon. To everyone's surprise, Neville's greatest fear turned out to be Professor Snape. Mia paused for a moment. After all, Professor Snape was merely a bit stern. Yet he was fundamentally a good person. Neville transformed Snape into a figure holding a potion for the after-effects of the Cruciatus curse. Though he feared Snape, Neville also felt gratitude for the rescue of his parents, prompting a pleased nod from Remus. The boggart was indeed fascinating. Remus organized the students in a queue. Ron was terrified of spiders, Harry feared Dementors, and Hermione's boggart morphed into Professor McGonagall, who informed her that she had failed her exam. That was quite typical of Hermione. Then, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Mia made her entrance. And with a smile, Remus asked, "Are you ready?" Mia was curious about what she feared. "I'm ready," she almost exclaimed Godfather. The boggart was released. Yet it remained unchanged. The students were perplexed, and Remus appeared somewhat astonished. "Nothing has changed. It seems this girl fears nothing." Mia had always been supremely confident. She despised insects but was not afraid of them. She possessed unwavering faith in her abilities and believed she could accomplish anything. Thus, in her heart, she felt there was nothing worthy of her fear. "It seems I must have no weaknesses," Mia jested with her godfather at the opportune moment. "I suspect our Miss Potter is quite brave, hence there is nothing she fears." Next, after class, Mia did not rush to leave. Once most of the students had departed, Remus took Mia to his office. "Godfather, not fearing anything is also wonderful. Our Mia is a very strong girl." Remus presented some prepared snacks to Mia. Godfather, I have a question I would like to ask you." Mia contemplated the elusive form of her guardian spirit for quite some time. To her surprise, Remus was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a student would seek his assistance. "I have been practicing the Patronus charm for 2 years, yet it remains unformed. What should I do?" Upon hearing this, Remus furrowed his brow. "Show me what you can do." "All right, expecto patronum." A wisp of white smoke emanated from the tip of Mia's wand, powerful, yet still formless. "Your magical prowess is considerable, and you have practiced extensively. The lack of a tangible form indicates either insufficient emotional intensity or what? A deep-seated trauma." After discussing the Patronus practice schedule of Harry and the others with Remus, Mia left the office, pondering her own wounds. She mused that she shouldn't have any trauma. If she did, she ought to have no memories of it. Chapter 65, Wolfsbane Potion. At the start of this semester, Professor Snape summoned Mia to learn the intricacies of the Wolfsbane Potion. This advanced potion primarily alleviates the suffering of werewolves during their transformation at the full moon, allowing them to maintain their sanity and avoid harming others. The Wolfsbane Potion is complex and challenging to brew, demanding exceptional potion-making skills. Initially, Mia believed the professor intended for her to learn something new. However, after countless attempts at brewing this substantial quantity, she wondered if this was mere practice or if it was intended for someone in need, perhaps her godfather? After all, he was the only new instructor this semester, and Snape had only begun teaching the Wolfsbane Potion after his arrival. It dawned on her that her godfather was a werewolf. No wonder he appeared less affluent and harbored a fear of the moon. The full moon would transform him, making it difficult for him to maintain steady employment. Furthermore, the high cost and high demand for the Wolfsbane Potion only added to his burdens. Sighing, Mia felt sympathy for him. Thus, she resolved to focus her research this year on reducing the cost of the Wolfsbane Potion while optimizing its effects. Observing that the professor and her godfather did not seem to get along, she decided to pursue her studies independently. In the room of requirement, Mia and Hermione experimented with various improvement methods, while Ron and Harry struggled through their practice of the Patronus charm. "Isn't Remus reliable? He just mentioned it and already began teaching," Mia noted. "Mia, what prompted your sudden interest in this?" Hermione inquired as she recorded their findings. A secret." Since Remus had chosen to remain silent, Mia refrained from probing further, looking forward to the little surprise she could present to her godfather upon her success. "So many secrets." Hermione feigned discontent, eliciting a laugh from Mia. "I'm exhausted, mate," Ron groaned, nearly retching from fatigue. "Ron, hang in there. If you give up now, tomorrow as practice will double," Harry reminded him. Recalling the incident a few days prior when Ron had been caught slacking and subsequently trained to the point of nausea by Mia and Hermione. Remembering that episode, Ron shivered and promptly resumed his efforts. "Ginny, keep it up. Just follow my instructions, and Luna, you too," Mia called out, asking Hermione to keep an eye on the cauldron as she inspected their practice results. This year, Mia had included Ginny and Luna in the intensive training squad. Recognizing Ginny's impressive magical talent and Luna's keen intuition, both of which would be a waste not to cultivate. After all, under her guidance, Ron had managed to hold his own against Death Eaters on several occasions. "All right, big sister Mia." Ginny beamed, motivated by the encouragement. Luna nodded obediently. Mia conducted a satisfied inspection before returning to her studies. After the evening concluded, She ventured into the Forbidden Forest to collect some potion ingredients, ambling back to the castle. Unfortunately, she was spotted by Madame Loris, who was approaching her with determination, and with Felch also nearing the scene, Mia took off running. The downside of attracting animals was that Madame Loris often caught her, and she had to bring Felch along for the ride. As Mia ran, she turned her head to check if Felch was in pursuit, only to collide with someone around a corner. She felt as if her head had struck something warm and solid, leaving her momentarily dazed. Have I inadvertently captured a nocturnal creature who prefers to remain awake at this hour? A gentle voice inquired. Looking up, Mia found herself face to face with Cedric, who had recently been appointed as the head of the night patrol. Was this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Would pleading for mercy grant her reprieve? Just then, Madame Loris was upon them again, prompting Mia to urgently grasp Cedric's arm and flee into a nearby secret passage. The passage was rather narrow, allowing Cedric to feel the warmth and softness of her body pressed against him, and he could faintly detect the fragrance of bellflower. He was grateful for the darkness, for otherwise, Mia would surely notice the crimson hue of his ears. Once they paused in silence, Mia spoke up. I was wrong. Please let me go. Her straightforwardness left Cedric momentarily taken aback. Detention must still be enforced, but you ought to return to your rest now. I can escort you to the common room. Cedric took Mia's hand as they made their way back. How heartless. I call it impartiality. I cannot show favoritism. Alas, I never expected to be caught. Indeed, captured. Cedric indicated by raising their joined hands. Humph, such an insufferable badger you are. And you, a cunning little serpent. Mia puffed out her cheeks and glared at Cedric, who chuckled softly and playfully poked her. Now, you resemble a little pufferfish. Unable to suppress her laughter, Mia giggled. Well, here we are. Hurry back to rest. Cedric gently pinched her soft cheek. I know, good night. Good night. Cedric watched her retreat before turning to leave, his hand that had just touched Mia curling slightly. As for Hogsmeade, one must have parental or guardian consent to visit, and only students in their third year or above are permitted entry. Visits to Hogsmeade are typically arranged on specific weekends or holidays. Although Mia had no parents, she now had a godfather who could help her with signatures. But Harry had no one, and Mia did not wish to leave him alone, so she decided not to go. You don't have to worry about me, Mia. You should go with Hermione and Ron, Harry remarked, noticing his sister's desire to accompany him, which touched him deeply. However, he still wished for her not to miss out on the experience. It's not solely for your sake. It's fine, I can't abandon you, especially since I prefer reading over all else. This sentiment nearly brought tears to Harry's eyes. As they walked down the corridor, they encountered Remus. Why didn't you go to Hogsmeade? Remus recalled signing for Mia, puzzled. I'm not particularly interested in it. Mia shook her head, handing over the defensive tools and the newly developed wolf venom potion to Remus. Upon noticing Harry beside Mia, Remus turned to inspect the items in his hands. What are these? These are some minor gadgets I created to ensure your protection. As for this, she continued, it is prepared for you. You already knew? Remus was taken aback by how quickly Mia had discovered this. I had my suspicions. This is an improved version of the wolf venom potion I researched. You might want to try it and provide me with feedback. Warmth filled Remus's heart as he accepted Mia's thoughtful gesture. Meanwhile, Harry was momentarily bewildered by the revelation. Professor Remus is a werewolf. How did you find out, Mia? He was confused about what he had missed. Just a few fuzzy little questions. Mia tilted her head and exchanged glances with Harry. Harry opened his mouth but decided against pursuing it. It seemed perfectly reasonable for someone as astute as Mia to know such things. Chapter 66. The dazzling appearance of Dogfather. Mia had been vigilantly monitoring Sirius's whereabouts, frequently checking the Marauder's map. However, Sirius had hidden himself remarkably well, and Mia had gleaned no information. Remus had informed her that the Marauder's map was crafted by their group, and Sirius was aware of its existence. Thus, he would likely not conceal himself within the castle. If he needed to remain undetected in Hogwarts, he was probably hiding in the Forbidden Forest or Hogsmeade. The fat lady's portrait had been attacked, an act committed by Sirius, prompting Hogwarts to go on high alert, requiring all students to sleep in the Great Hall. Sirius had arrived. With the confirmation that Sirius was indeed at Hogwarts, they could begin the search. Students were temporarily sleeping on makeshift beds in the Great Hall, separated by gender. Mia was surrounded by Hermione, Ginny, Luna, and Daphne, and the night passed swiftly. Mia had received special permission to skip every class, thus seizing the opportunity to transform into her animagus form and venture into the Forbidden Forest. After reverting back at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Mia grasped her wand and delved deeper into the woods. Searching alone was inherently slow. She spent nearly a day exploring most parts of the forest, yet found nothing. Could he possibly not be in the Forbidden Forest? Then it must be Hogsmeade. A place in Hogsmeade where one could hide without detection would be the Shrieking Shack. Determined, Mia transformed back into a crow and flew towards the Whomping Willow, which concealed a passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. Upon entering the shack, she shifted back into her human form and gently brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes. With a flickering glow, Mia cautiously ascended the rickety staircase, reaching the second floor, where she encountered a gaunt, large black dog sitting on the ground, staring at her. It was the same dog she had met when she and Harry had run away from home. Mia crouched down, tentatively extending her hand towards him. The large black dog hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached her, appearing emaciated and dirty, clearly having endured a hard existence. Gently, Mia embraced him. "You are serious, aren't you?" A soft whine escaped the dog, but he offered no verbal response. "Shall I take you home? I know you are not the murderer. I will help clear your name. Please, come back with me. Harry and I need you." Mia gently caressed the back of the large black dog. Noting how emaciated he was, his body little more than bones, her eyes filled with compassion. "I know it was Peter who betrayed you. I have captured him. I have cast a spell upon him that will torment him endlessly. I have also informed the headmaster, who believes in you, as do Remus and Harry. We have submitted a request for a retrial to the WizardingWorld. Allow me to clear your name, Sirius. Harry and I both need you." The black dog's eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Mia as if to ask, "Really? Do you truly believe in me?" "I believe in you. We all believe in you. Do not be afraid, Sirius. I know you and Dad were the best of friends. You would never harm him. You are Harry's godfather. And Harry needs your signature to visit Hogsmeade." As the words fell from her lips, Sirius transformed back into his original form and embraced Mia. The madness that had once clouded his eyes now replaced with a calm clarity. "Thank you for believing in me, Sirius," Mia replied, returning the embrace. Mia guided Sirius away from the Dementors and back to the castle, making her way directly to the headmaster's office. "Professor, I have found Sirius." Holding Sirius's hand, she approached Dumbledore, who rose and stepped forward to greet Sirius. "You have endured much. We will clear your name," he assured, his trust calming the tempest of hatred within Sirius. "Thank you, Headmaster. Please tell Remus and Harry to come," Sirius requested. Dumbledore summoned a Patronus to convey the message to Remus. Considering that this was Sirius's first meeting with Harry, Mia requested to borrow the prefect's bathroom, where she used a transfiguration spell to conjure a suitable outfit. Despite the trials he had faced, Sirius remained strikingly handsome, though the weariness of his experiences had added an air of ruggedness that did not obscure his innate charm. "Such a lovely transfiguration spell. If I were a professor, I might award you extra points for that," Sirius remarked, touched by Mia's efforts, his spirits lifting enough to allow for a jest. "Thank you," Mia winked in response. "Come on, Harry has arrived. Are you nervous?" Standing at the entrance to the headmaster's office, Mia and Sirius awaited Harry and Remus, who Dumbledore had just informed them were present. "A little. Will he like me?" Sirius's fear was palpable. During the time Mia had not sought him out, he had stealthily observed Harry and Remus, feeling anger at the sight of their difficult lives with the Dursleys. He longed to take them away but feared the look of hatred he might see in their eyes. "Harry is eager to meet you. He has always wanted a godfather and almost took mine away," Mia teased, eliciting a laugh from Sirius. "That won't do. That position cannot be usurped by Remus," he replied with a smile. "Come on, let us go in." Mia took Sirius's hand, leading him as they pushed open the door. Harry turned eagerly, and Remus smiled as he walked over with Harry, enveloping Sirius in a warm embrace. "It has been far too long." "Indeed it has. Mia, we owe you so much," Remus said, ruffling Mia's hair with a twinkle in his eye. As Sirius entered, he immediately noticed Harry, who bore a striking resemblance to James. Faced with Harry before him, he hesitated, unsure if he could embrace him. Mia gently nudged Harry, who promptly embraced Sirius, his godfather. Sirius's eyes instantly glistened with emotion as he returned the embrace fervently. Mia tilted her head, observing Remus with a hint of envy, and tugged at his sleeve. "What is the matter, Mia?" Remus inquired as he opened his arms wide. "I believe your godfather could use a hug as well." Remus chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Mia. "Thank you, Mia. You're welcome." In that moment, the sense of joy was more profound than ever before, and Mia pondered that perhaps her Patronus was finally taking form. As she remembered that another key figure had yet to make an appearance, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Mia released Remus, drew her wand, and Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore all turned their curious gazes towards her. Expecto Patronum. Wisps of white smoke billowed from the tip of her wand, gradually shaping into a majestic hawk. The hawk, a medium-sized raptor known for its longevity and extraordinary visual acuity, could scarcely be deceived, and upon spotting its target, it would spring into action to hunt. "You actually succeeded?" Remus exclaimed, delight radiating from his eyes as he beheld Mia's Patronus. Harry and Sirius also leaned closer, while Dumbledore regarded Mia's creation with admiration. "What a clever child you are." Mia, astonishingly adept, had summoned a corporeal Patronus in her third year. Sirius remained blissfully unaware of Mia's remarkable achievements, such as vanquishing Voldemort and aiding in the defeat of the Basilisk. Harry decided to withhold further details about Mia's other accolades. "By the way, this is for you. It's a defensive charm I researched, inscribed with ancient magic to protect you." Mia produced a carefully prepared gift. "Little one, Please inform Professor Snape and have Ron bring along Scabbers. Oh, and some snacks too. Sirius hasn't he eaten yet? The hawk nodded and took flight. Upon hearing Mia's affectionate address, Sirius was incredulous. Did she just refer to Professor Snape in such a friendly manner? Sirius mused, I must be too hungry to have heard that correctly. Chapter 67, Peter's Life Sentence. Professor Snape, along with Ron and Hermione, arrived swiftly. Ron dragged along a gaunt, barely alive rat, and Sirius could hardly recognize him. Is this what Mia referred to as torture? How satisfying. Sirius Black, Snape exclaimed. Mia was perplexed as to why her professor and Sirius seemed on the verge of a confrontation. Professor? Mia asked, confusion evident in her voice. Mia, come here. Snape directed his gaze from his old adversary to Mia. Nasty little creature. This is Remus's goddaughter, Sirius interjected, holding Mia back. What is going on? Why does it feel like they are about to fight? Mia instinctively glanced at her godfather, while Remus hurriedly attempted to mediate. The focus isn't on that right now. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Scabbers, who, upon laying eyes on Sirius, was overwhelmed with the urge to flee. However, in his current state, escape was utterly impossible. Dumbledore cast a spell, revealing Peter Pettigrew's true form. Perhaps having been a rat for too long, his appearance began to resemble that of the rodent. From the moment Sirius laid eyes on him, he was filled with an overwhelming desire to end his life. In a panic, Peter attempted to flee. Yet the collar around his neck restrained his movements. How does it feel? Mia inquired with a wicked smile, her eyes narrowing at Peter, who trembled in fear. Heaven knows how he had endured those days. Each moment was a torment marked by the agony of the killing curse and the chilling kiss of a Dementor. He was unable to eat or sleep, wishing for death that eluded him. Demon, you are a demon, Peter cried, collapsing to the ground. Mia clicked her tongue, exasperated. If he couldn't endure this, how had Sirius managed for 12 long years? I believe Sirius has something he wishes to convey to you, Mia declared, handing the stage over to the most qualified speaker. Remus, Sirius, old friends. Peter feigned pity, attempting to embrace them to make another escape, but Sirius, wielding Mia's wand, forced him back, with Snape and Remus also brandishing their wands. Realizing he could not escape this way, Peter turned to seek Harry. Harry, look at you. Just like your father, James. We were good friends. Sirius immediately positioned himself in front of Harry, while Mia's gaze turned icy as she muttered a spell to intensify Peter's suffering. Ah, Peter writhed in pain. How dare you mention James? Sirius exclaimed, astonished by Peter's audacity. You betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. Remus stood protectively in front of Mia, directing his wand at Peter. I didn't mean to. Do you know what weapons the Dark Lord possesses? Sirius, what would you have done? Peter attempted to elicit sympathy. I don't know what weapons Voldemort has, but I know what weapons I possess, and you are well aware of that, Peter. Besides, what of Voldemort's weapons? They did not save you from being defeated. Mia sneered at the cowardly traitor. I would rather die than betray my friends. Sirius roared. Seizing the moment, Peter attempted to flee through the door, only to be obstructed by Harry. Your father will forgive me. He will forgive me. Forgive you for what? You still have to face the Wizarding Court to clear Sirius's name, Mia retorted disdainfully, unwilling to touch Peter. Instead, she used nonverbal magic to bind him and silence him. Headmaster, the situation is now clear. Sirius, the witnesses, and the evidence are all present, Mia said as she looked towards Dumbledore. He nodded in agreement. Then let us submit the evidence. I believe Sirius will soon be exonerated. After the evidence was submitted, the WizardingWorld conducted a review and decided to reopen Sirius Black's case. On the day of the formal retrial, Mia, Harry, Hermione, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Remus all attended as witnesses. With the evidence verified and both sides presenting their cases, the jury ultimately rendered a verdict. In the final ruling, Peter attempted to plead for mercy from Sirius and Harry. The WizardingWorld declared Sirius Black innocent, granting him appropriate compensation, while Peter Pettigrew, revealed as the true culprit, had his status as a hero rescinded and was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, with the news disseminated through the Daily Prophet. Sirius Black has been exonerated, while Peter has become the despised traitor. Congratulations, Sirius, Mia said, smiling at him, who appeared extraordinarily relieved after clearing his name. It is your accomplishment. I never expected our Mia to be so remarkable, having even earned the Order of Merlin. During this time, Sirius had diligently gathered information about the Potter siblings. Left utterly astonished, was this truly James's child, so impressive? He lifted Mia into the air, startling her momentarily, before she erupted into joyful laughter. You already know? I had intended to keep it from you. After all, it's a bit awkward. Awkward? Our child is so extraordinary. She deserves all the praise. Sirius had already envisioned that since Mia was fond of ancient magic and alchemy, he would show her the numerous ancient tomes the Black family possessed. Mia, it's time to head back, Snape declared, casting a disapproving glance at Sirius as he beckoned Mia to return. He refrained from arguing with Sirius in Mia's presence, but their conversation would take a different turn in her absence. All right, Professor, Sirius, I must take my leave. Mia patted Sirius's hand, prompting him to set her down. Where are you going? Sirius asked, bewildered. Even if Mia was returning, what did that have to do with Snape? Shouldn't she be accompanying Harry and Remus? She belongs to Slytherin, Snape stated calmly, observing the frozen Sirius, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sirius turned to Harry and Remus, hoping they would assure him that Snape was merely teasing, but instead, he saw them nodding. The smile on Sirius's face faded. Goodbye, Sirius. Professor, and I have new potions to learn. Farewell, Mia said as she ran to Snape's side, waving obediently before they departed. Sirius watched his child walk away with Snape. Godfather, are you all right? Harry asked, surprised by the impact Mia's affiliation with Slytherin had on Sirius, though he had faced similar feelings in the past. James. I am so sorry, Sirius lamented, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Chapter 68. The Werewolf due to Remus transforming into a werewolf and being unable to attend class. Today's defense against the dark arts lesson was conducted by Professor Snape. In a sense, the professor had achieved his desire, it seemed. Mia observed as her professor entered with a commanding presence, lowered the windows, and drew down the projection screen. Turn to page 394, Snape directed, surveying the students below. Where is Professor Lupin? A bold student dared to inquire. Let us just say, your professor is currently in a condition unsuitable for teaching. Turn to page 394. Werewolves? Ron questioned, puzzled by the content in the book. Mia noted that the lesson's topic indicated Snape harbored considerable resentment towards Remus for usurping his coveted position. But we just finished learning about the Red Cap and the Chisperful. Werewolves are a topic for much later. Hermione remarked, glancing at Snape. Ron, noticing Hermione's sudden appearance, leaned towards Harry and asked, when did you see her come in? Harry shook his head in confusion. Silence. Now, can anyone tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? No one responded. Let us invite Miss Potter to provide us with an answer, Mia suggested, glancing at the raised hand of Hermione. An animagus is a wizard who transforms voluntarily, whereas a werewolf is compelled to change. With each full moon, a werewolf undergoes a transformation, losing all memory of its human self and potentially harming friends and family. Furthermore, a werewolf only responds to the calls of its kind. As Mia spoke, the projection shifted accordingly. Excellent, Slytherin earns 5 points. To deepen your understanding, I require a paper on werewolves by Monday morning, 2 rolls of parchment. With a particular focus on identifying werewolves, Harry furrowed his brow, aware of his Quidditch match the following day. Professor Snape continued his lecture. After class, Mia handed Harry the paper she had written during the lesson. What is this? Harry inquired, puzzled. I know you have a match tomorrow, so use this as a reference. Finish your own tonight, and you can submit it in the morning. I have something to attend to, so I must leave, she said, passing her book to Draco to take back for her before hastily departing. Hey, where are you going? Harry attempted to detain her, but Mia had already vanished. Upon exiting the castle, Mia transformed into a raven, flying purposefully to the shrieking shack, where Remus, in his werewolf form, was resting. She landed quietly beside him, keeping him company as her father and Sirius would. Mia's newly refined Wolfsbane potion had proven quite effective, with reduced costs and enhanced results, thanks in part to Professor Snape and some unexpected suggestions from Theodore. Not long after, Remus awoke, his curiosity piqued by the little raven at his side. How did you get here, little one? You should leave. It's dangerous, he warned gently, carefully avoiding the small bird with his claws as he lifted it into his hands. The raven tilted its head and nuzzled against Remus's palm. I'm here to keep you company, Godfather. Amused yet resigned by the raven's insistence to stay, Remus urged it to keep its distance. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard another sound. A large black dog appeared at the entrance. It was Sirius. Sirius? What brings you here? Remus asked, momentarily stunned. I came to keep you company, Sirius replied, casting a knowing glance at Remus. The raven took flight and perched on Sirius's back. He had recently been well fed, and sitting there was quite comfortable. Having witnessed Mia transform from a raven to her human form in the shrieking shack, Sirius recognized her and affectionately rubbed against the little raven before finding a spot to lie down. Thus, the three spent the night together, keeping Remus company. Mia, it's you. When did you learn to become an animagus? Once Mia returned to her human form, Remus gazed at his goddaughter in disbelief. You're quite bold, aren't you? Hee, it's a secret. Would Mia dare to reveal it? Certainly not. I never imagined our Mia would be so remarkable. Mastering both the Patronus charm and becoming an animagus, absolutely splendid. Sirius ruffled Mia's hair, adding, but next time, do inform us before engaging in such perilous endeavors. In the past, you may have had no one to rely upon, but now you have us. Learn to lean on us a little, Mia. Mia gazed vacantly at Sirius and Remus, the former's expression imbued with tenderness while the latter displayed concern for her safety. She parted her lips, feeling a twinge in her nose. Remus, aware of the hardships the child had previously endured, softened his demeanor and reassured her, we are adults. Mia, you can trustingly lean on us. Mia heard herself affirm this with a simple mm. The Quidditch match featuring Harry was about to commence, yet the Dementors from the Ministry of Magic had yet to withdraw. Given the annual mishaps that ensued during Harry's matches, Mia, Remus, and Sirius hastily made their way to the pitch, eager to witness the child's performance for the first time. Recently, Sirius had gifted Harry a firebolt, which flew with remarkable speed and had quickly captured Harry's affection. It was the very broom he would use in this match. Today, Gryffindor faced off against Hufflepuff, but the weather was far from favorable, with rain pouring down. Nonetheless, the match proceeded undeterred. After casting a waterproof charm for the trio, Mia ventured towards the Slytherin stands while Remus headed to the teacher's box, and Sirius, irked to see Mia dash toward the green crowd, followed Remus to the teacher's area. Observing her companions clad in raincoats while enduring the downpour, Mia felt a sense of helplessness and conjured a large waterproof charm that enveloped the entire stand, drawing grateful glances from the crowd. She silently mused. How is it that none of these people thought to cast a waterproof charm? Mia, you've arrived, Draco exclaimed cheerfully, vacating his spot to make room for her. Aren't you worried about catching a cold without a waterproof charm? Noticing Draco's damp hair, she cast a drying charm, then turned to see Theodore's clothes soaked, while Daphne, Astoria, and Pansy shivered in the chill, prompting her to cast both drying and warming charms for them. Thank you, Mia, Daphne and Astoria said as they leaned closer, while Pansy awkwardly offered her thanks. Blaise had intended to express his gratitude as well, but noticed the faint redness around Mia's eyes. He gently brushed his hand against her eyes and whispered, "Why are you crying?" His voice low enough for only the two to hear. Is it that obvious? Mia was surprised that Blaise had noticed. Not particularly. Don't worry, he replied, conjuring a bouquet of magnolias that appeared before her. Cheer up. Mia was taken aback as she accepted the flowers, admiring their beauty. She thought to herself how no wonder so many were drawn to Blaise. He truly possessed an enchanting charm. Meanwhile, Sirius from the other stand fumed. That little brat, what are you doing? Stay away from my child. Chapter 69, Dementors and Patron Uses. As Harry took to the field, he noticed Sirius, Remus, and Mia in attendance, his spirits soaring as he greeted them. Harry, go for it. Sirius waved from afar, and Harry acknowledged him with a gesture. The match commenced. The Quidditch players, donned in raincoats and goggles, competed amidst the rain. This was not their first contest. In their last encounter, Cedric had triumphed over Harry. However, this time Harry was filled with determination, eager to surpass Cedric. Two individuals spotted the golden snitch and promptly gave chase. As the snitch soared higher into the sky, they pursued it relentlessly. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously anticipating who would seize the elusive prize first. However, just as the outcome seemed imminent, an unexpected calamity unfolded. The Dementors invaded the school. Cedric plummeted from the sky, broom in hand, while Harry remained fixated on the snitch, only to find himself surrounded by Dementors. Why had they breached the school's defenses? As the Quidditch team members began to descend one by one due to the Dementors, Harry, still unaware of the unfolding chaos, prompted Mia to cast a protective charm to shield the Quidditch players from harm. Together with the professors, they invoked the Patronus charm in unison to repel the Dementors and prevent any injuries among the students. Eagle, swiftly protect Harry. Mia conjured a majestic eagle, which soared into the sky to drive away the Dementors, while the students below were thrown into disarray. Mia nearly stumbled as she was jostled by the crowd, but Blaise caught her securely, cautioning her. Draco, Theo, Pansy, and Daphne hurried over to help maintain order and prevent further chaos. There are too many of them. Damn it. Useless fudge. Mia exclaimed in frustration, blaming the ministry for failing to control the situation. If anything happened to Harry, she would hold them accountable. Everyone, remain calm. Dumbledore quickly took charge, with the heads of houses doing their utmost to soothe the students, for such tumult could easily lead to a stampede. The patron uses diligently drove back the Dementors, and as the situation stabilized, the students began to regain their composure, though some had sustained injuries, either from the stampede or the Dementors' effects. With the immediate crisis averted, the eagle ensured Harry's safe descent. Given the circumstances, the match had lost all significance, and Dumbledore urgently suspended the game, instructing the surrounding students to assist the injured to the hospital wing. After confirming that those nearby were unharmed, Mia declared, "I will check on Harry. You all should leave this place at once." She then entrusted the eagle to Theo, adding, "You all head back. We cannot be certain if there are more Dementors lurking elsewhere. Stay safe." Draco and the others recognized their inability to assist further and opted to retreat to a secure location. Useless fudge, I will definitely tell my father, Draco muttered before Mia departed. The professors resumed their duties, ensuring the students returned to the common room while some went to the hospital wing to assess the situation. Mia, along with Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore, arrived at the pitch to check on the players. Fortunately, thanks to Mia's timely protective charm, the players only suffered minor scrapes, though there were unfortunate students affected by the Dementors. "Harry, are you all right?" Sirius asked anxiously, eyeing Harry closely. I'm fine. Don't worry, Harry quickly reassured him. Once Mia confirmed that Harry was unscathed, she turned her attention to Cedric, who had been in the air with Harry. Cedric, are you okay? Mia inquired with concern as she knelt beside him. I'm all right. Thanks to your magic, Cedric replied with a gentle smile. Observing the exchange, Sirius noticed the interaction. It seems that concern for classmates was the primary sentiment. Sirius, observing Cedric's earnest expression, hesitantly averted his gaze. That is reassuring. Mia felt a sense of relief as she checked on Wood, George, and Fred, finding them in good spirits, though it appeared somewhat troubled due to the match's suspension. The team members were taken to the infirmary for examination, while Mia and the professors were tasked with ensuring the rest of the school was free of Dementors, with Professor Dumbledore responsible for contacting Cornelius Fudge. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy had also learned of the occurrences at the school and was applying pressure on the Ministry of Magic. While Mia did not overlook Fudge's inaction, she promptly submitted a report to the Daily Prophet regarding Fudge's refusal to grant Sirius a retrial, an outlet that had long sought to engage with Mia, though she typically shunned interviews. This letter, however, was given particular attention by the Daily Prophet. Fudge found himself in a precarious situation, besieged by public scrutiny, pressure from the Malfoy family, and Dumbledore's warnings, a considerable burden indeed. The Ministry of Magic had no choice but to urgently withdraw the Dementors. However, Remus also recognized that the Dementors had a profound impact on Harry and summoned the siblings to his office. Why? Harry inquired, puzzled by Remus's concern. They drain all positive emotions and memories, leaving only the most painful experiences. It is not a sign of weakness, Harry. The Dementors affect you so deeply because you have endured misfortunes that your classmates cannot fathom. There is no need for shame. Remus placed a cup of brewed herbal tea before them. Thank you, Remus, Mia said with a gentle smile. I am frightened, Professor, Harry admitted, clutching his cup tightly. Mia placed her hand over his clenched fist, and Harry turned to her. Do not fear, I will protect you, Harry. A warmth spread through Harry's heart. I will overcome this fear, but as your brother, it is my duty to protect you. He looked at Remus. I want to learn how to confront them. Will you teach me? Remus nodded with a smile, of course. During the ensuing period, Mia remained by Harry's side, supporting him as he faced the Boggart transformed into a Dementor. Harry still found himself unable to conjure a Patronus against the Dementor. Feeling defeated, he sat despondently on the steps, wondering if he would ever conquer his fear. Harry, the very act of wanting to confront your fears showcases your bravery. Overcoming them requires even greater courage, Mia softly reassured him as she sat beside him. Why are you unafraid of anything? Harry pondered, recalling Mia's Boggart with intrigue. Because I believe in my strength to face all unknowns and fears, and because I desire to protect those I love. Harry, one becomes stronger through the desire to protect their loved ones. Harry gazed intently at Mia, contemplating the notion of love. He wished to be strong, to safeguard his sister, Sirius, Remus, and his friends. There were so many he wished to protect. Your loved ones are your courage. I want to try again. Remus reopened the Boggart. Expecto Patronum. Harry envisioned his parents, sister, family, and friends, and a silvery form emerged, a majestic stag. I did it. Chapter 70, Love Struck. Before the Christmas holiday, Harry made his last visit to Hogsmeade, finally having a guardian sign for him. Initially, Harry intended to go with Mia, Hermione, and Ron, but unexpectedly, Mia had agreed to accompany someone else. Rewind to the moment the Quidditch match was announced to be postponed. Mia observed Wood's disheartened expression and, unable to bear the sight of her handsome friend in despair, approached him in an attempt to offer comfort. Is it really that upsetting? The headmaster mentioned that the match would be rescheduled after Christmas. Watching Wood clutching the quaffle while seated alone in the empty stands, Mia felt a twinge of helplessness. Wood, with his droopy eyes, looked at Mia with a pitiful expression, hesitating to speak. What is it? Mia inquired, noticing his struggle to articulate his thoughts. It's not solely about the match, Wood replied, piquing Mia's curiosity. What else could the Quidditch-obsessed would be troubled about? I was wondering if I could invite you to Hogsmeade. Wood stammered, nervously licking his lips. This was his first time caring about something beyond Quidditch. Mia had never truly explored Hogsmeade, having only visited the Shrieking Shack, and she found herself intrigued by the allure that drew so many students to the village. Sure, Mia responded without overthinking it. Really? Wood's eyes brightened instantly. Then I will wait for you at the castle entrance. On the weekend of Hogsmeade, Harry, feeling dejected after being turned down by Mia, rode in a carriage with Hermione and Ron. At the castle entrance, Mia changed out of her school uniform and dressed up, wearing a short skirt paired with tall boots. Her long hair cascading freely, and her already beautiful face adorned with a touch of makeup. Upon seeing her, Wood's face flushed crimson, but he quickly asked with concern, Aren't you cold in that outfit? I'm a witch, I won't freeze. She replied confidently. Then let us set off, he said, walking alongside Mia. Their hands were nearly touching, and though Wood's fingers curled and unfurled nervously, he hesitated to take her hand. When their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, Wood subtly hooked his pinky around Mia's, glancing at her to gauge her reaction. Noting her lack of disapproval, he summoned the courage to entwine their fingers. His hand enveloped hers comfortably, and feeling triumphant. Wood's ears turned pink, a smile gracing his lips. As they ambled through the falling snow toward Hogsmeade, Wood reminisced about his previous visit in third year, which had failed to captivate him, as it seemed to be a place for younger students or couples, far less enthralling than Quidditch. However, accompanying Mia made him regret not visiting more often. He realized he had no idea what made the place enjoyable. "Shall we visit Honeydukes?" Mia suggested, recalling the delightful sweets Cedric had once brought her from there. This time, she could purchase a bounty to take back. Of course, Wood agreed, following Mia into Honeydukes with a basket in hand. "Have you tried this?" Mia asked, holding up a piece of candy. "No, but we can buy some to take home and try," Wood replied, accepting the candy from her, the basket already brimming with treats. "But what if we buy too much and can't finish it?" Mia fretted, eyeing the vast assortment of confections. "No worries, I shall assist you with your meal." Wood perceived no issue with this. If he desired it, he would purchase it, and should he not finish, he would return. "But what if you cannot finish?" Mia teased, observing Wood's agreeable demeanor. "I can indeed finish it," Wood replied earnestly. A laugh escaped Mia as she remarked, "Overindulgence may lead to a toothache. But I can brew you a potion." "Very well," Wood replied, gazing tenderly at Mia. After settling the bill, Wood held the candies in one hand while taking Mia's hand with the other, continuing their stroll. "Why did you pay for everything?" Mia had intended to cover the expenses herself, but Wood had preempted her. "It was I who invited you out. Thus, it is only fitting that I pay. Moreover, how could a suitor allow the object of his affection to pay? What purpose would he serve otherwise? All right, then I shall treat you next time." "Next time?" Wood nodded vigorously, eager not to miss the opportunity. "Where shall we explore next?" Mia surveyed their surroundings and spotted a shop adorned with a feminine aesthetic, named Madame Putafoot's Tea Shop. Upon seeing it, Wood's face flushed crimson. He had specifically inquired with his roommate about this establishment, renowned as a romantic rendezvous for couples. Hesitating to divulge this to Mia, she tugged him inside. The shop was adorned predominantly in shades of pink and lace, exuding a romantic ambience, and in another corner, a couple could be seen sharing a kiss. "Wow," Mia exclaimed, her curiosity compelling her to gaze longer, but Wood quickly covered her eyes and led her away, finding a vacant table to sit. "Do we seem somewhat out of place here?" Mia remarked, taking in the room filled with pink frills. "Ahem, perhaps," Wood replied, reluctant to reveal the truth to her. "Would you like to order something?" "Anything will suffice." "Why does it feel a tad off since we entered?" Mia scrutinized Wood suspiciously. "Not at all," he said, diverting his gaze uneasily. "Is that so?" Mia responded, half convinced. The duo ordered 2 cakes and a pot of floral tea, leisurely savoring their treats while admiring the snowy landscape. Suddenly, Mia locked eyes with Harry, who wore an expression of incredulity and distress, accompanied by the ever-curious Hermione and Ron. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Harry stormed into the tea shop, pulling Mia out as Wood hastily followed. Mia lamented the unfinished cake. What a waste. Harry led Mia to a secluded area, glancing back at Wood. "Did you come to Hogsmeade with him?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Mia remained oblivious to Harry's anger. "Wood, I trusted you implicitly, and yet..." Harry's gaze shifted from his innocent sister to Wood, his frustration evident. "Harry, calm down," Hermione and Ron urged, trying to defuse the situation. Harry, heart racing, looked at Wood and then back at Mia, nearly overwhelmed. "Mia, you are not permitted to associate with him any longer." "Why not?" Mia questioned, perplexed. "Because I said so. You might as well be taken away." "Oh, very well," Mia conceded, but discreetly signaled to Wood for a future rendezvous. Thus, their outing concluded with Mia being escorted away by Harry. Chapter 71, Christmas. Ever since the encounter with Wood, Harry has become exceedingly vigilant of the men, particularly those with dogs, who have taken an interest in his sister. One day, with no classes scheduled and Mia free from her usual busyness, she decided to venture out for some relaxation. To her delight, she spotted George and Fred engaged in the delightful task of building a snowman. "Good afternoon, Miss Snake," they called, beckoning her to join them. Naturally, Mia accepted their invitation with enthusiasm. She merrily dashed over to their side and began rolling a large snowball. Just as she was about to boast to Fred and George, she turned and noticed their snowballs were even larger. No way could she allow herself to be outdone. An inexplicable competitive spirit ignited among the three, and they resolved to create the largest snowball possible. In the end, their efforts culminated in the formation of an enormous snowman. Wow! The trio stepped back in awe of their colossal creation. How big of a carrot would it take for its nose? Mia pondered aloud. "Perhaps we could use a spell? Are you ready?" George responded enthusiastically. "Absolutely." He produced a carrot and 2 black buttons from behind his back. "None of us can reach that high, can we?" Mia glanced at the snowman, then compared their heights. "You underestimate us," George declared, handing the items to Mia while he and Fred lifted her onto their shoulders. Mia suddenly found herself airborne, letting out a quiet gasp as she quickly grasped their hands. "You should have warned me. See, now you can reach." Fred said as they steadied her in front of the snowman. "The decorating task is yours, Miss Snake." Mia playfully swatted them both before enlarging the carrot and buttons and placing them on the snowman's face. Something seemed amiss, though. After a quick assessment, she removed her silver-green scarf and wrapped it around the snowman's neck. "Much better," she said, pleased with her handiwork, as they admired the completed snowman. George and Fred lowered Mia back to the ground. "It looks fantastic," they all agreed, nodding in unison, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Mia stealthily reached behind her back and launched a snowball at George. "Wow, a sneak attack. How cunning," he exclaimed as he was hit squarely. Mia and Fred exchanged gleeful high-fives. "Huh, take that. Watch me," George retorted, refusing to be outdone, prompting Mia and Fred to dodge quickly. The three of them engaged in a spirited snowball fight, emerging from the fray completely soaked. Exhausted from their play, Mia collapsed into a pile of snow. Seeing this, George and Fred flanked her, lying down with their heads turned toward her. Gazing up at the clear, pristine sky, Mia was inexplicably reminded of Theodore's eyes, so clear and beautiful. "Truly stunning. The sky is indeed lovely," George remarked, following Mia's gaze. "But there is something even more beautiful here," Fred added, admiring Mia's profile. Just as the trio basked in the beauty of nature, Mia spotted a familiar face appearing above them. Green eyes, glasses, resembling Harry. It was Harry. "Oh no," she thought in alarm. Mia sat up and immediately noticed a scowling Harry glaring at George and Fred, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Harry promptly whisked Mia away. George and Fred exchanged glances with Ron, clearly relishing the drama, but then George narrowed his eyes and threw a prank toy before hastily retreating. "Fred, George." As Christmas approached, Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he took Mia away. "Farewell to this wretched place filled with those who covet my sister." This year, the siblings had somewhere special to go. Sirius had insisted repeatedly that they must not remain at school during the holidays, and both Mia and Harry readily agreed, as it would be their first Christmas spent with their respective godfather. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius eagerly awaited the return of his children. The moment he spotted Remus arriving with Harry and Mia, he rushed forward without hesitation. He lifted Mia into his arms. "Mia, have you missed me?" "Sirius, Merry Christmas." Mia wrapped her arms around Sirius's neck, affectionately nuzzling his face. Satisfied, Sirius returned the gesture before setting her down and giving Harry the same warm welcome. Harry, now no longer small and quite sturdy, was effortlessly lifted by Sirius, who had been training to ensure he could carry both children with ease. "Merry Christmas, Sirius," Harry exclaimed as he was released and embraced his godfather. Remus and Sirius exchanged a brief hug before the four of them entered the Black household. Although Sirius had tidied up, the house still bore an unmistakable air of gloom and oppression. The walls were adorned with the heads of house elves, the Black family tree, veiled portraits, and the grumbling of a cantankerous house elf. "Oh, the wastrel brings his little spawn to defile my mistress's abode. Oh, my poor mistress. How would she react if she knew what kind of filth he has allowed into her home? Oh, poor old creature," the house elf lamented. "Creature." Sirius glared at the elf. Upon seeing Sirius, Creature immediately bowed deeply. "All right, get up. What do you want?" Sirius asked impatiently. Creature was busy tidying up, having devoted his life to serving the noble house of Black. Sirius sighed. Since his return, Creature had made no secret of his discontent. The Black household was truly unsuitable for him and his brother to celebrate a joyful Christmas, so Sirius decisively took them to the Muggle world. He had always cherished that place. In his youth, he and James had once raced motorcycles down the roads. Though James was no longer with them, he could still enjoy the thrill of speed with his children. During this Christmas holiday, Sirius reveled in a delightful escapade with them before returning home. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Remus and Harry to keep a close watch on Mia and ensure she wasn't abducted by wild men. Harry nodded in agreement. Chapter 72, Eucalyptus. As the holiday came to an end, Harry and Mia returned to school, ready to resume their classes. Mia languidly reclined on the sofa in the common lounge, idly flipping through a book while her fingers caressed Luna's soft form. Her head rested on Daphne's thigh, while Astoria and Pansy sat across on another sofa, flipping through magazines with little enthusiasm. Suddenly, someone sparked a conversation. "Have you noticed that Blaise hasn't been on any dates lately?" "Really? That's quite unusual," Pansy replied lazily. "Do you think he might have found true love?" "Who? Him? Blaise? True love?" Pansy scoffed, her hand trembling slightly. "Why is that so hard to believe?" Mia inquired, intrigued by their astonished expressions. "Mia, you don't know?" Daphne lowered her gaze. "Blaise's mother is quite famous for her beauty and multiple marriages. It's said that each of her husbands mysteriously died, leaving her a vast fortune. Growing up in such an environment, Blaise has never believed in true love." "Is that so?" Reflecting on Blaise's notorious reputation, Mia nodded. "But it's indeed strange. Do you remember when he started acting like this?" "I think it was in 2nd grade, Pansy hesitated. "No. I believe there were signs during 1st grade vacation." Daphne recalled their encounter at a party, where Blaise had exhibited an unusually reserved demeanor. "How peculiar, yet." I haven't seen him seeking out his true love, Daphne mused. What do you think Blaze's true love would be like? If she could make him settle down. She must be quite remarkable in appearance, though her personality is harder to gauge. Well, there are only a few attractive girls in the school, like Autumn from Ravenclaw, and of course Mia from our own house. Blaze wouldn't look outside of Slytherin at that moment. All three of their gazes shifted to Mia. Me? Mia hesitantly pointed at herself. The trio gasped in unison. If that were the case, it would be quite amusing. Draco clearly had feelings for Mia, and although Theodore was more discreet, the three of them were perceptive enough to notice. If Blaze were to join the fray, it would certainly be alarming. No, I'm not a seductress. It couldn't possibly be that exaggerated, Mia said, her lips twitching as she quickly tried to quell the images in their minds. You're far more captivating than a mere seductress. Daphne playfully pinched Mia's cheek. Not at all, Mia thought, incredulous. Daphne mused that no one could refuse Mia. It would be no surprise if anyone fell for her. She was undeniably charming, gentle, strong, reliable, and knowledgeable. If one day Mia were to confess her feelings, Daphne would likely be unable to resist saying yes. Just then, Draco entered with Goyle, Crabbe, and Theodore, making a beeline for Mia, who was nestled comfortably beside Daphne. Luna jumped off the sofa to tug at Theodore's trousers, while he bent down to scoop her up. Blaze settled into an armchair nearby. What are you all discussing? Draco asked, noticing a green apple on the table and casually taking a bite. Just some girl talk. Where have you all been? Daphne wrapped her arm around Mia's slender waist, allowing her to lean comfortably against her. Draco squinted his eyes after observing the scene and went to discuss the possibility of a rematch with the team. Theodore sat opposite Mia, cradling Luna in his arms. His gaze lowered as he gently stroked her. Luna, the feline, expressed her satisfaction. It was evident that Luna held a particular fondness for Theodore. She permitted no one else to hold her, remarked Pansy with a raised eyebrow. Is that so? Theodore replied nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed a sense of pride. Speaking of which, Daphne casually brought up the topic of why she hadn't seen Blaze on any dates lately. Blaze paused, carelessly steeping his tea, and replied, It's rather dull. How heartless. The girls who admire you would surely be heartbroken to hear that, Pansy teased. I merely share a few topics of conversation with them, Blaze said, wearing a flippant smile, though the emotions in his eyes remained inscrutable. Indeed, there are quite a few people you can converse with. Daphne accepted the freshly poured tea, noting it was the floral variety that Mia adored. Thankfully, there is not much to discuss now. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Mia felt uncomfortable and stood up, drawing everyone's gaze. Theo, I remember my potions notes are with you. I'm heading to the potions classroom now. Would you like to join me? Certainly, Theodore replied, smiling at Mia's address, and they left the common room together. Blaze took a sip of his tea, observing their figures. Once outside the common room, Mia exhaled in relief, and Theodore chuckled at her. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. It was just a bit strange in there. Shall I accompany you for a stroll? Theodore offered gently. That sounds nice. The two strolled through the courtyard, with Mia toying with the blue eucalyptus flower Theodore had gifted her. The moonlight enveloped them in a delicate veil, creating a scene that was both romantic and beautiful. Theodore kept his gaze fixed on Mia. Under such an enchanting atmosphere, he felt compelled to reveal his feelings. He yearned to kiss her, to confess his love, to possess her. He had always known of Mia's allure, which attracted many suitors, but today he had discovered Blaze's hidden intentions, leaving him somewhat agitated. His treasure was being coveted. Mia, he spoke, driven by his emotions. What is it? Mia asked, facing Theodore with a look of confusion. Theodore remained silent, drawing closer. Lifting her chin with one hand as he leaned down, his eyes filled with possessiveness and overwhelming affection. Under the moonlight, their shadows drew nearer, and the blue eucalyptus flower fell, scattering its petals across the ground. Chapter 73, Trelawney's Prophecy. Theodore gently brushed Mia's hair aside, and she stared at him, momentarily dazed. I just wanted to fix your hair, he said, yet he restrained himself, uncertain of Mia's feelings towards him. Thank you, Mia said, lowering her gaze as she picked up the fallen blue eucalyptus flower. It's getting late, we should head back. All right. The school had confirmed the timing for the Quidditch match, scheduled just before Valentine's Day. In this match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Harry successfully seized the golden snitch ahead of Cedric, leading Gryffindor to once again claim the Quidditch Cup this year. In Professor Trelawney's divination class, Harry languidly gazed at the crystal ball while Ron had succumbed to slumber. What do you see? Trelawney suddenly appeared beside them, causing Harry and Ron to sit upright in alarm. They were utterly oblivious to what had been discussed, merely staring at the crystal ball in a state of bewilderment. Allow me. It must be ominous, Hermione sighed in exasperation and volunteered to answer. Trelawney leaned closer to Hermione, saying, My dear, from the moment you entered my class, I sensed that perhaps you are ill-suited for the noble art of divination. You see, despite your tender years, your spirit has aged prematurely, and your soul is as parched as the tomes you hold dear. As Hermione listened, her expression grew increasingly grim. When Trelawney grasped her hand, Hermione forcefully withdrew and, in her agitation, accidentally knocked the crystal ball to the floor, disregarding it in her fury as she stormed out. After class, Mia awaited by the classroom door, watching as Ron and Harry emerged, puzzled. "Where's Hermione?" Ron complained. "She's gone completely mad." Though she often acts this way, now everyone is aware. Although Mia did not grasp the entirety of the situation, she did not hesitate to give Ron a light smack, declaring, "Tonight, we double the training." "Ouch," Ron lamented. Harry, exasperated by Ron's self-destructive tendencies, briefly recounted the incident with Hermione to Mia. "Nonsense," Mia frowned, expressing her disdain. Noticing the crystal ball at his feet, Harry picked it up. "I shall return this crystal ball." "I refuse to go back," Ron protested. "I will accompany you," Mia offered, joining Harry on his return. To their surprise, they encountered a dazed Trelawney. "Harry Potter," she exclaimed, suddenly placing a hand upon Harry's shoulder, prompting both to turn abruptly. "Professor Trelawney," he replied. "He shall soon return. That treacherous murderer who betrayed his friends shall be liberated once more, innocent blood will flow, and servant and master shall reunite." Having uttered this, Trelawney abruptly regained her senses, completely oblivious to her previous words. Mia hastily guided Harry away. "What did that mean?" Harry inquired as they walked. "The treacherous murderer who betrayed his friends, servant and master." Mia pondered, lowering her gaze. "Peter Pettigrew? Will he return?" Upon hearing this, Harry turned to Mia. "But wasn't he sent to Azkaban?" "Azkaban does present opportunities for escape. However, Pettigrew need not worry, for none can remove the collar I have placed upon him." Regarding her statement about servant and master reuniting, does it imply that Voldemort is on the verge of resurrection, and that Pettigrew will seek him out? Mia's conjecture undeniably startled Harry. "Voldemort?" Harry clenched his fists. "It appears chaos is imminent." Mia relayed the prophecy to the headmaster, who assured her that Hogwarts and he himself would bolster their defenses. Mia remained vigilant. Understanding that Voldemort's return would herald greater casualties, she needed to hasten her creation of more defensive artifacts. As plans turned into action, Ron, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Luna underwent intensified training under Mia's guidance, while she tirelessly etched runes. Valentine's Day approached as anticipated. Fortunately, this year there is no Lord nor any little Cupid. Today, aside from receiving love letters, Mia is spared from any awkward situations. However, she is not in the mood to celebrate Valentine's Day, as her tasks are rather pressing. After arranging defensive tools for those around her, Mia resumes her studies of magical circles and the restricted section of the library. Ever since Professor Snape granted her permission, she has not visited often due to her overwhelming schedule, but now she must carve out time regardless. "Hey, what's going on with Mia lately?" Ron inquires of Harry, observing Mia bustling about. Trelawney made a prophecy, and Mia suspects that Voldemort may soon return. She is preparing for that. "And we must also strengthen ourselves to protect ourselves at the very least." "Is that even possible?" Ron expresses disbelief, yet the seriousness of Harry's demeanor compels him to reconsider. "Do not divulge this to anyone, as it might incite panic. You all must also strive to grow stronger." Hermione and the others nod earnestly, no matter what. They will unconditionally trust Mia. In the restricted section, Mia peruses various dark magic tomes. Suddenly, she stumbles upon a book titled The Most Poisonous Magic, which details the methods for creating and destroying Horcruxes. Horcruxes are exceedingly dark and perilous magical artifacts used to store fragments of a wizard's soul for the sake of immortality. Mia opens her notebook and begins to speculate. It is known that Voldemort's Horcruxes include a diary and Harry, the latter being a fortuitous accident. What might the remaining ones be? Given Voldemort's character, it is likely that his chosen Horcruxes are not ordinary objects. Therefore, to defeat Voldemort, it would be best to destroy the Horcruxes. Voldemort is a descendant of Slytherin, and the known heirs of Slytherin are the Gaunt family, who are mostly deceased. Voldemort may indeed be one of them, suggesting that his Horcruxes could be related to that lineage. It seems prudent to investigate further. Additionally, Voldemort's Horcruxes may also be connected to the treasures of the four houses, aligning with his identity. Aside from Gryffindor's sword, the other treasures have vanished, making them a viable avenue for exploration. How many Horcruxes are there? First, Voldemort believes that splitting his soul will grant him immortality and is also superstitious. So it is worth noting that he might divide himself into 7 parts, as the number 7 is regarded as the most powerful in the magical world, symbolizing strength and perfection. Thus far, we have the diary and Harry, 2, the house treasures, 3, and likely 1 from the Gaunt family. What, then, is the final one? And where might these items be concealed? Epilogue: The Adventures of Miss Mia Against the Vampires. Legends speak of a mysterious organization in England, endowed with extraordinary abilities and cloaked in secrecy, maintaining world peace from an inconspicuous corner of London. They are known as superheroes. One day, our Miss Mia awakens. Glancing at the time. Oh, it is already 8 in the morning. She must rise without delay. Miss Mia hurriedly completed her morning routine and descended the stairs, only to find the considerate Mr. Cedric had prepared breakfast, while Ron, George, and Fred were already indulging in their meal. "Good morning, Mia. What tasks await us today?" Miss Ginny, returning from a walk with her pets, greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Ginny, Hermione. Today, I have not received any assignments. I believe we shall enjoy a leisurely holiday." Mr. Draco and Mr. Harry returned, their faces covered in soot after a sparring session. "That's splendid. Mia, let's go on a date," Draco said. "Get away, Malfoy. Stay away from my sister," Ron shouted. "Damn it, Potter." I refused to comply. As the two boys began to bicker again, Mia ignored them and gazed at the delectable breakfast spread before her. She turned to Cedric. "Thank you, Cedric. Do enjoy your meal," Cedric replied with a gentle smile. Just as Miss Mia prepared to savor her delightful breakfast, Mr. Dumbledore arrived, accompanied by Mr. Snape. Oh no. Their arrival always signifies the end of our respite and the onset of another urgent mission. "Children, we have received an urgent request for help. A mysterious injury incident has occurred in London, and our investigation team has been dispatched. It is highly likely that it involves a vampire." "A vampire?" Mia queried. "Indeed. A vampire is a supernatural entity typically described as an immortal creature that feeds on human blood. Their legends trace back to Eastern Europe, particularly the Balkan region. The earliest accounts of vampires can be found in ancient civilizations. Vampires are said to be immortal but fear sunlight, garlic, crucifixes, holy water, and wooden stakes. They are often endowed with superhuman strength, speed, and heightened senses." Miss Hermione, ever the diligent scholar, provided this information with aplomb. "An impeccable response, Miss Granger," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, then turned his gaze to Mia. "I fear we shall require your assistance once more, Mia. This situation appears rather troublesome." "That is perfectly fine, sir. It is my duty." "Then I entrust this task to you, along with Mr. Knott, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Malfoy. However, do exercise caution. We suspect that this incident may be orchestrated by our old adversaries, the Death Eaters," Mr. Snape advised Mia. "Are they still undeterred? After being defeated by Mia last time, they dare to return?" Ron remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Indeed, the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters are sworn enemies. The Death Eaters aim to dominate the world, while the Order has thwarted their plans on multiple occasions. Following the last Great War, their leader, Voldemort, was vanquished by Mia and Harry, yet he has somehow returned," Ron continued. "What about my family?" Draco's complexion paled at the mention of Voldemort, as his family had once been forced to pledge allegiance to him. However, after Voldemort's defeat, they had been spared punishment due to their role as informants, and he had joined the Order. "Do not worry, Aunt Narcissa will be safe. Besides, if they come, I shall confront them one by one," Mia reassured Draco. "Then, without further ado, let us depart." "Understood." Chapter 74, The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Mia has recently been frequenting the headmaster's office, conspiring with Professor Dumbledore. "Headmaster, when shall we pay a visit to the Gaunt residence?" Mia inquired, nestled in her chair with a drink in hand. "There's no rush. We shall discuss it further once you are on break. You mustn't think of sneaking off without me," she warned, casting a cautious glance at Dumbledore, for he was known to possess a cunning mind. "How could I?" "Rest assured, you shall accompany me," he replied, bemused by her perceptiveness. "Headmaster, I was the one who uncovered this lead first. If you leave me behind, it would be akin to burning the bridge after crossing it." "Very well. You shall come along. Oh, by the way, I recently noticed a change in Peter's whereabouts." At this, Dumbledore straightened in his seat. "Has he escaped?" "Perhaps. But I never anticipated Peter's unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, risking his own safety to seek him out. Where is he now?" "Running about, likely in search of Voldemort." Mia adjusted her collar thoughtfully. "Then we might follow Peter's trail to find Voldemort. Before we locate Voldemort, it is imperative to first destroy the Horcruxes to prevent his resurgence." "Headmaster, do you have any leads?" Dumbledore appeared troubled, as they were merely speculating on the existence of the Horcruxes and their potential hiding places. Since the diary was in Malfoy's possession, it stands to reason that other Horcruxes may also be under his influence. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Who, then, could Voldemort trust enough to entrust with the safeguarding of his Horcruxes? There are indeed a few: Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and those pureblood families. Most Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, including Barty Crouch Jr., who is now deceased. Deceased? Ah, Barty Crouch Jr. was the child of that high-ranking ministry official, correct? Indeed. Is that so? The demise of Barty Crouch Jr. may hold deeper implications, though for now, we can only speculate. Noticing the late hour, Mia bid farewell to the headmaster and made her way to the room of requirement, where she had been spending considerable time of late. She had to study dark magic, reform the Wolfsbane potion, and delve into alchemy, ancient runes, and magical circles, which left Mia feeling overwhelmed. Rubbing her temples, she resolved to continue her current tasks. The progress of her godfather's Wolfsbane potion was satisfactory, yet Mia's ultimate aim was to resolve the lycanthropy issue entirely. Moreover, the Horcruxes involved ancient magic and the soul, which warranted further research. She labored until dawn before finally emerging. Stifling a yawn, Mia decided to visit the Ravenclaw common room, hoping Luna might offer her some insights. Upon reaching Ravenclaw Tower, she encountered the familiar ghost, the Grey Lady, and acknowledged her with a nod before entering the common room, where Luna happened to be present. "Luna!" Mia exclaimed, collapsing onto her, wearied. The common room was unusually quiet, devoid of many occupants. "You seem in need of rest, Mia," Luna observed, her hand resting gently on Mia's eyes. "I can't seem to sleep. My mind is cluttered with unresolved matters." Mia felt somewhat aggrieved. That wretched Voldemort. What was the purpose of creating so many Horcruxes? "Do you wish to share your thoughts with me?" Luna tilted her head in curiosity. "I seek something, yet I am unaware of its whereabouts." "What is it that you seek?" "The treasure of the school," Mia replied, her gaze cast downward, her voice muffled. "What do you intend to do with the treasure?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice joined their conversation, and Mia opened her eyes to see the Grey Lady. The Grey Lady was acquainted with Mia. She was astute and held a profound disdain for Voldemort. Upon hearing her words, Mia realized that the Grey Lady might possess valuable knowledge. "Do you know the location of the treasure? What is your purpose in seeking it?" The Grey Lady did not answer Mia's inquiry, but instead posed another question. After a moment of contemplation, Mia weighed the risks of divulging her intentions. "As this matter was not meant for many years, let us change our location." "Very well." They proceeded to an abandoned classroom, where Mia cast a concealment charm to prevent eavesdropping. After ensuring their privacy, she turned to the Grey Lady. "Who are you? Do you possess knowledge of the treasure?" "I am Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of the founder of Ravenclaw. I suspect that the school's treasure has been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort, and I need to ascertain its whereabouts. Do you know anything?" "Indeed," Helena admitted, and then she recounted a tale from her past. Consumed by jealousy of her mother's wisdom and talents, Helena had stolen the diadem and fled to the forests of Albania, where she was ultimately slain by her suitor, the Bloody Baron. Unwilling to accept the finality of death, she became the ghost of Hogwarts. Later, she was discovered by a young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, who deceived her into revealing the diadem's location within a hollow tree in the Albanian forest. It was then that she realized she had been tricked, and she was engulfed in profound remorse and anguish. He concealed the diadem in a chamber filled with secrets, accessible only to those in need. After promising Helena that she would assist in destroying the diadem, Mia departed. Following her farewell to Luna, Mia promptly made her way to the Room of Requirement, a chamber shrouded in mystery, accessible only to those who truly sought it. Was this description not the essence of the Room of Requirement? It was astonishing that she had failed to recognize it right before her eyes. Cursed Voldemort. Arriving on the 8th floor, she stood before a tapestry depicting a troll clobbering a hapless man, pacing back and forth 3 times while wishing for a room to conceal objects. Then, the door materialized, and Mia pushed it open. Inside lay a vast, labyrinthine chamber, filled with items concealed by students over the centuries. Countless bookshelves, cabinets, furnishings, and miscellaneous objects formed an intricate maze. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items, Mia urgently called upon Harry and the others for assistance. Eventually, they uncovered the diadem atop a dilapidated cabinet, nearly obscured amidst the clutter. How could it be so well hidden? Mia exclaimed in disbelief. As she retrieved the diadem, she beheld a glittering crown adorned with jewels, its base inscribed with Ravenclaw's renowned motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Mia noticed the magical traces on the crown, which resembled Harry's scar, and realized that her suspicions were likely correct. She had heard that wearing the crown could bestow wisdom. Hermione, gazing at the inscriptions on the crown, murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, Mia immediately grew vigilant and took the crown away, fearing that Hermione might put it on. Hermione, remaining calm, cautioned, "This object should not be handled carelessly. No need to worry so much." Observing Mia's anxious demeanor, Hermione felt a sense of exasperation. "You've worked hard today. There's no need for additional training. I will speak with the headmaster." For a moment, Ron was unsure whether to feel happy or discontent. He was pleased that training would not be doubled, yet disheartened that he was relieved by the mere avoidance of extra work. Chapter 75, The Third Horcrux. Mia hurriedly arrived at the headmaster's office, believing that this was the opportune moment. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly top the step count today. "What brings you here in such haste?" Dumbledore inquired, noticing Mia's breathless state, and promptly offered her a cup of tea. "I found it," Mia declared, producing the crown. Dumbledore paused, astonished that they had just discussed it, and she had located it so swiftly. "Where did you find it?" he asked, his expression a blend of intrigue and concern. This child should be in Ravenclaw. She had become quite the assistant here, in the Room of Requirement, thanks to the Grey Lady's hint. "I can now confirm that Voldemort indeed used a treasured artifact of the school as a Horcrux." Mia took a seat and sipped her tea, savoring its sweetness. "Is that so? I cannot believe it has been here all along. Let us destroy it now." With that, Dumbledore retrieved the sword of Gryffindor, and the third Horcrux was obliterated. "What about Harry?" Mia questioned, watching Dumbledore as he destroyed the Horcrux with concern. To eradicate the Horcrux, Harry must also endure this trial. Dumbledore remarked, having contemplated this issue long before. There were only a few methods to destroy a Horcrux, and if Harry did not experience it, the Horcrux could not be completely vanquished. Mia furrowed her brow, meaning that Harry must go through the agony of death. Is there no other way? Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. He too wished it were different. With a heavy heart, Mia left the office. Mia stood quietly in the astronomy tower, gazing at the stars above. It was a tranquil place, where she often retreated whenever troubled thoughts weighed on her. A cat appeared beside her. It was Luna. What brings you here? Mia asked, gently stroking Luna as she leapt into her arms. I asked it to lead me to you. A familiar male voice resonated from behind. It was Harry. Is something troubling you? He inquired, observing his sister, who had grown increasingly reticent, keeping her burdens to herself. No, Mia replied, her gaze evasive. You never look me in the eye when you lie, Mia, Harry said, sitting down beside her on the ground. Despite being exposed, Mia remained silent, diverting her eyes from him. It's about my situation, isn't it? Harry deduced, not pressing her, but rather emulating Mia's usual analytical demeanor. Is it about the Horcrux? Mia bit her lip, remaining mute. Since my arrival here, I have known that I must confront Voldemort. Our fates are intertwined in life and death, Harry stated candidly. You will not die? Mia would not allow this outcome to transpire. I am aware, Mia, of your remarkable prowess, whether it be with Sirius or those patients. You have indeed prevailed, have you not? Harry faced Mia, gently caressing the top of her head with one hand. I don't know, Mia confessed, hesitant to wager what would happen if she lost Harry. They had been inseparable since before their birth, companions for an eternity. You can do it, Mia. Do not be afraid. I am not afraid either. Harry pressed his forehead against hers. It will hurt immensely. It is akin to dying, a pain she had already endured. How excruciating it must have been. I am not afraid, Mia. I am not afraid, Harry reassured, gazing into Mia's tear-filled eyes, his heart aching for her. Mia seldom cried, nearly never, save for that one time when she mistakenly believed Professor Snape was to be killed, and now this moment. I will always be here. Do not fear. Do not be afraid. House of Requirement. Mia, look. Ginny exclaimed excitedly, having just executed a particularly powerful bone-breaking curse. What is it, Ginny? Mia approached her, noticing the statue opposite Ginny lay shattered beyond recognition. Wow, I didn't expect you to master the bone-breaking curse so quickly. Mia expressed her surprise, truly impressed by Ginny's magical talent. Ginny beamed with joy at the compliment, while Ron watched, his back damp with sweat. Can Sister Mia give me a reward? Ginny asked, her gaze fixed on Mia's gentle countenance, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Of course. What reward do you wish for? Mia inquired, intrigued. Sister Mia, just stand still. Gathering her courage, Ginny tiptoed and placed a kiss on Mia's cheek. Mia widened her eyes, astonished as she looked at Ginny, who bit her lip nervously. Harry, did Ginny just kiss my sister? Surely, it's just sisterly affection, right? Just sisterly affection, isn't it? Ron, Merlin's suspenders. Hermione, wow. Ginny? Mia covered her face with one hand, gazing at her with confusion. Is it wrong to like Sister Mia? Ginny asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. It's permissible, I suppose. After all, we are both girls. A kiss shouldn't be an issue. Mia pondered uncertainly. Ginny's eyes lit up at Mia's words. So, can I kiss you again in the future? Absolutely not. Harry immediately interjected, feeling an instinctive discomfort regarding Ginny's behavior, though he could not articulate why. Ginny and Harry both turned their gazes toward Mia. I have some matters to attend to. You all practice at your own pace, Mia said hastily, making her way toward Hermione. Hermione clicked her tongue, acknowledging Mia's undeniable charm that captivated both genders alike. By the time Mia returned to the Slytherin common room, it was quite late. She had assumed she would find it empty, only to discover Blaise. This is the third time, isn't it? Aren't you tired? You're not here to confront me again, are you? Mia cautiously inquired. Good evening, Blaise replied, a smile playing on his lips as he set down the thick envelope in his hand. Still awake at this hour? I couldn't sleep. Thought I'd come out for a while. What do you have there? Mia noticed the substantial envelope in Blaise's grasp and asked curiously. A love letter. Would you like to see it? He said, preparing to extend it toward Mia. Mia initially believed the letter was intended for Bress and promptly declined, saying, No. This is your privacy. A flicker of regret passed through Bress's eyes as he retracted the letter. I shall take my leave now. Good night. Good night. Bress gazed at the unsigned letter in his hand, carefully storing it away. Utterly useless, coward. Chapter 76, The Gaunt Family. Mia's progress on the Wolfsbane potion was commendable. The costs had significantly decreased. She prepared ample supplies for Remus, who intended to resign at the end of the term. Considering the annual peril faced by the defense against the dark arts professors, Mia advised Remus to step down and offered him a position assisting her in selling the Wolfsbane potion and capturing some werewolves for her experiments, all of which had undergone rigorous safety testing. Remus harbored concerns about the potential exposure of his identity and the ensuing panic among parents. However, If he could aid Mia in developing a potion that would prevent his transformation into a werewolf, it would be the most desirable outcome. Thus, he acquiesced to Mia's plans. As was customary, Mia secured first place in the final exams, and Slytherin continued to claim the House Cup. The third year concluded. Harry, Sirius, Remus, you may return first. The headmaster and I have matters to discuss. Mia embraced Sirius, who had come to the station to meet them. Where are you going? Mia? Sirius inquired with concern. Do not worry. I am with the headmaster. I need to handle some affairs. Mia reassured them with a smile. Remus and I will be waiting at home for you. Please be safe, Harry cautioned, having surmised Mia's intentions. Unable to prevent her actions, he could only hope for her safety. As Mia noticed Dumbledore's arrival, she remarked, I must take my leave. Take care. Safe travels. Mia approached Dumbledore, who then transported her via apparition to Little Hangleton, the site of the Gaunt residence. During this time, Dumbledore had diligently investigated Tom Riddle and the Gaunt family. The Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, took great pride in their pure-blood lineage, considering themselves among the most noble families in the wizarding world. However, they were notorious for their arrogance, paranoia, and violence, exhibiting extreme disdain for muggles and half-blood wizards, and engaging in inbreeding, which ultimately led to their decline. Dumbledore pieced together Voldemort's entire story using the pensieve, drawing insights from Morphin Gaunt, the house elf Hokey belonging to Hepzibah Smith, and Horace Slughorn. Firstly, there is Morphin Gaunt, the uncle of Voldemort, who was imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking muggles. Within his memories, Voldemort harbors a deep-seated hatred for his muggle father, believing him to be the root of his mother Merope's tragedy. By murdering his father and grandparents, he severed all ties with the muggle world. Next is Hepzibah Smith, the wealthy witch whose master possessed a remarkable collection of magical artifacts, including the Slytherin locket and the Hufflepuff cup. The young Tom Riddle, with his charm and eloquence, ingratiated himself with Hepzibah, persuading her to showcase her precious treasures. A few days later, Hepzibah succumbed to poisoning, allowing Voldemort to steal the locket and cup, subsequently framing Hepzibah's loyal house elf, Hokey, for the murder. Then there is Horace Slughorn, once a professor of Voldemort, who altered his own memories, concealing crucial truths. However, this information is sufficient, as it largely validates Mia's conjectures. As they spoke, they arrived at the Gaunt residence, situated near Little Hangleton, an eerie and dilapidated house overrun by weeds and decay. Exchanging a glance, they commenced their search, suspecting that Voldemort would likely choose family-related items as Horcruxes to emphasize his pure-blood lineage and Slytherin heritage. Thus, family heirlooms, rings, and crests became their focus. Drawing from her previous experience with Voldemort's hidden diadem, Mia sought out concealed locations. Having searched the obvious places to no avail, she turned to the obscure. Mia attempted to sense magical fluctuations, a new skill she had recently acquired, resonating her magic with ancient sorcery. Following the faint disturbances, Dumbledore and Mia crouched to examine a particular section of the floor. Could it be here? Mia sensed again, confirming the presence of magical energy, two distinct sources. Dumbledore tapped the floor, discovering it was hollow, indicating they were indeed onto something. Should they break it? They exchanged a knowing glance, and, seizing a nearby stone, struck the floor. The wood splintered, revealing a box, which was safeguarded by powerful dark magic. Ah, so the second source of magic was this. Allow me, Dumbledore said, waving his wand to dispel the outer enchantments. Once assured of its safety, he lifted the box and opened it. Inside lay a ring, adorned with the crest of the Peverell family. The resurrection stone? Mia leaned in for a closer look. Dumbledore stared at the stone, memories of Ariana flooding back. Perhaps this stone could allow him to see his sister once more. He reached for the ring, yearning for a reunion with his sister and parents. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor and his actions, Mia sensed something amiss. Professor, she urgently called out. Recalling the woolen sock seen in the Mirror of Eris during their first-year Christmas, the socks symbolizing familial love. Surely, the professor would not be contemplating using the resurrection stone to revive someone? In a swift motion, Mia snatched the box away, jolting Dumbledore back to reality. Professor, calm down. The resurrection stone cannot truly bring someone back to life. Dumbledore gazed vacantly at Mia, his eyes filled with sorrow. This object is a Horcrux. What if Voldemort has employed some sinister trick upon it? I understand. I simply long to see them too. As Mia observed Dumbledore regaining his composure, she cautiously revealed the ring once more, remaining vigilant to prevent him from being ensnared again. Dumbledore appeared quite helpless under her scrutiny. I could sense the presence of two distinct magical auras. Why two? It seems Voldemort possesses an abundance of cunning. Mia fell silent, contemplating the ancient magical traces and the other curse emanating from the ring. Indeed, Voldemort is exceedingly crafty. Had the headmaster donned it just now, it would have spelled disaster. Headmaster, for future matters, perhaps you should bring me along. At least we could look out for one another. Dumbledore recognized the curse that Voldemort had placed upon it, and he suddenly felt grateful he hadn't fled. The two of them destroyed the ring using the Sword of Gryffindor. and Mia ensured that the Horcrux was obliterated before allowing Dumbledore to take it away. The sword of Gryffindor is truly remarkable. Mia eyed it with envy. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, hastily retracting the sword. What a miser. You ought to return now. Dumbledore accompanied Mia back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Chapter 77, the Quidditch World Cup. During the holidays, Sirius managed to procure several tickets for the Quidditch World Cup, inviting them all to witness the match. In addition to themselves, Harry and Mia also received news that the Weasley family, Cedric, and Hermione would be attending the game as well. The parents collectively decided to join in the outing. Furthermore, Mia discovered that Peter had lingered in the Albanian forest for a spell before making a beeline for Little Hangleton, where both the Gaunt residence and the Riddle house are located. Mia suspected that Peter Pettigrew might have located Voldemort, promptly relaying this information to Professor Dumbledore. The two resolved to remain patient, choosing to dismantle all Horcruxes before confronting Voldemort. Early one morning, Mia was awakened, as they were to depart for the White Weasel Mountain in Ottery St. Catchpole. Throughout the journey, Harry appeared somewhat distracted. What is the matter? Mia inquired with concern, while Sirius and Remus leaned in to listen. I had a nightmare, Harry recalled, pressing his lips together at the memory of that green light. A nightmare? The fragments of his soul might cause him to dream of Voldemort's affairs. It seems that Voldemort is beginning to stir. Do not worry, Mia reassured him, and Harry nodded in response. Ron, Hermione. Mia spotted her friends from a distance, waving joyfully as Harry beamed. Hey, Miss Snake, it has been quite some time. Just as George and Fred attempted to approach Mia, Sirius interjected, keeping them at bay. Ginny skillfully evaded her two brothers and nestled beside Mia. Sister Mia, now that everyone is gathered, shall we set off? Arthur beamed at the children. The group proceeded on their way to White Weasel Mountain. Ron, where are we headed? Harry asked Ron. I am just as puzzled. Hurry up. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered two more individuals. Arthur, you certainly made me wait a long time. Amos Diggory remarked to Arthur. Apologies, we have a few little ones who enjoy sleeping in. This is Amos Diggory, my colleague from the Ministry of Magic. Arthur introduced to several individuals. This is Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Sirius and Remus extended their hands to Amos in greeting. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from the tree. This tall young man must be Cedric, am I right? Arthur observed Cedric as they shook hands again. Hello, Cedric greeted the adults present, then noticed Mia, standing behind. Happy holidays, he said, approaching Mia with a gentle smile. Happy holidays, Mia waved her hand. Amos watched as his son eagerly approached the young girl, curiously leaning in. You must be Mia, right? Cedric has spoken of you, Amos remarked, instantly discerning his son's feelings, for he had heard of Mia's reputation long before. Mia looked at Cedric in surprise, and Cedric cleared his throat, quickly pulling his father aside. You must be Harry Potter, Amos proclaimed, recognizing him. Indeed, Harry replied politely. Shaking hands, their pleasantries were brief, as they were eager to head over, sharing a few simple words before making their way to the mountaintop. At the summit lay a boot, which served as the key to the entrance. Organizing everyone to choose their positions, they grasped the boot. And Mia felt as if her navel was hooked, followed by a wave of dizziness as they arrived at their destination. The sensation was quite unpleasant. Mia clutched her somewhat dizzy head, while Remus chuckled, supporting her. Children, welcome to the Quidditch World Cup. The campsite was filled with tents, bustling with people from all corners of the globe who had come to witness the match. The tents of the three families were positioned differently. Sirius led them apart from the Weasley family and the Diggory father and son. As they walked along the path, they encountered several familiar faces, such as their classmates from Hogwarts and their families. Among them was Oliver Wood, who had already graduated. Mia, Harry, Wood exclaimed with excitement upon seeing them, causing Harry to become immediately cautious of the captain who once attempted to whisk Mia away. Oliver, long time no see, Mia waved. Are you coming over? I have so much to tell you, Wood eagerly expressed, excited to share that he had signed with the team. Mia nodded in agreement, and Sirius and the others joined them. These are my parents. Wood briefly introduced Mia and her companions to his parents, who exchanged polite greetings. I must tell you, I just signed on as a reserve player for Puddlemere United, Wood said, his eyes crinkling in delight as he spoke of it. Congratulations on fulfilling your dream. Mia and Harry sincerely expressed their happiness for him, as Wood's passion for Quidditch was evident to all. Not wishing to intrude for long, they departed, needing to locate their tent. This is our tent. Come in and take a look, Sirius said, lifting the door flap to reveal a tent enhanced by extension charm. Inside, everything one could imagine was present, leaving Harry in awe. I love magic, he exclaimed. Mia nodded in agreement. It's truly convenient. Come inside, Sirius invited. Remus, carrying Mia's luggage, led them inside as the evening of the competition commenced, with guests gradually taking their seats. Sirius escorted them alongside the Weasley family to the premier box. Is it really this high? Mia grasped the banister as she ascended the stairs, glancing up at the distance yet to be traversed. Shall I carry you up? Sirius and Remus each took one of Mia's hands to assist her up the steps. No, I prefer to maintain my dignity, Mia firmly declined. Is that so? I thought you might lean on me for support. Sirius raised an eyebrow in playful surprise. Your godfather could carry you, you know, Lemus teased, enjoying Mia's childlike antics as she pouted at them. Godfather, you've turned mischievous. Mia puffed her cheeks in mock indignation. It appears you need some exercise, Mia, Harry remarked, unfazed, trailing behind her. I'm not competing in Quidditch. This level of stamina suffices for me. In truth, Mia's stamina was commendable, but climbing stairs was inherently taxing, especially alongside 3 athletic gentlemen. My goodness, Dad, how high is this? Ron, equally fatigued, called out to Arthur. See, she claims her stamina is sufficient, Arthur quipped in response. The top floor? Ron contemplated collapsing right there. Are we also? Mia turned to Sirius for confirmation. Indeed, my dear. The very top, and there are still many more stairs. She sighed wearily. As she lowered her gaze, she inadvertently locked eyes with someone. Draco and Lucius, dressed impeccably in suits, looked up at them. Mia exchanged a brief wave with Draco, who raised an eyebrow and smiled before directing his attention back to Ron and Harry. My father and I are seated in the minister's box, courtesy of a personal invitation from Cornelius Fudge. The two, however, disregarded him entirely and turned to leave, with Harry not forgetting to take his sister along. Lucius gave Draco a nudge, then aimed his wand at Harry, saying, I hope you enjoy yourselves while you still can. Mind your words, Malfoy. Sirius shot Lucius a dangerous glance. Mia, contemplative, focused on Lucius, pondering if Voldemort had begun reaching out to his former allies. Chapter 78, The Quidditch World Cup 2. They finally reached the top of the stairs and entered a small box situated at the pinnacle of the stadium, offering a clear view of the scene below. The view is truly splendid, Mia remarked in admiration. Before them stood a massive blackboard, continuously flashing with text, densely populated with sponsors' names. As Harry surveyed the surroundings, preparing to see who else shared their box, he spotted a house elf. Dobby? Harry voiced in confusion, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was not Dobby. Did you just call me Dobby, sir? My apologies for the misunderstanding, the elf replied, revealing herself to be female. She introduced herself as Winky, clarifying her friendship with Dobby and explaining that she was occupying the space for her master. Under Harry's inquiry, she relayed Dobby's current circumstances, mentioning his desire for a paid position. Mia recalled the formidable magical abilities of the Pixies, and she found her Wolfsbane potion business flourishing, generating a steady income. In addition to the Wolfsbane potion, she also sold various other potions. Since Rames was often overwhelmed with his duties, it was a perfect opportunity to invite Dobby to assist. Sean, can you reach out to Dobby? I believe I can offer him a job. Certainly, kind Miss Potter. I am sure Dobby will be most appreciative, Sean replied, her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After a brief exchange, the private room began to fill with guests. The stature of the newcomers was evidently significant, as Mia observed Arthur and Percy repeatedly rising to shake hands with them. Noticing Percy's eager demeanor, Mia recalled that he had seemingly joined the Ministry of Magic after his graduation. When Cornelius Fudge entered, he immediately struck up a familiar conversation with Mia and Harry, acting as if nothing had transpired while exchanging pleasantries with Sirius. Useless Fudge, Mia thought, rolling her eyes. Clearly, Sirius shared her sentiments, as he barely engaged in conversation with Fudge. The last to enter was the Malfoy family. After Lucius greeted Fudge, he approached Arthur, while his wife and son, having finally spotted Mia, engaged her in conversation for quite some time. Narcissa held Mia's attention, and Sirius appeared to have a great deal he wished to say, but refrained, leaving Draco struggling to interject. However, this scene did not persist for long, as the competition was about to commence. Prior to the match, the team's mascot performed to warm up the crowd. First came the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. Hundreds of Vila glided onto the field, their beauty striking, their skin luminous as the moon and their hair flowing as if moved by an unseen breeze. They began to dance. The men in the audience instinctively shifted in their seats, mesmerized by their enchanting presence. Harry found himself momentarily entranced but quickly regained his composure. He turned to observe his surroundings, noticing Ron nearly leaping from his seat. Meanwhile, Mia leisurely admired the Vila's graceful movements, while Sirius, Rames, and Arthur appeared oblivious, each focused on their beloved companions. Is Draco Malfoy gazing at my sister? Harry exclaimed, incredulously. He must be deranged. Why is he not watching the match? I knew he had ulterior motives regarding my sister. Mia, just now, those were Vila, a type of magical creature renowned for their beauty and mystery. Their allure possesses the power to captivate men, even driving them to madness, Mia explained, gesturing toward Ron, who was currently poised as if diving. Hermione, embarrassed, yanked him back. However, it is said that Vila undergo a dramatic transformation when angered or excited. Harry nodded in understanding, recognizing why he too had felt a fleeting temptation akin to Ron's. The Bulgarian mascot concluded its performance and exited, only to be met with a chorus of furious boos from the crowd, who were reluctant to see the Vila depart. Yet, Their sentiments would soon change, as the Irish team's mascot, a leprechaun, took the stage, casting gold coins into the air as they formed a massive shamrock above. The attendees had little inclination to reminisce about Mua. Instead, they huddled beneath their seats, fervently competing for coins. Mia remarked that indeed, gold was far more enticing than beauty. Following the performance of both teams' mascots, the players took to the field. Among the Bulgarian team was an 18-year-old prodigy, Victor Krum, whose mention would become pertinent as the narrative unfolded. Once everything was in place, Fudge declared the match underway. The competition was fierce whenever one team scored. Their mascot would celebrate, and neither side's mascots were willing to concede. Mua danced with increasing audacity, nearly tempting the referee to lean in closer, but thankfully, the physician present intervened. Ultimately, before the players could unleash their fervor, the mascots clashed first. In a fit of rage, Mua's hair ignited into flames. Her face elongated into a bird-like beak, and her body transformed to resemble that of a raptor. Harry was taken aback by this transformation. "I told you. They change when they're angry." Mia chuckled at Harry's startled expression. "Isn't it remarkable? Remember, children, one must not judge solely by appearances," Arthur interjected, seizing the moment to impart wisdom. As the chaos erupted, the mascots of both teams engaged in a tumultuous brawl, and even the departmental wizards struggled to separate them. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Fortunately, the match concluded with the Irish team triumphing by a margin of 10 points. However, Krum's capture of the golden snitch provided a rather dramatic climax. Hermione, observing Krum's performance on the field, was deeply impressed by his calm focus. After the match, the players were set to ascend to the VIP box for the awards ceremony. Krum, trailing behind, appeared disheveled and bore the marks of battle upon his face. Injuries sustained during the game. Hermione, captivated by the world-class Quidditch star, felt a surge of admiration as a devoted fan. During their conversation, Krum was equally struck by the intelligence and confidence of the 14-year-old which before him. Chapter 79, Demonstrations. Once the awards were presented, the crowd began to disperse, and the group made their way back to their tent, animatedly discussing the match. Today's game was thrilling, especially Krum, Hermione exclaimed, embracing Mia, her loyalty to Krum evident. All right, I understand your excitement," Ron interjected. "We knew the Irish team would win, but I didn't expect Krum to seize the golden snitch." Ron's admiration for Krum was palpable. "Nobody can resist his charm," Ginny teased. "I am a devoted fan of Krum," Ron retorted confidently, acknowledging the brilliance of the 18-year-old prodigy. Harry nodded in agreement. As they returned to their respective tents, Sirius and Harry continued their animated discussion about the match, while Remus, observing their reluctance to sleep, felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Mia, perhaps you should rest now," he suggested, approaching the pensive young witch. "Is something troubling you?" "I sense that something significant may occur tonight," she replied. Mia recalled Lucius's warning about Voldemort's return, connecting with his old allies, and surmising that he would undoubtedly declare his resurgence to the Wizarding World, making today a prime opportunity for chaos. How could she think this way? Remus understood that Mia never spoke without reason and felt a tinge of concern. Was it due to Lucius Malfoy's words? Indeed. He believed there must be a reason behind such statements. Mia nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. I will inform Arthur about this matter and urge them to remain vigilant." Remus responded earnestly. Mia was somewhat taken aback by Remus's unwavering trust in her, as these were merely speculations. Even she could not be certain. Despite the high probability of truth, she did not expect Remus to believe her so readily. "Are you this surprised?" Remus chuckled at Mia's expression. "Do you truly have such faith in my conjectures?" "Of course I trust you," he replied. "Why?" "Because I am your family, Mia. Family unconditionally trusts one another." He embraced Mia warmly. "Thank you, Remus," she replied, holding him tightly in return. "Now, don't dwell on it too much. We are here, so do not worry, Mia." Remus softly reassured her as he sat beside her. "Let us hope so," she murmured. Remus promptly relayed the situation to Arthur, who, in turn, advised several ministers to bolster their defenses, but his warnings fell on deaf ears. Consequently, as night fell, chaos erupted in the camp. Sirius and Remus quickly roused the two children and left the tent to assess the situation. They witnessed a throng of hooded and masked figures brandishing wands, rampaging through the camp, chanting derogatory slogans against Muggles, and suspending the Muggle camp administrator, Roberts, and his family in the air, mocking and humiliating them. Ministry officials attempted to regain control, yet the scene was too tumultuous. Sirius and Remus guided the children to the Weasley family, where they regrouped. "Hurry into the woods. We need to assist the ministry in restoring order." Arthur urged them to flee into the forest, as the situation had become too chaotic. "Mia, Remus and I will help. You and Harry should go inside," Sirius insisted, pushing them away before joining Arthur and Remus to restore order. Mia cast a worried glance at Sirius and then at Harry and the others behind her. It was wise to heed their advice, for the presence of numerous officials should mitigate any severe issues. Yet Harry and his friends still needed protection. With this thought, Mia led them into the woods. "Oh no, my wand is missing," Harry exclaimed, intending to use his wand for protection, only to find it absent despite searching his entire body. "Where could it have gone?" Hermione inquired. "I don't know. I've had it with me all along." Harry shook his head. "Let us move deeper into the woods. We can search for the wand once the turmoil subsides." As they ventured further, a hoarse male voice suddenly echoed, and they caught a glimpse of a figure raising a wand, followed by a chilling incantation, Revenge of the Bones. A massive green skull and serpent emblem appeared in the sky. "It's the Death Eaters." Mia recognized the dark mark. Stupefied, Mia aimed her wand at the figure, but missed. As the individual vanished using apparition, he ran away, so we want to take a look. Upon their arrival, they discovered Harry's wand being held by Shining, who had been rendered unconscious by a spell. Soon after, they were surrounded and attacked. Mia swiftly cast a protective charm to shield a few individuals, only then discerning the identity of their assailants. "Stop! That is my son," Arthur exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. At his command, the attackers immediately ceased their aggression, parting to allow Barty Crouch passage. "What are you doing?" Mia glared at them, her anger simmering. Had she not reacted quickly, Harry and his friends would have been harmed. "Which of you conjured the dark mark?" Barty Crouch glared at them in fury. Mia couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. What a farcical ministry of magic. Despite warnings that the night would be perilous, they had dismissed the concerns and failed to quell the disturbance. To add insult to injury, they brazenly accused the innocent of wrongdoing, utterly inept. "Open your eyes. Do you think we would know that incantation? Have you all lost your minds? To attack a few minors without certainty is absolutely reckless. Is the Ministry of Magic truly this incompetent?" Mia's scathing words darkened Barty Crouch's expression considerably. Sirius Black soon arrived, witnessing his child being besieged by a group. Setting aside Mia's own contributions, how could they expect these young wizards to recognize the dark mark? Sirius shielded the children protectively. "If you seek answers, why not inquire with the house elf I hold?" Harry spoke in a low voice. Upon seeing Shining, Barty Crouch's expression changed dramatically, and Mia keenly noted his reaction, etching it into her memory. Following a series of inquiries, the Ministry convicted Shining, and Barty Crouch dismissed her, despite Harry and the others asserting that the incantation had been shouted by a male voice. Upon returning to their tent, the appearance of the mark had incited panic. Harry and Ron, somewhat bewildered, received an explanation from Arthur. The dark mark symbolized Voldemort and his Death Eaters, embodying darkness and fear. Its emergence typically heralded Voldemort's return or the activity of his followers. The mysterious figures encountered earlier were indeed Death Eaters, those who had not been imprisoned in Azkaban, engaging in a demonstration. As for their evasion of imprisonment, they had employed various means to whitewash their actions and mitigate their culpability, escaping punishment. Their disguises served to conceal their identities, for capture during such a parade would spell disaster. Chapter 80, Mad-Eye Moody. They were now in their 4th year as classes resumed. Mia sat in the Great Hall, observing the annual sorting ceremony with a hint of boredom as she idly toyed with a bracelet in her hand. "Are you bored?" Theodore whispered to Mia, to which she nodded in response. With a flick of his wrist, Theodore conjured a bouquet of blue eucalyptus flowers, skillfully weaving them into 2 exquisite rings. "Your hands are so deft," Mia exclaimed, delighting in his craftsmanship as she took the ring from him. "Please, help me wear one." Theodore gazed at Mia with tenderness as he placed a blue eucalyptus ring on her middle finger, fitting perfectly. The pair of azure eyes was fixated solely on Mia, encapsulating her essence entirely. Mia felt a flush rise to her cheeks under his gaze, and after shyly slipping the ring onto Theodore's finger, she quickly straightened herself to focus on the sorting ceremony. Theodore let out a soft chuckle, gently caressing the ring with his other hand adorned with the Nate family crest. Following the sorting, a meal was served, and Draco naturally offered Mia some food. Daphne from the Blaze family, seated at a distance, sent some treats her way. Yet, Mia found herself unable to eat any more. The plate before her was overflowing with untouched food. "Can't finish it?" Draco noticed her expression and effortlessly reached for the untouched treats beside her. "Wait, that's mine. Although I haven't tasted it, isn't this a bit too intimate?" Mia watched as Draco casually brought the delicacy to his lips. "I'm not averse to you." He raised an eyebrow, grinning at Mia. What on earth is going on with these people? As the dining crowd began to settle, Dumbledore stood to make an announcement. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, informed everyone that this year, the list of prohibited items had grown significantly, now numbering 437. 437? What on earth have they been up to? Mia couldn't help but grimace at the extensive list. However, it was likely that the number would only increase next year, especially since George and Fred could concoct numerous new prank devices. The boundaries of the school remained unchanged, with certain areas still off limits, such as the Forbidden Forest. No matter. The rules were merely guidelines, not barriers to her adventures in the woods. Additionally, there would be no Quidditch matches this academic year, prompting discontent among the players present. Thank goodness Wood had graduated, Otherwise, he would surely be out on the field, drenched in rain, right? Dumbledore motioned for silence to continue, explaining that Hogwarts would be hosting a grand competition this year. Just then, a clap of thunder echoed outside, and the doors of the hall burst open. A man, leaning on a lengthy cane and shrouded in a cloak, entered. With a flash of lightning illuminating the room, he removed his hood and limped toward the teacher's table. This man bore a prosthetic leg, scars across his face, and a magical eye that could rotate a full 360 degrees. His gaze swept over Harry and Mia met his stare directly, intrigued by his oddity. Alastor Moody, an Auror, known for his suspicious and vigilant nature, possessed a profound understanding of dark magic and expertise in its defense, flashed through Mia's mind as she recalled his profile. He approached Dumbledore, shaking his hand, and after a brief exchange, was invited to take a seat. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Moody. While Dumbledore and a few professors applauded, the students remained somewhat hushed, seemingly awestruck by his appearance. Mia recognized the scars as remnants of his battles with Death Eaters. Regardless of any peculiarities Moody may possess, he deserved respect. Thus, she led the applause, and soon, the other students joined in, clapping wholeheartedly. Dumbledore smiled at Mia, and then announced the previously interrupted news. Hogwarts would be responsible for hosting a grand event in the coming days, the Triwizard Tournament. This prestigious competition is jointly organized by three of Europe's foremost magical institutions: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute, with the aim of fostering camaraderie and communication among the schools. However, due to the high number of fatalities each year, it had been suspended. The students below did not feel fear. Rather, they buzzed with excitement about the tournament, particularly George and Fred, who were especially animated. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would bring their students to participate, with the selection ceremony for champions set to occur on Halloween Eve. Dumbledore, observing the eager students below, announced a disappointing rule: those under 17 years of age would not be allowed to compete. George and Fred expressed their discontent, as they would soon turn 17 in April of the following year. I advise you to adhere to the rules. The headmaster will not remain idle, Mia cautioned, well aware of the mischief the twins were capable of. Understood, Miss Slytherin, they replied, feigning innocence. Chapter 81, Spicy Crawfish. Mia arrived at the headmaster's office as usual. Headmaster, you mentioned that Voldemort has returned. He recently staged a demonstration at the World Cup. Do you think he might cause trouble during the Triwizard Tournament? Mia inquired, gently stroking Fawkes while the Sorting Hat and Gryffindor's sword rested nearby. Dumbledore gazed at the audacious girl before him, perplexed as to why Fawkes held such affection for her. Considering her somewhat unruly demeanor, he will undoubtedly take action, but we shall not remain passive. Is that so? Then that is reassuring. By the way, do you think Professor Moody might encounter any issues? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mia's perspective. Well, you see, our defense against the dark arts professors seem to face complications every year. This position is essentially cursed. This year, it's Professor Moody's turn. Mia's observation caused Dumbledore's lips to twitch, though upon reflection, he realized there was some truth to her words. No, this is nonsensical. He quickly reined in his wandering thoughts. I shall keep your concerns in mind. As for the Triwizard Tournament, I will grant you permission to participate in protecting the students should danger arise. But this danger pertains to Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and you must inform me immediately if you perceive any threats. Considering Mia's character and her penchant for exploring peculiar subjects, Dumbledore decided it prudent to keep her at bay, preventing her from recklessly confronting danger herself. Cunning, Mia observed, noting Dumbledore's keen insight into her thoughts. Do not think of sneaking away. Dumbledore smiled smugly. Understood, Mia replied with a pout, cradling Fawkes and departing without a backward glance. Put Fawkes down, Dumbledore called out as he watched Fawkes being carried away without a struggle. Oh, tonight, Fawkes will be keeping me company, Mia teased, sticking her tongue out at Dumbledore as she made her escape. Fawkes was gently cradled in arms, observing as he joyfully spread his wings after emerging from the headmaster's office. Our dear Fawkes is truly a good baby, Mia affectionately nuzzled him. Fawkes reciprocated her affection with a joyful nuzzle. Today, there was a herbology class and a care of magical creatures lesson. Mia arrived early at the hall for breakfast and noticed Hermione seemingly engaged in conversation with Ron and Harry, pulling out a badge from her pocket. Curiosity piqued. Mia leaned in closer, only to discover that Hermione felt a deep sympathy for the plight of house elves and had thus formed an organization, attempting to persuade Ron and Harry to join. However, Ron was dismissive, believing that house elves willingly accepted their servitude and found it absurd that they desired compensation. To placate Hermione, they handed over 2 silver sickles, hoping she would quiet down. The House Elf Welfare Promotion Society aims to improve the circumstances of house elves and advocate for their rights. Mia, will you join? Hermione held up the badge. Although she spoke cheerfully, she felt somewhat disheartened, as her friends did not share her views. Sure, Mia replied. Giving Hermione the 2 sickles, and accepting the badge. Don't you find it strange? Hermione was taken aback by Mia's swift agreement. Not at all. Hermione, you are kind-hearted to consider the plight of the elves, even if others do not understand. Change often invites skepticism. You are remarkable and should not doubt yourself. Mia gently reassured her. Hermione's eyes brightened at these words. Thank you, Mia. Mia chuckled softly, discreetly giving Harry and Ron a light tap each, causing them to clutch their heads in silent frustration. They were friends, and even if they did not support her, they should not undermine Hermione. They deserved that. In their herbology lesson, they were to study bubotuber, a rather unsightly plant resembling a black slug, its surface covered with glistening pustules filled with yellow pus. The pus of the bubotuber possesses unique magical properties, despite being irritating to the skin and potentially causing redness and blisters. It can be processed to create potions for treating acne and other skin ailments. Professor Sprout explained the intricacies of bubotuber, and today's task was to collect its pus. The attendees' faces contorted in mild disgust, though some girls hesitated, troubled by acne and reluctant to exacerbate their skin through squeezing. Mia, however, was unfazed, despite the unpleasantness. She found it quite relieving. Don't you find it gross? Draco inquired, peering over at Mia's decisive demeanor. Not really. It's actually quite relieving. All right then. Draco reluctantly withdrew his hand, which he had intended to offer for assistance. The next lesson involved blast-ended scrits. Hagrid stood outside his hut, holding Fong by the leash, with several open wooden crates at his feet. As they approached, they could hear strange clattering sounds, occasionally punctuated by faint explosions. Good morning. Take a look at what you'll be studying today. I believe you will enjoy the blast-ended scrits. Hagrid gestured towards the crates at his feet. What are those? Ron gazed incredulously at the peculiar creature within the box, a blast-ended scrut. Disgusting. The students recoiled in distaste at its appearance. What on earth is this? Where did Hagrid procure such a thing? Mia scrutinized the creature, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a bizarre amalgamation of a lobster, a scorpion, and a fire lizard. Lacking a distinct head, its body encased in a hard exoskeleton, with a tail that erupted and sparked continuously. Your task today is to care for them, Hagrid instructed. You will attempt to feed them various items, such as ant eggs, frog livers, and the venomous tentacula. Sample each one. Draco coldly interjected, why should we feed it? What purpose does it serve? Hagrid opened his mouth to respond. That will be covered in our next lesson. Out of a deep-seated affection for Hagrid, Mia, along with Harry and their friends, stepped forward to give it a try, prompting Draco to reluctantly follow. To be honest, the creatures did resemble tiny lobsters and scorpions. Mia wondered whether they could serve as a substitute for her long-missed spicy crayfish. The thought of the delectable flavor made her involuntarily swallow. Noticing Mia's reaction, Draco, Theodore, Blaise, Daphne, and Pansy looked at her in alarm. Surely she wouldn't consider tasting one. Draco quickly pulled Mia back a few paces to distance her from the creatures. Calm down. You can't eat that. Blaise and Daphne swiftly blocked Mia's view, warning her of the danger posed by the creatures that could burn, sting, or bite. If you're hungry, I can have my mother prepare you some snacks. No, it's not that serious, Mia replied. Chapter 82. Bertha Jorkins during breakfast, Hedwig delivered today's Daily Prophet. The Ministry of Magic had encountered another mishap, the headline read, with Rita Skeeter as the reporter. It detailed how the ministry failed to maintain order during the Quidditch World Cup and reported the disappearance of a ministry official, Bertha Jorkins. Someone from the ministry has gone missing? Mia carefully perused the article, noting that the missing individual was an employee of the ministry, Bertha Jorkins, who had previously worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The report insinuated that her disappearance might be attributed to her forgetful and careless nature, leading her to become lost or encounter an accident. Missing at such a critical time? Mia pondered, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. What were the specifics of her disappearance in terms of time and location? Moreover, the missing official was from the Department of Sports, which coincidentally oversaw the Triwizard Tournament. This information was meant to remain confidential until Professor Dumbledore's announcement. Thus, apart from the involved ministry departments and the three school heads, it could be said that no one else was privy to this matter. Could it be that Bertha Jorkins, one of the few in the know, was not merely missing but had met with misfortune? It seemed prudent to investigate the location of her disappearance. Ministry officials would undoubtedly have travel records. Mia summoned her Patronus, a small eagle, to deliver a message to the headmaster, inquiring whether it could ascertain the last known whereabouts of Bertha Jorkins. The eagle nodded and nudged Mia before taking flight. Dumbledore's response came swiftly. The last place Bertha Jorkins was recorded as missing was the Albanian forest, his expression grave. In the shadowy lair of Voldemort, it was highly probable that she had been captured, and her fate seemed grim. Mia pressed her lips together, filled with frustration towards the inept Ministry of Magic. They likely gleaned information about the Triwizard Tournament from Bertha Jorkins ahead of time, validating Mia's suspicions. Surely, they would tamper with the tournament, and Bertha, aware of Voldemort's methods, had probably been taken to Little Hangleton. I must investigate, she resolved. Furthermore, Voldemort would undoubtedly exploit the Triwizard Tournament to target Harry, who was his primary objective, while she herself might be a close second. Mia was acutely self-aware. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, contemplating how to ensure Harry would be chosen as the champion of the Goblet of Fire. Mia remained silent. Harry had never experienced a year of peace, and the goblet was fraught with peril. Now, with Voldemort's interference, the danger was palpable. Let Harry participate. I shall equip him and the other champions with protective and transmutation devices. We shall turn the tables on them, Mia declared through clenched teeth. Although reluctant for Harry to enter the fray, fearing he might be ostracized by his peers, she recognized that Voldemort would stop at nothing to thwart him. It was better to maintain control over the situation than to leave it to chance. Dumbledore sighed, weary from the burdens of these two young souls. Their path was fraught with challenges. After finalizing their plans, Mia departed, aware that secrecy was paramount. No one could be informed of their strategy just yet. Soon after, Dumbledore conveyed the tragic news of Bertha Jorkin's demise, revealing that she had been tortured to death. Upon receiving this news, Mia spent a long time in the astronomy tower. The weight of the goblet, Harry, Bertha Jorkins, Voldemort, and the Death Eaters pressing heavily upon her, robbing her of sleep. What am I to do, Harry? A soft whisper escaped her lips, carried away by the wind. In defense against the dark arts, Alastor Moody, a former Auror disillusioned with the ministry, stood as the new instructor. He inscribed his name upon the blackboard. Mia nodded in agreement. It appeared she was not alone in her discontent with the ministry, as this peculiar Moody possessed a keen insight. I am here at Dumbledore's request, plain and simple. Any questions? Moody surveyed the silent room. In defense against dark magic, I advocate for practical experience. However, first, can anyone tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? Mia raised an eyebrow at Moody's query. 3, Hermione responded promptly. Why are they called that? Because they are unforgivable. Using any of them will land you in Azkaban, he affirmed. The ministry claims you are too young to witness such curses. I disagree. You must understand your adversary to be adequately prepared. And kindly find another place to stick your gum, rather than underneath your desks, Mr. Finnegan. Is this fellow watching us from behind? Finnegan halted, incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, Moody's enchanted eye is remarkably powerful, capable of penetrating all illusions and observing the surroundings with a complete 360-degree view. Truly a convenient tool that even Mia finds herself coveting. Let us see which spell we shall learn first, Weasley. You choose one. Ron, somewhat apprehensive, stood up and said, my dad mentioned one. The Imperius Curse. Moody conjured a spider, enlarging it, and demonstrated the curse. The spider flew about uncontrollably, obeying Moody's commands. The Imperius Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is a perilous and malignant dark magic that completely subjugates the target's actions and thoughts, rendering them a puppet of the caster. The reason Voldemort commanded such obedience was due to this very spell. The man's flaws were glaringly evident, Mia observed. Although Moody appeared formidable, as a seasoned Auror, he ought to emphasize the defense against dark magic rather than actively teaching its use. This individual seemed far too familiar with and admiring of such spells. It was evident that he was an agent planted by Voldemort. One could certainly conclude that this Moody was an impostor, yet he possessed genuine knowledge of the dark arts. Moody posed another question, and Neville responded with Cruciatus. Moody then revealed the final incantation, Avada Kedavra. All 3 had been victims of the unforgivable curses. The sight of Moody casting the spell on the spider evoked painful memories. Neville's parents had suffered under the Cruciatus curse, while Harry and Mia's parents had perished at the hands of the killing curse. Mia felt a pang of discomfort, yet she understood that this was a reality they must confront. Even if Moody refrained from teaching it, she would inevitably instruct Harry on this spell in the future. Its potency could provide him with a greater chance of success against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. After the lesson concluded, no one left the classroom with a smile. Their expressions were heavy with gravity. Neville leaned against the wall, seemingly unable to escape the haunting memories. Just as they contemplated offering solace, Moody called Neville away. Upon his return, Neville carried a herbology book. His demeanor significantly improved. Noticing their well-being, Mia hastily departed, needing to inform Professor Dumbledore about Moody's situation. Chapter 83, The Puppet. So, you are certain that this Moody is an imposter? Dumbledore inquired as he tightly held on a Fawkes, who was desperately trying to fly to Mia's side. Indeed, Mia replied, articulating her analysis before moving closer to Dumbledore, embracing Fawkes gently and smoothing down his ruffled feathers. Dumbledore remarked, then it follows that the true Moody must be hidden away. This individual must be consuming Polyjuice potion regularly. The real Moody should still be at Hogwarts. He shot a frustrated glare at Mia, the little rogue. Fawkes affectionately nuzzled into Mia's embrace, persistently seeking her attention to take him out to play. All right, my dear, once we finish our discussion, I shall take you out. Mia reassured him. It isn't even necessary to complicate matters. I have brought the Marauders map. With that, Mia produced her crafted replica of the Marauders map. while the genuine one had been given to Harry by the Weasley twins. The location indicated was Moody's office. Mia pointed to the names of Barty Crouch and Moody above. To her astonishment, Barty Crouch, too, was still alive. Dumbledore also noted this name. The elder Barty Crouch had not yet arrived at Hogwarts, which meant this Barty must be the long-dead follower of Voldemort, who perished in Azkaban. So, how do you intend to deal with him? Mia reclined leisurely in her chair. For the moment, let us disregard him. His ultimate aim is the Goblet of Fire, so he is unlikely to act rashly. As for the real Moody, we must rescue him as swiftly as possible. Conveniently, I have recently devised a decoy artifact that can discreetly extract Professor Moody without detection. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, intrigued. Let me see. Mia produced a small metallic figure, roughly the size of a palm. Dumbledore took it and examined it closely. How does this work? Quite simply. Here, lend me a strand of your hair. Mia placed Dumbledore's hair alongside the figurine and then recited an incantation. The small figure gradually expanded, its form shifting until it resembled Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore stood and scrutinized it. It bore an uncanny likeness to him and was capable of mimicking his speech and mannerisms. I am astonished at how proficient you have become in both alchemy and transfiguration. Not bad. Now, try channeling some of your magic into it. Dumbledore complied. And as he infused the figurine with his magic, he sensed an inexplicable connection binding him to it. He attempted to control the figure to cast spells and articulate his thoughts. How is it? Mia inquired, observing Dumbledore's delight. Quite impressive. I believe I shall award Slytherin 10 points for your remarkable talent. Dumbledore blinked, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the prodigy he had begun teaching since her second year. Mia's capacity for learning was extraordinary, and her growth was nothing short of astonishing. Let us proceed with the plan to rescue Professor Moody. With their decision made, that very evening they successfully liberated the entrapped Professor Moody from his confinement. The poor man, at his age, was subjected to such treatment at the hands of the Death Eaters he despised. Dumbledore managed to calm his ire and enlist his participation in their scheme. Once Mia concluded her matters there, she cradled Fawkes and dashed off to Hagrid's hut, for he had promised her the chance to play with Ludo and Buckbeak. Ludo, having not seen the little human for ages, was nearly brought to tears with emotion. Ludo, human, have you finally remembered me? Surrounded by 3 magical creatures, Mia finally relaxed. Indeed, the fluffiness was the most healing of all. Consequently, the 3 of them, along with Mia, reveled in their play, leading to the inevitable outcome. The next day in History of Magic, Mia once again succumbed to slumber. Draco, observing the now peacefully sleeping Mia, sighed in resignation. Though he too felt weary, he was not so fatigued as to collapse at the sound of Professor Bin's voice. Did you sneak out last night? Theodore, ever considerate, shifted slightly to shield Mia from the sun and resumed his study of his potions notes. Professor Bin's lecture that day focused on the Fairy Rebellion, or perhaps the usual hypnotism. A wave of drowsiness swept through the classroom. However, Blaise remained alert, his chin resting on one hand. His eyes intently fixed on Mia while the other hand flipped through a book titled 100 Tips to Enchant a Witch. After class, a few of them headed to the dining hall and suddenly noticed the castle appeared remarkably spotless. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed clean. The suits of armor gleamed with a newfound luster, and they no longer emitted creaking sounds when moved. Even the professors seemed unusually tense, paying heightened attention to the students' conduct. The group felt somewhat bewildered until they spotted a notice on the wall, the Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive on Friday, October 30th. At 6 in the evening, and afternoon classes would conclude half an hour early. Time had flown by unexpectedly. The Triwizard Tournament was indeed upon them. Mia remarked with a sigh. Speaking of which, my father had initially hoped I would attend Durmstrang. The mention of Durmstrang prompted Draco to recall his own experiences at the start of the school year. Durmstrang, one of the 3 great wizarding schools in Europe alongside Hogwarts, was founded by the Bulgarian witch, Katerina Volkanova. The institution was renowned for its stringent discipline and emphasis on dark magic, refusing admission to Muggle-born students and placing a premium on pure blood. Victor Crumb was one of their students. So why didn't you go? Mia, unaware of the full story, inquired curiously. Draco raised an eyebrow. Because my parents couldn't bear to part with me. Of course, there were more intricate reasons, but parental reluctance was indeed one of them. He felt fortunate he and T attended, otherwise, he would never have met Mia. Aunt Narcissa truly cares about you. Mia nodded in understanding. The last class before the arrival of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons representatives would be taught by Professor Snape, eliciting cheers from the students. This was due to Snape's insistence that they study antidotes, hinting that he would poison one of them before Christmas to test the efficacy of their antidotes. With classes ending half an hour early, it seemed unlikely that Professor Snape would have time to administer the poison. Surely he wouldn't actually poison someone, would he? Mia pondered. Chapter 84, Visitors. October 30th. The dining hall underwent a magnificent transformation overnight, adorned with grand silk banners, each representing one of Hogwarts' houses, the Red Lion of Gryffindor, the blue eagle of Ravenclaw, the yellow badger of Hufflepuff, and the green serpent of Slytherin. Behind the long tables in the classroom, the largest banner displayed the Hogwarts crest, featuring the lion, eagle, badger, and serpent intertwined around a grand letter. All the students gathered in front of the castle, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons representatives. The first to arrive were from Beauxbatons. A magnificent sight soared across the deep blue sky towards the castle. As it drew closer, they discerned a colossal powder blue carriage, the size of a house, drawn through the air by 12 winged horses. After a while, a peculiar and resounding noise emanated from the darkness. Following the sound, a long pole emerged from the previously tranquil, murky water's surface, followed by a grand vessel. The students erupted into waves of astonished gasps. In the great hall, once everyone was settled, I announced, "This year, this castle shall not only serve as your home, but also as a residence for some distinguished guests. Hogwarts has been chosen to host a highly esteemed competition, the Triwizard Tournament. I shall elaborate on the rules shortly. But for now, let us extend a warm welcome to the lovely ladies from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress, Madame Maxime." As the doors to the hall swung open, a group of girls clad in elegant blue silk dresses glided in, butterflies fluttering around them. My goodness! Some gentlemen in attendance could not help but exclaim in awe. Madame Maxime entered last, moving with a graceful yet unhurried stride. Her imposing stature seemed to rival that of Hagrid. Perhaps she belonged to the giant kin? The girls performed a simple dance, bowing gracefully in acknowledgement. The long table was filled with the excited applause and whistles of the students. The Beauxbatons students took their seats at the Ravenclaw table. After greeting Madame Maxime with a kiss on her hand, Dumbledore returned to the podium and signaled for silence. Now, may we welcome our friends from the north, the champions of Durmstrang, along with their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. A group of burly, crew-cut boys entered, brandishing wands as they performed a lively display, swiftly approaching the front, followed by the fur-clad Victor Krum and Headmaster Karkaroff. "It's Krum. Oh my, it's him, Victor Krum." The students recognized the international Quidditch star, whispering excitedly as they rummaged for paper and quills to seek his autograph. Mia noticed Hermione's gaze fixated on Krum, who seemed to have noticed her as well. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and a hint of a smile played at the corners of Krum's lips. Mia exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione and Krum. Karkaroff embraced Dumbledore with open arms before taking his seat. The Durmstrang students settled at the Slytherin table, prompting a collective sigh of disappointment from the remaining students. Draco eagerly engaged in conversation with Krum, who graciously reciprocated, and the two schools seemed to share a delightful rapport. "I remember you from the Quidditch World Cup." A somewhat halting English reached Mia's ears. It was Krum. "Hello." Mia nodded politely, curious as to why he addressed her. "The girl who was with you that day. What was her name?" Krum had been deeply impressed by Hermione, but had struggled to recall her name. He never expected to encounter her here today. What a stroke of luck. "Her name is Hermione. Hermione Granger." "Hermione? Hermione Granger." Krum stumbled over the pronunciation of the name, but soon managed to articulate it correctly. "Thank you for telling me," he said, nodding at Mia. She responded with a polite gesture, yet could not suppress a smile that crept upon her lips. "Are you that pleased?" Blaise observed, inching closer to Mia. "You wouldn't understand," she replied coyly, well aware that Hermione also held a fondness for the illustrious Quidditch star, though it wasn't quite a romantic affection. She suspected she might witness the blossoming of her friend's love. "How could I comprehend if you don't share?" Blaise feigned dissatisfaction. "Even if I did, you might not grasp it," Mia teased, her tone imbued with a hint of pride that piqued Blaise's curiosity. Choosing not to engage further in a dispute, Blaise instead brought her a drink of her liking. "I know you quite well," he asserted. "That may not be the case. I harbor many secrets," she replied playfully. "Then I shall uncover them, bit by bit," Blaise declared, unperturbed by the prospect of delving into the mysteries of the girl he admired. As dinner neared its conclusion, Professor Dumbledore prepared to announce the rules regarding the Goblet of Fire. "Attention, everyone. I have a few words to impart. Eternal glory awaits the student who triumphs in the Triwizard Tournament, yet that student must first undertake 3 arduous and perilous tasks. In light of this, the Ministry of Magic has instituted a new regulation. I now invite Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, to elaborate further." Mr. Crouch ascended the platform with a grave demeanor. Mia observed the foe Moody's face twitch involuntarily, his grimace indicating a palpable disdain for Mr. Crouch. After careful consideration, the ministry has ultimately decided that, for safety reasons, no student under the age of 17 may enter the Triwizard Tournament, Mr. Crouch announced. "This is outrageous. Unfair." George, Fred, and other students protested vehemently, trampling on Mr. Crouch's dignity. His expression darkened. "Silence," Dumbledore swiftly commanded, striving to restore decorum without entirely undermining Mr. Crouch's authority. He directed his wand toward the golden enclosure that had been positioned in the hall, causing it to vanish and reveal the Goblet of Fire. The goblet ignited with blue flames. Students wishing to enter the tournament Please inscribe your names on parchment and cast them into the flames before this Thursday evening. Be prudent in your decision. Once chosen, there is no turning back, for the Triwizard Tournament shall have commenced. Chapter 85. A meeting in the library under the cover of night. An individual stealthily entered the chamber containing the Goblet of Fire, casting a slip of parchment into its depths. The following day, heavy rain poured outside as students hurriedly rushed into the room housing the goblet. Today was the day for registration, and anticipation buzzed in the air regarding who might participate. A protective circle had been drawn around the goblet by Dumbledore to prevent those under 17 from entering. One by one, students cast their names into the flames, accompanied by the applause of their peers. Hermione sat on the steps engrossed in her book, while Mia leisurely perched with her legs crossed, observing the students as they registered. At that moment, a familiar name echoed in her ears. "Quick, Cedric, hurry and put it in. Soaked to the skin." Cedric was pulled by his friends to the Goblet of Fire, where he cast his name into the flames. Mia raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Cedric, who flashed her a smile, and she returned the gesture with an encouraging wave. Cedric exited the circle, beaming with joy, and politely smiled at Harry and Ron, who stood before him, before being whisked away by his friends amidst their teasing. Ron wore a strained expression as he conversed with Harry about the goblet, exclaiming, "Eternal glory! How splendid! In 3 years, we can participate too. Then it shall be you," Harry jested. "Hooray!" Just then, George and Fred burst in, jubilantly brandishing something, prompting the others to applaud in apparent understanding of their intentions. Mia instantly recognized that the two were not yet deterred. They had undoubtedly concocted some absurd scheme. Sure enough, they had brewed a youth potion, hoping to deceive their way through. "You won't get in," Hermione interjected. "How do you know it won't work, Granger?" George and Fred crouched beside Mia and Hermione. "Did you see this?" The age limit, hand drawn by Dumbledore himself. Hermione pointed to the circle, frustrated yet amused. She shook her head, while Mia lightly patted her, encouraging them to proceed, for only through trial would they be dissuaded. Mia was entertained by their antics. George and Fred, dissatisfied, leaned closer to Mia. "It seems Miss Snake is eager to see our folly." "Not at all. I am not that sort of person," Mia feigned innocence. "We won't make fools of ourselves. Just wait and see, Miss Snake. Are you ready, Fred?" "Bottoms up." With that, each took a vial of the youth potion, clinked their arms together, and drank deeply before jumping into the circle. As they emerged unscathed, the crowd erupted in cheers, and George and Fred exchanged triumphant glances with Mia before tossing their names into the goblet. Mia smirked and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. They were ejected. Not only unharmed, but also visibly aged. Puffed, Mia chuckled softly. George and Fred, taken aback by each other's appearances, began to bicker. "This is your fault. It was your idea." Mia kindly intervened, separating them. "I think you might need a trip to the hospital wing." "All right, perhaps you are right," they admitted, dejectedly sitting up. Mia shook her head in exasperation, pulling them up, just as commotion arose at the entrance. Krum arrived, casting a glance at Hermione as he deposited his name into the goblet, prompting Hermione to smile. "Krum is rather impressive, isn't he?" Mia remarked, squatting beside Hermione to observe him. Hermione suddenly turned her head, her ears tinged with red. "What are you saying?" She hurriedly averted her gaze, her flustered demeanor eliciting amusement from Mia. In the hushed library, only the soft rustle of quills gliding across parchment could be heard. Hermione and Mia were seated at a long table in a corner, each engrossed in their respective tomes. Hermione with a weighty book on the history of magic, while Mia delved into the intricacies of alchemy. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared beside them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mia smiled and gently nudged Hermione, who was deeply absorbed in her paper. Hermione looked up to find Krum standing there somewhat awkwardly, clutching a nearly pristine copy of an outline of magical history. Hermione." Krum's deep voice, accented and hesitant, called her name. Mia raised an eyebrow, surprised by his demeanor. What pretense was this? Hadn't he always known how to address Hermione? "I can sit here, can I?" Krum asked cautiously. Hermione blinked, nodding in affirmation. "Of course, Krum. But are you certain you wish to study history of magic? I thought Durmstrang's curriculum already covered this material." Krum clumsily pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the book on the table with an air of awkwardness. "Yes, but we study it differently. I thought, perhaps, you could assist me in finding some references." Hermione glanced at the book in his hands, unable to suppress a smile. "You haven't even looked at the table of contents, Krum. If you require assistance, you need only ask me directly." Krum's cheeks flushed slightly as he muttered something in Bulgarian, clearing his throat to compose himself. "Actually, I just wanted to talk to you. You always seem so focused, as if oblivious to everything around you." Hermione raised an eyebrow, setting down her quill. "Oblivious? Krum, I simply believe the library is a place for study, not idle chatter. But you are unlike the others." Krum's tone softened. "They always stare at me because I am the seeker, while you only care for your books." Hermione paused momentarily before smiling. "Books are far more fascinating than Quidditch, don't you think?" Krum chuckled. "Perhaps, but I find you far more intriguing than any book. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her gaze, pretending to organize her notes. Flattery won't earn you help with your paper. I don't need you to write it for me. I simply wish to know more about you, Krum replied earnestly, locking eyes with Hermione. The library's light bathed them in a warm glow, and the air was laced with the faint scent of parchment and ink. As their gazes met, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Mia watched the corners of their mouths curve into exuberant smiles, excitedly grasping Theodore's arm, who looked at her with a mix of exasperation and affection. Later, Hermione would confide in Mia. He spent an entire week in the library just to ask me how to use the catalog. Mia shook her head in bemusement. He likes you, but doesn't know how to express it. Chapter 86. The Champions. Thursday evening. Everyone gathered in the foyer, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the champions chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Please have a seat. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, the selection of the champions. Dumbledore extinguished the wall sconces and approached the Goblet of Fire. The flames of the goblet shifted from blue to red, subsequently ejecting a charred slip of parchment. The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum, arose to cheers, shaking hands with Dumbledore before entering the champions' chamber. This chamber was specially designated for the champions of the Triwizard Tournament, once selected by the goblet. The chosen champions would be summoned to this room to meet with the event organizers and headmasters. Here, they would first learn about the specific rules and tasks of the competition, and it would serve as their gathering and preparation space throughout the tournament. The flames of the goblet turned red once more, revealing the second champion, Fleur Delacour from Beaux Batons. The third champion, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts, was announced next. Mia found the selection of the Hogwarts champions somewhat predictable. After all, Cedric's remarkable abilities were widely acknowledged, and he had certainly fulfilled his aspirations. Splendid. Our 3 champions have now been chosen, yet ultimately only one shall etch their name in history. Only one shall hoist the trophy of victory, the symbol of triumph, the Triwizard Cup. The Triwizard Cup was displayed before the crowd, their attention riveted upon the trophy, while Mia and Dumbledore's gazes remained fixed upon the Goblet of Fire. Indeed, the goblet shifted once again, revealing another name, Harry Potter. No. Hagrid shook his head in disbelief. Harry Potter. Dumbledore feigned anger as he called out Harry's name, while Hermione urged Harry to hurry over. And Ron glared at Harry with a mix of anger and jealousy. What is happening? He cheated. He isn't even 17 yet. The murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, and Mia's expression darkened. Though this was part of the plan, she found it difficult to contain her anger as Harry faced this reality. Theodore sensed Mia's turmoil, placing his hand over her clenched fist in a gesture of comfort. Harry could only walk into the champions' chamber under the scrutiny of all. Yet the goblet's activity had not ceased. Both Dumbledore and Mia exchanged astonished glances at the goblet. What is happening? Is the goblet malfunctioning? Dumbledore hesitantly took the slip of parchment, and upon seeing the name, instinctively glanced at Mia. Mia was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Which genius submitted her name? Was this not simply inviting Voldemort into her presence? What was going on? Had no one inquired beforehand? Mia Potter. Professor Snape's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the name, striding forward to seize the parchment from Dumbledore's hand. Hagrid looked as though he might shatter, and Professor McGonagall, along with others, began to realize the implications, their faces paling. The students below dared not speak this time. After all, it was Mia who would risk provoking her. Just moments ago, they had hesitated to raise their voices regarding Harry. Draco and Blaze's eyes widened in shock as they turned to Mia. What is happening? Draco, with a grim countenance, grasped Mia's hand tightly. Someone is plotting against them. Theodore had not anticipated that someone would conspire against Harry, dragging Mia into the fray as well. No, we cannot go. Daphne firmly grasped Mia's hand, recalling the countless lives claimed by the Goblet of Fire. What if something were to happen to Mia? Bress, usually composed, shook his head with grave seriousness. Pansy, Astoria, and Hermione cast worried glances in her direction. Mia offered a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with reassurance as she patted them gently, striding confidently towards Dumbledore. A brief exchange of glances between Dumbledore and Mia ensued, followed by a calm gesture towards Professor Snape before he entered the champions' room. Initially, Mia had been concerned about Harry competing alone, but to her surprise, there were good souls to support him. Just before stepping inside, she cast a glance at the faux Moody, truly a benefactor in helping her realize her aspirations. Inside the champions' room, the 3 champions appeared bewildered at Harry's arrival, only to be further astonished when Mia entered as well. Mia? You how? Why? Harry exclaimed in disbelief, grasping his sister's hand. He had not anticipated Mia's selection. It seemed they were to be plagued by misfortune together once more. Cedric looked at Mia with concern, while Krum and Fleur furrowed their brows. Krum, having developed a rapport with Mia through Hermione, felt a sense of familiarity, while Fleur, due to her own younger sister, regarded Mia with worry. Voices of contention among the headmasters drifted down from the staircase. This is unacceptable, I tell you. You French hag. Everything is a conspiracy to you. Silence. Allow me to think. Everything is a conspiracy to you. I protest. The headmasters were discontented with the unexpected addition of 2 champions from Hogwarts, leading Dumbledore to place a reassuring hand on the siblings' shoulders. Did you cast your votes? Let the upperclassmen vote. We did not. We had no part in it. Harry shook his head. The Goblet of Fire possessed immense magical power. Only an exceptionally strong Confundus charm could deceive it, something fourth-year students were incapable of. To Mia's surprise, young Barty also spoke up in their defense, leaving her bewildered. Could it be that Barty was a good person? If so, he was indeed quite amiable, aiding her in fulfilling various wishes. Nonetheless, it was of little significance now. Whether they could participate hinged on Barty Crouch. All eyes turned toward him. The rules cannot be altered. The goblet selection must be upheld without exception. Mr. Potter and Miss Potter have no choice. From this evening forth, they shall be champions in the Triwizard Tournament. In the headmaster's office, Mia transformed into a raven, hiding outside the window as she listened to the professor's discourse. This cannot continue. Albus. First the dark mark, now this, McGonagall implored. What is it you wish to say, Minerva? We must put a stop to this immediately. Do not allow them to compete. Professor McGonagall, fully aware of the dangers of the tournament and the peculiarities surrounding it, could not bear to watch the 2 children walk toward doom. Barty has stated that the regulations cannot be changed. Let Barty and his regulations go to the devil. Since when have you begun to pander to the Ministry of Magic? McGonagall retorted, somewhat impolitely. Mia felt a surge of gratitude towards Professor McGonagall, despite her deep concern. It was perhaps best for the matter to proceed. Fortunately, Professor Snape shared the same sentiments as her headmaster. Personally, I find it exceedingly difficult to believe that this occurrence is merely a coincidence. However, if we genuinely wish to uncover the truth, perhaps we should allow the situation to unfold for the time being. The last few words were almost bitten out by Professor Snape. Hence, even though Professor McGonagall opposed using the 2 children as bait, the matter was ultimately settled by Dumbledore, with Harry and Mia being entrusted to the care of the false Moody and Professor Snape. Chapter 87. The Tarnished Pearl. Ron and Harry had a quarrel because Harry had become a champion. Rita Skeeter came today on behalf of the Daily Prophet to interview the 5 champions. Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet, specializes in celebrity gossip and sensational news. Her articles are typically laden with exaggeration, distortion of facts, and malicious speculation, aimed at captivating readers rather than providing genuine information. She conducted a plethora of distorted reports on Harry, Mia, and the other 3, including tales of the siblings' tragic childhood and portraying Harry as a show-off. Mia exclaimed, "What an absurdity!" However, at that moment, she was preoccupied, as Sirius and Remus rushed to the school upon learning that the 2 children had been chosen by the Goblet of Fire. "No, we can't go. The goblet is exceedingly dangerous," Sirius declared excitedly in the headmaster's office. "Mia, Harry, tell me, did you put your names into the Goblet of Fire?" Remus asked seriously, knowing that although the 2 children were mischievous, they would never act recklessly. If it wasn't them, then someone else must have sinister intentions towards them. "No." Harry shook his head. Mia, observing the anxious expressions of her godfather and Sirius, was tempted to reveal the truth. However, once a secret is known to a third party, it ceases to be a secret. Moreover, the actions she intended to undertake were indeed perilous, and Sirius and Remus would undoubtedly disapprove. "Listen, children. With Death Eaters appearing at the World Cup and your names surfacing in the goblet, these are not mere coincidences. Hogwarts is not safe. The darkness lurks within this castle," Sirius stated, looking at the 2 children and declaring the lack of safety at Hogwarts in Dumbledore's presence. Dumbledore coughed to remind him of his audience. Remus offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Sirius is just a bit anxious, but indeed, Hogwarts is not entirely secure." Mia nearly burst into laughter. There was truth to his words. The siblings had been there for their 4th year, and almost every year something went awry. Dumbledore conceded that it was indeed hard to refute. Igor Karkaroff, once a Death Eater, and Barty Crouch, with his heart of stone, who imprisoned his own son in Azkaban. "Are you suggesting that someone registered us?" Harry asked eagerly. "I don't know who did it, but their intentions are undoubtedly malevolent. This competition could cost lives." Sirius expressed his mounting concern, unable to bear the thought of any harm befalling Harry and Mia. Remus tightly grasped Mia's shoulders, for they were the most significant legacy left by James and Lily, and they would devote their lives to protecting her. Mia comfortingly held the hands of Sirius and Remus, feeling that while she could not say much, she ought to disclose enough to ease their worries. She could not lie to those who loved her so deeply. "Do not worry, Remus, Sirius. This time, during the competition, I will be with Harry. No, I assure you, no one will come to harm. Trust me, will you? Maya, I know you are intelligent and capable, but that does not mean you are entirely without danger. We cannot afford to lose you, do you understand?" Sirius bent down, looking at her with sorrow, and Mia opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Her heart swelled with love from both Sirius and Remus. She threw her arms around them. Believe me, we will be fine. Remember the defensive tools I gave you? If Harry and I encounter any danger, you will sense it and come to our aid. If this device truly alerts you, you will rush to protect us, won't you? Sirius and Remus gazed at the items Mia had once gifted them. Indeed, we will always safeguard you. Dumbledore, observing that the two guardians had been reassured, finally spoke. We suspect this could very well be a conspiracy, and we are prepared for it. I will ensure their safety. After exchanging a few more words, Sirius and Remus felt reassured enough to depart, promising to attend the competition. Meanwhile, the Cold War between Harry and Ron had escalated to the point that Hermione was forced to mediate between them. In the library, Hermione, feeling somewhat desperate, addressed Krum and Mia. So, why is this happening? Mia, puzzled, remarked that Harry and Ron usually got along quite well. Ron believed Harry had deliberately cheated to be selected by the Goblet of Fire, seeking attention and glory, and was upset that Harry had not revealed the truth to him. Hermione rested her head on the table, feeling a headache coming on. Krum, naturally, rested his hand on the table, and when Hermione lowered her head, she bumped into Krum's hand. Perhaps they needed to have a serious discussion? Harry himself was also caught in a web of manipulation, a notion Ron was reluctant to accept. Hermione felt even more overwhelmed at this thought. Mia, feeling helpless, realized that their issues could only be resolved by the two of them. However, she sighed, thinking that it must be disheartening for Harry to be doubted by his best friend. Theodore quietly listened, noticing Mia's dejection, and grasped her hand in consolation. The four of them often gathered in the library, and Hermione had grown accustomed to Theodore's presence. Speaking of which, it seemed a ball was to be held at Christmas, as Mia had previously hinted to her. A rumor, but no formal announcement yet. It will probably occur right after the first competition, Mia chuckled softly. Do you have any thoughts? About dance partners, perhaps? Mia glanced at Krum, deliberately questioning Hermione. Me? A little. Hermione smiled, but refrained from elaborating. Upon hearing this, Krum gazed into Hermione's eyes with a newfound urgency, worried that she might be invited elsewhere. But it was clear that this was not the right moment to extend an invitation. The Christmas Ball, also known as the Yule Ball, is a significant social event where warriors are expected to lead their partners in the opening dance. Mia, do you have any thoughts on this? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. As many were enamored with Mia, inviting a partner to the ball often serves as an opportunity to express affection or hidden admiration. Theodore glanced over as well. It's a secret, Mia playfully said, placing a finger to her lips and winking. Hermione raised an eyebrow at the composed Theodore beside her. Well, I look forward to your splendid appearance that day. I am equally excited for you, Hermione, Mia replied with a smile. Typically, Hermione did not make a concerted effort to dress up. To others, she was a treasure buried in dust, unnoticed. However, Krum had recognized her beauty at first glance, steadfastly choosing to guard her side, like a fierce dragon. Hermione deserved the most sincere and unwavering love in the world, and Krum embodied that. She eagerly anticipated the day when the treasure would be polished and shine brilliantly. Chapter 88, The Weasel. Ron mentioned that Hagrid was looking for the two siblings and had come to relay the message to Harry, even though they were face to face. Their childish decision left Hermione feeling like an owl. Ronald wants me to tell you that Seamus said Dean heard from Parvati that Hagrid is looking for you. Hermione recounted the convoluted message to Harry. Is that so? What about you? Harry appeared somewhat perplexed. Hermione, feeling a headache, hurried back to Ron. Can't you just tell him yourself? Ron was reluctant to speak to Harry. Just go. Hermione had no choice but to return to Harry. Dean, he heard from Parvati. Please don't make me repeat this. Hagrid is looking for you. Hermione was exasperated. You can tell Ronald. With that, she turned in frustration and walked away. I'm not an owl. Harry fell silent. Ron followed Hermione and Ginny as they left. In the dead of night, Hagrid stealthily led the two siblings to a magically concealed arena. You two, don't go bothering Hermione. She's nearly at her wit's end. Mia had overheard Hermione lamenting about their childish antics in the library. For Hermione's sake, Mia decided to intervene. This is all Ron's fault. Harry felt equally aggrieved, having been inexplicably chosen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament and treated this way by his best friend. All right, I know you're upset, but Hermione is innocent too. Mia sighed and tiptoed to ruffle Harry's messy curls. Harry, looking pitiful, clutched Mia's hem and obediently lowered his head to facilitate her gesture. Be good, don't be upset. I'm here with you. Harry softly responded with a hum of agreement. Observing Harry's mood brighten considerably, they hastily continued to follow Hagrid. Mia noticed that Hagrid had made an effort to dress up, nudging Harry to signal him. Hagrid seems to have something going on, doesn't he? Mia whispered, lowering her voice to Harry's ear. Harry turned his head to glance at Hagrid, somewhat intrigued. Why is he carrying a flower? Hagrid, did you comb your hair? Hagrid, slightly embarrassed, adjusted the flower pin to his clothing. Mia let out a light chuckle. The trio continued their journey until they reached a thicket, when suddenly, the roar of a dragon pierced the air. They halted, gazing around in astonishment, only to hear a feminine voice call out, Hagrid. A smile immediately blossomed on Hagrid's face as he prepared to move forward without looking back. Mia hastily gestured for Harry to don the invisibility cloak. Realizing that two children were yet to conceal themselves, Hagrid turned swiftly, only to see a hand suspended in the air, giving a peace sign. The words he intended to utter caught in his throat. "Stay hidden," he advised succinctly before hastening onward. Mia pulled Harry along, trailing behind Hagrid. "Good evening, Olymp," Hagrid greeted. "I thought you wouldn't come." The siblings, concealed not far away, recognized the newcomer as Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Hagrid presented her with a bouquet of flowers, and the two exchanged affectionate words. "See, I told you Hagrid was involved," Mia remarked, arching an eyebrow at Harry. Hagrid appeared somewhat smitten. As Harry listened to their syrupy exchanges, he feigned disgust by sticking out his tongue. "Don't find it repulsive. When you fall in love, you'll be just as mushy," Mia retorted. "I would never," Harry countered. "But surely Hagrid didn't summon us here just to witness his romantic escapades?" He regarded the couple with confusion. "That seems unlikely." "Let's observe," Mia suggested. Clearly, curiosity was not limited to the siblings. Madame Maxime also appeared intrigued. Hagrid soon wrapped up their conversation and, taking Madame Maxime's hand, parted the branches to reveal the true purpose of their gathering that night. Harry's eyes widened at the sight of the formidable creature caged before them. The first task of the competition, a dragon. Contrary to popular belief, dragons were not as fearsome as imagined. Though one had to concede that the Welsh Green was indeed exceptionally ferocious, Ron nearly fainted upon seeing it. "Ron has been here. His brother Charlie helped transport the dragon. Didn't he tell you?" Harry inquired, slightly puzzled, while Mia's lips curled into a knowing smile. After conferring, Harry and Mia decided to inform Krum and Cedric about the competition's details, as they, along with Fleur, were already in the know. "The first task involves dragons. Both Harry and Fleur are aware," Mia announced while standing on the second floor with Krum, who was observing below, while Harry conversed with Cedric. "Thank you for the information." Krum nodded appreciatively. "Regarding this competition, at the request of the headmaster, I have prepared a tool for all the champions." Mia handed Krum a defensive artifact. She briefly explained its function, and Krum examined it before putting it on. Once the matter was settled, Krum departed for the library, leaving Mia alone to admire the view. Just then, she noticed a commotion below. Draco, in a fit of boredom, had purposefully provoked Harry, leading to a quarrel. Suddenly, the foe Mad-Eye Moody appeared, transforming Draco into a white weasel and using his wand to control him, slamming him about. Mia quickly made her way down to intervene, reaching Harry and Draco's side. Aware of Mia's arrival, Draco immediately directed his ire towards her. Swiftly, Mia embraced Draco, drawing her wand with her other hand. Draco trembled against Mia. "Professor Moody, what are you doing?" Mia shot a dangerous glance at the false Moody. "I am teaching him," Moody replied defiantly, glancing at Draco, who was hiding in Mia's embrace. "Is such treatment necessary for a student? Hogwarts has never subjected students to such corporal punishment. Mr. Malfoy's provocative behavior needs to be curtailed. I am merely imparting a small lesson." "A small lesson? This is an abuse of power. You have no right to treat a student this way, regardless of their actions." Moody's fake eye darted around, and as he seemed intent on confronting Mia, Professor McGonagall arrived. "What are you doing? That's a student, isn't it?" "Strictly speaking, it's merely a weasel," Moody retorted coldly, eyeing Mia and Draco. Frowning, Mia transformed the weasel back into Draco. "Professor Moody, we never utilize transfiguration spells to punish students," McGonagall stated sternly. "Professor Dumbledore must have informed you of this. He may have mentioned it. Then you must remember it well." Moody, unable to retort against McGonagall's authoritative presence, could only leave with a dark expression. Once everyone dispersed, Mia turned to the two. "Are you hurt?" Draco was thrown around quite a bit. "I hope he is all right." "No. Thankfully you arrived," Draco replied with a sense of grievance. "Hold on, what happened?" Mia had only known they were arguing again, a frequent occurrence that she had grown accustomed to, as neither seemed to suffer any consequences. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the false Moody? "Mia, it was Malfoy who said I couldn't last 10 minutes on the field," Harry lamented to Mia. "Mia, he also called me a pathetic worm," Draco hastily complained. Both seemed to believe their grievances were greater, and began to bicker in Mia's ear. "See, I knew it was for such childish reasons. They've disliked each other since first year, and everyone is used to it. Enough, both of you quiet down. I don't want Professor Moody sneaking another attack on you." Mia covered their mouths, effectively silencing their quarrel. Now, the world is quiet. The two looked at Mia with wounded expressions, but she chose to ignore them. Chapter 89, The Triwizard Tournament 1. Before the first match commenced, Professor Snape took the time to teach Mia several spells, emphasizing safety before allowing her to leave. On the day of the competition, Sirius, Remus, and Mr. Diggory arrived at the venue to watch the event. The stands were lively, with many students placing bets. "Hey, place a bet for me. I wager on myself and Harry winning." Instead of hurrying to the preparation room, Mia ran over to George and Fred, tossing a large bag of galleons. "Wow, seems like Miss Snake is quite confident," Fred remarked, weighing the bag in his hands. Of course, who do you think I am? Mia replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. Since Miss Snake is so confident, I shall bet as well. George declared, adding his own galleons to the pile. Can the bookmaker place bets too? I am not the dealer, Fred is. George gestured towards Fred, noting that the two of them, one as the dealer and the other as the bettor, would never incur losses, a truly promising business arrangement. All right, I assure you, you will not face any losses. Mia exchanged fist bumps with the two. In the Warriors' chamber, after 5 participants donned their competition attire, they heard a voice from outside announcing the commencement of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a momentous occasion. Each event in the Triwizard Tournament carries significant risk. Please remain seated throughout the competition. Harry, visibly anxious, paced restlessly, prompting Mia to approach him. Just as she was about to speak, a voice called out from outside the tent. Harry, Mia? The siblings exchanged glances and lifted the curtain to discover Hermione. Hermione? Before Mia could finish her sentence, Hermione enveloped her in a tight embrace. Hermione was genuinely worried, incessantly whispering reminders into their ears, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated their intimate embrace, capturing the moment for Rita Skeeter. Awakening emotions? Rita paused momentarily upon recognizing them, but quickly resumed her narrative, thrilling at the prospect of weaving a tale. If calamity were to befall you today, you two would certainly make headlines. This is none of your concern. This tent is reserved for the champions and their friends, Crumb warned Rita in a stern tone. Mia raised an eyebrow, reassuringly patting Hermione and signaling her to release the embrace. Madam, it would be prudent to consider your words. You surely understand what is appropriate to say and what is not. It would be wise not to fabricate stories about my sister and her friends in the press. Harry positioned himself protectively behind Mia and Hermione. Please do not distort the truth, madam, Cedric added with a cold expression. Regardless, we have already captured what we desired. Rita dismissed their concerns with a wave of her hand, stepping aside. Soon, the various headmasters and Barty Crouch entered the tent. Greetings, champions. Please gather around. The moment you have eagerly awaited has finally arrived. Its essence can only be grasped by the 5 of you, Dumbledore declared. Hermione, feeling somewhat guilty, hid behind Mia and Crumb, whose stature completely shielded her. Seizing the opportunity, Mia gestured for Hermione to leave quickly. Barty, the bag. Barty called for the 5 to stand around him, then revealed the bag he held, which contained their exam challenges. Each participant would draw from it to discover the dragon they would face. Fleur drew the Welsh green, Cedric the Swedish short snout, Crumb the Chinese fireball, Harry the Hungarian horntail, and Mia the Australian Antipodean opali. Each of these represented a real dragon, each guarding a golden egg. Your task is quite simple, retrieve the golden egg. This must be accomplished, for the egg contains clues essential for proceeding to the next event. Any questions? The champions contemplated their strategies, momentarily enveloped in silence. Very well. I wish you all good fortune, Mr. Diggory. Once the cannon fires, you shall. Boom. The cannon fired impatiently, and cheers erupted outside. Diggory, Diggory, Diggory. Cedric was the first to emerge, transforming a stone into a dog with a transfiguration spell, thus captivating the dragon's attention and seizing the golden egg. The judges were thoroughly impressed with his performance, awarding him a score of 38. Next was Fleur Delacour, who attempted to lull the dragon to sleep with a hypnosis spell. However, the dragon merely dozed, not fully succumbing to slumber, resulting in her sustaining burns from the dragon's flames while trying to obtain the golden egg. The judges noted her missteps and scored her 34. The third contestant, Victor Crumb, employed an eye curse to directly assault the dragon's eyes, momentarily blinding it, allowing him to snatch the golden egg. Unfortunately, during its struggles, the dragon damaged some of the eggs, leading the judges to grant him a score of 40 despite his impressive display. Harry was the 4th contestant, utilizing a summoning charm to conjure fire arrows, skillfully maneuvering in the air to ultimately secure the golden egg, also receiving a score of 40. Lastly, Mia Potter made her entrance amidst the crowd's gaze. Sirius, Remus, and Professor Snape watched her anxiously, while Draco and his friends cheered her on. Harry and Hermione observed with concern, and several brave souls anticipated the method Mia would employ. Mia assessed the dragon before her, an Australian opali, nestled in the valley with iridescent scales and distinctive, pupilless eyes. It emitted red flames, known for its relatively gentle demeanor, feeding on sheep and only attacking humans when famished. The dragon appeared restless, likely having gone several days without food. Mia calmly conjured several sheep and began to execute her signature move, a technique she had never missed with before. TSK. The crowd fell silent. The opali, having been starved for days, brightened at the sight of the sheep and was further intrigued by Mia's sking, as if beckoned by an unseen force. The opali mused. Strange, why does that little human seem so appealing? It trotted over to Mia and lay down to feast. Mia, with a gentle touch, began to stroke the dragon. Having never before touched a real dragon, particularly one as beautiful as the Australian opal, an object of envy for Draco. The opal, thoroughly content after eating and being petted, lowered its head to nuzzle Mia, presenting the guarded golden egg into her hands. Thus, Mia effortlessly completed the competition. The judges deliberated for quite some time before ultimately awarding Mia a high score of 47. Mia remarked, "How stingy." Current standings. First Mia, second Harry and Crumb, third Cedric. Fourth Fleur. In Chapter 90, dance partner, Harry and Ron finally reconciled. The news of the dragon did not actually come from Hagrid, but from Ron, who awkwardly sought to mend their friendship by coming up with this idea. Boys can be quite troublesome. Upon sharing this with Mia, Hermione couldn't help but throw in a few jabs. At least they are finally on good terms, right? Harry won't have to be sad every day anymore. Mia chuckled lightly, teasingly glancing at the parties involved. Not at all. Harry was reluctant to admit his true feelings and quickly covered Mia's mouth. Ron, surprised by Harry's earlier harsh words of severing ties, discovered that he had secretly been heartbroken. "Hey, brother, there's no need to feel embarrassed." "Shut up, Ron," Harry retorted, wishing to avoid the topic as it was too humiliating. Mia removed Harry's hand from her face and opened today's Daily Prophet, pausing to absorb the content. "What does it say?" Hermione, noticing Mia's perplexed expression, leaned in to look as well. Hermione's expression mirrored Mia's bewilderment. "Merlin's bikini, what a scandal." Ron gaped at the report, incredulous, as he glanced at Hermione and Mia. Harry's face darkened. The article proclaimed that the seemingly ordinary yet ambitious Miss Granger had developed a fondness for a renowned young wizard. According to reliable sources, her recent interest was none other than the Bulgarian hunk Victor Krum. The article further speculated about Mia Potter's reaction to this news, accompanied by a picture of Mia and Hermione embracing. It was no wonder so many eyes had turned towards them today, especially since Draco and his friends appeared to be at a loss for words. Mia's lips twitched slightly. "I'm going to confront her," Harry exclaimed, unable to sit still as he grasped his wand, while Ron appeared equally restless. "You should calm down. Your arm hasn't healed yet." Mia quickly restrained both of them, reminding Harry that one of his arms was still in a sling. At that moment, a young boy approached, carrying a large parcel, which prompted the two to settle down. "Your parcel, Mr. Weasley." "Thank you, Nigel." "What is it?" "A dress robe." The Yule Ball is a tradition that has been upheld since the Triwizard Tournament. It takes place on Christmas Eve, where we gather in the Great Hall with our guests. The Slytherins sat in the classroom, listening to the prefects discuss the ball. Upon hearing the announcement, a significant portion of Hogwarts discreetly set their sights on Mia. Leading the charge was Draco, who rushed to Mia the moment the prefects concluded their speech. "Mia, would you accompany me to the ball?" Draco looked at her expectantly. Theodore Nott and Daphne Greengrass immediately turned their attention toward Mia, eagerly awaiting her response. Mia smiled and shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I already have a partner in mind." A heart shattered somewhere. The news of Mia having a dance partner spread swiftly throughout Hogwarts. Harry, initially worried that his sister might be swept away by an invitation, wasted no time in joining Ron to find Mia upon receiving the ball announcement. But they were too late. "Who? Which scoundrel is it?" Harry demanded, his disbelief evident as he looked at Mia with reddened eyes. "Who have you agreed to go with? Aren't you going with me?" Harry struggled to comprehend, realizing that the invitations were extended to those they admired, and his sister had someone she fancied. "No, Harry. Please calm down," Mia said, glancing at Harry's pitiful expression, surrounded by Draco and the twins, George and Fred, who wore similar looks. Mia asked, "Are so many people eager to invite me?" Harry surveyed the group of individuals vying for his sister's attention and cast them a fierce glare, only to realize they were not her dance partners, which made him feel even more despondent. "Which scoundrel has dared to snatch away the cabbage when my back was turned? What am I to do? You won't dance with me." Harry was resolute in his desire for his sister not to dance with anyone else, nor did he wish to dance with others himself. Mia, overwhelmed, looked at the crowd surrounding her, clearly sharing the same sentiment. "No, not me. What are you all doing here?" 10 points off for Gryffindor. Professor Snape's voice suddenly pierced through the air, just as Mia felt at a loss. Professor Snape timely intervened to rescue her. Under the scrutiny of Snape, the boys reluctantly retreated. "Thank you, Professor." Mia expressed her gratitude with a glance at Snape. "Oh, foolish boys," Snape scoffed lightly, handing Mia the dress he had prepared for her. "Prepare well." He ruffled her hair affectionately before departing. In the ensuing days, some persistent boys pursued Mia, seeking to wear her down into compliance. Out of desperation, she sought refuge by the Black Lake with Hermione, Harry, and Ron. There, they observed Krum being chased by a throng of girls. Krum and Mia exchanged glances filled with mutual exasperation, as both had been evading attention, occasionally helping one another out. Harry, with a crestfallen expression, squatted on the ground drawing circles, while Ron kicked at a mound of dirt with a grimace. Mia sighed, wishing to share her first dance solely with that particular person. "Harry, may I dance with you for the second dance?" Unable to bear Harry's continued sorrow, she offered this compromise. Harry pursed his lips, Though he yearned for the first dance, he could not put Mia in a difficult position, so he nodded in agreement. Finally, Krum seized the opportunity to invite Hermione, with Mia as a witness. Hermione, may I have the honor of being your dance partner? Krum looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Hermione was taken aback that, amidst so many, Krum had chosen her without hesitation. Of course, she replied, placing her hand into Krum's palm. Feeling her soft hand, Krum instinctively tightened his grip, and upon hearing Hermione's affirmative response, he looked up at her in surprise. Really? Krum had thought Hermione might decline, given the presence of two other boys beside her. I have chosen you from the very beginning, Victor. Hermione grasped Krum's hand in return, and he gently pulled her into an embrace. Thank you for choosing me. Watching the two entwined, Mia couldn't help but smile. In the study room, students were quietly engaged in their assignments while Professor Snape patrolled the area. At this rate, it seems we are the only ones without partners, along with Neville. Ron lamented to Harry in hushed tones, only to be noticed by Snape. Indeed, he might end up dancing with himself, Harry replied despondently as he continued with his work. Do you think anyone would invite the old bat? Ron whispered, glancing at the stern-faced Professor Snape. I have no idea, Harry muttered, his thoughts consumed by his sister. Don't be disheartened, at least you still have the second dance. Hermione gazed at Harry and offered him comfort. I say, Hermione, you are a girl, Ron remarked, looking at her. Your eyesight is commendable. Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance. You two can choose between each other, she said, but before Ron could finish his thought, Professor Snape interrupted them with a sharp reprimand. Once Snape had distanced himself, Ron covered his head and resumed. Hurry up and choose. It's tolerable for boys to go alone, but for a girl, it would be dreadful. I want to be going alone, believe it or not. Someone has already invited me, Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes at them. She stood up, handed in her assignment, and departed. Goodness, she must be deceiving us, Ron exclaimed in disbelief, exchanging incredulous looks with Harry. To attend the dance, younger students required an invitation. Upon learning that Mia had secured a partner, Ginny rushed to plead with her brothers to take her along, eager to discover who had captured Mia's heart. The gentlemen also sought to ascertain who had whisked Mia away, collaborating with the ladies beside them to ensure their entry into the ball, vying for Mia's second dance. As everyone prepared with keen anticipation, the ball was about to commence. Chapter 91. The opening dance of the warriors in the common room. Mia donned a strapless emerald green gown prepared by Professor Snape. Her raven curls were elegantly styled into a low bun by Daphne, who adorned her wrist with a bracelet from Theodore and complemented her look with matching green earrings. Her makeup was delightfully subtle. My dear, you look stunning. You will undoubtedly dazzle everyone tonight, Daphne whispered, gently caressing Mia's refined visage. Observing Mia's captivating beauty intensified Daphne's curiosity. She was determined to discover who had won Mia's affection. Thank you. You look lovely as well today, Mia replied sweetly, smiling at Daphne before taking her hand as they prepared to depart. Downstairs, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise awaited the ladies. Upon hearing footsteps, the three looked up to behold Mia descending the staircase, a shared look of astonishment crossing their faces. The emerald gown accentuated her porcelain skin, and her black bun exuded a soft elegance. The emerald earrings framed her green eyes, which sparkled with authenticity that outshone the gems. Noticing the bare expanse of Mia's neck, Draco produced an emerald necklace he had prepared in advance. Your neck seems a tad bare, he remarked, stepping closer to Mia and fastening the necklace around her neck, the warmth of his touch causing her to shiver slightly. Thank you, Mia said, her cheeks flushing as she admired Draco's handsome features, her gaze dropping shyly. Noticing the pink tint of her ears, Draco smiled. Let us embark, Theodore announced, rising to take Mia's hand. Inadvertently, he revealed his wrist adorned with a matching green bracelet and a blue pendant that Mia had gifted him. Blaise squinted, shedding his coat and draping it over Mia's shoulders. Be careful not to catch a chill. Mia smiled gratefully at Blaise, the faint scent of campanula lingering on the coat. The three young men subtly vied for her attention as they made their way onward. Mia was completely oblivious, eagerly chatting with Daphne, Astoria, and Pansy about their outfits for the day, while Daphne occasionally embraced Mia affectionately. I'm dying of laughter. I am the ultimate victor, Daphne declared. As they approached the hall, Mia separated from them, for the champions were to make their entrance last for the opening dance, and she could not enter just yet. The smiles faded from the faces of the others, who walked into the hall with forced smiles, eager to discover who would grace the stage. Mia waited on the steps for a while until Hermione, elegantly dressed, arrived. Upon seeing Hermione in her pink gown with her hair styled beautifully, Mia's eyes sparkled. Hermione rushed over and linked her arm with Mia's. You look stunning today. I am certain Krum will be utterly mesmerized, she said. Hermione blushed slightly at the teasing, but was also excited to witness Krum's reaction. The other champions waited at the entrance for their turn to enter. Harry found it peculiar that Professor Snape was also waiting there. Then, as Mia and Hermione appeared hand in hand at the top of the hall steps, Harry and Cedric were instantly captivated by Mia, both instinctively stepping forward. They are truly beautiful, Parvati remarked, gazing at the two ladies. Indeed, they are exquisite, Harry said, staring at Mia, his heart racing uncontrollably. Hermione and Mia resembled two distinct flowers, each beautiful in her own right, equally enchanting. Krum and Professor Snape strode purposefully past everyone to approach them. Krum's gaze was fixed on Hermione the moment she appeared, his eyes filled with tender affection, completely disregarding anyone else. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he approached Hermione to claim his flower. Professor Snape, filled with pride, walked to Mia's side and raised his arm. Mia smiled at him and linked her arm with his. In the Western tradition, a young woman's first dance in the social world is typically with her father. Though she had no father, Snape had taken on that role since her enrollment, caring for, protecting, and teaching her. Even with Sirius and her godfather Remus in her life now, she wished to share her first dance with him. Understanding her sentiment, Snape gazed tenderly at the child he had nurtured, feeling a deep emotional connection to her. Harry and Cedric, realizing that Mia's partner was indeed Professor Snape, felt relieved. It turned out she had not found a romantic interest after all. As the grand doors of the hall opened, accompanied by music, the champions and their partners made their entrance. The gentlemen and ladies, who had been eagerly anticipating the event, were suddenly silenced upon seeing who stood beside Mia. Professor Snape? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ahem, who? Blaise nearly choked on his drink. How mischievous. No wonder you didn't tell us. Theodore remarked with a somewhat resigned smile as he observed Mia's playful demeanor. What a surprise. Such a false alarm. George and Fred breathed a sigh of relief. Daphne managed to regain her composure, while Ginny lowered her eager wand. Ron, Merlin's high heels. Ginny is becoming increasingly formidable. Ron glanced at the wand in Ginny's hand, instinctively stepping back in trepidation. Then, somewhat dazed, he stared at Hermione. He had not anticipated that the girl he had always perceived as unremarkable could look so astonishing today. And Mia. He had always known she was beautiful, yet today she appeared even more breathtaking. Upon entering, Mia surveyed the great hall, its walls adorned with glistening silver frost, while the ceiling mirrored a star-studded night sky, embellished with hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and garlands of ivy. The champions and their partners settled into their places. And after a light repast, Dumbledore rose, waving his wand to levitate the tables against the walls, creating an expansive dance floor. He then conjured a stage, replete with an array of musical instruments. The Weird Sisters made their entrance to the cheers of the audience, playing a slow, melancholic tune that prompted the champions to dance gracefully. Soon, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall joined in, while Hagrid invited Madame Maxime to share a dance. Despite her imposing stature, Madame Maxime moved with remarkable elegance. Observing the growing number of participants, the rest of the attendees shed their reservations and took to the dance floor with their partners. After their dance, Mia lifted her skirt and curtsied. Professor Snape, noticing Mia's playful demeanor, reciprocated with a bow. Mia blinked at the professor's gesture, then burst into laughter, while Snape merely watched her with a gentle gaze, amused by her joy. Chapter 92, The Dance of the Shura. Mia had not forgotten her promise to Harry for a second dance. After politely nodding to Parvati, she took Harry's hand. Harry, pleased, placed his hand on his sister's waist, leading her into the dance. Draco, witnessing this, felt a pang of annoyance and regret for missing out on the second dance. Surely the third would be his. Mia, you look splendid today, Harry said with a smile. Thank you. You look quite dapper yourself, Mia replied, admiring Harry's carefully styled hair. I didn't expect you to invite Professor Snape. He has been very kind to me, so I wanted to share the first dance with him. I thought you might have someone special. You startled me, Harry admitted, recalling his feelings upon learning that Mia had a partner. How could that be? If I did, I would certainly tell you. You are my brother, after all, and we are the closest in the world, Mia said, amused by Harry's expression, though reassured by Mia's words. Harry felt a slight discomfort. He wished Mia didn't have someone special, and if she did, why couldn't it be him? Harry realized his thoughts were spiraling and shook his head, attempting to dispel the confusion. After all, she was his sister. Mia? Noticing Harry's troubled expression, Mia called out to him. Harry? He snapped back to reality, meeting Mia's clear, green eyes, so similar to his own, and suddenly looked down. What's wrong? Mia asked, her worry evident as she observed Harry's unusual demeanor. Nothing, I'm fine. Harry lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions simmering within, determined to shield his thoughts from Mia. Really? Perhaps you should take a break? Mia expressed her concern. All right. Mia took Harry's hand, leading him to a nearby table where Ron and his dance partner were also seated. What's wrong? Ron inquired, peering curiously at Harry, who had abruptly halted his dance. After all, this was the second dance that Harry had fervently pursued. Nothing, Harry replied, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings. Don't worry, I'm fine, he reassured Mia, noting her worried expression. Mia nodded and sat beside him to rest. Not long after they settled, Hermione and Krum approached, engaged in conversation. As they drew nearer, Mia discerned Hermione instructing Krum on the proper pronunciation of her name. Hermione. She articulated slowly, enunciating each syllable. Hermin, Krum mistakenly repeated. No, it's Hermione. Hermin, he insisted, feigning ignorance with stubbornness. Never mind, that will suffice. Hermione sighed with a smile, joining Mia and the others. Would you like something to drink? Krum offered, glancing at Mia. No, thank you. Mia shook her head. Then I shall fetch you some pumpkin juice. Krum kissed Hermione's hand gently before departing to get the drink. Wow, how affectionate, Mia teased, glancing at Hermione. Hermione blushed. Clearing her throat, stop teasing me. As they exchanged playful banter, Harry remained lost in his thoughts, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Ron, having been rejected by his dance partner, felt abandoned. Suddenly, two male voices echoed above Mia's head. Might I have the honor of dancing with this beautiful lady? Mia, will you dance with me? Startled, Mia looked up at the two hands extended towards her. Draco and Cedric? Mia, will you join me? They repeated in unison. Both Cedric and Draco exchanged glances, each determined to win her over. Mia hesitated, glancing at the two. You have already declined my invitation once. Will you do so again? Draco feigned a wounded expression, knowing this would tug at Mia's heartstrings. Mia felt her resolve softening under Draco's gaze. Meanwhile, Cedric was equally relentless. It's fine. You can dance with him first. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. I can wait until this song ends, if that's all right. Cedric feigned understanding, but his true intentions were to advance his own cause, watching Mia's wavering resolve with a sly smile. Mia, is that acceptable? Draco gritted his teeth but understood that he could not show anger, lest he fall into a trap. I'm fine with it, Mia, Cedric added, pressing his lips together, putting on a facade of melancholy. Mia pondered, what should I do? Hermione and Ron observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Hermione noticed Krum returning with snacks and juice, beckoning him to join in the spectacle. Mia shot a forlorn glance at the three of them. Harry, unable to continue his introspection amidst the commotion, coldly interjected. I'm sorry, my sister does not consent. Porter, even if you are Mia's brother, you cannot deprive her of her right to choose, can you? Draco swallowed the nearly escaped word Porter back and cast a furtive glare at Harry. I believe we should respect Mia's wishes, don't you? Cedric said with an impeccable smile, addressing Mia gently. Can I dance with Draco first, and then with you? Mia, sensing the awkward atmosphere, cast an apologetic glance at Harry before decisively pulling Draco to the dance floor, smiling at Cedric and mouthing a silent promise of see you soon as they departed. Though the choice was entirely hers, she dared to say that had she chosen Cedric first, Draco would undoubtedly have caused a scene. Thus, she felt compelled to acquiesce to the young lord. Draco, with a smug glance at Cedric and Harry, noted the latter's darkening expression. Cedric chuckled lightly, unfazed by the turn of events, delighted to have secured Mia's third dance. Draco grasped her hand with one and wrapped his other around her slender waist, something he had long desired. He had been consumed with jealousy when he saw Daphne so intimately holding Mia's waist. Our dear Miss Mia is quite popular. It took a great effort to claim this third dance, Draco remarked with a hint of bitterness. Be content, aside from the professors and my brother. My first dance was indeed with you, Mia consoled the proud young master. Upon hearing this, Draco considered it valid. He was the first male to dance with Mia, excluding family and professors, and his face lit up with a broad smile. Relieved to have appeased Draco, Mia completed the dance with him before swiftly making her way to Cedric, who watched her with a hint of longing. Are you tired? Cedric inquired with genuine concern. No, it's fine. I kept you waiting, Mia replied, shaking her head as she prepared to re-enter the dance floor with Cedric, only to be halted by his gentle hand. Let's take a break first, he insisted, guiding her to sit down and presenting her with tea and snacks he had thoughtfully prepared. Will you indulge me in a conversation for a while? Cedric's intentions had never solely revolved around dancing. He sought to spend more time with Mia and cultivate a bond. Of course, Mia understood Cedric's considerate nature and began to chat with him, her smile radiating warmth. Meanwhile, Harry watched the scene unfold with clenched fists, a simmering jealousy and resentment lurking in his eyes, emotions he himself did not fully comprehend. Hermione, concerned for her dear friend, observed the dynamic. Aside from Cedric and Draco, Mia had several admirers. It must be tough. Is this the price of popularity? She pondered, wondering if Mia would manage to navigate the evening's demands. Don't worry. I believe they will exercise some restraint, Krum reassured her, taking the cup Hermione had used and offering her cake with a thoughtful gesture. Ron quipped, should I wear sunglasses? It's getting a bit dazzling. Chapter 93. The Reign of Bellflowers and the First Kiss. Cedric was a true gentleman, and conversing with him was never awkward or tedious. Rather, it was exceptionally engaging. He adeptly steered the conversation towards topics that piqued Mia's interest, always attentive to her feelings. No wonder Cedric is so well liked at Hogwarts. His charm extends far beyond mere appearances. Mia took a delicate bite of her treat, observing how effortlessly he understood his own preferences. Just then, Cedric leaned in. his fingertip gently brushing against the corner of Mia's lips, causing her cheeks to flush as she beheld his striking features so closely. "Thank you," she murmured, turning her gaze away, unable to meet his gentle, water-like eyes. Cedric, noticing Mia's shyness, lifted his cup to conceal the involuntary smile that crept upon his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. "So what are your thoughts on the golden egg?" Mia, feeling uncomfortable under Cedric's gaze, sought to divert the conversation. Cedric, sensing the need for restraint, moderated his approach, aware that he must not overwhelm her. "I have yet to find a solution," he replied, shaking his head, equally perplexed about the matter. "I have nothing here either," Mia confessed, troubled. It was evident that the golden egg could not be opened through ordinary means. "Today is the ball. Let us not dwell on it," Cedric suggested gently, smoothing the furrow in Mia's brow. The warmth of his touch stirred her, and Mia found herself increasingly restless. "I think I need some air," she said suddenly, rising and fleeing the scene. Cedric was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt departure. But then a smile broke across his face as he watched her dash away. Bress, who had been quietly observing Mia, picked up his discarded coat and followed her outside. Mia hurried into the courtyard, her head bowed as she covered her flushed face. What was happening? Was it merely her imagination? Suddenly, a warm coat was draped over her bare shoulders, interrupting her thoughts. She turned to see Bress approaching. "Why are you out here alone? Aren't you cold?" he asked, his gaze gentle and focused on her. "It felt stuffy inside, so I needed to breathe," Mia replied, hesitating to divulge the full reason. Bress, perceptive yet discreet, chose not to press, for he had resolved not to concede since realizing his feelings for her. "Then stay with me for a while. I have something I wish to show you." Mia's curiosity piqued at his words as she looked at Bress. Seeing her adorable expression, Bress chuckled softly and covered her eyes with his hand. "Just a moment." His mysterious demeanor entirely captivated Mia's interest, and she was eager to discover his intentions. After a brief pause, Bress lowered his hand, allowing her to open her eyes. As night fell, the luminous moonlight bathed the earth, cloaking everything in a silvery veil. A cascade of bellflowers descended from the heavens, akin to stars plummeting from the night sky. The delicate lavender petals floated like butterfly wings, dancing on the breeze, settling softly upon her shoulders, hair, and palms. Mia stood entranced by the enchanting scene unfolding before her. Facing Mia, Bress gently lifted her chin with one hand, leaning in slightly. The warm sensation of his touch lingered fleetingly on her forehead, causing Mia to gasp in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her brow as she gazed at Bress in astonishment. Bress's eyes were filled with an ineffable complexity of emotions as she heard him say, "Look at me, Mia." Once again, she fled in a panic. Daphne had indeed spoken the truth. Bress harbored feelings for her. But why? Mia hurried down the corridor, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool. Theodore, who had witnessed everything, was no longer willing to remain passive. He stood in her path, awaiting her arrival. "Theodore?" Mia glanced at the perilous glint in his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Could it truly be? Without uttering a word, Theodore advanced slowly toward Mia, who instinctively retreated step by step until her back met the wall. He ensnared her in his embrace, leaning down to whisper, "You are truly an eyesore." He then lifted her chin and kissed her without hesitation. Mia's eyes widened in shock as she attempted to break free from Theodore's grasp. But the young man's hands held her slender waist captive, forcing her body against his, rendering her unable to escape. "Theodore," Mia pushed against him with all her might. But ultimately, her strength was no match for that of an equally aged male, especially one consumed by anger. The memories of the day's events surged within Theodore, fueling his rage, and he viciously bit the corner of Mia's lip. Hiss. Still, he would not relent. He continued to press against her, gently brushing his lips against the spot he had just wounded. He was determined to no longer tolerate this situation. If it continued, Mia would never see him as a suitor, and he could not allow his beloved to be taken by another. She was his. "Please, don't look at anyone else," he implored, concluding the prolonged kiss. One hand tenderly caressed the back of Mia's head as he rested his forehead against hers, his blue eyes reflecting sorrow. Mia had initially intended to express her frustration at Theodore, but upon hearing his pitiful tone and witnessing his forlorn gaze, her anger inexplicably dissipated. "Calm down. Don't be swayed by his beauty. He is merely feigning vulnerability." Yet, Mia found herself rendered speechless once more by Theodore. "Mia, please don't reject me," he pleaded, his beautiful eyes now resembling a foggy Berlin morning. Mia bit her lip, steeling herself, and forcefully pushed Theodore away, disregarding his heartbroken expression as she hurriedly fled. She sought refuge alone in the astronomical tower, a place of tranquility. Mia wrapped her arms around herself in despair, pondering the peculiar situation. Theodore, Bress, Draco, Cedric. It seemed that they all had some interest in her. Goodness, could it be that she possessed some siren blood? Otherwise, why would they all seem drawn to her? Yet, she was still young, burdened with the task of confronting Voldemort and researching time-space magic to save her parents. How could she possibly entertain romantic notions? Never mind. Avoidance may be shameful, but it is effective. Mia, in a state of resignation, chose to evade her troubles for the time being. Chapter 94, The Weasley Battleground. Look what I have discovered, exclaimed a forlorn little Miss Snake. Mia, still brooding, felt a flicker of curiosity upon seeing George, who had left the ball early, appear beside her. Why is Miss Snake sitting here all alone? Noticing that Mia's complexion appeared somewhat off, George bent down to gaze at her, inquiring with genuine concern. Reluctant to respond, Mia asked, "What are you doing here?" "Where's Fred?" George replied, "I tricked him away. As for my presence here, why don't you take a guess?" He smiled mysteriously at Mia, unwilling to indulge in guessing. Mia recalled that the last person who had spoken in such a manner had confessed feelings for her. "Well, it seems Miss Snake is unwilling to cooperate with me," George lamented. "But fear not, I shall show you." He straightened up and retrieved an object from his person. "Look at the sky," he gestured. What followed was a dazzling display as something shot from his hand, igniting the heavens in a spectacular array of fireworks. The fireworks formed various enchanting patterns, fiery lilies, Wesley's, and Mia's, each more stunning than the last. "These are the new fireworks Fred and I developed, capable of crafting myriad designs," George explained as he pulled Mia up from the ground. This display was a surprise they had secretly prepared for her. "Do you like it? Are you feeling better?" he asked, smiling beneath the vibrant bursts. No wonder he had left the ball early. It was to prepare this. Upon seeing Mia nod, George finally exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. "Dancing in the hall is rather dull. My lovely lady, may I have the honor of sharing a dance with you?" He extended his hand to Mia, as a token of appreciation for the fireworks. Mia, uplifted by the beautiful display, placed her hand in his. Beneath the moonlight, they danced gracefully, the fabric of George's formal attire blending intimately with the flowing skirt of Mia's gown, creating a tender yet charged atmosphere. As the dance neared its conclusion, George tightened his grip on Mia's hand, drawing her into his embrace. Mia felt the warmth of his strong physique and breath, causing her to stiffen. "George." She glared at him. "Don't look at me like that, or I might lose control," he teased, feigning innocence. "What? Unable to resist kissing you," he declared just as his lips brushed against Mia's cheek, trailing toward her earlobe. Startled, Mia pushed him away with force. "Were you frightened?" George looked at her with a teasing glint. "I finally managed to trick Fred away to be alone with you." Observing Mia's wary demeanor, George felt a pang of regret. "So it was intentional, was it?" Fred's voice suddenly emerged from behind Mia, and she was abruptly pulled into his embrace. "Is that why you haven't been bickering with me today? I knew you had ulterior motives." Seeing Fred's swift reaction, George sighed in disappointment but met his brother's challenge with a smirk. "And what of it? Winning a lady's heart often requires a touch of cunning." All right. We have two contenders here," Fred remarked. "Ginny, your words have indeed proven prophetic." With that, he turned Mia to face him, preparing to kiss her, only to be met with her firm resistance. "Could you please respect my wishes?" Mia was quite displeased today, feeling flustered by the antics of a group of men. Not only did she seek a moment of peace, but she was also subjected to unwanted affection. Enough. I mean it, enough. This script has some serious issues. Her words halted both men in their tracks, and they noticed the irritation on Mia's face, realizing they might have crossed a line. Mia, please let me explain." George quickly interjected in an attempt to salvage the situation. "I'm sorry," Fred chimed in hastily as well. However, Mia was in no mood to listen. "Let us discuss this after I've calmed down." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving the two men filled with regret. George and Fred lamented their missteps, their insides churning with remorse. "Damn it, it's all those books' fault," Fred complained, admitting that his pursuit techniques were inspired by the writings of young badgers. To his surprise, they not only failed to work, but also incited Mia's anger. "If you can't succeed, don't blame the books," George mocked Fred, only to find himself regretting his own approach, which he had derived from his father's collection of Muggle films. He thought Mia, living in a Muggle world, would surely appreciate it, but alas. "You're hardly in a better position," Fred retorted defiantly. With a huff, the two exchanged glances filled with challenge before departing the astronomical tower. They needed to devise a plan to win Mia back. Failure was not an option. Mia left the tower in a gloomy state, realizing that her hiding place had been compromised and that she would need to find a new refuge. She tread cautiously, wary of encountering anyone who might harbor romantic feelings for her. Fortunately, this time, she did not encounter a suitor, but rather a fellow female. "Mia, sister, I finally found you. Where have you been?" Ginny exclaimed, spotting the stealthy Mia and feeling a twinge of curiosity before joyfully rushing towards her. "Ginny? Sorry. Just had a few things to deal with," Mia replied, embracing Ginny and feeling relieved that it was her. Unbeknownst to Mia, Ginny harbored deeper feelings for her, believing their bond was merely one of sisterly affection, and that such closeness among girls was quite normal. "Sister Mia, are you feeling down?" Ginny, perceptive as ever. Inquired with concern. Is it that obvious? Mia hesitated to reveal the truth, opting to brush it off instead. No, just a bit tired. Ginny didn't press further, but instead took Mia's hand and led her to a nearby spot to sit. Can you stay here with me, Sister Mia? Ginny looked at her expectantly. Of course, Mia responded with a gentle smile, relishing the time spent with Ginny and Luna, who were both delightful and affectionate. The two sat quietly together, with Ginny occasionally playing with Mia's hands. Mia's hands were exquisite, with slender, elongated fingers resembling finely crafted pieces of art. Ginny adored them. Her fingers slipping between Mia's, their hands entwined. What are you doing, little Ginny? Mia teased, her fingers playfully curling back. Sister Mia, your hands are truly beautiful, Ginny remarked, a slight smile curling her lips as she gazed at their interlocked fingers. Really? Mia queried, intrigued. Mia glanced at the hands of the two clasped together. Ginny's hand was quite lovely. Do you like it, sister? Ginny asked somewhat uneasily. Of course. Ginny is so adorable. I absolutely adore it, Mia replied, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Ginny's words. She mistakenly thought Ginny was anxious about her appearance and hurried to compliment her. This is what sister says. So you mustn't take it back. No takebacks, sister. Chapter 95, Rita Skeeter's malicious reporting. Harry experienced another nightmare. Within a house, a hoarse voice emanated from the sofa, where a snake coiled lazily. A gaunt man crouched before the sofa, accompanied by Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly, a flash of green light surged directly toward him. Harry jolted awake, eyes wide open. In recent days, Harry and Mia had been devising ways to uncover the secret of the golden egg, but each attempt was met with its agonizing shrieks. Mia wished she could cast the egg aside. Today, heavy snow fell, and they were to attend the care of magical creatures class. Mia had been inseparable from Harry, Hermione, and Ron, always appearing wherever they were. In truth, Mia was avoiding Theodore and his companions. She had little desire to converse with them unless absolutely necessary. Each time their eyes met, she was reminded of all that transpired that fateful night, which was exceedingly awkward, and their gazes seemed to pierce her very soul. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, they were greeted by an elderly witch standing at the entrance. Hurry up, you're already 5 minutes late for class. She barked at them. Where's Hagrid? Harry inquired, puzzled by Hagrid's absence. In contrast to Harry's quiet confusion, Ron boldly asked, Who are you? Where's Hagrid? I am Professor Grubblyplank, your substitute for care of magical creatures, she replied briskly. Harry pressed on, Where's Hagrid? He is unwell. The four of them stared at Hagrid's hut, where the curtains were tightly drawn and the door firmly shut, devoid of any sound. Is something the matter with Hagrid? Harry asked with concern. We'll check after class. Don't worry, Mia reassured him, patting him comfortingly, signaling that they were still in class. Harry subdued his worries and followed Professor Grubblyplank towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon their arrival, they discovered a beautiful unicorn tethered to a large tree at the forest's edge. The unicorn was breathtaking, its white coat radiant and pure. Many girls gasped in awe upon seeing it. Oh my, is that a unicorn? How stunning. How did she manage to catch it? The unicorn, sensing the crowd, began to paw nervously at the ground with its golden hooves, raising its horned head. It seemed to notice something, calling out pitifully to the throng before it. The girls were so enchanted by its demeanor that they felt compelled to rush forward and untie it. Mia noticed that the little creature was calling out specifically to her. She recognized it as the unicorn that had once bestowed its blood upon her. How on earth did this little one get captured? Mia pondered. For unicorns were notoriously difficult to ensnare. Mia gazed at the pitiful creature with a sense of helplessness. Although she longed to comfort the unfortunate little being, their current instructor was not Hagrid, and she could not approach it recklessly. Fortunately, Professor Grappland soon permitted them to attempt to approach the unicorn. Gentlemen, please step back. The unicorn favors the touch of women, he instructed, as the girls moved to the forefront, cautiously inching closer. Upon hearing that they could make contact, Mia hurried over before fully comprehending Professor Grappland's words. He was about to intervene, concerned that the unicorn might become agitated, only to observe that the creature showed no fear of Mia, even affectionately nuzzling her. Mia tenderly placed her hand on its neck, soothing it with gentle reassurances. Do not fear, I am here. The unicorn whined plaintively toward Mia, persistently rubbing against her. By Merlin's lace gloves, can Mia truly tame a unicorn? Ron marveled anew. What, indeed, was beyond her capabilities? A sense of wonder filled Ron as he pondered why animals seemed so drawn to her. The sight of the beautiful girl standing alongside the sacred unicorn was breathtaking, akin to a painting, and the gentleman present, who harbored feelings for Mia, openly admired the scene. Since Theodore and Blaise had confessed their affections for Mia, they had cast aside pretense and were conspicuously vying for her attention. Harry's expression darkened. He was angered yet powerless to deter those pursuing his sister, for he lacked the standing to reveal his sentiments. The girls endeavored to engage with the unicorn, prompting Professor Grappland to address the eager young women. Daphne was the first to approach, tentatively reaching out to the unicorn, with Mia beside her. The unicorn was no longer anxious. Instead, it willingly allowed Daphne to caress it, even affectionately leaning against her. "It's so adorable," Daphne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The other girls gradually joined in, playing with the unicorn, which welcomed each lady with enthusiasm. No wonder it had been captured, Mia thought, feeling a twinge of concern at its overly familiar demeanor. What if it were sold? It seemed necessary to have a word with its caretaker about providing the creature with lessons on avoiding capture. "By Merlin, it is truly beautiful," Daphne sighed. "I wish I could have one." Pansy gazed longingly at the unicorn, seemingly voicing the collective desire of all the girls, who nodded in agreement. A twitch of Mia's lips indicated her skepticism. Could one truly possess such a creature so freely? Meanwhile, Harry and his friends had learned about Hagrid's situation from Draco. Naturally, Draco could not be so benevolent. He was merely provoking Harry once more. The origin of the matter lies in a newspaper article titled Dumbledore's Grave Mistake, reported by Rita Skeeter. It accuses Headmaster Dumbledore of hiring the controversial instructor, Mad-Eye Moody, a former Auror who, due to prolonged battles, can scarcely distinguish between a handshake and an attack. However, he is far preferable to the half-blood giant, whom Dumbledore has appointed to teach care of magical creatures. Following this, the article indulges in exaggerated fabrications about Hagrid and malicious speculations regarding giants. Harry gazes incredulously at the distorted reporting, seething with anger and wishing to confront Rita Skeeter. She first spreads rumors about the unfortunate childhood of him and his sister, then concocts tales about his sister and Hermione, and finally turns her attention to Hagrid. How does she know so much? Ron detects a discrepancy. "What do you mean, know so much?" Mia leans in to observe the newspaper in Harry's hands. "What brings you here?" Harry turns to see Mia's face just inches away and hastily distances himself. Mia seems perplexed, remarking, "The unicorn was a bit shy upon arrival. But it's actually quite friendly, so I'm not needed anymore. By the way, why have you come all this way?" Nothing. Harry evades Mia's probing gaze, thrusting the newspaper into her hands. "Strange," Mia murmurs as she begins to read. "We were just discussing how she could possibly know so much." Ron replies to Mia's earlier question. As Mia scrutinizes the nonsensical article, her brow furrows increasingly tighter. What utter nonsense. Hagrid's fragile heart must be shattered by this. Damn Rita Skeeter. There are numerous ways to obtain information, listening charms, invisibility cloaks, and soul-sucking spells, yet this Rita Skeeter likely lacks such prowess. For no magic within the school could surpass that of Headmaster Dumbledore without being detected. Thus, she must have employed some form of undetectable magic. Mia muses for a moment. An animagus. A female voice echoes the realization alongside Mia. Hermione, having returned from tending to the unicorn, applies her remarkable intellect to deduce the answer. Hermione is truly brilliant, Mia thinks, exchanging a knowing glance with her companion. So, all we need is evidence that Rita Skeeter is an animagus. That way, we can hold her accountable, Mia says with a wicked grin. Chapter 96. The Secret of the Golden Egg. As soon as class concluded, Mia and Harry hurried to find Hagrid. Unsurprisingly, Hagrid was withdrawn in sorrow, unwilling to meet them. Mia and Harry exchanged helpless glances, since Hagrid was disinclined to see them. They had no choice but to leave for the time being. "Don't worry, once we gather evidence that Rita Skeeter is an animagus, we can put her in her place." Hermione reassured the dejected Harry and Mia. "That's all we can do," Mia sighed. As the time for the second task approached, Mia gazed at the egg, troubled by its implications. By the edge of the Black Lake, Mia and Hermione sat on the shore, watching as Krum swam in the frigid waters wearing only a tank top. "Isn't he cold?" Mia couldn't help but shiver. The place he hailed from was far colder than this. "I wonder, does he find this climate rather warm?" Hermione glanced at Mia, who was leaning against her shoulder, and instinctively wrapped her arm around Mia's shoulders. "By the way, has Krum discovered any clues regarding the golden egg?" "I'm not sure. We rarely discuss the competition. In fact, we hardly converse at all." Mia cast a surprised look at Hermione. Considering how often Krum coincidentally encountered Hermione in the library, that seemed rather unlikely. Realizing her words could be misconstrued, Hermione quickly clarified. "Victor is athletic. What I mean is, he is not particularly loquacious." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Hermione burst into laughter, appearing quite cheerful. "Most of the time, he simply watches me study, which is rather annoying. Yet you seem to relish it, Hermione." Mia smiled but refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Your heart is nearly ensnared by him, isn't it?" Mia teased. Hermione's face flushed a deep crimson. How could that be? Unable to stifle her laughter, Mia buried her head in Hermione's embrace, prompting Hermione to chuckle along. "Hermione, you are wonderful, and I genuinely wish for your happiness. Krum likes you a lot." Once Mia had laughed enough, she straightened up and gazed at Hermione with tenderness. "I know, Mia, I will," Hermione softly replied, holding Mia's hand. "Mia, you shall unravel the mystery of the golden egg, won't you?" Hermione abruptly changed the subject. "Of course, why do you ask?" Mia inquired, puzzled. "The tasks are meant to test you, and they employ almost brutal methods. I am genuinely concerned for you all, Hermione admitted, her anxiety palpable over the past few days. Do not worry, we shall all be safe, Mia reassured, gently smoothing over Hermione's furrowed brow. Hermione hugged Mia, mumbling a muffled acknowledgement. Just then, Krum emerged from the water, clutching the golden egg. I believe I may have discovered the secret of the golden egg, Krum said, looking toward Hermione and Mia. They exchanged glances, and Mia picked up her golden egg and walked toward Krum alongside Hermione. With her golden egg in hand, Mia plunged into the water, with Hermione and Krum following closely behind. As Mia attempted to open the golden egg underwater, what should have been a scream transformed into the song of mermaids. Seek us where our voices resound. We cannot sing upon the surface. As you search, ponder carefully. We have taken your most cherished treasure. You have but 1 hour to find and reclaim what we have stolen, for after an hour, all hope shall vanish. It will have completely disappeared, never to return. Observing the golden egg fall silent, Mia and Hermione nodded, and the three of them broke the surface of the water. I never expected this would take place underwater. Thank you for this, Krum. Mia expressed her gratitude to Krum. No need for thanks. You have also aided me, and you are Hermione's friend, Krum replied, shaking his head as he draped a thick coat over the drenched Hermione and handed Mia another warm garment. Don't catch cold, Krum said after ensuring Hermione was dressed appropriately, not forgetting to offer his concern. Thank you, Victor. Mia, you should put yours on as well. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, expressed her gratitude to Krum, then called out to Mia, who was equally drenched, urging her to quickly don her clothes. Mia returned the garments to Krum and then cast a drying charm and a warming charm upon the three of them. While it was indeed possible to employ magic, she pondered, what harm was there in a little intimacy between the young couple? Hermione, recalling the possibility of using magic, felt her face heat up and dared not meet Mia's gaze. Ahem, let us unravel this riddle, Mia interjected, hastily shifting the topic. Fearful that Hermione might submerge herself in the black lake out of embarrassment, which would surely cause Krum distress. We cannot sing on land. So the next competition must take place in the water, right here, and our adversaries are likely mermaids, Mia reflected, analyzing the song. Having stolen our cherished treasures, we are granted merely an hour. This suggests that the next challenge will be time-sensitive, requiring us to reclaim our possessions. Otherwise, we risk failing the competition. Hermione continued the analysis. Thus, we must devise a method to navigate the water, Krum concluded. The trio, having reached a mutual understanding, immediately parted ways. Krum set out to seek solutions while Hermione and Mia went to inform Harry about the clues regarding the golden egg. Unbeknownst to them, while searching for Harry, he was simultaneously looking for them. Harry, we found it, Mia exclaimed, and simultaneously, Hermione echoed, Harry, I have a clue. The three froze momentarily. You go first, Mia insisted, urging Harry to speak. Cedric informed me that I could access the prefect's bathroom. Cedric had, upon discovering the clue, proactively shared this information with Harry as a gesture of goodwill following the first competition. We've come across similar findings, but since you also have a clue, why not give it a try? Mia thought of sharing her insights with Harry, yet she felt that revealing the answer outright would be akin to cheating. Since Cedric had already informed Harry, she deemed it unnecessary to speak further. Upon returning to the common room, Mia sat upon the sofa, contemplating strategies for the upcoming competition. Movement in the water posed challenges, with the added difficulty of not being able to breathe and the possibility of facing adversaries beneath the surface. While lost in thought, she felt someone sit beside her, who naturally wrapped an arm around her waist. What are you pondering? Came a cool, melodious voice. Mia immediately stiffened. It was Theodore. Since the incident at the ball, they had not exchanged a word, and though she initially intended to rise and leave, Theodore's arm around her waist rendered her unable to escape. At that moment, Luna reappeared, tilting her head curiously at the sight of Theodore embracing Mia, then leaping between them, sniffing this and that, eventually settling in Theodore's arms while gazing at Mia. Little traitor, Mia exclaimed, noticing how Luna immediately sought comfort in Theodore's embrace. Why do you avoid me? Theodore spoke again. Do you really not know why I would avoid you? Mia replied with a look of deep sorrow. Did I frighten you? What do you think? Mia puffed out her cheeks in defiance. I apologize for my offense, Theodore said, pressing his lips together as he regarded Mia, a glimmer of regret in his eyes. I merely wished for you to understand that I did not intend to upset you. Staring into Theodore's handsome face and beautiful eyes, Mia found it difficult to remain angry. However, the situation was not one she could simply overlook, and she was at a loss regarding how to continue her relationship with him. How am I to proceed with you? Mia found herself at a loss in handling the situation, her head throbbing as she gazed at him. I am now your admirer. You need not feel burdened. Let us interact as we did before, shall we? Theodore took Mia's hand and gently rubbed it against his face, his eyelids fluttering downwards. Theodore, you are truly adept at this, Mia thought, observing the man before her employing his charm once again, leaving her at a loss for words. Never mind. Their pursuit is their affair. Whether I acquiesce is my concern. Worst case, we could revert to our previous dynamic, Mia mused with a hint of resignation. Chapter 97. The Equine Water Monster. That evening, Harry dutifully made his way to the prefect's washroom, where he successfully uncovered the secret of the golden egg. However, he simultaneously discovered that Moaning Myrtle was quite the vixen, nearly taking advantage of him. The following day, Harry, with tears in his eyes, confided in Mia at the library about the events of the previous night involving Myrtle's mischief. There, do not be disheartened. I shall speak on your behalf. Mia consoled the faux-crying Harry with an air of exasperation. I nearly lost my innocence. Harry lamented, feeling quite wronged. Initially, he had intended to keep his distance from his sister, fearing he might not be able to control his feelings. But the injustices he faced were becoming too burdensome to bear. But Myrtle is a ghost, Ron muttered. Yet she is still a girl. Harry's grievances intensified as he recalled how helpless he felt the previous night. All right. No more tears. Let us focus on how to tackle the next challenge, Hermione interjected, observing the two unreliable men. Mia, have you made up your mind? Harry, remembering the matter at hand, became serious as he turned his attention to Mia. I have a plan. I'm just about to give it a try. Mia nodded, preparing to inform them of her impending departure. That is splendid. Harry, you still have no way out. Ron, pull him away from Mia, Hermione commanded mercilessly. Understood, Ron complied promptly. He dared not disobey, for he feared Mia and Hermione the most. His success in the finals depended heavily on these two, and he could not afford to provoke them. He immediately acted to detach Harry from Mia. With the weight lifted, Mia sighed in relief and hurried off. Not even a glance back? Sister, Harry remarked, watching Mia's retreating figure with longing, but Hermione forcibly turned his head back to the book. Stop staring. You need to find a solution. Oh, fine. Mia first ventured to the kitchen to procure a piece of raw meat before hastily making her way to the Black Lake. She intended to tame an equine water monster. The equine water monster, a mysterious aquatic creature, often presented itself in the guise of a horse, but could also transform into other forms, such as a handsome man or various animals. They preferred lurking at the water's edge, using their docile appearance to attract prey. Possessing immense strength and speed in the water, they could effortlessly drag their quarry or swiftly maneuver through their aquatic domain. This particular creature had caught her attention in the tome Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and it was the most fitting for her needs. Before embarking on her mission, Mia meticulously inspected her gear to ensure her safety. After all, the horse-like water monster not only feasts on fish but also preys upon humans, thus safety precautions were imperative. The initial step in taming the horse-like creature involved luring one onto the hook. Mia placed raw meat by the water's edge and then concealed herself, awaiting its emergence. This stage proceeded remarkably well, as the creature, fond of lurking near the water, soon made its appearance. It was a majestic beast, entirely black with silver eyes, robust and imposing. Watching it lower its head to consume the meat she had provided, Mia swiftly moved to the next step. The second step was to approach and assert control. With measured strides, Mia approached the creature as it feasted, her wand firmly grasped in hand. As she neared, the water monster regarded her with caution, prompting Mia to cast a calming spell, temporarily easing its vigilance. Next, she prepared to utter the taming incantation, a specific spell designed for subduing horse-like water monsters. Directing her wand towards its head, she recited the spell, infusing it with sufficient magical energy, ensuring the incantation persisted until the creature fully yielded. To her astonishment, as soon as the spell was cast, the horse-like water monster capitulated. Wasn't it supposed to be challenging to tame such a beast? It is worth noting that the Ministry of Magic had previously attempted to subjugate these creatures for underwater patrols, but had abandoned the endeavor due to its formidable difficulty. Gazing at the docile creature before her, Mia felt a twinge of confusion. Could this be a trap? There remained a crucial step of establishing trust. Should she continue? The horse-like monster, observing the human before it, inexplicably felt an affinity towards her, tilting its head in curiosity. As it endeavored to approach Mia affectionately, she instinctively retreated, noticing a flicker of hurt in its eyes as it emitted a couple of plaintive sounds. Mia, observing its demeanor, hesitated. Had she succeeded? Tentatively, she extended her hand towards its head, and the creature gently nudged against her, crouching down to invite her to mount. This felt perilous, almost like a trap. Mia eyed the creature with suspicion, recalling that the hunting method of the horse-like water monster involved enticing beings to touch its skin, which would then become viscous, ensnaring the rider and dragging them underwater to their demise. Seeing Mia's wary demeanor, the horse-like water monster was nearly desperate to communicate. It lowered its head, grasping her robe gently in its mouth, tugging softly to convey that it posed no threat and merely wished to draw closer to her. Could it be that her peculiar ability to attract animals was indeed at play? Encouraged by its behavior, Mia cautiously attempted to mount it. Finding herself unbound, she exhaled in relief. Have I tamed you? She inquired. The horse-like water monster tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend her words. Well, it seems you are indeed under my control. Therefore, I entrust my next competition to you, little one. Mia gently stroked its neck, and the creature obediently lowered its head against her affectionately. The second competition soon approached, with spectators gathering in the structures surrounding the Black Lake. George and Fred reopened the betting, and Mia placed her wager once more. As usual, she selected herself first and Harry second. Feeling confident, "Are we, Miss Little Serpent?" George looked at Mia, who had finally spoken to them, with a hint of surprise. "Of course, although we should wait until your competition concludes. We wish to conclude our discussion as swiftly as possible." Fred held a box brimming with galleons. "I apologize, Mia." Both of them gazed at her with sincere regret. "Well, I forgive you, but please refrain from imitating everything indiscriminately. However, you should cease your pursuits. I am not currently inclined towards romance and cannot reciprocate anyone's affections," Mia said, unable to remain angry at their earnest expressions. "It's quite all right. I can wait until you desire a relationship, as long as you permit our courtship," George declared, undeterred. They had long anticipated the challenges that would arise from their affection for Mia, yet they were resolute and unwilling to retreat. "Very well, do as you wish. I must prepare now. Farewell." Mia sighed, observing their unwavering determination similar to that of Theodore and Remus before departing. Once Mia and Harry were ready, they made their way to the Black Lake. Just before their entrance, they instinctively glanced towards the spectator stands, only to find that Hermione, Ron, and Remus, who were supposed to be cheering for them, were conspicuously absent, leaving only Sirius alone in the stands. "Where has everyone gone? Am I the only one here?" Sirius pondered, bemused. Where could Remus have gone for so long? Never mind, I can cheer for myself. Chapter 98, The Warrior's Treasure. Welcome to the site of the second event. Last night, 5 warriors had something precious stolen from them, each of their treasures. These 5 items, one for each warrior, now lie at the bottom of the Black Lake. To emerge victorious, each warrior must simply locate their treasure and bring it back to the surface. While Headmaster Dumbledore explained, Mia and the other warriors had changed into their swimsuits and commenced their warm-up exercises. Before the competition began, Neville handed Harry a gillyweed. "It's quite simple. Just place it in your mouth," Professor Moody instructed Harry. However, there was a time constraint. They had only 1 hour to complete the task. If they exceeded this limit, they would be on their own, with no magic to save them. As the competition approached, Harry steeled himself and consumed the gillyweed in one swift motion. "Harry, are you all right?" Mia asked, watching him swallow the gillyweed with an expression of discomfort. "I'm fine, really," Harry replied, forcing a smile despite his unease. "But you don't look well," Mia remarked, hesitating as she observed his pallor. "Mia, prioritize your own safety," Professor Snape, accompanying the warriors as their mentor, advised. Holding a thick robe. "I understand, Professor," Mia nodded in acknowledgement. With the sound of the cannon, the competition commenced. Bang! At the sound, all the warriors plunged into the water. Harry, still recovering, was pushed in by Professor Moody. Mia swam over to Harry, and as the potion took effect, she watched him adapt before hastily setting off herself, determined to be the first. Currently, the enchanting creatures known to inhabit the Black Lake include mermaids, grindylows, colossal squids, horse-like water monsters, along with various fish and aquatic vegetation. Given the difficulty in taming and the inherent peril posed by the horse-like water monster, it is unlikely that they will be faced. The colossal squid, though initially intimidating in appearance, possesses a gentle disposition, thus ruling it out as a potential adversary. This leaves us with the mermaids and grindylows. While the mermaids present a manageable challenge, the grindylows are rather troublesome, resembling fearsome water monsters with sharp teeth and elongated, powerful fingers. They favor lurking amidst the aquatic foliage, using their long fingers to seize prey and attempt to drag them beneath the water's surface. After ensuring her ability to breathe with a bubblehead charm, Mia retrieved her wand, which was secured to her leg, and silently cast the summoning spell designed for the horse-like water monster. Upon the incantation's completion, a dark creature swiftly approached her. The two moved in perfect synchronization. As the horse-like water monster arrived, Mia mounted it and proceeded to cast a luminescent charm to attract a school of glowing fish. By exploiting their phototropic tendencies, she guided the fish towards their destination, following their flow to locate the hostages. The horse-like water monster sped along in pursuit of the fish, while Mia directed specific frequency sound waves at the submerged rocks to disperse the grindylows, avoiding entanglements that would waste precious time. The horse-like water monster moved with remarkable swiftness, and by the time Mia reached the mermaid village, not a single warrior had yet arrived. Observing the treasures guarded by the mermaids, Mia's lips twitched with a hint of frustration. It was little wonder that only Sirius remained. Ron, Hermione, and Remus were all present. Sirius would surely be distraught upon witnessing the scene. As for the judge's selection of treasures, let us shift our focus to the headmaster's office from a few days prior. "Have any of you chosen your treasures?" An initial speaker prompted a moment of silence among those present, particularly from the representatives of Hogwarts and Durmstrang. The treasures, in truth, represent the most cherished individuals for each warrior, selected collaboratively by the judges and the mermaids. Each warrior's treasure typically embodies their closest friends, family, or loved ones, serving as a test of their courage and resolve. To ensure accuracy, magical testing is conducted to confirm that the chosen individual is indeed the warrior's most valued person. If this fails, they must resort to a secondary option. Fleur's decision was commendable. Her sister Gabrielle was the chosen treasure. Yet, the challenge lay with the other 4 contestants. Let us select Hermione for Krum, Dumbledore suggested. That won't do. Karkaroff vehemently opposed this arrangement. Hermione is Krum's most cherished person. This is stipulated in the competition rules. Ludo dismissed Karkaroff's objections. The dilemma now lay with the remaining 3 contestants. Both Harry and Cedric held Mia as their most valued person, while Mia cherished Harry. Since they were all competitors, a reselection was imperative, which caused Dumbledore some consternation. Harry could choose Ron, and Cedric might select Amos. But what about Mia? With Hermione and Ron selected, and Harry competing, there are too many others she holds dear: Severus, Remus, Sirius, Ginny, Luna, Daphne, Draco, Theodore. Such a multitude. No wonder Dumbledore found it challenging to finalize the selections. The child is rather sentimental. How then shall one choose? Ludovico observed the multitude making their selections. Choose family. Maxim pondered, for family is undoubtedly the most important, is it not? Then let it be Lames. After all, he is Mia's godfather. Thus, the decision was made. Mia swiftly severed the ropes binding Lames and placed him upon a horse's back. Just as she prepared to rescue Hermione and Ron once again, she was halted by a mermaid. Only one could be saved. The mermaid, brandishing a weapon, aimed to strike Mia. But the horse-shaped water creature immediately alerted them with a warning glance, compelling them to cease their actions, though they did not lower their weapons. Simultaneously, Mia received the announcement regarding Fleur's elimination. The brave warrior from Beaux Batons, Miss Delacour, regrettably withdrew from the competition and would no longer continue. Fleur returned to the shore, draped in a blanket by her classmates. Heartbroken, she yearned to plunge back into the water, for her sister remained submerged. Yet, once eliminated, one could not proceed. Despair began to wash over Fleur. Mia gazed at Fleur's precious possession, a small girl, incredibly charming and seemingly very young. She must be her sister. The failure in competition implied the loss of treasures, and although no real harm would ensue, Fleur remained oblivious to this truth and would undoubtedly be devastated. Well, she had come this far. It would be cruel to merely watch a girl suffer. After all, she had not been averse to bending the rules before. Seizing an opportunity while the mermaid was distracted, Mia used her wand to cut Gabrielle's bindings and swiftly cradled her in her arms. The mermaid, furious at the attempted rescue, readied to attack, but Mia commanded the horse-shaped water creature to retreat. She had no time to engage in conflict with the mermaids, and given her own transgressions, it was wiser to flee. The horse-shaped water creature moved swiftly, and on her return, she caught sight of Harry, Cedric, and Krum advancing rapidly toward the mermaid village. Is Mia carrying 2 individuals? Has she stolen someone's treasure? Harry mused as he glimpsed his sister darting past. As she navigated through the aquatic foliage, she employed the same tactic to distract the Grindylow, allowing her to pass with great ease. Meanwhile, time was running out. The onlookers anxiously watched the water's surface, which began to ripple. The first warrior emerged. Chapter 99, The First. Mia rode forth on the horse-shaped water creature, bearing 2 individuals above the water's surface. The horse-shaped water creature. How did she accomplish this? Is she truly carrying 2 people? Merlin's lace gown, how magnificent! Gasps erupted from the stands. The horse-shaped water creature brought them to the platform, and Mia and Lames dismounted, effortlessly lowering Gabrielle into their arms. Gabrielle. Fleur had been watching intently as Mia burst forth from the water. Upon seeing her sister rescued, she rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Gabrielle. Mia. Lames. Sirius also descended from the stands, blanket in hand, prepared to drape it over them. However, he was outpaced by Professor Snape, who hastily covered Mia with the blanket and cast drying and warming charms. Curse that snotty brat. Sirius seethed, glaring daggers at Snape, who had been quicker on the draw. With Sirius preoccupied with Snape, Lames had no choice but to help himself, taking a towel from Sirius to dry off. You saved her. Even though it was not your responsibility, my sister. Thank you. Furong gazed at Mia with tears of gratitude, then embraced her, planting a kiss on her head. Mia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She gently wiped the corner of Furong's eye, saying, Don't cry. You look most beautiful when you smile. Furong stared blankly at Mia, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Sister, thank you for saving me. Gabrielle looked at her sister's rosy face in confusion, concerned yet remembering to express her gratitude. It's nothing, but the credit does not belong to me. It is Eli's merit. Mia tenderly stroked the tall warrior, whom she had named after a horse-shaped water creature, a name he cherished. Hearing Mia praise him, Eli proudly lifted his head. Thank you, Eli. Sister, may I touch him? Gabrielle looked at Mia with anticipation. You may ask, Eli. Mia responded with a smile at the polite child. Eli, may I touch you? Gabrielle raised her head to look at the towering Eli. Eli nodded and bent down, indicating she could. Gabrielle joyfully played with Eli. Mia, I never expected you to tame a horse-shaped water creature, Remus remarked with a smile, admiring Mia's remarkable ability to win the affection of small animals. I didn't expect it either, Mia chuckled, shaking her head, surprised that her charm extended even to the water creature. Well done, Snape gently tousled Mia's hair, looking at her with warmth. Sirius was practically fuming, pulling Mia aside and glaring at Professor Snape. Sirius? Mia looked at the two in confusion. Mia, go change into your swimsuit with Remus first, don't catch a chill. Sirius urged her, signaling Remus to take Mia away quickly. All right, Eli, you can head back. See you next time. Mia watched Eli return to the water before leaving with Remus, concerned he might become anxious in her absence. After changing, they stood on the platform, awaiting the arrival of the other warriors. Before long, Crumb, Harry, and Cedric emerged in succession. Mia hurriedly wrapped them in blankets. Are you all right, Harry? She crouched down, offering a towel to dry him off, while Sirius and Remus looked on with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine, Harry smiled, grasping Mia's wrist. Hermione, hurry and cover up. Crumb, upon reaching the shore, hurriedly sought out Hermione with a blanket. Victor, I'm fine, Hermione said gently, reassured by Crumb's worried demeanor. Good son, well done. Amos cheerfully patted Cedric on the shoulder. Dad, you should dry off first, Cedric replied with a hint of exasperation, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the radiant Mia. If you like her, go after her boldly. I support you, Amos remarked, clearly pleased with Mia, finding her both exceptional and kind, a perfect match for his son. Understood. Cedric replied with a smile. Ron, it seems your standing in Harry's heart is quite significant, Mia teased, glancing at Harry and Ron. The two exchanged a knowing look, resigned as they regarded Mia. However, Sirius cast a somewhat resentful glance at Harry regarding the matter. Harry, I am the only one here in the stands, Sirius lamented. Harry was startled by the weight of that resentful statement. Well, I don't know either, Harry replied, feeling quite unjustly accused, as this was not his choice. All right, stop teasing Harry, Remus interjected, pulling the childish Sirius back. Hermione, along with Crumb, squeezed her way over to Mia. Mia, Hermione, be careful not to catch a chill, Mia said, draping a blanket over Hermione's shoulders. Mia, you are incredible, Hermione exclaimed upon hearing about Mia's feat of taming the water serpent. She too wished to witness it. I'll take you to see it shortly, Mia said with a chuckle, grasping Hermione's hand. Sister Mia, Ginny called as she descended with Luna, promptly rushing over to embrace Mia, who quickly caught them both. Be careful, Remus cautioned, standing behind Mia for support. You all are remarkable, Mia, Harry, Sirius said, wrapping his arms around the two children with a joyful smile. Remus looked upon them with pride. In addition to Ginny and Luna, Draco, Theodore, and Daphne also joined them, all expressing their concern for Mia. Mia blinked at them, reassuring them that she was well. Daphne smiled at Mia, her worry no less than Hermione's. Indeed, each of their concerns was equally profound. Once the competition concludes, we must celebrate properly. Pansy and the others did not push their way through, but stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing at Mia. Truly remarkable, Sister Mia, Astoria remarked, holding Daphne's hand. Theodore's gaze was gentle, Draco's eyes sparkled with joy and pride, while Blaise looked at Mia with deep affection and focus. The crowd surrounding the champions erupted in cheers. Even Dumbledore could not make his way through. Excuse me, attention please. Potter, Potter, Cedric, Cedric, Crumb, Crumb. Dumbledore's voice boomed as he called for order. The winner is Miss Potter. She tamed the water serpent to assist her in completing the task, and went above and beyond to rescue others, thus earning a perfect score of 50 points. The crowd cheered for Mia, who raised an eyebrow at George and Fred, smirking. See, I called it. The twins laughed heartily and joined in the applause. The judges subsequently announced the scores for the others. Cedric, using the bubblehead charm, successfully rescued Amos, earning 47 points. Crumb, employing partial transfiguration, rescued Hermione and received 40 points. Harry saved Ron using gillyweed, garnering 45 points. Fleur, who attempted the bubblehead charm but was attacked by Grindylows underwater, failed to complete the task, receiving 25 points. Meanwhile, Mia not only tamed the water serpent to rescue Remus, but also went on to save Gabrielle, achieving a perfect score of 50 points. Currently, Mia ranked first with 97 points, followed by Cedric and Harry both at 85 points, Crumb with 80 points, and Fleur at 59 points. As the two events concluded, the group made their way back to the castle, with Mia, George, and Fred chatting animatedly about their earnings, having made quite a profit. Harry gazed at the two large bags of galleons in Mia's hands. Mia, what have you done? Oh, just placed a little bet. Luck was on my side, Mia replied, shaking the heavy bags with satisfaction, then handed one to Fred. I'll invest in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Fred and George caught the bag, grinning from ear to ear. Our boss is generous. Long live the boss. As they walked, laughing, Mia and Harry were suddenly intercepted by Barty Crouch. Congratulations, you've done well. Barty Crouch said, approaching them. Thank you, they replied, though unsure why Barty, who had been absent during the previous matches, had suddenly appeared. Mia noticed a sense of urgency in his demeanor, suggesting he had something significant to share. Well done, kids, Barty said, putting an arm around Harry. Seeing their evident need to converse, George and Hermione discreetly excused themselves. I've longed to chat. After all, your story is quite familiar to me. You are indeed remarkable. Losing family is a tragic ordeal. It leaves one feeling incomplete, does it not? Barty's words seemed laden with deeper meaning, and Mia noticed Moody casting furtive glances at him. Reflecting on the past of young Barty and old Barty, Mia pondered whether the reason for Barty's absence during the matches was actually due to being controlled by young Barty Crouch. Life must go on. We have not fallen. Your parents would undoubtedly be proud of you if they were alive, Barty asserted. Barty, you are not trying to deceive them into becoming summer interns at the ministry, are you? The last boy who entered the Department of Mysteries never returned, Moody interjected, fixing his gaze on Barty Crouch with that familiar menacing expression. Barty seemed to realize something significant. Barty Crouch incredulously approached Moody, recognizing him, and hastened to leave. You call me mad, Moody sneered, then took out a vial from his chest and drank the polyjuice potion. It was likely that Barty Crouch had indeed recognized Moody's true identity and grasped Voldemort's plan. Thus, he would undoubtedly be in peril from young Barty Crouch. With this thought, Mia hastened after Barty Crouch as Moody departed. Mia? Harry called, quickly following her. What's wrong? I can't explain now, Mr. Crouch, Mia urged, calling after him. Miss Potter? Barty, initially eager to warn Dumbledore, paused at Mia's words. Do you know something? Mia didn't finish her sentence, but she was confident that Barty could comprehend. Did you not think this child clever enough to be aware of everything? Mia nodded. Then, Dumbledore, you've surmised some truths. You have been under control these past days, haven't you? Mia probed cautiously. Barty's face darkened at the thought of being manipulated, and he nodded. You may not be safe moving forward. I need you to cooperate with me for a ruse. I will arrange a safe place for you. Please refrain from getting involved in what comes next. What? Barty appeared bewildered. What I am doing has the headmaster's approval. You can trust me. Mia expressed her concerns about the inadequacy of her words, invoking the name of Professor Dumbledore. Time was of the essence, and explanations would be reserved for when she was safe. Observing Mia's serious demeanor, Barty chose to place his trust in her. What do you need me to do? Harry, keep watch here and ensure no one approaches. Mia first dismissed Harry, who naturally had a deep-seated trust in her, despite being filled with questions. Their movements were swift, and by the time Mia emerged, she stood alone. Where is Mr. Crouch? Harry glanced toward the woods, finding nothing. He has gone elsewhere. Harry, for now, feign ignorance about everything you witnessed today. Once the competition concludes, I shall reveal all. All right, I trust you. Harry nodded, leading his sister away. In the Forbidden Forest at night, he recalled their initial meeting, feeling as though they were out of place, reminiscent of himself. Yet here they were, for years later. Hagrid patrolling the Forbidden Forest by night, accompanied by Mia and their chatty camaraderie. Still out of place, Ron remarked with a smile. Perhaps, but we have each other. Along with Harry and Mia, who are poised to become the youngest champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Hooray! Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Mia and Harry walked side by side, chuckling softly at Hagrid's words, relieved he had not retreated into his shell. Isn't this quite lovely? Harry smiled as he held his sister's hand, always mindful of their steps. Indeed, Hagrid's demeanor was commendable. Mia wished for such a pure-hearted and kind Hagrid to remain joyful. Nearby, Ron and Hermione joined in as Hagrid began to sing. But Harry fell silent, having spotted something. It was Barty Crouch's hat. He continued walking with Mia, maneuvering behind a tree, where he discovered Barty Crouch's lifeless body. Mia? Harry widened his eyes at his sister. Shoo! Mia placed a finger to her lips. The show must go on. They approached the headmaster's office and, upon reaching the door, overheard a heated argument. One person is already dead, fudge, and he will not be the last. Measures must be taken. I will not act rashly. At this time, the magical community requires a strong leadership team to draw strength, Dumbledore. Then do not let them down. The Triwizard Tournament is absolutely not to be cancelled. I cannot be perceived as a coward. It was evident that Fudge, that fool, had spoken. True leadership is marked by wisdom and decisiveness, indifferent to the opinions of others. Clearly, Dumbledore had been foolish as well. What did you just say? Fudge, as if struck by something, advanced toward Dumbledore in agitation. I apologize, gentlemen, but it seems your conversation lacks privacy, Moody announced as he opened the door to the headmaster's office, revealing Mia and Harry to the three men. After casting a derisive glance at Fudge, Mia exchanged a knowing look with Dumbledore. Fudge, seemingly oblivious to Mia's gaze, approached Harry warmly. Harry, it's wonderful to see you again. My apologies for the interruption. We'll return shortly. There's no need for that, Harry. Mia, the minister and I have finished our discussion. I will join you shortly. Minister, please go ahead. Children, feel free to enjoy some licorice while you wait for me. Dumbledore led the two of them out first, granting Harry and Mia some privacy. Harry, go on and grab some licorice, Mia urged, nudging him. Mia? Harry questioned, puzzled yet trusting of his sister. He reached for a handful of licorice, but it tumbled to the floor. As Harry crouched to retrieve it, a hidden mechanism was triggered. The wall behind him opened, revealing the pensieve. Curious, Harry leaned closer to inspect it, only to be drawn into a memory. Chapter 101, The Pensieve. The pensieve unveiled the scene of a trial at the Ministry of Magic, where Igor Karkaroff was brought forth to provide evidence against the Death Eaters. Hello, Igor Karkaroff. At your request, you have been brought from Azkaban to present evidence to the committee. Should your testimony prove valuable, this committee may very well consider ordering your immediate release. As it stands, however, you remain a convicted Death Eater in the eyes of the Ministry. Do you accept these terms? Barty Crouch addressed Karkaroff from behind a cage. Karkaroff proceeded to implicate his accomplices, including Evan Rosier, who had already been killed by the true Mad-Eye Moody. This evidence proved inconsequential, prompting Karkaroff to name another, Augustus Rookwood, an operative from the Department of Mysteries, who had conveyed internal ministry information to Voldemort. He also mentioned Severus Snape. Harry widened his eyes at Mia. Watch closely, Harry. Dumbledore encouraged as he rose to testify on behalf of Severus. Although Severus was once indeed a Death Eater, he became an informant for me long ago. Karkaroff vehemently countered that Severus would always remain loyal to Voldemort, but after being rebutted by Barty, he fell silent, revealing an inconceivable name. I know another. I know this person participated in the capture and even used the Cruciatus Curse to torment Auror Frank Longbottom and his wife, Barty Crouch Jr. Young Barty Crouch was subsequently attacked by his father and taken away. Harry emerged from the pensieve. Mia gently stroked the obedient fox while watching Harry, and Dumbledore leaned against the pensieve. Curiosity is not a sin, Harry, yet you must exercise caution. This is the pensieve, an invaluable tool, especially when one's mind is cluttered with too many thoughts like mine. It allows me to revisit past experiences. I have been incessantly searching for the minutiae I overlooked, which might illuminate the reasons behind these dreadful events. Just as I feel close to finding answers, they elude me, driving me to madness. Professor, what became of Mr. Crouch's son? He was imprisoned in Azkaban. Old Barty's heart was nearly shattered, yet he had no choice. The evidence was irrefutable. Why inquire about this? Harry recounted his summer dreams, Voldemort, Peter, and young Barty Crouch. Do not dwell on those dreams any longer. It would be wise to extract them from your mind, as Dumbledore does, and place them in the pensieve, leaving them behind. With that, Harry departed the headmaster's office. Have Mr. Moody and Mr. Bagman already met? Mia inquired, her gaze cast downward. Well, young Bagman has come to accept the death of old Bagman. That is good. Leave the remaining matters to me. In the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort would make his move in the third task, and her mission was to safeguard the champions and Harry, as well as to orchestrate a few maneuvers during Voldemort's resurrection. There was no need to prevent Voldemort's return, at least until all Horcruxes were obliterated. I understand. The forthcoming days will likely be tumultuous. Mia sighed as she gazed at the gloomy sky outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Harry not far away. I shall escort you back, Harry said, taking Mia's hand as they walked through the dimly lit corridor. The Ministry is rife with corruption, and Voldemort's influence has infiltrated it. Harry, do not trust the Ministry. Mia whispered softly. I know, Mia. We will be all right, won't we? Harry felt a sense of unease. He was aware that Mia harbored many secrets. Yet this particular secret felt perilous, and he feared losing her. We will. After escorting Mia to the common room, Harry passed by Professor Snape's storeroom on his way back and unexpectedly encountered Karkaroff and Professor Snape. Witnessing the dark mark upon Karkaroff's arm, and being suspected by Snape of stealing potion ingredients. Again me? The third task approached swiftly. The champions emerged onto the field amidst Professor Flitwick's choir, the ladies of Beauxbatons dancing, and the cheers of the students. Silence. Dumbledore commanded from the podium. Earlier today, Professor Moody concealed the Triwizard Cup within the maze, and only he knows its precise location. As Miss Potter achieved the highest score, she will be the first to enter the maze, while Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter will enter together, tied for second, followed by Mr. Crumb, and finally Miss Delacour. The first to reach the cup shall be crowned champion. I have arranged for patrols around the maze. Should any contestant wish to withdraw, they need only cast a red spark with their wand. Contestants, please come forward. Dumbledore observed the gathered children, stating, within the maze, there will be no dragons, nor will there be water beasts. However, greater challenges await. Once you enter the maze, certain transformations will occur, and you must strive to locate the cup, but be vigilant, as it is very likely that you may lose your sense of self along the way. With that, Dumbledore approached the entrance of the maze. Champions, prepare yourselves. Each contestant awaited their turn at different entrances. Beside Harry stood moody and serious, while Mia was flanked by Professor Snape and Remus, with Cedric accompanied by his father. Mia, stay safe, Remus said, a sense of unease gnawing at him as he bent down to gaze at Mia. Snape, holding Mia's hand, was reluctant to let go. The dark mark upon him was stirring, suggesting Voldemort might be returning. Despite his reluctance to trust Karkaroff's words, he had to concede that Voldemort would target the two children. Do not worry. I shall be fine, Mia assured them with a comforting glance before stepping into the maze. The maze was fraught with peril, yet for Mia, it posed no threat. She swiftly navigated her way to the cup. Furlong and Crumb were successively eliminated, and Mia transformed into a raven, perched beside the trophy, awaiting Harry's arrival. However, it was not only Harry who arrived. Cedric was also present. Harry was somewhat perplexed as to why Mia had not claimed the trophy, but instead chose to become an animagus. Yet, with Cedric also in attendance, he hesitated to voice his curiosity. Observing the two, Mia sighed, not expecting Cedric to show up as well. Without hesitation, she flew onto Cedric's shoulder, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he caught her. Harry, you take it. You saved me. The championship should belong to you. Cedric, too preoccupied to dwell on this, quickly turned to Harry as the vines of the maze began to stir once more. Let's grab it together. Although Harry was uncertain about Mia's motives, he proceeded, trusting his sister. 1, 2, 3. Together, they touched the trophy, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a different location.